Grasping Evil Chapter 289 to Chapter 321. Hundreds of thousands of skeletons were piled up in the valley, their corpse aura exhausted. A white-robed young man stood among the skeletons. He stamped his foot on the ground, and immediately a 3,000-meter-tall black mountain rose from the ground. Standing at the peak of the mountain, the young man's eyes shone with a strange light. He directly formed an ancient and mysterious array seal. The array seal was shaky at first, but it gradually became more and more smooth. With the cultivation of the Yao art finger spells, it was not difficult for the youth to practice the formation finger spells. His fingers moved like shadows. Following the change of his finger seal, a vast amount of magical power entered the finger seal, transforming into a green whirlpool in midair. Whirlpools of wind appeared one after another, stirring up the wind and clouds in a mysterious manner. As the whirlpools were connected by the divine sense, a black color spread out. The whirlpools were connected by the divine sense, forming an ink-green wind dragon that was thousands of feet long. This dark green wind dragon roared and shook the mountains and rivers. Its power was comparable to a high-grade transcendent realm spell. However, this spell was not a spell, it was an array spell. It was an array technique that was executed using dermic powers and the heart array secret art. Standing on the peak of the Devil Mountain, Ningfan looked at the dragon and revealed a satisfied expression. The positions of the 3,000 wind vortexes were actually arranged according to the celestial phenomena and the formation eyes they occupied. This huge ink-green wind dragon was a meteorological formation that borrowed the power of the wind and clouds. It was called the Misty Dragon Sky Dance Formation. Connecting a high-grade divine transformation formation required at least a late-stage divine sense, and activating the formation's power required magic power no weaker than a late-stage divine sense. As Ningfan made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers, the spiritual chi of the earth vein within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, was absorbed into his palm. It turned into a hazy soul of the earth and he swallowed it in one gulp. When the 3 powers were stacked together, it was comparable to the middle stage. After the soul extraction, his magic power skyrocketed to the late stage. As he pointed with his finger, the inky green wind dragon let out a roar and slammed its head into the ground. Immediately, a powerful gust of wind rose up, and numerous dragon-shredding tornadoes swept across the land. Mountains collapsed, the ground caved in, and the grass and trees turned to ash. In just a moment, the area of 5,000 kilometers in the South Island had been razed to the ground by the hurricane. So this is the power of the heart formation. When a formation technique is cultivated to an extremely high realm, its power is not any weaker than an immortal technique. Ningfan could imagine that if his spirit sense was strong enough and he had enough magic power, he could directly use the immortal void realm technique to flatten the land within 1 million li * 500 m per li. Annihilating a mid-grade cultivation country was just a matter of flicking his finger. Unfortunately, formations were restricted by spirit sense and magical power. Currently, he could only cast a high-grade transformation formation at most. Among the many high-grade formations, this Mist Dragon Dance should be the most powerful one, and it was also the best formation to use as a formation technique. Another method. Ningfan cleared his mind and adjusted his breathing for a while. Then, he dispersed the shadow of the Devil Mountain and returned to his cave dwelling. After more than 10 evasive bodies, he directly crossed the land of more than 100,000 miles of the southern island. With a shake of his body, he appeared in front of the cave abode. The current Ningfan did not expose any trace of his chi to the outside world. It was not because he was trying to conceal his chi. Instead, it was the effect of his corpse's chi concealing ability after he had successfully undergone the second corpse transformation. Thus, when he appeared outside the abode, even Yu Lingkong didn't sense him in the slightest. As soon as he heard about the intense quarrel in the cave, Ningfan's eyes immediately turned strange. In the cave, Wu Yan sat quietly on the stone bed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with elegance and helplessness. Beside her, the female corpse and Shiran were quarreling fiercely. The crux of their dispute was actually whether Ningfan wanted to marry Shiran or not. Yu Lingkong could be considered as the oldest person among them. If it was in the past, she who had the title of a female tyrant would certainly be a ruthless and decisive woman who cherished her words like gold. However, ever since she was devoured by her second primordial spirit and turned into a young girl, she was continuously imprisoned and plucked by Ningfan. Her cold and indifferent personality seemed to have become a little black-bellied. When the two of them were quarreling, she would say some dirty words from time to provoke them, causing the two of them to quarrel even more fiercely. They were on the verge of fighting. Liu Bei must marry me. I want to marry him tonight. Xianxia's small face turned red. I won't marry you. The female corpse refused to give in. Yu Lingkong raised her childish face and gave an interesting smile. Then, she interrupted. What's the use of quarreling? Let's have a fight. Whoever wins will have the final say. If there are people who were familiar with Yu Lingkong, they would certainly notice that her eyes were filled with ridicule as if she was watching a show. This kind of expression would never appear on the face of the female tyrant in the past. As soon as they heard Yu Lingkong's suggestion, the two of them stopped quarreling. The female corpse forcefully sent out a corpse devil palm attack while Xianxia performed a hand seal. Her palm turned into a vine whip made of demonic power and lashed it at the female corpse. The female corpse was strong at the same level as her while Xianxia was weak at the same level. As soon as they attacked, they were actually evenly matched. Ning Fan was at a loss. Why did this little lowly Xianxia want to marry me for no reason? Is my charm really that great? He did not ask her about it. Even if he did, Xianxia would probably have forgotten the reason why they quarreled. Now, she just did not want to lose to the female corpse. Without saying much, he moved in a flash and stood between the two ladies who were about to fight. He raised both of his palms and blocked their attacks. The palm attack of the female corpse was comparable to the attack of a mid-divine transformation realm expert. It had the strength to uproot mountains. Ordinary mid-divine transformation realm experts would not be able to withstand a single palm attack from the female corpse. This time, however, when their palms came into contact with each other, a tremendous force shook the earth and mountains. Ning Fan did not even take half a step back. His strength was obviously far stronger than the female corpse. Luckily, Ning Fan's control of his strength was already very precise. He did not hurt the female corpse at all. Just this palm attack alone was enough to make the female corpse lose her balance. Ning Fan seized the opportunity and pulled her into his arms. As for Xianxia's demonic vine whip, Ning Fan just casually sent out a trace of black lotus devil flames with a palm strike. The domineering flames burned that mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique into nothingness in just a single blow. Third level of Jade Life Realm? No. This little cucumber is still at the second level of Jade Life Realm. However, his strength is clearly at the third level. How is this possible? Besides, he is clearly standing in front of me. My half-step void refinement realm spirit sense actually couldn't detect any trace of his chi. This isn't an intentional concealment. Instead, all his chi has been absorbed into his body. This is the Tao of body refinement of the corpse devil. Void incineration technique. It directly burned the demonic technique into nothingness. The grade of this flame is at least a great realm higher than the demonic vine. This flame is a 6th grade spiritual fire. Moreover, it is considered as a mid-grade flame among the 6th grade spiritual fire. However, why have I never heard of this flame before? Judging from its appearance, it does look somewhat similar to the 5th grade spiritual fire Lotus Corpse fire. However, its power is completely different. Both Yu Lingkong and Wu Yan had sharp eyes. They could tell that Ning Fan's casual attack was extraordinary at first glance. Wu Yan did not know Ning Fan's exact background. In her eyes, Ning Fan had always been unfathomable. Thus, she was not that surprised. Yu Lingkong, on the other hand, had seen Ning Fan's current strength from the nascent soul realm. How could her heart remain calm? Only Yu Lingkong and Wu Yan would have such deep thoughts. As for the female corpse and Xianxia, they did not care about how powerful Ning Fan's attack was at all. Nestling in Ning Fan's arms, the female corpse's face was not pale. It was still pale and cold. However, her emotions were a little chaotic. Ever since she was completely subdued by Ning Fan, she had never had such intimate contact with him. This hug at this moment instantly made her recall the experience when she was forced to have intercourse with Ning Fan in the past. A hint of fear flashed across her empty and crystal-clear eyes. She gently struggled, afraid that Ning Fan would do that to her again. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with emotion. The female corpse relied on him, but she was also afraid of him. This was the reason why he had never touched her again. Letting go of her, Ning Fan stroked the female corpse's black hair with a gentle look in his eyes. Don't worry. I won't hurt you anymore. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. His gaze shifted to the side and fell upon Xiran. His eyes instantly turned cold. He did not know why the silly Lolita suddenly wanted to marry him. He also did not know why she quarreled with the female corpse. If it was just a farce, he would at most smile and not care about it. However, just now, Xiran wanted to hurt the female corpse. Even if the strength of the two of them were on par with each other and Xiran's technique would not really hurt the female corpse, Ning Fan could not tolerate her attack. She is my wife. Anyone who hurts her will die. Xiran felt a little wronged. She quarreled with the female corpse. Why did Ning Fan help the female corpse and not her? Moreover, he even looked at her with such a cold expression as if he was looking at a stranger. However, she did not know that if it wasn't for Ning Fan's sake for Wu Yan, he would have killed her just now just because she attacked the female corpse. The female corpse was Ning Fan's reverse scale, be it in this life or his previous life. Without caring about Xiran's grievances, Ning Fan's gaze finally fell upon Yu Lingkong. His eyes were as cold as frost. There won't be a next time. This battle was instigated by Yu Lingkong out of boredom. Ning Fan did not care how lofty her identity was in the past or how domineering her personality was. Now that she had fallen into his hands, he would not allow her to cause him any trouble. Humph, Yu Lingkong let out a soft snort. However, she did not dare to say anything else. At this moment, Ning Fan gave her a feeling that he was extremely serious. If it was during normal times, she would joke around with him. However, today, Ning Fan's killing intent was triggered. In the past, Yu Lingkong was just a female corpse. She was Ning Fan's refined corpse and he doted on her a lot. However, she never knew that she actually had such an important position in Ning Fan's heart. With her personality as a female tyrant, she should be displeased to be reprimanded by Ning Fan. However, at this moment, a strange feeling rose in her heart for the first time. Envy. Envy of the female corpse who could make a devil lord who was as cold as ice reveal such a crazy killing intent. In the past, Yu Lingkong only wanted to dominate the internal endless sea. She had never thought about the relationship between a man and a woman. Even when she was plucked by Ning Fan, she just treated it as if she was stabbed by a cucumber. In the past, it was impossible for her to envy a woman who was doted on. Wu Yan gently lowered her head and let out a faint sigh. The first time she felt moved by Ning Fan was when he flew into a rage because of Lu Wan'er. There was no romance or love. There was only a cold but solemn vow. She is my wife. Whoever hurts her will die. If I can become his wife, it should be a kind of happiness. Wu Yan smiled self-mockingly. She knew that she did not have that honor. Don't anger her, friend. The female corpse gently stood in front of Xiran to protect her, fearing that Ning Fan would do something crazy. Xiran was dumbfounded. She never expected that the female corpse who had been quarreling with her would be so protective of her. Her small mouth turned into an earthworm and she said in a low voice. I'm sorry. The female corpse shook her head and forced a smile. Don't quarrel, for fun. Then, she tilted her head and pleaded for the first time. Don't hurt her, okay? No. Okay. Ning Fan's expression was filled with sadness and pity. He stroked the black hair of the female corpse. Don't hurt her. You were such a fool in your previous life. You fell in love with a butterfly and gave up everything for it. You are such a fool in this life. You gave up your innocence to save a young man at the end of his road. Even if you turn into a corpse, give up your spiritual intelligence, shatter your sea of consciousness and lose your memories, you will still forgive your enemies and not hurt them. You have embroidered a pair of butterflies flying together. You have forgotten everything, but you still remember that you are waiting for someone. You are waiting for him to transform from a butterfly into a human. You are waiting for him to marry you and leave behind the palace guarding sand for him. You still remember all these, but you don't remember that the butterfly is me. There was a moment of silence in the cave. Everyone had their own thoughts. Finally, Ning Fan turned his gaze to Xiran and said. As you can see, I have this kind of personality that kills without blinking an eye. Do you still want to marry me? No. I don't think so. Shook her head vigorously. She was frightened. This ambiguous answer made Wu Yan so angry that she laughed. This silly girl, she thought that Liu Bei liked her. Very well. It's right that you don't want to. I have something to ask you. That day, did you barge into the demon bear's lair just for this great mysterious Ganoderma? Great mysterious Ganoderma? You said this is the great mysterious Ganoderma? As soon as the topic of spiritual medicine was brought up, she immediately wiped away her tears and revealed an interested expression. She no longer looked weak and delicate. Instead, she looked at Ning Fan disdainfully. Could it be that this isn't the great mysterious Ganoderma? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. What he wanted to know was the true use of this Ganoderma. You are a fifth revolution pill master, right? She crossed her arms in front of her chest and gently sniffed the Ganoderma with her nose. Then, she said confidently. I can't be wrong. You should be a low-grade fifth revolution pill master. Your medicine soul isn't weak. What? This young man is a fifth revolution pill master? Yu Lingkong was astonished while Wu Yan covered her mouth in surprise. Yu Lingkong shook her head in disbelief. After all, it was much harder to nurture a fifth revolution pill master than a divine transformation realm cultivator. His bone age was less than 400 years old and his cultivation base was at the divine transformation realm. His combat strength was heaven-defying and his pill refinement technique was also at the fifth revolution. Wasn't this already heaven-defying? One should know that even a female tyrant like Yu Lingkong would have to show some respect to a fifth revolution pill master. Even though Wu Yan was surprised, she completely believed Ran's words. She knew that Ran, this little girl, had a delicate personality and a kind heart. She was inexperienced in the world. However, this little girl was the princess of the Profound Medicine clan. She possessed the purest bloodline in the history of the clan. The Profound Medicine clan was a great clan of pill refinement. All of the members of the clan had the demon body of spiritual medicine. They were different from ordinary clans that gained sentience from plants and trees. The old ancestor of the Profound Medicine clan was a spiritual medicine that was cultivated by a pill refinement ancestor in the ancient times. That old ancestor of the Profound Medicine clan had the body of a spiritual medicine. Besides, he was the disciple of the pill refinement ancestor. He was born with innate talent in the Tao of pill refinement. He had learned all the secrets of the three pure ones pill condensation from the ancestor of the clan. Even though most of the pill refinement techniques of the Profound Medicine clan had been passed down from generation to generation, no clan in the entire demon spirit land would be willing to offend this clan. After all, it was hard to guarantee that they would not need pills one day and ask for help from the clan. As the little princess of the Profound Medicine clan, she had the medicinal veins of a royal bloodline. Her pure and innocent personality made her extremely suitable to study pill refinement techniques. She was not good at combat, but her pill refinement techniques had already reached the peak of the fifth revolution. This Ran is indeed not simple. She could see through my pill refinement techniques with just a glance. This is something that ordinary people would not be able to do. Besides, I have never heard of the two words medicine soul that this lady mentioned before. From a certain point of view, his pill refinement techniques that he learned halfway were far inferior to Ran's. You're right. My pill refinement techniques have indeed reached the fifth revolution. However, what does this have to do with me not recognizing this leaf? Didn't your teacher teach you before? When a spiritual medicine reaches a certain grade, it will also know how to disguise itself. If you want to see the true appearance of a spiritual medicine, you will need to use your medicine soul. This is not the great profound Ganoderma. This is the star-tempering purple Ganoderma. It is said that as long as you consume a piece of the leaf, you can refine the star of a fiend god. If you consume a mouthful of the Ganoderma's flesh, you can absorb the star power to refine your body and use the starlight to heal your injuries. Moreover, you will have the chance to comprehend the power of the starlight. Star-tempering purple Ganoderma. Wu Yan and Yu Lingkong obviously had heard of the famous item before. Both of their beautiful faces were filled with astonishment. Even Ning Fan's face was filled with surprise. However, his surprise soon turned into joy. Even though he could not see through the true appearance of this great profound Ganoderma, He had also heard of the famous star-tempering purple Ganoderma. A piece of the leaf could refine the star of a fiend god. A mouthful of the Ganoderma's flesh could absorb the star power to refine your body and improve your body refinement realm. Moreover, during the process of refining your body with the star power, you would even have the chance to comprehend the ethereal and vast power of the starlight. Rumor has it that only heavenly demons who have broken through to the void fragmentation realm could control the power of the starlight. Not only could the star power be integrated into magic techniques, but it was also the best power for healing injuries. Even the serious injuries left by heavenly demons during fights could be fully healed by the starlight. Ning Fan's eyes were deeply fixed on the female corpse at the side. His expression was filled with excitement. If I can obtain the star-tempering purple Ganoderma, can I use the power of the starlight to heal the shattered sea of consciousness of the female corpse and help her recover her memories? I must have this Ganoderma. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination as if he was ready to ask the black bear for the Ganoderma immediately. However, before he could move, Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed with a cunning look. Do you know the real way to consume the star-tempering purple Ganoderma? The real way? Ning Fan was stunned. Could it be that the star-tempering purple Ganoderma is not eaten raw like what the rumors say? Of course. Judging from your expression, you haven't even heard of medicine soul. Naturally, you can't truly utilize the power of the Ganoderma. Your teacher is really irresponsible. He didn't teach you anything at all. What method? Why should I tell you? Just now, you were being fierce to me and even bullied me. If you want to know how to consume the Ganoderma, you have to make me happy first. Xiran raised her head proudly. Humph. Weren't you very fierce just now? Let's see if you still dare to be fierce to me in the future. To be continued. Xiran raised her face and waited for Ning Fan to beg her. She was thinking about how she could forgive him. Should she ask him to massage her back, legs and shoulders? Should she ask him to carry her and run 100 laps around the island? She was waiting for Ning Fan to give in. However, what she got was his teasing expression. As long as it was not related to the safety of the female corpse, he did not care about Xiran's words. You want me to make it up to you? Of course. You stole 1 billion immortal jade from me and all my treasures. I haven't even settled the score with you and I even married you. How dare you be so mean to me? If I don't take the opportunity to vent my anger, I'll be too stupid. Xiran raised the storage pouch on her waist to express her protest. If you want to know the real method of consuming the star-tempering purple Xianxia, please make me happy first and I will tell you. Otherwise, I won't tell you and make you anxious. Without the right method, at least 90% of the medicinal power of the Xianxia will be wasted. I see. It's wrong to waste it. Let me see what the real method is, Ning Fan smiled. However, when his smile fell into Wu Yan's and Yu Lingkong's eyes, their expressions immediately changed. Yu Lingkong had already witnessed the power of the mind-reading technique. As for Wu Yan, many years had passed since the incident in the scripture tower. She finally vaguely guessed that the strange conversation in the scripture tower was probably some kind of mind-reading technique. Her speculation was confirmed by Ning Fan's smile. After activating the yin-yang locket, the power of heaven and earth would be known by Ning Fan and the heavens. So, the real method of consuming the star-tempering purple Xianxia is to turn the medicine soul into jade, break the disguise of the spiritual herbs and burn it 9 times. Moreover, it needs a medicine slave to quench the poison of the Xianxia before it can unleash its true medicinal power. Medicine slave, huh? Ning Fan's eyes flickered and muttered to himself. Of course, he knew what a medicine slave was. Some pill refinement forces would keep servants as medicine slaves. They would cripple their meridians and feed them poison since they were young to increase their poison resistance. Medicine slaves were not only responsible for testing the herbs but also extracting the poison. If the poison of the spiritual herbs was difficult to be removed, they would order the medicine slaves to consume the medicine first and then quench the poison through them. It was a very cruel thing. Medicine slaves had to be at least at the vein-opening realm. It would be lucky if 1 out of 100 people could survive the first time they took poison. In the future, if they continued to consume poison, more survivors would die. In the end, tens of thousands of lives would be consumed before one person qualified. This person, in the end, had to have his immortal meridian crippled. Otherwise, after taking the medicine that was tempered with poison, not only would he absorb the poison, he might even absorb the useful parts, wasting the medicinal strength. When the medicinal energy was released and the toxicity was removed, someone would use a secret method to extract the medicinal energy and recondense it into medicinal herbs. In order to obtain the full medicinal power of the star-tempering purple Xianxia, one must possess a medicine soul, a medicine slave, and a secret technique. Ning Fan had already learned the exact secret method from Xiran. If it was a medicine slave, he naturally couldn't specially raise one. If it really didn't work, then he could just use himself as a medicine slave and quench the poison. The only problem was his medicine soul. Do you want to know the real method of consuming the Ganoderma? Xiran naturally did not know that Ning Fan already knew everything. Actually, I know a little about how to consume the star-tempering purple Xianxia. Turning the medicine soul into jade, breaking the disguise of the spirit medicine, refining the medicine body with fire, and finally quenching the medicine slave with poison. Is that right? Eh? How do you know all this? This is the method recorded in the 3 Pure Ones remnant records of our profound medicine clan. Only members of the royal blood clan know about it. How do you know about it? Xiran held her chin with her small hand and shook her head with a puzzled look. It seems like you are very powerful. You even know about this method. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Yu Lingkong pouted her lips in annoyance. Wu Yan, on the other hand, found it both funny and infuriating. They naturally understood that Xiran had been tricked by Ning Fan's mind-reading technique. What is a medicine soul? A medicine soul is a soul light that is condensed from medicine qi. Strange. You know the method of consuming the star-tempering purple Xianxia, but why don't you know about a medicine soul? Try forming this hand seal. Xiran was even more puzzled. She made a hand seal and a trace of dark green soul light flashed on the tip of her finger. This is soul light. You should have it too. Probably. Xiran was not sure. Ning Fan formed the same hand seal. A trace of faint green light flashed on the tip of his finger. However, it shattered and disappeared immediately. Eh? You haven't condensed your soul light before? Xiran seemed to have seen something strange. She held her chin and walked in circles around Ning Fan. Her eyes were glowing with a dark green soul light, peeking at the color of Ning Fan's medicine soul. Strange. He can't condense his soul light, but his medicine soul has reached the green grade and he can concoct early 5th revolution pills. This doesn't make sense. Xiran could not understand it. If an ordinary person does not cultivate their medicine soul, they would not be able to attain the 5th revolution pill refinement realm even if they have divine intent. However, she did not know that Ning Fan's pill refinement technique came from an inheritance. His soul was also tainted with green medicine qi at that time and turned into a green-grade medicine soul. With such a medicine soul, the limit of concocting a low-grade 5th revolution pill was also the reason why Ning Fan could not concoct pills of a higher grade. Didn't your teacher help you to refine your medicine soul? Did he teach you about the 5th revolution, 6th revolution, 6th revolution and 7th revolution, purple grade? No. Ning Fan wanted to say that he did not have a teacher. However, after thinking for a while, he remembered that the old devil was his master while ancient chaos and Zido could be considered as half of his masters. Thus, he could not bring himself to say that. Ancient chaos was already dead and Zido did not know about it. As for the old devil, he was just a 4th revolution pill refinement realm cultivator who was not suitable for pill refinement. How could he teach me how to refine my medicine soul? What the old devil taught me was to snatch pills when I need them. Your teacher is really irresponsible. Xiran seemed to have forgotten that Ning Fan had scolded her before and began to defend him. Ning Fan activated his mind-reading technique and took the opportunity to read through Xiran's mind. He completely knew the method to condense a medicine soul. However, after knowing the method, he could not help but feel a little speechless. The condensation of a medicine soul required a 5th revolution pill master to take the initiative to separate a trace of soul light and use a secret technique to help a peak 4th revolution pill master refine their soul. Only then would they have a chance to condense a medicine soul. To an ordinary person, there was only a 1% chance of condensing a medicine soul. However, to someone like Ning Fan who already had a medicine soul, He only needed the help of another fifth revolution pill master by separating a trace of soul light, and he would be able to easily awaken his medicine soul. He already knew the method, but he would definitely need Xiran's help. After all, there was no other fifth revolution pill master in this place. Or he could directly ask Xiran to purify the purple Zoisha's poison. However, it was still asking her for help. Why not just ask her to condense a medicine soul? Do I still have to make this little girl happy in the end? Ning Fan was speechless. He had never asked anyone for help before, but today, he had no choice but to ask someone for help in order to heal the female corpse. What do I have to do to appease your anger and help me condense my medicine soul? There's no need for that. My anger has already dissipated. Seeing how unlucky you are to be tricked by an irresponsible master, I feel sorry for you. Anyway, you already have a medicine soul. You just need to awaken it. It's not difficult. However, in order to awaken your medicine soul, you need some soul-refining sand. I know a place in the Star Sea that has this kind of sand. I'll bring you there to get some. The little lowly who was bullied turned into a warm-hearted one. She pulled Ning Fan's hand and walked out of the cave. Ning Fan's expression softened slightly. This Xiran doesn't seem to be as loathsome as she looks. When he turned his head and saw the blank expression on the female corpse's face, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. I must cure Weiliang. You guys rest here for a while. I'll be back soon. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He pulled Xiran into his arms and summoned his Fuli demon wings. With a single step, he turned into a trace of purple smoke and drifted 70,000 li * 500 m per li away. Wu Yan had just recovered from her injuries. Her complexion was still not good. It was fine for her to rest. With Wei Xian's reputation and the protection of the female corpse and Yu Ling Kong, no one would dare to cause trouble in the cave. I don't like owing favors. However, I owe you one. Ning Fan's tone was flat. No. There's no need for that. You've also saved my life before. That day, I even wrongly accused you of giving me an aphrodisiac. It's my fault too. Even though I'm a little stupid and I don't know much about adult matters, I still know how to repay a debt of gratitude. Even though you're a thief who stole all of my treasures, I don't blame you. However, you're not allowed to be mean to me in the future. Also, can you let go of me? I'm shy. I can fly by myself. Xiran's heart raced as she was hugged by Ning Fan. It was her first time being hugged by a man when she was conscious. It made her feel extremely embarrassed. It will be dangerous for you to fly by yourself. This sea of stars isn't peaceful at all. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, 7 reckless nascent soul realm demonic beasts turned into rays of silver light and leaped out of the sea, attacking Ning Fan. Among the 7 demonic beasts, there was even one that had already taken half a step into the divine transformation realm. You're courting death. Without saying anything, Ning Fan directly pointed his finger at the ground. 7 rays of black sword light shot out from his finger. With a flap of his wings, he teleported 70,000 li * 500 m per li away again. The 8 nascent soul realm demonic beasts where he was previously standing were all cut into 2 halves from their waists. Their blood dyed the silver seawater red. So powerful. Xiran's mouth was agape. Out of the 8 demonic beasts, one of them was a half-step divine transformation realm demonic beast. Even if she was a late divine transformation realm expert, she would need to use her demonic techniques to kill it. However, Ning Fan just casually shot out 8 rays of black sword light and easily killed them. With such clean and efficient methods, Ning Fan probably could not even slow down his footsteps if he was not a wild beast. Where is the soul refining sand? Let me think. It should be in this direction. It's 120 million li * 500 m per li away. That area of the sea should be 1 million zhang * 500 m per li below the seabed. There should be soul refining sand there. I won't be mistaken. Xiran said with certainty. 1 million zhang * 500 m per li under the seabed, huh? If we enter the sea, I'm afraid that there will be even more demonic beasts attacking us. Hold on to me tightly. Don't take even half a step away from me. Ning Fan looked at the direction and flew away. 6 days later, he appeared at the sea area that Xianxia pointed out. With a flash of purple smoke, he dived into the sea. As soon as he dived into the deep sea, countless demonic beasts immediately attacked him. All of them were transformed from star spirits. Among them, there were even a few early divine transformation realm wild beasts. This made Ning Fan frown slightly. He held Xianxia with one of his hands and touched his glabella with the other, taking out the Separation Slayer sword. All the demonic beasts that blocked his way were killed with a single slash of his sword. Moreover, a mid-divine transformation realm wild beast was instantly killed by Ning Fan's sword because his speed was too fast and his Separation Slayer sword was too sharp. Along the way, Ning Fan's path was dyed with blood. In the end, almost all the demonic beasts within 1,000 li * 500 m per li dared to attack him. However, there were still a large number of demonic beasts watching him from afar. Once they had the chance, they would attack Ning Fan. Xianxia was already stunned. At this moment, Ning Fan gave her the feeling that no one could stop him. Whoever dares to stop him would die. She immediately realized that Ning Fan had already shown mercy to them even though he occasionally killed people when he was traveling around the 9 divisions in the second world. If he really wants to kill, the entire sea of stars would be destroyed. Ning Fan's appearance in the underwater world that was shining with silver light frightened all the fish in the sea. Standing on the fine silver sand at the bottom of the sea, Ning Fan asked, "Is the entire sea of sand made up of soul-refining sand?" "Of course not. There is only 1 grain of soul-refining sand in 100 million grains of sea sand. It's not easy to find all of them. If I let you look for them, you will need at least 3 years to gather half a bag. However, if it's me, I can gather half a bag of soul-refining sand in 10 days at most. However, when I'm collecting the soul-refining sand, I have to use a secret technique to activate my spirit sense. I can't defend myself against external attacks. You must protect me." In the past, when I was collecting the star sand, there were always a lot of people protecting me. Xianxia took out a small cloth pouch and stared at the demonic beasts who were watching them from afar. She was a little scared. "With me here, no one can stop you from obtaining the soul-refining sand." Ning Fan let go of Xianxia and took a step forward. His black sword sense was like a drop of thick ink that spread across the sea of stars. In an instant, it dyed the entire sea area within 30,000 li * 500 m per li. Under the eruption of his sword sense, hundreds of thousands of harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm demonic beasts who were spying on Ning Fan within 30,000 li * 500 m per li were slashed into meat paste by his sword sense. Their miserable cries scared countless other demonic beasts away. "If you don't scram, you will die." A wave of majestic aura of ancestral blood spread out from Ning Fan's left eye. Under his gaze, countless demonic beasts retreated one after another. "If you don't scram, you will die." At this moment, Ning Fan felt like he had returned to the demon's sinister forest. The killing intent in his eyes was like a piece of ice that would never melt for 10,000 years. Under his gaze, all the demonic beasts began to instinctively fear him. All of them retreated 30,000 li * 500 m per li away from him. It was as if they were not the ferocious beasts but Ning Fan was the ferocious beast that craved blood. 1 day, 2 days. 9 days later, Xianxia had already collected a small half of the pouch of soul sand. In at most half a day, she would be able to collect enough soul sand to awaken Ning Fan's medicine soul. On the 10th day, a large group of sea beasts rushed towards them in an orderly manner from afar. There were also countless ancient chariots that shone with silver radiance. When the group of ferocious beasts sensed that there were countless beast corpses in this place from afar, all of them were shocked. When they realized that there were only 2 of them within 30,000 li * 500 m per li, a furious and arrogant voice resounded from the center of the chariot. It carried the aura force of a late divine transformation realm cultivator. "Which demon is it? How dare you stop my vanguard army and create trouble in my sea of stars? Humph! Kill him." Ning Fan's eyes darkened when he saw the orderly formation of demonic beasts. There were 100,000 core beasts leading the way and they were like locusts passing by. In the middle, there were 5,000 nascent soul beasts protecting them. In the middle of the nascent soul beasts, there were 13 silver chariots that were flickering with lightning. At the front of each chariot, there was a divine transformation realm cultivator wearing a star armor. Their bodies were silver and illusory, but they were emitting a great pressure. The 13-star soul desolate beasts were all in human form. This human's appearance hadn't changed completely. There were still remnants of the beast's body, but it couldn't be underestimated. 7 were in the early stage, 5 in the middle stage, and 1 in the late stage. The one who said that he would kill Ning Fan was the late divine transformation realm cultivator. With a command, the first 5,000 sea beasts split the waves and charged forward with strange roars. Demon army. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. These sea beasts that are charging at the front lines are definitely not random demons. Instead, they are a well-trained demon army. Even though Ning Fan did not know much about the Star Sea, he could guess that the purpose of the sudden appearance of such a massive demon army was definitely not simple. However, no matter what the sea beast's intentions were, they couldn't stop Xiran from collecting the soul-refining sand. Die. Ning Fan took a step forward. His great force turned into a sword and his sword light swept across the area. The 5,000 pill beasts that bore the brunt of his attack were all slashed into a mist of blood in an instant. Stepping on the momentum and killing a gold core realm cultivator in an instant. Such a shocking technique shocked the demon army and they stopped 1,000 li away from Ning Fan. A heaven-shaking killing intent spread out from Ning Fan's body. Under this killing intent, all beasts except for wild beasts would be fearless. A foreign soul formation cultivator. We are no match for them. Desolate General, please come out of the formation. A desolate general was a desolate beast demon general. Since he was a soul formation cultivator, he was not someone that could be defeated by a golden core cultivator. This was not something that could be defeated with numbers. He's just an early stage soul formation cultivator. What are you panicking about? I, Xueku, can kill this person in less than 10 breaths. Among the 13 silver chariots, the early deity transformation cultivator of the 11th chariot snorted coldly. With a flick of his reins, the chariot transformed into a streak of silver light and flew out of the formation. It was an old man in a suit of star armor. The old man stood at the front of the carriage, his presence like the clouds. His fingers formed a seal as though he was casting some kind of Yao art. Once this technique was activated, the 5,000 sea beasts lost their lives, and immediately, countless bloody mists burst out. In the sea of silver starlight, the bloody mists fused one after another, and in the end, they evolved into 50 huge bloody figures. Each of them had 3 heads and 4 arms, but they had no faces or noses. Each of the blood shadows let out a strange roar and emitted the chi of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. The 50 blood shadow nascent souls were fearless. They turned into bloodlines and flashed towards Ning Fan. It's the blood shadow technique. This was General Xue's strongest technique. I didn't expect to see General Xue in action before the destruction of Star Island. How fortunate. Haha. This blood shadow art is the hardest to block. If he doesn't know how to block it, that brat will be in big trouble. Each of the demon beasts revealed looks of respect and excitement. Eventually, all of their expressions turned ferocious and they stared at Ning Fan coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. As for Xiran, who was immersed in collecting the soul sand, as soon as she sensed the incoming blood shadow, she immediately reminded Ning Fan with a nervous expression. Be careful. This was the blood shadow art. Through the manipulation of blood energy, the transformation of dead spirits, and the use of blood shadows to injure others. These blood shadows must never be killed. Once they are killed, they will continue to split and merge. In the end, they can even turn into blood shadows that are stronger than the divine transformation realm. At this moment, she was using a secret technique and could not move at all. She needed Ning Fan's protection. She was bound to him for good or bad. Thus, she was naturally worried about his safety. Her reminder inevitably distracted her. Under the backlash of the secret technique, she immediately felt a sharp pain in her sea of consciousness. Her small face turned pale and she did not dare to speak anymore. Blood shadow, huh? It doesn't even take 10 breaths of time to kill me. What a shameless boast. Die. The purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. He had already seen through the blood shadow art. He activated his great momentum and took 3 consecutive steps forward. After taking those 3 steps, his great momentum turned into a sword and exploded into countless sword lights. Before the 50 blood shadows could get close to them, they were already slashed by the sword lights. They let out shrill screams and exploded into blood mist. However, after they exploded, the 50 clouds of blood mist fused again and turned into 5 early divine transformation realm blood shadows. General Xue sneered. Brat, your woman has already warned you to be careful of my blood shadow art. You must never kill them. However, you didn't listen to her. Now, you are going to suffer the consequences of your own actions. Before General Xue could finish his words, his smile suddenly froze. Ning Fan's steps were as smooth as flowing water. He did not stop and continued to take the remaining 6 steps. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could even kill an ordinary divine transformation realm expert, let alone these illusionary blood shadows. At the moment when the sword light rose, the 5 divine transformation realm blood shadows that had yet to fully materialize dispersed. They could no longer fuse back together and were completely turned into ashes by the sword light. When the blood shadows were destroyed, the old man's mind was greatly injured. His body became unstable and he almost fell off the silver carriage. His face was filled with shock. 9-step sword art, killing divine transformation realm experts. You are just an early divine transformation realm cultivator. How can you have such strength? Wait, your face. Only then did the old man named Xueku notice that Ning Fan's appearance was exactly the same as the portrait of the early divine transformation realm expert that the 4 saint demons had warned them to pay attention to before they left the camp. In the beginning, they were too far away and could not see clearly. However, as Ning Fan approached them, not only did Xueku recognize Ning Fan, even the late divine transformation realm experts who were sitting at the center of the army changed their expressions. Xueku, retreat quickly. Retreat quickly. If you don't retreat now, you will die. However, don't you think it's a little too late to retreat now? Ning Fan's figure flashed, turning into purple smoke and disappearing. At the next moment, he directly appeared on the silver carriage. With a slash of his sword light, Xueku's 3-layered star armor was pierced through by Ning Fan's sword. With a wave of his sword, Xueku's corpse was cut into 2 pieces. His human form faded away, revealing 2 demon corpses that were 6,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size, demon core. It was a good item to increase one's cultivation level. Demon corpse. It was the best material for refining treasures. Standing on the silver carriage, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light and said coldly. Kill me in 10 breaths? Why would I need a single breath to kill you? His words were like a sharp red sword that pierced into the ears of each of the sea beasts, turning into clanking sword cries that stung their eardrums. Each of the sea beasts widened their eyes in disbelief. General Xueku, who was famous in the Star Sea for his blood shadow technique, was actually killed by Ning Fan in just a single blow. What they found the most unbelievable was that they actually met a ruthless person whom the 4 saint demons had especially warned them to be careful of when they were still 120 million li *, 500 m per li, away from the Star Island. The terrifying early divine transformation realm expert who had escaped from the hands of the 4th saint demon, Kuan Mo, was right in front of their eyes. He had killed a divine transformation realm expert with his sword. Other than the sound of the ocean currents, there was only the sound of people inhaling cold breaths. However, right after that, a wild and ferocious laughter which carried the aura force of a late divine transformation realm expert broke the silent atmosphere. So it's you. You are the person whom King Kuan Mo ordered to kill. Alright, I am the desolate general of the Southern Star Sea's vanguard, Chu Feng. I will kill you and make a contribution first. Get into formation and kill the enemies. As soon as Chu Feng, who was a late divine transformation realm expert, gave the order, 100,000 sea beasts immediately split into different formations. Each of them exerted their demonic strength and formed a joint formation. Countless traces of silver formation light shot out from the bodies of the 100,000 sea beasts, forming a massive light screen which protected the demon army. It prevented Ning Fan from using the speed of the golden flame chariot, which even King Kuan Mo was afraid of, to charge through the formation and kill the general. This military formation was a human formation. It was a grand formation that was set up by humans. The well-trained formation light was already a late divine transformation realm formation. Not only was it strong enough to defend against any attacks from ordinary mid-divine transformation realm experts, but it was also strong enough to launch an attack that was comparable to the formation light of a mid-divine transformation realm expert. QNMO? A human formation. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. In the past, he had wanted to train the 3 Black Devil divine armies to reach the level where they could form a human formation. However, due to various reasons, he had no choice but to temporarily give up on that idea. If these 100,000 sea beasts were scattered, it would not take much effort for Ning Fan to kill all of the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. However, these sea beasts formed a joint formation. One of them defended while the other attacked. It was as if the attacks and defenses of the 100,000 sea beasts had been condensed into one. In order to defeat an army, one must first break the formation. As Chu Feng waved the flag, the 100,000 sea beasts launched their attacks at the same time. 100,000 scattered attacks were condensed into 100,000 identical silver arrows under the effect of the formation light. The rain of arrows pierced through the air and whistled through the air. Each of the silver arrows could penetrate the defense of a peak Gold Core Realm expert. When 100,000 of them combined into one, even a mid-divine transformation realm expert would find it hard to resist. Incinerate. Ning Fan did not even look at the rain of swords. He opened his mouth and breathed out a black flame. The black flame took the shape of a lotus. As soon as it dispersed, it immediately turned into a black sea of flames that stretched for 1,000 li * 500 m per li. At the moment when the flames appeared, the sea waves boiled and evaporated. The 100,000 arrows could not pass through the barrier of flames at all and were all burnt to ashes. After that, Ning Fan pointed his finger again. The sea of flames split into nearly 2,000 black lotuses. They bombarded the formation light from different directions and exploded. The places where the black lotuses exploded were all the formation eyes of the mid-grade divine transformation realm formation light. The black lotuses moved and the formation light was shattered. 100,000 sea beasts suffered a backlash when their formation was broken. Under the influence of the lotus flames, 70,000 Pill Core Realm beasts were easily burnt to ashes by the black flames. Their screams were deafening. Ning Fan did not chase after them after destroying the formation. Instead, he leaped down from the silver carriage and returned to Shi Ran's side. His intention to protect them was clearly exposed. 70% of the vanguard troops were already lost before the battle even started. At this moment, Chu Feng's expression changed for the first time. Before the battle, the third Saint Demon Ape Demon Yuan Feng had reminded Chu Feng that this vanguard was only to probe the situation of the Star Island. If they encounter the old bear's attack, they should avoid it as much as possible. If they encounter Ning Fan's attack, they should escape as much as possible. Chu Feng was respectful towards Old Bear, but he looked down on Ning Fan. Although this person was able to escape from Devil Kuan's pursuit, it was only because of the Golden Flame Chariot's speed. Without the Golden Flame Chariot, this person was just a weak early-stage divine transformation realm cultivator, not worth mentioning. That was why Chu Feng still dared to give the order to kill Ning Fan even after knowing his identity. In Chu Feng's opinion, the mid-grade divine transformation realm formation that was set up by the military formation was enough to defend against his sneak attack. As for a mere early divine transformation realm cultivator, he certainly could not withstand a single attack from 100,000 sea beasts. However, his understanding of the style of music was completely wrong. Ning Fan had killed Xue Ku with just a single strike. A single streak of black flames had incinerated 100,000 arrows. It had even seen through the 2,000 formation cores of the mid-grade soul formation with a single glance. It had destroyed the formation with a single strike and extinguished 70,000 sea beasts. Chu Feng asked himself, if it was him, facing 100,000 demon army alone, under the tight formation of the other party, he would not be able to gain any advantage. This general has underestimated you. With 70,000 casualties, they could slay the vanguard. Unless I take your head to atone for my crime, I will be severely punished. You must die. Let's attack together. This time, Chu Feng did not send ordinary sea beasts to attack. The battle formation had been broken, and they had lost 70,000 sea beasts. The remaining 30,000 sea beasts were mostly injured, and it was difficult for them to continue fighting. They no longer had the slightest attitude of underestimating their enemy. 12 silver chariots rushed out of the formation. 12 divine transformation realm experts surrounded Ning Fan. They actually wanted to eliminate him in a battle of numbers. The 9-step sword form technique was daunting, and the black flame was terrifying. Even Chu Feng did not have the confidence to defeat Ning Fan if he were to face him alone. He no longer dared to underestimate Ning Fan. Moreover, Chu Feng and the others had already noticed that Ning Fan was protecting Shiran. Hence, the direction of their attacks gradually shifted towards Shiran, trying to distract Ning Fan. 12 divine transformation realm experts. Ku and most subordinates indeed like to win with numbers. They even like to bully women. However, do you think you're the only one with more people? Puppets, get into formation. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch. With a flick of his sleeve, 12 spiritual puppets appeared in front of him. Of the 10 black vipers, 5 were at the early stage, 4 were at the middle stage, and 1 was at the late stage, a stone warrior and a black dragon. Out of the 12 refined corpses, only Soldier Stone still had intelligence. Although Soldier Stone's battle prowess was negligible, he was still a puppet with complete intelligence, so he still had many uses. For example, right now. What's going on? The moment Stone Soldier was summoned, he felt his scalp go numb. He knew that Ning Fan was a troublemaker, but he did not know how big the trouble he had caused this time was. Far away in the sea of stars, the auras of countless ferocious beasts lay dormant. Nearby, there were 12 soul formation cultivators besieging him, and one of them was even at the late stage. However, when Shi Bing turned around, he was even more surprised. On his side, not only did he have a monster like Ning Fan, there was also a late divine transformation realm Lolita who seemed to be unable to leave for the time being, and 11 spiritual puppets and refined corpses. The strength of each of the 11 puppets was not weaker than his own. In fact, the middle stage and late stage puppets were several times stronger than him. Of course, it had its own sentience. In a battle, it would have an advantage over a puppet without sentience. But what shocked Stone Warrior the most was undoubtedly the Black Dragon refined corpse. Half-step void refinement realm, the enemy was very strong, but his side was even stronger. Chu Feng and the other 12 soul formation realm cultivators were already terrified before they even got into formation. This fear was caused by the appearance of the half-step void refinement realm Black Dragon refined corpse. Half-step void refinement realm. Not good. Run. If Ning Fan was alone, Chu Feng and his group of troublemakers would also dare to fight him even if he was at the peak divine transformation realm. However, the half-step void refinement realm was different from the peak divine transformation realm. Even though it was just half a step to the void refinement realm, it was a height that ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators could not reach. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. The vanguard had lost without a doubt. However, it was not a shameful defeat. They had to inform the 4 Saint Demon Kings that the early divine transformation realm cultivator they were afraid of, Ning Fan, was indeed someone to be wary of. This person had a large number of divine transformation realm spiritual puppets and a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse. This information was enough to atone for his crimes. However, the prerequisite was that he could escape. What orders do you have for me? Shi Bing looked at Ning Fan awkwardly. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had when he first met Ning Fan. At that time, Ning Fan was at the nascent soul realm while Shi Bing was at the divine transformation realm. They were existences that could shake the entire external endless sea with just a stomp of their feet. However, now, be it in the hands of the enemies or his own people, Shi Bing was considered a weakling. He was not that powerful anymore. Could it be that he was called out to be sent to his death as cannon fodder? Shi Bing felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, if Ning Fan wanted to, he would just be a cannon fodder in a group battle of this level. I can't split myself for the time being. You have spiritual intelligence. This black dragon and the 10 spiritual puppets will all be under your control. I don't care how you control them. I only want one result. Leave nothing alive within 30,000 li * 500 m per li. What? Shi Bing was dumbfounded. Ning Fan actually asked him to be the leader and lead all the refined corpse puppets with his insignificant strength. Did I hear it wrongly? Why does Ning Fan trust my abilities so much? Can't you do it? Ning Fan frowned. I can. Shi Bing was a little excited. Even in the northern heaven, in the Lost World Palace, he was only considered as an ordinary puppet in terms of strength. However, when he was created, his spiritual intelligence was higher than ordinary puppets, and his mind was not weak either. Hence, he was appointed as Bai Xiaoman's natal puppet to protect her. Before Bai Xiaoman left the northern heaven, he could only be under the control of other high-grade spiritual puppets in the war between realms. He had never thought of leading a group of spiritual puppets that were far stronger than him to fight a battle. Under normal circumstances, spiritual puppets could not advance to the next level. However, the northern heaven had a secret technique called puppet ascension technique. It was specially developed to increase the strength of spiritual puppets. The main way to increase their strength was to devour souls. Puppets did not have souls. Thus, in order to advance, they must first devour and condense their souls to imitate a human. Only then would they be able to increase their strength. An early Divine Transformation Realm Stone Warrior would need to devour at least 10 mid-Divine Transformation Realm souls in order to advance. It was impossible for him to do it alone. However, with so many subordinates, devouring the souls of these 12 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators was a piece of cake. This was an opportunity. Stone Warrior did not care about life or death. He did not care about strength. However, one day, he would return to Bai Xiaoman's side and protect her again. To achieve that, he needed strength. No one will survive within 30,000 li asterisk. Stone Warrior solemnly cupped his fists and stepped on the head of the black dragon. Then, he performed a secret technique. Immediately, the 10 black puppets and the black dragon became his arms and he could control them freely. Ning Fan did not know how to use such a profound puppet controlling technique. If he was the one controlling the spiritual puppets, their strength might not necessarily be higher than Stone Warrior's. With Stone Warrior leading the way and the black dragon's strength, these shrimps and crab generals would not be able to escape. 12 rays of black light chased after them. Immediately, the vanguard army of the southern Star Sea, which was initially full of vigor, suffered heavy losses. Miserable shrieks resounded in the sky. Under Stone Warrior's precise control, the black dragon continuously breathed out black dragon breath. The 30,000 soldiers were wiped out in just a few breaths. The 12 Divine Transformation Realm enemy generals were all killed except for Chu Feng. One after another, the demon souls were devoured by Stone Warrior. 3 of them were at the early Divine Transformation Realm and 8 of them were at the mid-Divine Transformation Realm. Chu Feng panted heavily. Looking at the group of puppets that surrounded him, he knew that he would not be able to survive. His eyes flashed with determination and he looked at Ning Fan. Eventually, his gaze fell on Ran. I'm going to die, but I won't die in vain. Dying in the hands of a half-step void refinement realm expert isn't in vain. However, I can't die in vain. Since I can't kill you, I will kill your woman. Evil cold goo, appear. Chu Feng seemed to be holding something in his palm and crushed it. His action was too fast. No one could see what he crushed. Only Ning Fan could see that it was a dark purple silkworm-shaped goo that was an inch large. The moment the insect was crushed, a great sense of danger emerged in Ran's heart. Before she could react, a dark purple insect stinger appeared 1 zhang asterisk, 3. 33 m per zhang, away from her. It turned into a purple ray of light and went straight for her chest. Once it hits her chest, she would definitely die in her current condition. This woman can't defend herself now. If she is hit by the insect, she will die for sure. Even if she can resist it slightly, she will die in 3 days at most if she is hit by the insect. There's no cure for her. Ning Fan knew that Chu Feng was not lying because even he could not relax when facing this insect. Ran's face was filled with despair. She could not move a single inch after using a secret technique, let alone defend herself. She was timid. She didn't know what to do. She felt helpless, she was afraid of death. She had never experienced such a deadly crisis before. What should I do? I can't escape. Just as her shoulders were trembling, a white-robed figure appeared in front of her in a flash. He did not have the time to activate his magical treasures. He only used his physical body to block the insect. I've said that I will protect you from harm. Ning Fan took a step forward and stood in front of Ran. The purple stinger easily broke through the terrifying defense of his corpse devil body and pierced into his chest. It turned into a purple cold chi and ran amok in his body. Immediately, Ning Fan felt a pain in his chest and a sweet taste in his throat. He was about to cough out blood. But he forcefully swallowed the blood, and even crazily used the black fire to forcefully burn the parasite. "Kill him," Ning Fan ordered in a gloomy tone. "Impossible. Why didn't you die when your chest was hit by this insect?" Chu Feng's eyes were filled with fear. If this insect was in his chest, even a peak spirit severing realm expert would die. Why didn't Ning Fan die? There was no answer. Stone Warrior controlled the black dragon and tore Chu Feng into pieces with his dragon claw. At this moment, Shi Ran looked at the trace of black blood that flowed down from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth. She was touched, but she felt terrible. At the same time, Kuan Mo and Yuan Feng, who were preparing for a great battle in the Southern Star Sea, the expressions of Kuan Mo and Yuan Feng changed drastically. Chu Feng's life plate and the other 12 desolate generals' life plates were broken. The life plates of famous Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm demonic beasts were also broken. 100,000 life plates were broken in just half a day. Impossible. I personally given Chu Feng the evil cold insect. Other than half-step void refinement realm experts, no one can kill him. It's even more impossible for the vanguard troops to be annihilated. Who did it? Could it be that early spirit severing realm expert? Yuan Feng suddenly stood up and his expression changed. It's impossible. That person's speed is only slightly faster than his magical treasures. Other than that, he's useless. He doesn't have this kind of ability. Kuan Mo was unwilling to believe that Ning Fan had the ability to annihilate 100,000 vanguard troops. However, at the next moment, several flying swords transmitted information to him, causing him to lose his calm. 3 days later, the Southern Star Sea's Ghost Xiong Pass was massacred. 10 days later, the buried Dragon Sea City was destroyed. 17 days later, the Nanlao Kingdom was destroyed by a single palm strike. An Earth star with a murderous aura was about to charge toward the Southern Star Sea. All the information they had gathered was that the culprit was an early-stage soul formation cultivator. This person's target was obviously the Southern Star Sea's Leviathan Palace. There were no clues about this person's identity. The only thing they knew was that this person was at the early stage of cultivation and the words left on the corpses on the battlefield. The murderer was Luo Yun's Liu Bei. So that early divine transformation cultivator's name is Liu Bei. Big brother and second brother aren't in the Southern Star Sea right now, but if this Liu Bei dares to enter my Kuan Mythic Palace, I'll definitely make him die without a burial place. Kuan Fiend was enraged and shattered the voice transmission flying sword. That Liu Bei was challenging his dignity. He didn't go to Star Island to kill him, but he came to the South Sea to cause trouble, courting death. To be continued. Half a day later, Shi Ran finished collecting the soul sand. In front of her, Ning Fan held the Separation Slayer sword upside down and stood upright. Under his command, Stone Warrior led a group of people to slaughter 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the sea region. Shi Ran stopped using the secret technique. Her small face slowly regained its color. She kept the half bag of soul sand and lowered her head, not daring to look at Ning Fan's face. Then, she gently passed the bag to Ning Fan. Soul refining sand. I've collected enough soul refining sand. With this, it's enough to awaken your medicine soul. She did not dare to look at Ning Fan, not because she was afraid but because she was shy. Her heart was still beating wildly. Just now, when she was in despair and was about to die, Ning Fan stood in front of her without any hesitation and blocked the purple stinger of the evil cold goo. At that time, Shi Ran's heart began to beat wildly and she could not control it. She did not know why. She only knew that she did not dare to look at Ning Fan's eyes anymore. Every time she looked at him, her heart would beat even faster. Thank you for saving me. Shi Ran's voice was as soft as a mosquito. It was as if she had used up all her thoughts and emotions in that sentence. Immediately, her face turned red and she covered her face with her hands. It was already boiling hot. It's nothing. You helped me collect the soul sand and I promise to protect you. It's just my duty to help you block that attack. Putting aside the fact that the evil cold goo is not worth mentioning, I won't let you get hurt no matter how powerful it is. You don't have to take it to heart. Ning Fan received half a bag of soul-refining sand indifferently and kept it in his storage pouch. Then, he comforted Shi Ran by saying that the evil cold goo was not worth mentioning and that his injuries were very light. However, the truth was that the evil cold goo had almost killed him. The technique of refining goo was similar to talisman techniques. The power of a powerful goo was definitely not weaker than a high-grade talisman. That evil cold goo was very powerful. At least, Ning Fan looked fine on the surface. However, his internal organs were already frozen and his blood and qi were stagnant. The insect stinger was too sharp. It could even easily break the defense of his physical body, which was comparable to the third level. Just like what Chu Feng had said, it was incurable. It was not because it could not be suppressed but because it could not be treated with ordinary medicine. If it wasn't for Ning Fan swallowing that mouthful of blood and forcefully suppressing his injuries, he would have been severely injured. If it wasn't for Ning Fan using the 9 types of heavenly frost and earthly fire to forcefully seal his poison power, his internal organs, immortal veins and sea of consciousness would have been sealed by the cold poison. This goo was very powerful. Because of this, Ning Fan wanted to help Shi Ran block that attack. Even though he was often cunning and selfish when dealing with matters, this time, it was Shi Ran who took the initiative to express her goodwill and help Ning Fan greatly. If Ning Fan causes any harm to Shi Ran, it would damage his Dao heart. A man must do what he said. He had promised to protect her, so he had to make sure that she was unharmed. As for how powerful this goo was, Ning Fan did not want to tell Shi Ran about it so that she would not feel guilty about it. After hearing Ning Fan claiming that his injuries were not serious, Shi Ran heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and smiled sweetly. "It's good that you're not seriously injured. Please don't let anything happen to you. If you get seriously injured because of me, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life." However, goo techniques are very obscure and vicious. Even if the injuries on the surface are not serious, there might still be hidden dangers. Let me help you diagnose your immortal veins. Diagnosing a person's pulse was the medical skill of mortals. Diagnosing an immortal vein was something that only pill refinement masters who possessed medicine souls could do. Shi Ran did not understand her own feelings. She only knew that from the moment Ning Fan stood in front of her and shielded her, her mood had become very strange. When she thought of Ning Fan getting injured because of her, her heart actually felt like it was being torn apart. She did not know why she felt like this. She had never felt this way before. She raised her small hand and mustered her courage to press on Ning Fan's wrist. At this moment, Ning Fan was trying his best to suppress the cold poison in his body. Thus, he did not notice Shi Ran's action. When Ning Fan noticed that Shi Ran's small hand was pressing on his wrist, his expression changed drastically. "Don't touch me." However, it was too late. At the moment when their limbs touched, a dark purple cold force went through Ning Fan's wrist and went into Shi Ran's small hand. Shi Ran's flame was not as strong as Ning Fan's to resist the cold. Her touch was like touching an immemorial profound ice that was produced once every 100,000 years in the profound demon sea. The bone-chilling cold went into her soft fingers like being pricked by needles. It caught Shi Ran off guard and she instinctively screamed in pain. Ah! In just a moment, Shi Ran's small hand was frozen by purple frost. The frost spread from her small hand to her wrist and then to her arm. In an instant, her entire arm was frozen. Shi Ran was dumbfounded. She instinctively screamed in pain after being invaded by the cold poison. However, her first reaction was not fear of pain or cold but guilt. The cold poison that went through Ning Fan's wrist was obviously the poison of the evil cold goo. Just a trace of it was enough to catch him off guard and freeze his arm. A trace of it was enough to freeze her arm. Then, what kind of terrifying cold power would the complete poison have? The current Ning Fan was enduring so much pain from the poison, but he did not tell her about it. Was he afraid that she would feel guilty? She could also see that the power of the poison had been greatly stimulated by the touch. The coldness of the evil cold goo was not ordinary cold qi. Therefore, even if Ning Fan's earth fire was powerful, it was still difficult for him to completely resist the poison. Those who were poisoned by the poison had a big taboo, which was to not touch a woman when the poison was activated. After all, women were of the yin attribute and their natures were cold. Once they were touched, the poison would increase tremendously. Ran knew that she was afraid that she had caused trouble again and caused Ning Fan's cold poison to worsen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At this moment, she actually forgot that she was also affected by the cold poison due to her carelessness. One of her arms was frozen to the point where she lost all feeling. She only blamed herself. If it wasn't for him protecting her, Ning Fan would not have been injured. If it wasn't for her being too stupid, she would have noticed that Ning Fan was being invaded by the poison. She would not have touched him and caused the poison to worsen. The poison in Ning Fan's body became even more chaotic after being touched by Ran. The consequence of this touch was that his 6 internal organs were completely frozen. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were already frozen. The next step would be his sea of consciousness and immortal veins. If these 2 were also frozen, there would be no way to cure the poison. Why are you apologizing to me? Didn't I tell you that this evil cold poison is just a small matter? You, on the other hand, are in trouble after being invaded by this cold poison. Fortunately, the poison isn't severe and it won't be difficult to cure it. Ning Fan smiled gently. Ran was no longer his enemy and he did not need to show her a cold face anymore. He patted his storage pouch and took out a lot of demon blood that he had obtained from killing demons in the past. He crushed the jade bottles and burned them with corpse fire, turning 10 bottles of demon blood into a dark red blood crystal. This blood crystal has the effect of suppressing the poison. It's my first time seeing this evil cold poison. I don't know the specific method to cure it. However, based on what I felt when I was poisoned, this poison isn't really cold. Instead, it's a kind of chill in the heart. If you want to cure this poison, you have to burn it with blood. It will have a miraculous effect. Your cold poison isn't severe. The blood essence of these thousands of nascent soul realm beasts should be enough to cure your poison. Ning Fan passed the blood crystal to Ran. Ran shook her head guiltily. I won't eat it. Hurry up and eat it. It's all because I'm too stupid that I caused your cold poison to worsen. Just eat it. Don't die. When she thought of what Chu Feng said before he died, Ran felt her small hands trembling. Chu Feng said that those who were poisoned by the evil cold poison wouldn't live for more than 3 days. When she saw Ning Fan alive and kicking, she did not believe it at first. Now, however, she believed it. Everyone would die. Her grandfather would die if he couldn't escape the great heavenly tribulation. Her mother would die due to the backlash from concocting pills. Everyone would die. Ran's heart was in a mess. She did not know why, but when she thought that Ning Fan might die because of the poison, she recalled her grandfather and mother who were the best to her. Don't die. Ran's eyes were filled with tears. This time, it was not because she was afraid or spoiled. She just could not bear to see Ning Fan die. Even if she did not understand why she would have such a strange feeling. Don't worry. I won't die. Ning Fan looked at Ran and sighed softly. Once upon a time, he had also made such a promise to a lady. If I won't die, how can I die? I can't die until I kill all my enemies. After eating it, I still need your help to concoct a mid-grade 5th revolution pill to suppress the poison. If your arm is frozen, how are you going to concoct the pill for me? Concoct pills? Can concoction pills suppress the poison? I'll eat it and I'll concoct it. Ran no longer dared to touch Ning Fan's body. She carefully received the blood crystal and swallowed it. Even if the blood crystal was too smelly and disgusting, she still wanted to eat it. She wanted to save Ning Fan. As the blood crystal dissolved, the poison on Ran's arm melted. A moment later, she pressed her throat, lay on the ground and vomited. It's too disgusting. I've never eaten something so disgusting before. What pill do you need? I'll concoct it for you. Ran vowed. There's no hurry. I'll tell you later. The vanguard army of Kuan Mo came in a strange manner. It seems like they're coming for the Star Island. As for the evil cold goo that I've received, it's impossible for me not to return it to him. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He was not a person who would let others bully him. Why do people want to become stronger? It's because they don't want to be bullied by others. If one still can't stand up straight after cultivating the Tao, then there's no need to continue cultivating this Tao. Ning Fan was waiting for Stone Warrior and the others to return. An hour later, Stone Warrior and his puppets returned while standing on the gigantic black dragon. Ning Fan did not say much. He just stared at Stone Warrior deeply. When Stone Warrior approached him and handed him Chu Feng's remnant soul, Ning Fan's eyes finally relaxed a little. If you dare to keep this soul for yourself, I won't let you off easily. I dare not. Stone Warrior cupped his fists without saying a word. He led his men to kill 12 Divine Transformation Realm experts and devoured a total of 8 mid-Divine Transformation Realm souls and 3 early Divine Transformation Realm souls. Currently, his chi seemed to be not far away from breaking through to the mid-Divine Transformation Realm. Devouring souls and raising the cultivation base of his puppets could not escape Ning Fan's eyes. However, he did not say much about it. He handed the matter over to Stone Warrior and he would not ask about it. Besides, as long as Stone Warrior did not have any ulterior motives, even if he obtained some benefits from it, Ning Fan could still turn a blind eye to it. Ning Fan could also turn a blind eye to the improvement of his cultivation base. Ning Fan did not expose him and neither did Stone Warrior. However, there was no need to beat around the bush in front of a straightforward person. Ning Fan was already tempted by the technique to raise the cultivation base of his puppets. Even though he knew that his puppets could advance by devouring souls, the specific method was still in Stone Warrior's hands. I want the secret technique to raise your cultivation base. As a reward, I will at least help you advance to the mid-Divine Transformation realm. I also promise you that I will release you the next time I go to the Punlai Immortal Island and hand you over to Bei Xiaoman. I can teach you this technique. Stone Warrior thought for a while and immediately agreed. Even though the puppet ascension technique was a secret technique, many experts in the Northern Heaven could obtain it through establishing a friendly relationship with the Lost World Palace. With Ning Fan's identity, it would not be too difficult for him to obtain this technique after he ascends to the Northern Heaven. If this technique could be used to befriend Ning Fan and ease the relationship between him and the Lost World Palace, it would be the best. Moreover, he would not be able to feel at ease if he does not return to Bei Xiaoman's side. Immediately, Stone Warrior imprinted a jade slip and passed it to Ning Fan. After Ning Fan glanced through the jade slip, he did not say anything and kept it for the time being. However, his eyes were filled with passion. Puppet Ascension Technique. With this technique, as long as I kill enough Divine Transformation Realm beings, I will be able to raise the level of my puppets. In this way, the 10 spiritual puppets that I have and the 10 or so spiritual puppets that old ancestor Dong Su promised me will all have room to improve their strength. In this world, there are too few subordinates that I can trust. Puppets are undoubtedly the subordinates that I can trust the most. After receiving Chu Feng's remnant soul, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Without showing any mercy, he searched Chu Feng's soul and memory. From Chu Feng's remnant soul, Ning Fan learned about the forces in the Sea of Stars, the secret of the evil cold goo and even the plan of Kuan Mo and the others to attack the Star Island to kill him. Devour this soul and you can break through to the mid-Divine Transformation realm. Ning Fan passed Chu Feng's remnant soul to Stone Warrior after searching his soul. His eyes flashed with unprecedented killing intent. Ever since he left Ning City, even though he was unwilling to be bullied, he had always been extremely restrained in his actions. He did not destroy Great Jin. He did not destroy the external Endless Sea. He also did not destroy any of the 9 divisions of the Lu clan. He was enduring. However, he could no longer do so in the Sea of Stars. If he continued to endure, the 4 sacred demons would gather their forces and besiege the Star Island in the end. Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble in the Sea of Stars. However, since he won't let me go, I won't hesitate to bathe the entire Sea of Stars in blood. There were 3 star gates in the Sea of Stars. This Sea of Stars was divided into 4 seas. There were 4 half-step void refinement realm wild beasts who called themselves the 4 sacred demons. Kuan Mo was in the South Sea. Moreover, from Chu Feng's memory, the other 3 sacred demons had originally given up on provoking him. However, this demon was determined to kill him. Evil cold goo? Ridiculous. Do you really think you can take my name with a mere poison? This goo was indeed powerful. It was not an ordinary cold poison which could not be extracted with fire power. However, the power of blood could dissolve this poison. I won't die. I want to cleanse my cold poison with the blood of all the demons in the South Star Sea. Just because my hands are not stained with blood doesn't mean that I won't kill. Ning Fan formed a sword sense with his finger and a ray of sword light shot towards the Star Island. It was none other than the sound transmission flying sword. It only told him to stay in the outside world for a while and asked Wu Yan and the other women to rest and not worry. With Wei Xian's prestige around, the bear demon would not dare to provoke the three women. Moreover, he might even give them some gifts to befriend him. I'm going to kill them. Do you want to come with me? Ning Fan looked at Xiran indifferently. If she refuses, he would send 2 spiritual puppets to escort her back. Kill them. When she thought of this terrifying word, Xiran's face turned pale with fright. However, when she thought that Ning Fan's cold poison had not been dispelled yet, she was unwilling to leave. I'm not afraid of killing them. Perhaps? I have to go with you. Ning Fan did not say anything else. His sleeves fluttered and he took out the golden flame chariot. He rolled Xiran up and stood at the front of the chariot. Golden flame chariot. Xiran's eyes sparkled with stars. It was very difficult to ride such a luxurious, high-end, low-profile and elegant vehicle during the era when the heavenly court had collapsed. Xiran could not avoid having a love for a famous vehicle. Ning Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes were as cold as stone. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to the demon's sinister forest where he would die if he took a step back. He swore to pierce through the sky. When he first entered the Star Sea, he was ambushed by the demon beasts of the sea region. Killing the demon was just to protect himself. When he was being chased by Kuan-Mo and dozens of wild beasts, if he had been more ruthless at that time and directly killed that demon, he would not be in so much trouble now. Kuan-Mo deserved to be killed. Everyone, get on the carriage. We are going to kill them. The Guixiong Pass was the outermost line of defense that the Kuan demon had set up in the southern Star Ocean. It stretched for 100,000 miles, and there were a large number of sea beasts' nests inside the pass. There were a total of 300,000 core beasts guarding the pass. The surging sea currents that flowed through this place were all neutralized by the power of the formation. Countless sea beasts and war chariots entered and exited the pass, busily organizing their troops, as if preparing for war. In the most heavily guarded part of the pass stood a sea palace. In the palace, the general guarding the pass was drinking and chatting with several desolate generals. 30,000 kilometers away from this pass, a streak of golden light flashed and landed on the seabed. On the golden chariot, Ning Fan remained silent. Looking at the formation light which was filled with dense black qi, his eyes turned solemn. The cold air around his body became even denser. Even the stone warrior and the other early-stage puppets didn't dare to get within 3 feet of him. This cold qi was the cold poison of the evil cold gu. After freezing Ning Fan's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, it showed signs of invading Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Liu Bei, this is the pill you need. In the golden flame chariot, Xiran's face was covered with dust. She hurriedly walked out of the chariot with a scorching red pill in her hands and carefully handed it to Ning Fan. Middle grade 5th revolution pill. Vermilion bird soul warming pill. The pill recipe was given by Ning Fan. Xiran did not know the exact medicinal effect of the pill. However, the moment Xiran took the pill recipe, she hesitated. Judging from the medicinal ingredients, she knew that this pill didn't have the effect of eradicating the cold poison. The vermilion bird soul warming pill could turn a cultivator's sea of consciousness into flames for a short period of time, giving them a divine ability similar to fire sense and fire sense. However, its power was naturally far inferior to true fire sense. Xiran did not know what Ning Fan needed this pill for. However, she did not ask much about it. Instead, she activated a secret technique that damaged her own body. In just 3 days, she forcefully concocted this pill. Based on her own ability, she would need at least 100 days to refine this pill. Forcefully refining it within 3 days naturally caused great damage to her, and even a trace of the purity of her bloodline was damaged. She was very afraid that Ning Fan would die. Thus, it would be better for her to finish concocting the pills as soon as possible. Before Chu Feng died, he said that those who were poisoned by the evil cold gu would not be able to live for more than 3 days. She was not sure how many days Ning Fan could live. He succeeded in refining it in 3 days? Ning Fan was surprised. However, when he saw Xianxia's pale face, he immediately understood that Xianxia must have damaged herself greatly in order to concoct this pill. He had only protected her once, yet she was willing to put in so much effort to save him. What a naive girl. You've worked hard, I'm fine. Hurry up and take the pill. Xianxia said seriously. Yes. Ning Fan swallowed the vermilion bird soul-warming pill. Immediately, a wave of scorching medicinal power entered his immortal meridians, circulated throughout his entire body and finally converged into his sea of consciousness. Within his sword sense, the medicinal energy spread out, causing the small spiritual sense swords to be dyed in flames. The original power of the sword sense carried a trace of firepower. This firepower was used to kill enemies. It was not much stronger than nascent realm spells. However, turning the sea of consciousness into flames had other uses. With a resolute look in his eyes, Ning Fan no longer hesitated and forced all the cold poison in his limbs and bones into his sea of consciousness. This should have been an act of self-harming, but his sea of consciousness was not frozen, because it had already turned into a flame. Why did you bring the goo poison into your sea of consciousness? Could it be that you want to use this parasitic poison to increase the power of your spirit perception? Xianxia's face was filled with panic. At this moment, she finally understood why Ning Fan asked her to concoct the vermilion bird soul-warming pill. The goo technique was actually a type of spirit sense attack. To be more precise, it was an attack of the goo sense. The goo technique that was specially fed had a shocking amount of goo sense. That purple thorn that appeared out of nowhere was the strongest goo sense attack of the evil cold goo technique. It was equivalent to the total power of a peak spirit severing realm cultivator's spirit sense. Therefore, the goo sense was extremely strong. The power of the insect's thorn was shocking. The poison was extremely cold and could not be removed by ordinary means. The poison that was left in Ning Fan's body was not only poison but also the spirit sense power of the evil cold goo technique. If one could devour the power of the goo technique, he could improve his spirit sense and turn the harmful poison into a good medicine to improve his spirit sense. However, Xianxia had never seen anyone refining the poison to improve their spirit sense. If an ordinary cultivator was poisoned by the poison, who would take the risk to refine it? Wouldn't it be lucky to be able to force the poison out of their body? Why are you so reckless? Is the poison something that can be refined by a cultivator? Xianxia was so anxious that she was about to cry. If she knew that Ning Fan would use such an extreme method to deal with the poison, she would never concoct the vermilion bird soul-warming pill for him. Instead, she would find other methods to concoct other pills to save his life. Perhaps it would damage his cultivation base and cause his cultivation level to drop. However, as long as Ning Fan's life is preserved, it would be great. Don't worry. Ning Fan gently patted Xianxia's head, causing her face to immediately turn red. It was her first time being touched by a man. However, she soon realized that after consuming the vermilion bird soul-warming pill and guiding the poison into his sea of consciousness, Ning Fan could actually touch her now. This was something that he could not do before. Has your poison been suppressed? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. For now. With the strength of my sword sense and the warmth of the soul-warming pill, this cold poison can forget about freezing my sea of consciousness. If I can completely refine this frost poison insect sense, my divine sense will be greatly enhanced. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curled into a smile. His principle of doing things was to maximize the benefits of everything. Even if he was poisoned, he would want to leave some benefits behind. Evil cold goo? As long as he is not poisoned to death, this poison is not a poison but a tonic for his spirit sense. With the help of the sword sense and the soul-warming pill, Ning Fan was able to temporarily suppress the evil cold goo. As long as he could collect enough demon blood in the shortest time possible, he would be able to detoxify the poison and improve the power of his spirit sense. Without saying anything else, Ning Fan pointed at the golden flame chariot. Immediately, the chariot turned into a ray of golden light and flew across the sea. In just a few moments, it had traveled 30,000 li * 500 m per li, and appeared in front of Guixiong Pass. Outside the Guixiong Pass, hundreds of gold core realm sea beasts were shocked when they noticed the golden chariot. The speed of the golden chariot was something that they had never seen in their lives. Moreover, it appeared outside the Xiong Pass without any warning. One of the sea beasts let out a warning roar. The other hundreds of sea beasts surrounded the golden chariot and said coldly, "Halt your steps. Trespassers who are not from the Xiong Pass are committing a serious crime. If you don't retreat within 3 breaths, you will die." The sea beasts were only at the gold core realm. They could only see that there were 13 figures on the golden chariot. They could only see that the dragon corpse that pulled the chariot was as huge as a mountain, but they couldn't see through the cultivation of any one of them. Although they didn't know what level of cultivation this person had, they knew that this person wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, no matter how powerful this person was, they weren't afraid. They were the subordinates of the Southern Star Sea's Kuan Devil. Who would dare to cause trouble in the Kuan Devil's territory? There was no need for these sea beasts to be polite to Ning Fan and the others. Ning Fan leaped off the golden carriage and swept across the place with his spirit sense. His late divine transformation realm spirit sense easily penetrated through the defensive grand formation of the Xiong Pass and scanned through the bodies of the gold core realm sea beasts. As soon as his spirit sense swept across them, each of the gold core realm sea beasts was immediately filled with fear. When Ning Fan's spirit sense swept across them, they could clearly feel an irresistible pressure. This pressure was even stronger than the one he felt when facing the main general of Xiong Fortress. What was even more frightening was that the aura of this divine sense was unreservedly exuding a trace of bloody killing intent that was difficult to erase. That dense murderous aura was as if he had just walked through a sea of blood and arrived at the gates of hell. Who are you? With such a strong spirit sense, it's impossible for you to be a nobody in the Star Sea. Ah. At this moment, the sea beasts no longer had the arrogance they had before. Their faces were filled with fear. Each of the gigantic beasts that were the size of a small hill appeared in front of Ning Fan, who was just a frail human. Their auras became dispirited and they felt ashamed of their inferiority. They finally remembered that they should politely ask about the visitor's identity before they chase him out of the pass. However, there was no need for Ning Fan to explain to these beasts that were about to die, "Your master is my enemy, your blood is the best tonic for me to detoxify the poison and improve my spirit sense. Die." As Ning Fan's sword sense swept across, the mere white-headed pale beast was immediately smashed into pieces and turned into minced meat. All of the blood mist was swallowed by Ning Fan. Under the nourishment of the blood essence of a mere white-headed pale beast, the cold poison was immediately weakened by 100,000th. The melted cold poison was immediately devoured by his spirit sense in the form of flames. It actually increased the power of his spirit sense. This slight increase was insignificant, but it made Ning Fan's eyes brighten up. Devouring the poison to improve my spirit sense is feasible. Who dares to commit murder in my Gue Pass? You're courting death. Groups of ferocious beasts that stood on the 10,000 Xiang * 3. 33 M per Zhang, tall walls of the Gue Pass shouted in anger. It was impossible for them to not notice Ning Fan's action of killing 100 pale beasts. After witnessing Ning Fan's strength, how would these beasts dare to attack him? They only dared to stay on the city walls and activate the formation power. Tens of thousands of arrows were shot at Ning Fan. At the same time, they sent a warning to the people inside the pass. Jade-breaking arrow formation. It's actually a peak divine transformation realm formation. The formation power of the arrows is extremely powerful. A single arrow can kill a late gold core realm cultivator, 100 of them can kill a late nascent soul realm cultivator, and 10,000 of them can kill a late divine transformation realm cultivator. Liu Bei, be careful. This arrow formation is very powerful. Ran was a little worried. She was worried that Ning Fan, who was currently injured, would be injured by the 10,000 arrows. However, her worry was unnecessary. It was because Ning Fan directly grabbed Ran's slender and soft waist and soared into the sky. "I'm going to kill someone. If you're afraid, just close your eyes." He only said one sentence, but when he said it, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He touched his glabella with one of his fingers. At the next moment, a crystal compass that shone like silver water appeared in his palm. As soon as the compass appeared, a 100 Zhang * 3, 33 M per Zhang, large starlight formation diagram appeared beneath Ning Fan's feet. This formation diagram was simple and profound. After fusing countless ancient formations into it, it gave off traces of heavy and ancient qi. All of a sudden, the star formation shone brightly. Around Ning Fan and she ran, 30,000 silver lotus lanterns rose. The lanterns were lit up one after another. At this moment, she ran wore an intoxicated expression because these lanterns were so beautiful. They were even more beautiful than the fireworks. What kind of magic treasure is this? Why haven't I seen Liu Bei use it before? There was no answer. However, when 3,000 lanterns were lit, a silver light screen rose from the 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang formation diagram and blocked the path in front of Ning Fan and she ran. When the 10,000 arrows that were powerful enough to kill a late divine transformation realm cultivator collided with the silver light screen, they were immediately ignited with silver flames and turned into ashes. On the giant city, each of the sea beasts revealed a shocked expression. What kind of magic treasure is this? Its defense is actually so heaven-defying. The power of the formation light, which was enough to kill a soul formation late-stage cultivator, was so easily blocked. 3,000 star lamps are more than enough to block an attack from a late divine transformation realm expert. But it's not over yet. Reverse. As Ning Fan uttered the word rebel, 10,000 silver arrows rained down from the star formation. It was exactly the same as the attack from the Ghost Gate formation. This was the magical power of the star-fixing compass. Peerless defense and reverse attacks, first update, to be continued. The first compass formed a formation using starlight, the second word reversed, reversing the attack. She ran was unable to comprehend the profundity of the formation. However, the terror of the star fixation plate made her suck in a deep breath. Looking at the 30,000 lanterns, she ran's eyes were no longer filled with infatuation. Instead, they were filled with astonishment. The power of the 10,000 arrow rain could kill a late divine transformation realm expert. However, it was blocked by the star fixation plate. 3,000 lanterns could block the attack of a peak divine transformation realm expert. If there are 5,000 lanterns, it could probably block the attack of a half-step void refinement realm expert. If there are 10,000 lanterns, it could even block the attack of a void refinement realm expert. If there are 30,000 lanterns, it could even block the attack of a mid-void refinement realm expert. What a strong defensive magical treasure. However, I wonder how many lanterns he can light up at the most. She ran curled up her body and hid in Ning Fan's embrace. She did not ask much as she was afraid that her words would distract Ning Fan. She just closed her eyes obediently. She was a little scared because she knew that Ning Fan was going to kill someone. The 10,000 star arrows shot out in reverse and landed on the formation light of the Ghost Pass, producing a deafening sound. However, the formation light did not shatter completely. Countless cracks were formed on it and the formation marks healed immediately. Even so, it was much weaker than before. It still needed a lot of time to restore the formation light. If the formation was able to block the attack of a peak divine transformation realm expert before, its current defensive power could only block the attack of a late divine transformation realm expert. Stop him. Buy some time for the formation to recover its power. Don't let him attack the formation again. You guys guard the gate. My 5 brothers will stop him. The 5 half-step divine transformation realm sea beasts had already transformed into half of their human forms. They came from different directions. After a few teleportations, they had already rushed out of the formation and surrounded Ning Fan. All 5 of them had the appearance of a big-headed boy. However, all of them had fish scales on their bodies. They seemed to be some kind of fish-type demon beast. The chi of the 5 of them was not weak. If they were in the endless outer sea, they would be at the level of the 4 tower lords of the Lost World Palace. Moreover, the 5 of them were proficient in joint attacks. When they joined forces, they could even kill an early divine transformation realm expert. It's the 5 fish demons. Not only are their joint attacks powerful, but they are also proficient in the scales technique. Even the attacks of an ordinary divine transformation realm expert can be deflected by their scales. The appearance of the 5 of them greatly boosted the Ghost Pass's morale. But shortly after, all the excited shouts turned into panic and fear. However, Ning Fan did not even look at the 5 of them. He directly kept the inlaid star compass and took a step forward. With this step, the 5 of them coughed up blood and fell from the sky, their auras weakened. There was no longer any trace of smugness on their faces, only fear. Even though the five of them had the strength to travel unhindered in the Sea of Stars, they could not even get close to Ning Fan. With just a single step, Ning Fan could severely injure them to the point of death. What is his strength? Not an early divine transformation realm cultivator, not even a middle divine transformation realm cultivator. Even a middle divine transformation realm cultivator like General Gui Nu wouldn't be able to heavily injure us with just one step. Ah. Without any unnecessary explanation, Ning Fan took the second step forward. All five of them were annihilated by the sword light of the great momentum. He blocked Shi Ran with one hand while his other hand bombarded the ghost pass's black formation light with punches like a storm. Break! Due to the distance between them, Ning Fan took 7 steps back while the formation light shattered into light mist with a loud bang. The formation had been broken. After descending on the city tower, Ning Fan released his sword sense. Within 30,000 li * 500 m per li, black color spread out. Die. As the sword sense swept across the area, groups of gigantic pill refinement beasts shrieked and died. In an instant, at least 100,000 ferocious beasts died within 30,000 li * 500 m per li. It was close to 1/3 of the ghost pass's strength. As for those nascent soul realm beasts, even though they did not die under the sword sense, they were severely injured. They were already terrified. Sword sense. This is bad. Someone is breaking through the formation. Quickly report to General Gui Nu. It was too sudden. No one expected that Ning Fan would actually break through the ghost pass's grand formation with a single punch. If they knew that Ning Fan had the ability to break through the formation, they would have gathered 100,000 pill refinement beasts into a formation. Naturally, they would not be afraid of the sword sense attack of a gold core realm cultivator. Ning Fan clenched his 5 fingers. In the Sea of Stars, 1,000 drops of dark red blood rain scattered and turned into rays of blood light. They flew towards the nascent soul realm beasts at an astonishing speed. In an instant, 1,000 injured nascent soul realm beasts were melted and decayed under the blood rain. The remaining few nascent soul realm beasts barely withstood the attack of the blood rain. However, they were already at a loss. They desperately ran towards the most prominent sea palace in the pass. They must inform General Gui Nu about Ning Fan's breakthrough. After keeping the blood rain, Ning Fan clawed at the sky. The blood and demon cores of 100,000 pill refinement beasts and 1,000 nascent soul realm beasts turned into blood light and coarse shadows. They gathered at the center of Ning Fan's palm and condensed into a blood-red light ball. This light ball contained almost all of the essence chi of 100,000 ferocious beasts. Its blood chi was overwhelming. After swallowing the light ball and refining the blood power, about 1% of the goo poison in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was immediately dissolved. As for his demon power, it was slowly increasing under the influence of the blood chi. However, he needed to completely refine the goo poison in order to increase his demon power. The dissolution of the goo poison meant that his spirit sense had improved. The spirit sense that had been strengthened under the inheritance of the blood essence was now completely stable. When this evil cold goo is completely eliminated, my late spirit sense will be able to break through to the peak. After Ning Fan broke through the grand formation of the Ghost Pass, Stone Warrior and the other puppets also began to kill the enemies in other directions. The nests of the sea beasts were easily broken through. Their roars of fear and anger could be heard continuously. Shi Ran, who was curled up in Ning Fan's embrace, was so frightened by the screams that her face turned pale. To her, this scene was a little too terrifying. It was not that she had never seen a battle between cultivators before. However, such a large-scale battle and the sea of blood that dyed the Sea of Stars red still made her feel scared. There were 8 divine transformation realm experts guarding the Ghost Pass. When Ning Fan was breaking through the formation, the 8 of them were drinking and having fun. If it wasn't for that, Ning Fan definitely would not be able to break through the formation unhindered. In the Sea Palace, the sound of stringed and bamboo music could be heard from afar. In the joyous atmosphere of the guests, the Lord of the Ghost Pass, Gui Nu, was holding a grand banquet to celebrate his birthday. Gui Nu was a white-haired and one-eyed desolate general. His appearance was old but he had a fierce aura force. His eyes were cloudy but as deep as the sea. His mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base allowed him to guard the Ghost Pass and become the right-hand man of King Kuan Devil. Even the plan to attack the Star Island was part of his plan. Below his seat, the 7 early Divine Transformation Realm Deputy Generals were exchanging toasts. Each of them showed respect to Guinu from the bottom of their hearts. If you don't break through the Ghost Pass, you will all be my slaves. This bold and unconstrained oath was the origin of the 2 words. Guinu the Vanguard has already left the Ghost Pass. In less than a month, they will be able to station themselves at the periphery of the Star Island. When that time comes, there will be other demon armies to restrain the old bear. As for us, we will follow King Kuan Devil's order and take care of that early Divine Transformation Realm expert. This old man would like to see how strong that early Divine Transformation Realm expert is and whether he can withstand one of my attacks. Guinu was already half drunk. Ghost General is extraordinarily brave. His Jade Life Body technique has almost reached the peak of the 2nd level. He is considered one of the best among the mid-Divine Transformation Realm experts in the Sea of Stars. That early Divine Transformation Realm expert is nothing. He can only scare that cowardly old bear. If he faces Ghost General, I'm afraid he will lose his life in less than 3 moves. 3 moves? This old man only needs 1 move to kill him. Speaking of which, isn't it very lively outside today? Guinu stood up. His eyes narrowed and suddenly revealed a shocked expression. He could faintly hear countless miserable cries and beasts roaring coming from the direction of the Ghost Pass, which was tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li away. What shocked him even more was that in the main hall of the Sea Palace, a white-robed figure carrying a delicate young lady appeared out of thin air. With just a sway, he appeared out of thin air. No one could see how he entered the palace. The 7 early Divine Transformation Realm deputies immediately stood up with their hands on their swords. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. They could not see how Ning Fan appeared. The only thing they could tell was that Ning Fan was an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator while the young lady was a late Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. Late Divine Transformation Realm. Most of the people's astonishment was directed at Xiran. However, those with discerning eyes could see that Xiran had damaged herself in order to concoct pills. Her chi was chaotic and she could not release her demon power at all. As such, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, since Ning Fan could barge into the Sea Palace, something big must have happened in the outside world. As soon as everyone released their spirit sense, their expressions changed greatly. Outside the Ghost Pass, the nests of 300,000 sea beasts had been razed to the ground. Outside the Sea Palace, 11 Divine Transformation Realm spiritual puppets and a half-step Void Refinement Realm refined Black Dragon corpse surrounded the Sea Palace tightly. You're courting death. How dare you kill people in my Southern Star Sea's Ghost Pass? You must die. The 2 early Divine Transformation Realm deputies were enraged. They turned into 2 traces of green smoke. One attacked Xiran while the other attacked Ning Fan. In their eyes, the people in the outside world were all refined corpses and puppets. Only the young lady in front of them was alive. In terms of cultivation base, the young lady seemed to be stronger than the young man. Perhaps she was the leader of the puppets. The puppets in the outside world were extremely strong. However, if they could capture the leader of the puppets, they could turn the situation around. Even though they hated them for wasting their time by drinking wine, they did not put Ning Fan and Xiran in their eyes. Xiran was injured and she was not good at fighting. Her face was pale and her chi was chaotic. Ning Fan's chi seemed to be quite fierce. However, he was just an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator after all. There was nothing to be afraid of. Shark bite. Well, bite. The 2 deputies reverted to their original forms. Their human forms remained unchanged. However, they revealed their shark and whale heads and bit at Ning Fan and Xiran. The bodies of wild beasts were terrifying in the first place. The bite of the shark and whale was enough to kill ordinary Divine Transformation Realm cultivators who had weak bodies. The 2 attacks were as fast as lightning, but Ning Fan was faster. No one could see his identity clearly. He had already blocked in front of Xiran and threw out both of his fists. The force of his fists landed on the top of the 2 deputies' heads. The sharp teeth that they were proud of could not withstand a single blow from Ning Fan's fists. Their teeth were crushed, the tremendous force spread through the top of their heads. Their demon bones were crushed and their demon bodies were turned into a mist of blood by the force of the fists. When the remaining force spread out, the guests who were below the divine transformation realm in the sea palace immediately died and the void shattered. He killed the 2 deputies in an instant. Guinu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He did not expect that Ning Fan, who looked inconspicuous, was actually a body refinement expert who could kill a divine transformation realm expert with just a single punch. Judging from the power of that punch, he was at least not weaker than a second-level Jade Life realm expert. The more Guinu looked at Ning Fan, the more familiar he felt Ning Fan was. However, he was still drunk and could not recall who that person was. He just took a step forward with an imposing aura force and ordered the deputies beside him in a deep voice. He is a second-level Jade Life realm expert. Don't make a move recklessly. Let me eliminate him. Don't make a move recklessly meant that they should launch a sneak attack when they have the chance. The remaining 5 early divine transformation realm experts understood his order. Their eyes fell on Ning Fan. Ning Fan revealed a sarcastic expression. He also took a step forward and crushed Guinu's aura force. Did you just say that you can eliminate me in a single move? Puff Guinu's aura force was crushed in just one move. He retreated 10 steps back and stabilized his body. However, he coughed out a mouthful of blood which dyed his white beard red. His expression changed greatly. This young man has a very strange technique. He crushed my aura force with a single step. Let's attack together and kill him. Attack together. Kill. The Sea of Stars was filled with ferocious beasts. Even if they were at the end of their rope, they would still fight desperately. Besides, Guinu thought that he might not necessarily lose since he had 6 deputies on his side. Their ferocious aura force seemed to be directed at Ning Fan. However, 3 of them immediately turned into wisps of smoke and moved towards Xiran. The demons of the Sea of Stars only like to bully women, huh? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with coldness. Last time, it was because of his carelessness that Chu Feng was able to take advantage of him and almost hurt Xiran. This time, he would not be careless again. He took a step back and held Xiran's slender waist. At this moment, the figures of 3 deputy generals appeared one after another behind Xiran. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, their expressions changed greatly. They did not expect that Ning Fan would see through their plan to ambush Xiran with just a glance. Close your eyes, Ning Fan instructed softly. Immediately, Xiran's face turned pale and she closed her eyes obediently. At the next moment, Ning Fan slapped his palm towards the 3 generals. The might of his palm caused the Sea of Stars to roll in reverse. Within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, the sea was separated into a dry zone that was 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, wide. Retreat quickly. This person is not at the 2nd level of the Jade Life realm. He is at the 3rd level. Even Guinu, who was at the peak of the 2nd level of the Jade Life realm, could not split the sea with a single palm strike. Under the force of the palm strike, the bones of the 3 generals let out cracking sounds. They could barely stand steadily. No one dared to underestimate the might of that palm strike. Demon form appear. The 3 generals transformed into their original forms that were 1,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall, attempting to block the might of that palm strike with their strong physical bodies as wild beasts. Boom *. As soon as the palm strike landed, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. All the scales of the 3 beasts were instantly shattered. After a few cracking sounds, the immortal veins of the 3,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall giant beasts were broken. Their demon cores were crushed and their bones turned into ashes. They were dead. As for the attacks of the other 3 generals, Ning Fan ignored them. He directly took 9 steps forward and formed a sword with his great force. The 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall sea palace collapsed under the sword light. Guinu seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and only then did he manage to stabilize his body. As for the other 2 deputy generals, they were directly turned into minced meat under the 9 steps of heaven trampling. Guinu was the only one left. Help. I need to ask for help. Guinu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He patted his storage pouch and took out a crimson-red formation disc. The formation disk was used to set up an imprisonment formation. There were 3 layers in total and they seemed to be imprisoning someone. There are 3 star Cs in total. We are in the Greedy Wolf Star. These prisoners are the experts of the Army Destroyer Star C. They were captured by the great King Kuan Devil. He set a restriction on them and handed them to me. Unless there is no other choice, they are not to be used easily. Open. As Gui Nu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, the seals of the 3 imprisonment formations were torn apart. 3 rays of traveling light shot out from the formation disk and stood beside Gui Nu. All of them had mid-divine transformation realm chi. Moreover, the red-faced old man who was the leader of the 3 was in existence, who was half a step away from breaking through to the late divine transformation realm. I'm out. I'm finally out. I'm free. The 3 of them glanced at Gui Nu and sneered. Then, they looked at Ning Fan and Gui Nu with disdain. However, when they saw the corpses of the wild beasts on the ground, their expressions turned slightly solemn. Kill these 2 and I'll return the freedom of the 3 of you. Gui Nu said with a hideous smile. An injured late divine transformation realm expert and an early divine transformation realm ant? Deal. The 3 of them laughed and agreed. However, their eyes were immediately filled with fear. They saw Ning Fan take a step forward. Black chi floated around his body and turned into a black robe. His black hair grew longer and fluttered without wind. The moment strange demonic marks appeared on his face, he took a step forward and turned into a flowing black shadow. Black Torrent Spirit Separation Technique. The moment this technique appeared, the 4 mid-divine transformation realm experts, including Gui Nu, were filled with fear. What kind of magic technique is this? It's unstoppable. Unstoppable. Incarnation. This is the incarnation that only void fragmentation realm old monsters can comprehend. Ordinary techniques won't be able to attack it at all. This young man has an incarnation. Among those at the same level as him, he's almost invincible. How can we possibly be his match? Gui Nu, you tricked us. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them turned into rays of light and fled. However, just as they escaped from the Sea Palace, they became even more frightened. It was because the Sea Palace was surrounded by 12 powerful chi. There was no way for them to escape. Die. The black shadow dispersed and the black shadow condensed. The moment Ning Fan's figure condensed, the 4 mid-divine transformation realm experts let out a miserable cry. They were surrounded by the black shadow and died. There was no one left alive in the Ghost Impregnable Pass. The blood of the demons killed here was enough for Ning Fan to completely neutralize the poison of the evil cold goo. A long time after he killed the demons, a small black sword broke through the air and arrived. It was the flying sword that transmitted sound. When it reached the direction of the Sea Palace, it gently exploded and turned into a furious order. It was from Kuan Mo Chu Feng's vanguard demon army has been annihilated. None of them survived. Gui Nu, I order you to be on high alert. If anything happens to the Ghost Impregnable Pass, I will hold you responsible. As for the matter of killing that early divine transformation realm expert, I will give you another order. You just wait here. The voice echoed 3 times in the lonely battlefield of skeletons before it disappeared. Ning Fan condensed a blood-red ball of light in his hand and sneered. Isn't Kuan Mo's warning a little too late? He wants to kill me, but I have already retaliated. The Ghost Impregnable Pass has been destroyed. Liu Bei, I have a phobia of blood. She ran, still did not dare to open her eyes. Her face turned even paler. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing what she said. Take this pill, Qin Wendian said. This is the 6th revolution pill, the heaven reversal pill. It's a pill that can heal severely injured void refinement realm experts. Why do you have? There's no need to ask. Just eat it. Ning Fan let go of She ran and scanned the bloody battlefield. In total, he had killed 400,000 core realm beasts, 10,000 nascent soul realm beasts, 11 early divine transformation realm beasts, 12 mid-divine transformation realm beasts and 1 late divine transformation realm beasts. However, it was still not enough. There were 2 paths to becoming an expert. One was to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, tricking their teammates and snatching their treasures after the whole group is wiped out. The other path was to become a villain and make their devil might shake the heavens. They would make children stop crying when they heard their name and turn the sea of stars upside down. If you are afraid, you can go back first. No. I want to go with you. Xiran looked at the sixth revolution pill in her hand. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Liu Bei really likes me. Otherwise, why would he be willing to give me such a precious pill? Father said that the pill refinement techniques of my profound medicine clan cannot be passed to outsiders. However, if I meet a lover who has a good aptitude, I can secretly teach him. Should I teach him my pill refinement techniques? It should be okay. I guess. Second watch, to be continued. 3 days had passed and Ming Fan was still alive, his body was covered in purple frost. However, after refining the blood crystals, his hot blood collided with the cold poison. Ming Fan did not die. The news about the destruction of Xianxia Pass spread across the greedy star ocean like snowflakes. When Bear Demon Manshan received the news, he was shocked. Above the ruins of Xianxia Pass, there was a huge empty space among the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On the empty space, someone used a sharp sword to carve out 7 blood-red words. The murderer was Liu Bei from Luoyun. The news made Bear Demon Manshan unable to calm down. Xianxia Pass had a peak divine transformation realm grand formation. Under the control of Nu and the others, even Bear Demon Manshan himself could not break through the pass. However, Liu Bei managed to suppress the Xianxia Pass. Among the corpses, there were only the sea beasts of Xianxia Pass and no other demon beasts. What did this mean? It meant that Liu Bei who broke through the Xianxia Pass did not bring many people with him. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be no outsider among the hundreds of thousands of corpses. Who is Liu Bei? I'm having a hard time dealing with an early divine transformation realm cultivator. If Liu Bei also comes to the Star Island, it will be even more difficult for me to face the 2 fiends. However, this Liu Bei has helped me a lot. I heard that the Star Dragon Kid wants to attack my Star Island. This Liu Bei obviously has a grudge against Mo. Judging from the fact that he could break through the Xianxia Pass, it won't be difficult for him to stir up a storm in the southern Star Ocean. If this person can kill Mo, I will feel more at ease. The battle on the Star Island can be avoided. On the other side, Mo received the news through telepathy in Li Kuan Palace. He was so angry that he could not calm down. The vanguard army was annihilated. The Xianxia Pass was destroyed. Pass my order. Use all the forces in the southern Star Ocean to kill Liu Bei. Who is Liu Bei? Humph. My Gu King token is reacting. That Liu Bei has been poisoned by the evil cold Gu. In the southern Star Sea, the one who was afflicted with the cold poison and was sealed in ice for 100 li was Liu Bei. Kill him if you see him. Mo's eyes were filled with hatred. He had yet to take revenge on that mysterious early divine transformation realm cultivator of the Star Island. Looking at the dark purple Gu King token in his hand, Mo and said with a hideous smile. Who killed Liu Bei? I'll behead it and take its evil cold Gu. I'll use the Gu King's token to resolve the cold poison and use the Gu sense to increase the power of my divine sense. If other forces kill Liu Bei, this reward will not be wasted. Once this order was issued, all the sea beasts became excited, and even many of the reclusive sea beast forces became restless. Gu poison could hurt people, but it could also be used as medicine to increase one's psyche power. In fact, the original purpose of the Gu poison's creation was to be used as medicine, but it was later modified into a poison. Gradually, it became common knowledge that the Gu poison could not be devoured. However, just because ordinary people could not devour the Gu poison did not mean that no one could. For example, Mo, who reared Gu worms, had the Gu Emperor token, which could neutralize the poison of Gu worms and turn them into nourishing medicine. This Gu King token was not actually owned by Mo. He had obtained it by chance in the Star Palace. It was precisely because of the profundity of the token that it could neutralize Gu poison and turn Gu into medicine. That was why Mo's journey had been smooth sailing and his strength had increased tremendously. In the end, he had become one of the 4 sacred monsters in the Sea of Stars. The evil cold Gu's insect sense was especially strong, ordinary people could not refine it. However, with the Goo King's token, once the cold poison was neutralized and the goo power was refined, any sea beast would have a chance to break through to the soul formation peak stage. Find Liu Bei and kill him. All of a sudden, countless ferocious beasts that lived in seclusion came out of their nests and plunged the southern Star Sea into chaos just to kill Ning Fan. He only wanted to kill the enemy and obtain the evil cold goo to raise his divine sense. The Sea of Stars was in chaos, but this chaos was far from enough. The star spirit sea beasts did not have any immortal jades. However, during the battle in Ghost Xiong Pass, Ning Fan had seized a large amount of sea herbs and devoured countless demon blood and demon cores. He had even obtained thousands of gold core realm and nascent soul realm Dao fruits. With Ning Fan's current magical power, he wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation base after consuming these Dao fruits, but it was a rare treasure for harmonious spirit, gold core, and nascent soul cultivators. Back in the day, a golden core Dao fruit could stir up a storm in the state of Yu. Today, Ning Fan had thousands of Dao fruits with him, making him invincible in the Star Sea. Standing on the golden flame chariot, wherever Ning Fan passed by, the sea would immediately be frozen into purple frost that extended to 100 li *, 500 m per li. It had been a few days since Ning Fan had traveled southwards from Ghost Xiong Pass. During these days, he had destroyed a few sea cities. There were also many reckless sea beasts that immediately swarmed towards him once they noticed that the seawater had frozen. In the beginning, there were only a few sea beasts that attacked the golden flame chariot. Most of them came in groups. Once they noticed that the Sea of Stars had frozen, they immediately attacked him with all their might. Ning Fan, of course, showed no mercy and killed all of them. However, after searching their souls, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The reason why the Star Sea was in chaos was actually because Kuan Mo was chasing after him with the evil cold goo. The Goo King's token. This item is indeed a treasure. It's really a waste for it to fall into your hands. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. His spirit sense spread to 30,000 li *, 500 m per li, without restraint. 30,000 li *, 500 m per li, away, large groups of sea beasts were flying towards him in formations from 7 different directions. There were even some divine transformation realm wild beasts among them. As for these people, the patterns on their armor were definitely not those of the Kuan-Li Palace. They were not Kuan Mo's subordinates but members of other sea beasts. When the sea beasts formed a formation, their speed was comparable to divine transformation realm experts. It was not surprising. What triggered Ning Fan's killing intent was that there were actually other forces involved in the grudge between him and Kuan Mo. Ning Fan killed and searched their souls along the way. He already knew that the Earth Palace was divided into 3 parts, namely the Greedy Wolf Star Sea, the Broken Army Star Sea and the 7 Kills Star Sea. In the Greedy Wolf Star Sea, Kuan Mo and the other 3 sacred demons were the kings of the Star Sea. Of course, other than the 4 sacred demons, there were also many low-profile forces like the Bear Demon who had been living in seclusion. Ning Fan knew from the beginning that there could not be only 4 half-step void refinement realm experts in this boundless Star Sea. Hence, after breaking through the Ghost Xiong Pass, he only killed the demon cities under Kuan Mo's command along the way instead of attacking the demon cities that were free of the pass. It was not because he was afraid. He just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was the grudge between Ning Fan and Kuan Mo. It was unwise to add other strong enemies before he could settle this grudge. However, now that other forces were involved in this grudge, Ning Fan would not show them any mercy. After 10 breaths, the golden flame chariot was already surrounded by the 7 great forces. There were a total of 70,000 sea beasts led by the wild beast. All of them had transformed into human form and were divine transformation realm experts. 6 of them were at the early divine transformation realm while 1 of them was at the mid-divine transformation realm. The mid-divine transformation realm expert was an elderly man in green robes. He was standing on a green sea cloud while holding a green horsetail whisk in his hand. He had the demeanor of an immortal. However, when he opened his small eyes and looked at the golden flame chariot with a fiery gaze, it was obvious that he was not a kind person. A late divine transformation realm expert who is yet to recover from his injuries and an early divine transformation realm expert who has been poisoned by the evil cold goo. The elderly man's gaze swept across Ning Fan and she ran. He completely ignored the black dragon and the spiritual puppets. If the elderly man knew that these spiritual puppets and refined corpses were all above the divine transformation realm and there was even a half-step void refinement realm black dragon among them, he would definitely turn around and leave. Unfortunately, things did not turn out as he wished. This time, Ning Fan had made the right decision to use Stone Warrior. Stone Warrior, who was already at the mid-divine transformation realm, could use the secret technique of the puppet ascension technique to conceal spiritual puppets and refined corpses. Unless one's cultivation base was higher than the mid-divine transformation realm or late divine transformation realm, one would definitely not be able to tell how strong these spiritual puppets were. I am Liu Bei. I have a personal grudge against Kuan-Mo and I don't want to become enemies with other forces. I will give all of you one last chance. If you don't leave within 3 breaths, you will die. When the divine transformation realm experts of the 7 major forces heard Ning Fan's indifferent threat, all of them were stunned. Then, each of them sneered at him as if they had just heard an extremely funny joke. A threat? This early divine transformation realm ant actually dares to threaten us? Putting aside the fact that he has been poisoned by the evil cold goo, his injuries will certainly be severe. Even if he is not poisoned by it, why would I, the clan leader of the Star Wolf clan, be afraid of a mere early divine transformation realm cultivator? However, this person looks a little familiar. Clan leader of the Thunder Carp clan, what do you think, hee. We have already surrounded him. Is there any reason for us to let him live? We are not kind people. We only have one purpose in coming here and that is to kill this person. We want to raise our will sense with the help of the goo. The 6 of them were discussing among themselves. However, all of their discussions came to an abrupt halt after the elderly man in green robes let out a gentle cough. I am the Vice City Lord of the Dragon Burial Sea City, Xianxia. As soon as he said that, a storm that had just calmed down immediately caused a commotion. The Dragon Burial Sea City. You are a citizen of the Sea City. The 6 early divine transformation realm experts revealed fearful expressions as if they had just heard something terrifying. They were not afraid of the elderly man's mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base. Instead, they were afraid of the reputation of the Dragon Burial Sea City. Is Lord Venerated Dragon doing well? The clan leader of the Star Wolf clan asked carefully. Venerated Dragon Burial is doing well. He is currently in seclusion to break through to the half-step void refinement realm. Xianxia said proudly. What? The 6 of them were shocked. When Venerated Dragon Burial was at the peak divine transformation realm, he had already withstood 10 palm strikes from the old bear. Once he breaks through to the half-step void refinement realm, he would probably be even stronger than Kuan-Mo. Then, this evil cold goo, the evil cold goo and Liu Bei's head belonged to the Dragon Burial Sea City. Do you have any objections? Xianxia's eyes darkened. We dare not. The 6 of them immediately cupped their fists while sweating profusely. Very well. Xianxia nodded his head. If these 6 clans do not know what's good for them, he would not mind bringing people to annihilate these 6 clans after returning to the Sea City. As for the 7 of them, their tone was as if they already had Ning Fan in their hands. They did not put him in their eyes at all. Shiran was injured while Ning Fan was poisoned. Logically speaking, any one of the clans would have the strength to kill the 2 of them. Xianxia's gaze swept across Shiran. His eyes immediately burned with passion. This lady's cultivation base was not weak and she had a great appearance. She would be a good human cauldron. Then, his gaze fell on Ning Fan. Xianxia took a step forward and released his aura force. Junior, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over this lady and commit suicide here so that I don't have to do anything to you. Then, I'll spare your demon soul and let you return to samsara. Hee. In this life, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. However, if you're obedient, you'll still have a chance to cultivate again in your next life. When Xianxia's words fell into the ears of the other 6 clan leaders, they immediately criticized him in their hearts. This Xianxia is really cunning. Even though it's not difficult to capture the 2 of them by force, they might still suffer some injuries. Therefore, he actually advised Ning Fan to commit suicide. If it's in the past, no one would commit suicide. However, Xianxia had given a guarantee that Ning Fan's soul could enter samsara. To a person who was destined to die, it was undoubtedly a great temptation. However, when Xianxia's words fell into Xianxia's ears, she immediately burst into laughter. A mid-divine transformation realm cultivator whose chi was even weaker than that ghost slave actually dared to ask Ning Fan to commit suicide. Xiran suddenly felt that there was nothing in this world that was funnier than this. "Do I need to close my eyes?" Xiran asked softly. "Just close your eyes. These flies are quite annoying. 3 breaths are up." Ning Fan gave these unrelated forces a choice of 3 breaths. However, if they insist on interfering in this matter, Ning Fan would not be merciful. As he took a step forward, the waves of the Star Sea shook violently. Thousands of waves rose from the depths of the sea. Cracks spread along the hollow space beneath Ning Fan's feet. That step had shattered Xianxia's mid-divine transformation realm aura force. He coughed out blood and retreated continuously, almost falling into the green sea cloud. He was completely stunned. My aura force was crushed by this man with just a step. I, a dignified mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, was injured by this man with just a step. I remember now. I've seen this face of yours before. It's the killing order issued by the Likuan Palace. Impossible. It's actually the same person who's hunting me twice. Ah. Before Xianxia could finish his words, Ning Fan had already taken 9 consecutive steps without showing any mercy. Every step he took created cracks in heaven and earth. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on the sea of consciousness of the 7 divine transformation realm experts, causing them great pain. In just an instant, the 9 steps turned into a sword. The terrifying sword of great force swept across the area. The sound of the sword soared into the sky. Within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, everything was covered by the sword light. Roar * each of the sea beasts let out a terrified roar. However, in just an instant, 70,000 sea beasts were all killed. The eyes of the divine transformation realm experts of the 6 clans were filled with fear. That sword of great force was shapeless and formless. It was impossible to defend against it. The only thing they could do was to run. However, even though they were not fast enough, the sword light was faster. When the sword light penetrated their bodies, a great sword aura penetrated their bones. Their expressions froze. At the next moment, they were turned into pieces of flesh and blood and died. Ah! Xianxia let out a miserable shriek. His horsetail whisk was broken and the sea cloud collapsed. Under the power of this sword, a sense of certain death rose in his heart. He clenched his teeth and used his fingers as a sword to chop off his own head. With a whoosh, his head split into the sea and escaped. His demon body was slashed into minced meat by the power sword in the next exchange. Even though his head escaped, there was not a hint of calmness on his face. There was only fear. Is this person Liu Bei? Is he the person who was poisoned by the evil cold goo and is on the verge of death? What a joke. This person killed an early divine transformation realm expert with 9 steps. His strength was unfathomable and made me shiver. He was at least a late divine transformation realm expert or even a peak divine transformation realm expert. Beheading and escaping. The demonic techniques in this world are really strange. Freeze. With a finger pointing to the sky, a line of blood went into Xianxia's head and stopped his head, which was trying to escape. At the next moment, he appeared beside Xianxia on his golden flame chariot. His 5 fingers grabbed Xianxia's head. Xianxia was scared and regretful. That finger easily froze me. What kind of technique is this? Even the buried Dragon City Lord could not display such a powerful technique. In the next moment, Ning Fan would search his soul and memory and kill him. Before that, I must keep my life. Lord, please spare my life. I know the biggest secret of the buried Dragon Sea City. I know where the ancestral blood is hidden. This secret is definitely not something that can be obtained by searching my soul and memory. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to bring you there to retrieve the ancestral blood. I can even help you plot against revered dragon. Ancestral blood? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He stopped searching Xianxia's soul and placed a demon seal on his head. The strength of the seal made Xianxia despair. He was afraid that he would not be able to escape from Ning Fan's control for the rest of his life. However, he did not dare to resist because the demon seal was placed on him meant that Ning Fan would not kill him for the time being. Lead the way to the buried dragon sea city. First update, to be continued. Along the way south, after a series of interrogations, Xianxia revealed everything about the ancestral blood, not daring to hide anything. Buried beneath the dragon burial sea city was a primordial dragon skeleton. Although the skeleton was weathered and useless, its bone marrow contained 2 drops of ancestral blood. Without a doubt, this dragon was the ancestor of the dragon clan when it was alive. It was because of these 2 drops of ancestral blood that the venerable dragon burial was so powerful. He was able to fight against Lao Xiong when he was only at the peak divine transformation stage. Currently, Zonglong was in seclusion somewhere in the demon city. He was refining the ancestral blood in order to break through to the half-step void refinement realm. Xianxia was the only one who knew the exact location of his seclusion. It was not anywhere but in the heavenly abode. Without Xianxia following him, it would be extremely difficult for Ning Fan to reveal the location of Dragon Burial's seclusion by himself. This was also the reason why Ning Fan did not kill Xianxia. He was still useful. Ancestral blood could only be inherited by the ancestors. One could only rely on one's own cultivation. These 2 drops of ancestral blood were exceptions among exceptions. Perhaps it was because of the Celestial Emperor's power in the Starry Sea, or perhaps it was because of the strange geography of Sea City that it had been passed down. Ning Fan possessed the Fu Li bloodline. Although these 2 drops of ancestral blood could not directly enhance the strength of his bloodline, it was still quite beneficial to him. Moreover, even if it was not because of the ancestral blood, he still wanted to annihilate this buried dragon city. All of this was because the buried dragon city had attacked him. Since Xiaochen was being hunted, he had to retaliate fiercely. The best way to do so was undoubtedly to annihilate a major faction like the buried dragon city so that the other minor factions would think twice and not dare to provoke him again. He had already started killing. He would kill 1 person, he would kill 10,000 people. He had already annihilated the army of the Dragon Burial City and captured Xianxia. There was no turning back between him and the Dragon Burial City. How many experts are there in the buried dragon city? Apart from the city lord, who is at the peak of deity transformation, there are 3 late-stage elders. I am the city lord's trusted aide, so I was appointed as the vice-city lord. There are 7 mid-stage experts who are on par with me. As for early-stage soul formation realm cultivators, there are 15 of them. 4 of them are newly captured. Captive? Yes. As you know, something has happened recently. There are a lot of outsiders in the Star Sea. These 4 people were captured by the city lord when they accidentally trespassed into our dragon burial city. Then, they were planted with demon seals and made to stay in the city as guards. Xianxia did not dare to hide anything from Ning Fan. He used one head to perform a secret technique and condensed the star spirit demon body again, but his cultivation had sadly fallen to the early stage. He was already lucky to be able to keep his life from Ning Fan's hands. The drop in his cultivation base was unavoidable. At this moment, Xianxia finally understood how terrifying the white-clothed young man before him was. However, this realization was too painful and too late. As the deputy city lord of the buried dragon city, Xianxia had no choice but to betray the buried dragon city in order to save his life. However, after calming down, Xianxia found out that even though Ning Fan's strength was strong, there were no signs of it being fake. It seemed like he was really just an early divine transformation realm cultivator. Even though this person is strong and can kill me like an ant, his cultivation base is only at the early divine transformation realm. I wonder if he can defeat City Lord. I have been planted with a demon seal by this person. If he dies, I will definitely die. Sigh. City Lord was able to withstand 10 palm strikes from Old Bear back then. I think your strength has improved tremendously. If this person is defeated by City Lord, what should I do? Sigh. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the golden flame chariot under his feet. This chariot was traveling at a very fast speed. It has already reached the void refinement realm. This Liu Bei was indeed a ruthless person who escaped from the hands of Kuan Mo. With such speed, even Kuan Mo could not catch up with him. The City Lord certainly could not catch up with him either. This person might not be a match for the City Lord, but it should not be a problem for him to escape. Forget it. I'll just follow him until the end. It's just a pity that my family members will be killed by the city lord. To vent his anger, the golden flame chariot seemed to have turned into an extremely thin golden line and traveled 100,000 li * 500 m per li, in the sea of stars. In this terrifying light, the buried dragon city was getting closer to them. Xianxia immediately became nervous as rows of war chariots were approaching them. The buried dragon sea city was a neutral force. Its city lord, Venerable Zonglong, was also a ruthless person in the past. However, he was busy breaking through to the half-step void refinement realm in recent years and rarely came out. Even so, his ferocious reputation still remained. The city was heavily guarded. 100,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the north of the city were guarded by 100,000 sea beasts and 7 silver chariots. There was a divine transformation realm expert on each of the 7 chariots. 3 of them were wearing star armors and were mid-divine transformation realm experts. As for the other 4 generals, they were all wearing marten fur coats. All of them were early divine transformation realm experts. Their expressions were filled with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. Feng Han, step forward. One of the mid-divine transformation realm old men coldly ordered with a stern face. Yes. I wonder what orders General Munan has for me. A young man with a bruise on his face took a step forward and cupped his fists at the old man. His eyes were filled with anger. If the demon cultivators of the Second World were here, they would realize that this angry young man who had no choice but to lower his voice was actually the demon general of the Fengyun division, Feng Han. You already know the answer. The city lord will give you 1 month's time. Today is the last day. You better think it through. Feng Han doesn't dare to reveal the escape technique of the Fengyun division. General Munan, please forgive me. Feng Han clenched his teeth. 1 month ago, he and 3 other demon generals of the Fengyun division accidentally entered the buried dragon city. They were attacked and captured by the ferocious beasts in this place. Among the 4 of them, other than Feng Han, the rest were all in the mid-divine transformation stage. However, the 4 of them were defeated by the city lord of buried dragon city in a single move. The power of the buried dragon city master's ancestral blood demonic art was too terrifying. With one move, 3 mid-stage soul formation cultivators were directly reduced to early stage. Feng Han used a secret art at the crucial moment and escaped with a speed that even mid-stage soul formation cultivators couldn't match, avoiding the danger of being reduced to early stage. The 4 of them were captured and turned into buried dragon city slaves. To Feng Han and the other arrogant demon generals, this was a great humiliation. If it wasn't for the fact that the buried dragon city lord was slightly interested in the cold wind technique, the 4 of them might not have survived until today. 1 month. The buried dragon city master gave Feng Han a month to consider. If he handed over the cultivation technique, he could guarantee his survival. If he was stubborn, then Zonglong could only forcefully search his soul. Perhaps the cultivation technique he would obtain would not be complete, but he could only resort to such a method. In this 1 month, Feng Han hesitated and struggled. However, the result of the 4 generals' discussion was that they absolutely could not reveal the secret technique of Fengyun division. How dare you? If you don't hand over the cultivation technique today, you will die. Munan's eyes turned cold. As a general, why should I be afraid of death? Feng Han took a step forward. He had endured enough of this 1 month of humiliation. There was no need for him to endure it anymore today. Humph. You are quite stubborn. However, this old man has a way to make you spit out the cultivation technique later. Speaking of which, Liu Bei of Luoyun, who caused the chaos in the Sea of Stars, seems to have come from the same place as you. I wonder if the Vice City Lord of Xianxia will let you have another friend on your way to the Yellow Springs after capturing this person? Munan's tone turned cold and contained a hidden threat. However, he never thought that this threat would cause Feng Han's originally furious gaze to gradually calm down. That calmness then turned into a fiery expression. Xianxia cannot capture Liu Bei. Feng Han stood proudly and laughed towards the sky. He had already prepared to die. How dare you? Is the name of the Vice City Lord something that a mere slave like you can call him? However, this old man is very surprised. You seem to be very interested in Liu Bei. According to what this old man knows, there are a total of 9 major powers in the domain where you live. Your Fengyin division is the 3rd major power while Liu Bei comes from the 7th major power. Moreover, according to what this old man knows, Liu Bei is only at the early divine transformation realm. This means that his strength is at most similar to yours. Furthermore, he is injured by the evil cold parasite and his combat strength is not strong enough. This old man only needs 3 breaths to kill you, Feng Han. I don't even need 3 breaths to kill Liu Bei. Mu Nan spoke about the information of the 2nd realm in an unhurried manner, causing Feng Han's expression to turn cold. He fiercely turned around and glared at the other 3 surrendered generals. Immediately, one of the drunk demon generals lowered his head and revealed an ashamed expression. It was my carelessness after being drunk. However, I did not leak too much information. Without a doubt, this information was leaked by this drunk general by accident. Feng Han took a deep breath. It was meaningless to pursue the matter that had already been leaked. Staring at Mu Nan, Feng Han did not try to avoid his eyes. He said each word firmly. It is impossible for you to kill him. He doesn't need a single finger to kill you. Humph. This old man would like to see what kind of early divine transformation realm expert can kill me in less than a breath. As for you, since you have angered this old man will immediately search your soul and memory. Mu Nan's figure flashed. Even Feng Han could not see his figure clearly with a flash of smoke. In an instant, he appeared in front of Feng Han and grabbed the top of Feng Han's head. This was an attack that contained Mu Nan's wrath. Its power was not to be underestimated. This attack was too fast. Feng Han, who was already severely injured, had no way to avoid it. I will die. Feng Han's eyes were filled with regret. He was not afraid of death. He only hated the fact that as a demon general, he could not die on the battlefield. However, before Mu Nan's hand could grab the top of Feng Han's head, he suddenly stopped searching his soul. His eyes were filled with shock. In the far north, a golden line dragging a long golden flame was rushing towards this place. The strange thing was that the golden light caused the seawater to boil. However, there was purple cold chi constantly being emitted from the chariot, freezing the seawater. In this strange scene where the seawater was boiling and freezing, the golden flame chariot rushed straight towards them. Mu Nan and the other 2 mid-divine transformation realm experts were shocked and immediately ordered in a deep voice. Those who come, stop. However, the golden flame chariot was too dazzling. Its light was too domineering. It did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Only an even more domineering voice came from the chariot. Those who block the way shall die. Like a ray of golden light rushing over, or like a blazing sun exploding, the golden flame chariot crashed into the demon army. All the sea beasts in front of the chariot were smashed into meat paste. Just the impact of the chariot was not weaker than the attack of a mid-divine transformation realm expert. Stop this chariot. Mu Nan ordered. Together with the other 2 mid-divine transformation realm experts, they flew up and attacked the golden flame chariot. However, Feng Han and the other 4 mid-divine transformation realm experts did not attack the golden flame chariot. Instead, they steered their chariot and hurriedly dodged. They knew who was sitting in the chariot. They knew that a mid-divine transformation realm expert was not qualified to stop this chariot. 3 talent sword formation. Mu Nan and the other 2 mid-divine transformation realm experts opened their mouths and spat out bone swords filled with essence chi. 3 sword rays of essence chi landed on the golden flame chariot and formed 12 layers of sword chi formation. Layers of sword chi stacked on top of each other, forming a wall of formation light in the middle of the sea. After destroying 9 layers of formation light, the golden flame chariot finally stopped its advance. However, Mu Nan and the other 2 mid-divine transformation realm experts did not have it easy as well. The impact of the golden flame chariot was extremely powerful. 12 layers of sword formation was enough to block the attack of a late divine transformation realm expert. However, this golden flame chariot was able to destroy 9 layers of formation light. If only one of the 3 mid-divine transformation realm experts tried to stop the chariot, he or she would definitely be severely injured. At this moment, the 3 mid-divine transformation realm experts could clearly see the appearance of the golden flame chariot. At this moment, the three mid-divine transformation realm experts could clearly see the white-robed young man on the chariot. He is Liu Bei? Eh? Why is Vice City Lord Xianxia also on this chariot? While Munan and the other two mid-divine transformation realm experts were still hesitating, Xianxia had already turned into a ray of green light and rushed towards one of them. He pierced his sword into his dantian without showing any mercy. The three mid-divine transformation realm experts were caught off guard. They did not expect that Xianxia, the Vice City Lord, would attack them. Even though the person who was attacked by Xianxia would not die under his sword, his dantian would still be destroyed and his cultivation base would be greatly damaged. He retreated in a panic and his eyes were filled with anger. Xianxia! How dare you betray the city lord? Shameless! I don't want to die. This time, it's the city lord's fault. He shouldn't have provoked Liu Bei. He shouldn't have ordered us to seize his evil cold goo. Xianxia's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He must follow Ning Fan to the end. He only regretted not killing this enemy to prove his loyalty. Traitor, you must die. Munan was enraged. However, at this moment, a trace of purple smoke flashed. It was Ning Fan. He instantly appeared in front of Munan and pressed his finger on the top of Munan's head. The force of that finger immediately caused the mountains and seas to collapse. The ferocious light of that finger was displayed with the force of a cultivator at the third level of the Jade Life realm. It directly shattered Munan's protective astral spirit and his head was forcefully pressed. With just a single finger, the mountains and seas that were 10,000 li * 500 m per li, crumbled completely. There was even a trace of void power lingering at the tip of his finger. It easily penetrated Munan's physical body, which was not weak, and penetrated his sea of consciousness. What a strong finger force! At this moment, Munan finally recalled Feng Han's words. It's impossible for you to kill him. However, he doesn't need to use a finger to kill you. Feng Han did not lie to him. Even though Liu Bei was only at the early divine transformation realm, his physical body was already comparable to a late divine transformation realm expert. No wonder Xianxia would betray us. If I have the chance to live, I will also learn from him. Before he could finish his words, he was already killed by Ning Fan's finger. His physical body exploded into a mist of blood. Xianxia was stunned. Munan's protective astral spirit was not weak at all. At least, no one at the mid-divine transformation realm could easily break through it. Since Ning Fan killed Munan with a single finger, doesn't it mean that the force of his finger is comparable to a late divine transformation realm expert's finger? Feng Han's face turned fiery. This man was none other than Liu Bei of the Luoyun sect. Leave no one alive. Along with Ning Fan's words, the stone warrior, the spiritual puppets and the refined corpses all turned into rays of light and began their slaughter. When the Black Dragon released its half-step void refinement realm aura force, the remaining two mid-divine transformation realm experts revealed a look of respect. My lord, please spare our lives. I, Wu Yun, am willing to follow my lord's war chariot and attack the Dragon City. I will never betray you in my life. At this moment, the two mid-divine transformation realm experts did not even have the courage to run away. Just now, the two of them hated and mocked Xianxia for betraying them. However, when it was their turn, they realized how much courage it took to face death calmly. The two of them could not bring themselves to say Feng Han's words, why should a general be afraid of death? With a wave of his hand, Ning Fan planted 2 scent seals and pointed at the demon army. Then, he ordered the two of them without any room for refusal. Lead the way. Destroy the Dragon City. In the void, Wei Xian laid down layers of maze formations in an attempt to stop the geniuses of the northern heaven from descending upon them. The matter regarding the Star Palace had already been reported to him by another deacon. If he wanted to delay them, he could only resort to this method. Fortunately, this formation was just a bewildering formation. It was an immortal formation and not a killing formation. If the geniuses who pass by accidentally fall into the bewildering formation, they would not die. They would only be temporarily trapped in the void. Ning Fan, this old man can only do so much for you. This bewildering formation was very powerful. It was more than enough to trap them for 6 months. However, what Wei Xian did not expect was that 3 rays of light were fleeing in the void. Their speed was so terrifying that it made Wei Xian's eyes widen in shock. A shedding void realm true immortal. Why would such an expert come to this place? Could it be that she is also here for the star of the Heavenly Emperor? And the one following behind her? Could it be the realm beast? Not good. I have to hide quickly. If this person sees me setting up a formation here and plotting against the geniuses of the northern heaven, I will certainly be in trouble. Quickly. Wei Xian took out a violet gold star compass that could travel across the void. In a flash, he had already run 10 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. Indeed, he had run away. However, the three figures did not run away. The one at the front was a beautiful woman with a slender waist and voluptuous breasts. Her face was covered by a veil, making it impossible to see her face clearly. However, she was wearing a phoenix crown and a rosy belt, which were all precious immortal treasures. Every move she made carried a mature beauty that could turn all living things upside down. It was enough to tell that this person's status in the four heavens was not low. Her cultivation base was a little terrifying. The two ferocious beasts following behind her were each one of them 100,000 zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang, in size. A ferocious beast of this level could easily wipe out the 9 worlds. Damn it. I just wanted to descend to the mortal world secretly. How did I get discovered by the realm beast? Forget it. If I can obtain the star of the Heavenly Emperor, it shouldn't be difficult for me to cut off the Gui Vein Scarlet Dragon for Man Air. She has suffered all these years. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to seal my cultivation base and conceal my senses when I descend to the mortal world, I wouldn't be afraid of a mere realm beast. Forget it. That star palace should not be far away. I just need one last escape. Ah. The beautiful woman suddenly let out a cry. She was caught off guard and fell into the bewildering formation set up by Wei Xian. For a moment, her beautiful face turned pale. At the moment when her face turned pale, the two realm beasts behind her let out a blood-red roar at the same time. Under the sound wave, the beautiful woman's cultivation base was sealed at an extremely fast speed. She felt a sharp pain in her internal organs. Damn it. How dare a mere realm beast seal my cultivation base? You're courting death. Speaking of which bastard set up a bewildering formation here and caused me to be injured? If I find out who it is, I will definitely use the strength of billions of cultivators in the Lost World Palace to kill that person. Although the beautiful woman was complaining, her eyes were solemn. It was still unknown whether she could take revenge on the person who set up the formation. Today, she was trapped in the bewildering formation and was attacked by the realm beasts. Second update, to be continued. The stone warrior and the other puppets were at the semi-god realm. How could a mere 50,000 core beasts and nascent soul beasts stand a chance against them? It was only a matter of time before all of them were wiped out. The three surrendered generals, Xianxia, Wu Ye, and Wu Yun, looked fearful as they watched the demon army die at an alarming rate. If they did not surrender to Ning Fan, they would probably have ended up like the 50,000 demon army and Munan. Will die. Ignoring the three generals, Ning Fan glanced at Feng Han and the other three. When he first arrived, he noticed the four of them, but he did not pay much attention to them. Only now did he look at Feng Han. After searching through Munan's memories, Xiaoqin knew what happened to Feng Han and the others in Dragon Burial City. You've been planted with demonic seals? I won't hide it from General Bei, that is indeed the case. The other three generals were ashamed, but Feng Han took a step forward and cupped his fists in response. When Wu Ye and Wu Yun saw this, they immediately had a bad feeling. In the past month, in order to obtain the cultivation method of the Feng Yun division from Feng Han, the two of them had tortured Feng Han many times. They must have offended him quite a lot. Judging from how Feng Han addressed Ning Fan, the two of them seemed to have some sort of friendship. Oh no, will I offend Ning Fan because of punishing Feng Han? I can help the four of you remove the demon restriction, but I have one condition. When the four of you return to Feng Yun division in the future, you must befriend Luo Yun. This? General Bei, don't worry. Before the Wind General entered the Third Realm, he had already given the order that the Wind Division and the Cloud Division will form an alliance. We will advance and retreat together. As the demon generals of the Wind Division, we will obey the military order and will not dare to attack the Luo Yun Division on our own. That's good. The four of you, come over here. Ning Fan took a step forward and appeared in front of the four of them. With a flick of his sleeve, a golden-purple mist blew past the top of their heads. Immediately, their faces were filled with disbelief. The demonic restriction that confined his sea of consciousness seemed to have been weathered away by an ancient sandstorm. With a wave of his hand, it actually vanished into thin air. The four generals were stunned for a moment. Then, they cupped their fists and bowed. As for Xianxia and the other surrendered generals, their shock was indescribable. This person's methods are so powerful. The demonic restriction was difficult to plant, and even more difficult to remove. The demon planting restriction requires the user to be willing, but the demon removing restriction requires the user to be one realm higher than the user of the restriction. This Liu Bei is truly amazing to be able to help others remove the demon removing restriction. Ning Fan was not concerned about the astonishment of the crowd. The reason why he was willing to lend a hand was because he had a good impression of Feng Han. It would naturally be better if he could improve the relationship between the Wind Division and the Cloud Division. As a combat force, the four of them would probably be of some use in the upcoming battle. The battle cries in the surroundings gradually stopped, and the ground was already littered with corpses. Ning Fan remained silent. With a wave of his hand, he condensed the demon blood and demon cores on the ground into blood crystals and consumed them. As for the Dao fruits and demon souls, they were handed over to the spiritual puppets to collect. Not enough, Ning Fan looked in the direction of the buried dragon city and muttered to himself. He didn't want to provoke forces other than Kuan Mo, but many times, even if you didn't provoke others, others would provoke you. On the path of cultivation, there would always be battles. There was no right or wrong in a battle, only victory and defeat. The victor would live, and the loser would die. In front of them was the Dragon Burial City, where the ruthless venerable Dragon Burial resided. Back then, this person was able to block 10 of Lao Xiong's palms. He couldn't be underestimated. He was at the peak divine transformation realm. Moreover, he was in his opponent's territory. Even if he had the Black Dragon refined corpse, Ning Fan did not have the confidence to win. However, he couldn't take this step back. If someone punches you, you have to return the favor. Otherwise, more people will think that you are weak and easy to bully and come to beat you up. The cold chi in his body became stronger and stronger. Shi Ran shivered just by standing beside Ning Fan. The more demon blood he devoured, the weaker the goo poison became. However, the cold chi became stronger. As if it knew that it was about to be devoured by Ning Fan, the goo poison resisted at the last moment even though it was futile. His sea of consciousness felt like it was about to explode. However, no matter how cold it was and how painful it was, Ning Fan did not utter a single word or frown. Liu Bei, is it very painful? If it's painful, just shout it out. Let me know that you don't have to endure it. Shi Ran felt a little heartache even though she did not understand why she felt like this. It's not painful. Ning Fan said stubbornly. Do you think someone will come and save you if you cry? At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have understood the feelings he had in his previous life. Even if he was just a small and fragile butterfly, even if his opponent was an immortal emperor who could destroy the heaven court with a single palm, he must not retreat. If he takes a step back, he will die, he must not retreat. Even if he will be crushed into ashes by the immortal emperor, he must save her. He must not retreat even if the entire heaven and earth will be overturned by his butterfly wings. If he takes a step back, he will be able to see the world. However, if there is no one in the world, what's the point of taking a step back? This time, close your eyes tightly and don't look. After keeping the golden flame chariot, Ning Fan took a step forward and spread his wings. He stopped Shi Ran. Purple smoke escape, this escape was filled with his conviction. He was going to turn venerable Dragon Burial into ashes. Lead the way. Xianxia originally wanted to say something but Ning Fan's tone was too cold. He did not dare to say anything else. Under Xianxia's lead, 21 strong divine transformation realm chi rushed into the Dragon Burial City. Every time a group of invading enemies was detected, they would immediately fire an arrow to warn them and launch an attack. Without any judgment, Ning Fan's baleful chi had already soared to the sky. His ferocious eyes were glaring. It was obvious that he was here to cause trouble. However, before any of the attacks could get close to Ning Fan and the others, they were directly blasted into ashes by the brutal means of the puppets. The layers of defense turned into a sea of blood. The dragon burial city was already far in front of them. In the middle of the sea of stars, the last pass was heavily guarded. 100,000 sea beasts stood in formation. The roars of 4 wild beasts shook the heavens. Just as Ning Fan and the others approached them, the beasts' roars were already resounding to the sky. Kill. The word kill came at an extremely fast speed. Immediately, it turned into rays of intimidating formation light and condensed into a huge blood-red word kill which blasted towards Ning Fan. As the word approached him, Ning Fan struck out with his palm and blasted it against the huge word. Under the tremendous force, it almost forced him to take half a step back. What a powerful joint attack formation technique! Using sound as a formation, using man as the medium and using the sound of killing to kill the enemy. This word kill was comparable to the full force attack of a late divine transformation realm expert, however, he could not retreat. Not even half a step back. Break! He clenched his 5 fingers and crushed the word kill. Even though the killing chi was broken, it went into Ning Fan's body and destroyed it wantonly. It was the killing chi attack of 100,000 ferocious beasts. He could only defend against it with his killing chi. His body was in pain and his body was being torn apart. However, his eyes gradually revealed a hint of madness. He felt his demon blood boiling and his Dao heart was being corroded by the devil chi. The yin-yang fire that was formed from the 9 types of cold chi and the earth fire was boiling and resonating with each other. His heart had almost lost its rationality. It was as if it had turned into flames. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly had a feeling that he was aflame. His past experiences in controlling fire appeared in front of his eyes. However, all of them were rejected in the end. His understanding towards flames had faintly improved. Do you think only you guys have killing chi? At this moment, Ning Fan had completely transformed into his Fuli demon body. His long hair was purplish black and he had 2 horns on his head. His body was covered with purple scales. At this moment, the purple star in his left eye was spinning rapidly. The baleful chi around his body turned into blood-red clouds of evil. Roar that roar seemed to be venting all the killing he had done in his life. Other than Shiran who could be protected, even the stone warrior, Feng Han, Xianxia and the other divine transformation realm experts felt a chill under that killing chi. What kind of terrifying killing chi was that? His roar turned into blood-red sound waves that seemed to have a substantial substance and exploded among the 100,000 demon army. As soon as that explosion happened, the formation light of the demon army was immediately shattered. He stood in the vast sky of the oceanic domain and took a step forward. This step was not a sword move but the application of his demon power. As he took that step, layers of black fire waves turned into a circle of fire and spread out. Each time he took a step forward, the power of the flames became stronger. When he reached the 3rd layer, the blazing black flames gave people a feeling that they could not look at him directly. Under the spread of the black flames, the 4 early divine transformation realm experts and the 100,000 demon army were engulfed in the sea of flames that stretched 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. Shiran did not dare to open her eyes at first. However, she opened them now because she was too curious. She was originally curled up in Ning Fan's arms and felt cold. However, at this moment, she felt the scorching temperature of the flames coming from all directions. That terrifying temperature gave Shiran an illusion that as a member of the Profound Medicine clan, she would certainly die if she is burned by the flames. What a powerful flame! No wonder he could resist the Guhan. It turns out that he has this flame to protect himself. At this moment, the 3 layers of the sea of flames caused the seawater to boil. The force of his step made the earth tremble. With just a single move, the 100,000 demon army vanished into nothingness. Far away, the buried dragon city shook violently. Countless ferocious beasts soared into the sky and looked at the collapse of the front line with astonishment. A ray of light flashed in the heavenly dwelling. An elderly man in black armor who was as skinny as a match and had 2 horns on his head walked out from the heavenly dwelling. He looked at Ning Fan's direction with a cold gaze. Evil cold goo? You must be Liu Bei who was being chased by Kuan Mo, right? Humph. You didn't hide from me but came to my buried dragon city to create trouble. How dare you? Do you know what will happen to those who provoke me? I haven't been in the southern Star Sea for 100 years. It seems like my name has been forgotten by everyone. The two black stars in the left eye of the elderly man in black armor flickered intensely. As the black stars flickered, a black dragon might that seemed to be substantial spread out. Under this pressure, countless sea beasts trembled. Even Xianxia, Feng Han, and the others felt an irresistible force, which made them feel a strange desire to serve the black-armored old man. The might of ancestral blood. You've only refined half a drop of ancestral blood in 100 years, huh? In other words, you only have 1.5 drops left, right? Ning Fan sneered. He put down Ran and took a step forward. As he took a step forward, a dark purple evil aura force swept across the area within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, of the buried dragon city. The black dragon might of the elderly man in black armor crumbled just like that. Immediately, the elderly man's expression turned extremely ugly. Impossible. You also have ancestral blood. Moreover, you actually have more than me. Who exactly are you? If you can tell me a background that can make me fearful, I might let you go. The elderly man in black armor was actually afraid. A demon with such a powerful aura force must be an old ancestor of a large true spirit clan. Even if this person's cultivation base is just at the early divine transformation realm, anyone who provokes him will certainly die, especially when the elderly man's gaze fell upon the black dragon refined corpse. He was immediately shocked. A half-step void refinement realm dragon corpse. And it's a royal black dragon. This young man dares to refine a royal black dragon into a dragon corpse. He's really audacious. However, I thought that the royal black dragons no longer exist. Although he could not figure out Ning Fan's identity, the fear he had towards Ning Fan rose for the first time. The elderly man in black armor glared at Xianxia. It was not because he hated him for betraying the clan but because he hated him for bringing such a strong enemy to the buried dragon city. I don't need any background to kill you. Zonlong, hand over your ancestral blood and fight me. Ning Fan said indifferently. In terms of aura force, he had already suppressed Zonlong. It was the best time to kill him. How dare you? Two early divine transformation realm experts soared into the sky and attacked Ning Fan. However, it only made Ning Fan's eyes filled with impatience. Early divine transformation realm is not enough. As soon as he threw out his palm, the two divine transformation realm experts revealed a horrified expression and their physical bodies exploded into a mist of blood. Zonlong was already afraid. Now that Ning Fan had come to him with such an arrogant aura force, he really did not want to compete with him. However, since Ning Fan came for the ancestral blood, Zonlong was reluctant to hand it over. If he completely refined the 2 drops of ancestral blood in another 400 to 500 years, he could use the power of the ancestral blood to break free from his star spirit body and ascend to the demon spirit land. He could also join the dragon race and get a decent status with his bloodline. He might even have a chance to become an immortal. Although the enemy was powerful, it was impossible for Zonlong to hand over the ancestral blood. Hee. I didn't expect that the dignified revered Zonlong would also have a moment of fear. Do you need our help? It's you guys. The 3 elders of the southern prison country. What are you guys doing here? 1 drop of ancestral blood. The 3 of us will help you kill this young man. 3 winged old men who looked exactly the same as before showed their true forms one after another. Each of them was at the peak divine transformation realm. With the 4 of us working together, even if this young man has a half-step void refinement realm corpse, there's nothing to be afraid of. This young man also has ancestral blood. Even though it can't be extracted, devouring this young man's ancestral blood will also greatly improve your bloodline. If you work with us, you can still keep half a drop of ancestral blood and kill this young man. If you don't work with us, you won't even get a drop of ancestral blood and your clan might be wiped out by this young man. Think about it carefully. The 3 of them threatened him. Their threats made the black-armored old man's eyes turn grim. All right. After this is done, the 3 of you will get 1 drop of ancestral blood. The black-armored old man sneered. After the deed is done, it would be up to him to decide whether to give the ancestral blood or not. He decided to deal with Ning Fan first. The three elders of the southern prison looked at each other and sneered. First, we will work together to eliminate Ning Fan. Then, we will kill Zhang Long and devour the ancestral blood. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. No matter how many experts there are, the buried dragon city must be destroyed today. Moreover, there seems to be a peak divine transformation realm expert hiding in the dark. Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Third update, to be continued. Roar. The appearance of the southern dungeon's three elders greatly boosted the morale of Dragon Burial City. Roar. Countless sea beasts raised their heads and roared at the sky. They stared at Ning Fan and the others coldly as if they were dead men. From their point of view, the fact that a mere early divine transformation realm demon beast dared to come to the Dragon Burial City and cause trouble was purely courting death. Roar. All of their roars were filled with killing intent and auras. Millions of sea beasts crawled out of their nests and surrounded the 21 experts. Battle cries echoed in the sky. Millions of flames lit up in the sea of stars, dyeing thousands of kilometers of the sea red. These 1 million fire beacons shocked countless members of the oceanic race. These fire beacons were the signal for buried Dragon City to kill their enemies. Even when the bear demon attacked Dragon Burial City 1,000 years ago, it did not light up 1 million fire beacons in the city. Who is it? Who was it that infuriated Dragon Burial City to the point of mobilizing millions of sea beasts to fight to the death? No one knew that the person who pointed his sword at venerable Dragon Burial was just a skinny young man. The flames of war burned, the sea of stars was in chaos, and the color of blood dyed it. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, the devil flames were much crazier and fiercer than the flames of the beacon. Even if you have 1 million demon soldiers, even if you have 4 peak soul formation cultivators, you can't back down at this step. Even if there were billions of sea beasts in this star ocean, Ning Fan would not hesitate to fight an army of billions of sea beasts alone since they were his enemies. Roar. 1 million sea beasts. 1 million fire beacons formed into a roar filled with monstrous killing intent. Nearly 30,000 sea beasts stepped forward and self-detonated their demonic bodies, fusing the power of their self-detonation into the roar. Death warriors. This Zhang Long was indeed a formidable person. Most of the soul formation stage subordinates were useless, but none of the low-level sea beasts were afraid of death. All of the power of the self-detonation, the power of the demon blood and the power of the roaring killing intent formed a massive blood-red wave that rushed towards Ning Fan's head. This gigantic wave was comparable to the sure-kill attack of a half-step void refinement realm expert. This huge wave had once caused the old bear to retreat at the mere sight of it. So what if you have a half-step void refinement realm refined corpse? This old man has 1 million demon army, how can you compare? Buried Dragon laughed loudly. What do I have to fear an army of 1 million demons? Star positioning plate, appear. Star lamp. Light. He patted his storage pouch and took out the star compass. With a point of his finger, starlight formed into a formation diagram, and the star diagram covered 100,000 li. With a single word, the 30,000 lanterns on the star map lit up one after another, lighting up 5,000 silver lanterns. At the moment when the lights were lit up, Ning Fan stepped on the star diagram and held the starlight in his hand. At this moment, he was the lord of the 30,000 starlights. Layers of starlight walls rose from all directions. The combined attack of the million sea beasts could easily tear apart a normal peak soul formation cultivator, but they couldn't break through the starlight walls. What kind of magical treasure is this? Its defense is actually so heaven-defying. Zhang Long's expression changed. Ning Fan has such a defensive treasure. In addition to the golden flame chariot that has a heaven-defying speed, wouldn't he be invincible against those below the void refinement realm and innate realm? However, Zhang Long did not understand why Ning Fan, who was standing within the undefeatable starlight, did not launch any attacks. It was as if he was waiting for all of the enemy's attacks to be completely disintegrated by the star formation. What is he waiting for? Buried Dragon's aged eyes suddenly widened. After the combined attack of the 1 million sea beasts was devoured, the star formation started to become strange. The array light was tranquil, but the killing intent in the array was getting thicker and thicker. He was waiting for the formation light to counterattack. All of his patience was for the sake of accumulating his strength. All of his defense was to deflect the strongest attack. When the aura force of the formation light merged with Ning Fan, he took a step forward. His demon eyes shone brightly and he shouted a word. Reverse. The star positioning plate did not only know how to defend. Its most powerful ability, which made Wei Xian, a former immortal formation master, click his tongue in admiration, was the ability to deflect the enemy's attack. You have a million demon army, I will go against it with a single formation. You are a supreme immortal emperor, I will go against it with a single wing. You are the fate of the heavenly Tao, I will go against it with a single life. Kill. Ning Fan stepped on the formation diagram and roared at the sky. The formation light accumulated all the attacks of the 1 million sea beasts and exploded at this moment. Millions of starlight devil swords poured down like pear blossoms in a storm. Countless sea beasts revealed a terrified expression as they were slashed into a bloody pulp by the star devil sword's shadow. The 1 million sea beasts were in chaos and the formation was broken. At this moment, Ning Fan passed the star positioning plate to she ran and took a step forward, rushing towards Zhang Long. With the star positioning plate, no one could hurt she ran. As for the 3 elders of the southern prison and the spirit-severing realm cultivators of Longqing, they would be handled by Stone Warrior and the other puppets. Die, Zhang Long. With a roar, the purple star in his left eye flashed and his ancestral blood seemed to be burning. The might of the 4 drops of ancestral blood made the 3 elders of the southern prison terrified. They could feel that Ning Fan had the ancestral blood in his body, but they did not expect it to be this powerful, especially Zhang Long, who was at the center of the aura force. He was like a lonely boat standing in the middle of a vast ocean. Insignificant and petty, half a drop of ancestral blood was nothing in front of Ning Fan's 4 drops of ancestral blood. Without giving Zhang Long any chance to think, Ning Fan's fist was like a landslide. The shadow of Fu Li appeared and landed on his chest with the momentum of overturning the sea. His speed was too fast that Zhang Long could not see the shadow of the fist. He could only rely on his intuition to face the fist. Black dragon scales densely covered his fist. Zhang Long attacked with all his strength without showing any mercy. In terms of body refinement realm, he was at the 4th level of Jade Life realm, which was 2 small realms higher than Ning Fan. Normally, a casual attack from Zhang Long was enough to kill a cultivator at the 2nd level of Jade Life realm. If he attacked with all his strength, a late divine transformation realm expert would be smashed into pieces. However, the result of the clash of their fists caught Zhang Long off guard. Ning Fan was obviously at the 2nd level of Jade Life realm, but the strength of his punch was comparable to that of a cultivator at the 3rd level of Jade Life realm. It made Zhang Long retreat for tens of steps before he could neutralize the force of the punch. Moreover, quite a number of dragon scales on his fist were broken. As for Ning Fan, he broke his demon body and turned into a black shadow the moment the force of the punch came into contact with Zhang Long's fist. As the black shadow condensed, the purple shadow reappeared. Ning Fan returned to his demon body without a single scratch on him. Moreover, he did not give Zhang Long any time to rest and threw out another punch furiously. Every time the force of their fists collided, Zhang Long would take a step back and Ning Fan's body would break. One punch would break the body and one step would condense the body. Each step would break the body and each step would condense the body. Ning Fan's fists were like a rainstorm. His eyes were filled with madness. He was like a ferocious dog that wanted to kill anyone it sees. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. However, Zhang Long only used defensive techniques in these hundreds of punches. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the sea of stars. Every time their fists collided, it would cause the hollow space to collapse. Even Zhang Long could no longer relax. His dragon scales were broken and his defense had collapsed. Gradually, injuries were left on his body. Moreover, every time Zhang Long took a step back, his injuries would worsen. On the other hand, every time Ning Fan condensed his demon body, his aura force would become even crazier. His killing intent could not be extinguished no matter what. Everything in this world was just for the sake of exterminating all of his enemies. Incarnation. Who can hurt you when you have an incarnation? Zhang Long was afraid. Ning Fan had cultivated the incarnation technique. No matter how many times he breaks his demon body, he would not be able to kill him unless it is a fatal blow. After these hundreds of punches, black blood kept flowing out from the corner of Zhang Long's mouth. Such a desperate way of fighting had gradually infuriated him. his eyes turned grim. His gaze swept across the battlefield of the Dragon City. There were less than 700,000 sea beasts on his side. There were 3 late Divine Transformation Realm experts, 3 mid-Divine Transformation Realm experts and 7 early Divine Transformation Realm experts. On the other hand, the enemy had Xianxia and the other 2 surrendered generals, Feng Han and the other 2 demon generals, 10 black puppets and Shiran who was controlling 5,000 star lamps and guarding the spiritual puppets. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, 300,000 sea beasts had fallen. 1 mid-Divine Transformation Realm expert and 6 early Divine Transformation Realm experts had died. On the other hand, 4 of the enemy's early Divine Transformation Realm spiritual puppets were severely injured. The battle was in a stalemate and the situation was not optimistic. On the other side of the battlefield, the 3 elders of the southern prison were displaying their own techniques. However, under the attacks of the Black Dragon refined corpses controlled by Stone Warrior, they gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Zonglong's heart sank. The demon army of 1,000,000 soldiers could not win. He could not win. The 3 elders of the southern prison were also showing signs of defeat. Could it be that his demon army of 1,000,000 soldiers and the help of the 3 elders of the southern prison were still not a match for a mere early Divine Transformation Realm expert? A wave of killing intent rose in Zonglong's eyes. He knew that if he does not risk his life like Ning Fan, the Dragon City would probably be destroyed today. He was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that Ning Fan's group was indeed a strong enemy even though they did not bring many people with them. He must risk his life. So what if you have an incarnation? Do you think I can't break your incarnation technique? Ancestral blood technique, 5 Graves dragon technique. Zonglong stretched out his claw and turned into the form of a dragon claw. A gigantic shadow of a black dragon appeared behind him. His 5 fingers were burning with black blood. Black flame soared to the sky in the starry sky. Wind as the wood dragon, earth as the earth dragon, lightning as the gold dragon, flame as the fire dragon and ice as the water dragon. When the 5 dragons die, the black dragon will be born. When the 5 elements die, the 5 graves will be born. Every time Zonglong chanted, black flames would condense into an ancient tombstone above Ning Fan's head in the starry sky. It was as if it was going to smash Ning Fan's head. That tombstone was 1,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, tall. It was filled with ghostly qi. In the beginning, there was only 1 tombstone. However, in the end, Zonglong condensed a total of 5 tombstones. Each of them had the shadow of a flying dragon. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. This tombstone technique was obviously a demonic technique. Moreover, it was a demonic technique that was activated by his ancestral blood. Even though it was only at the peak Divine Transformation realm, a single attack from his ancestral blood was certainly a few times stronger than the combined attack of 1,000,000 sea beasts. As the purple star in his left eye rotated, Ning Fan saw through the true terror of this technique. This tombstone was divided into the 5 elements and it coincided with the heavenly secrets of life and death. If one is hit by this tombstone and their demon body is destroyed, they would not have the chance to reform their incarnation. Their demon souls would be sucked away and sealed by the tombstone. The expressions of the 3 elders of the southern prison changed drastically. These 5 tombstones coincided with the heavenly secrets of the 5 elements. They possessed the great power to seal demon souls. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they could at most destroy 3 of the tombstones. At least 2 of them would be devoured and sealed by the remaining 2 tombstones. This technique is too strong. Those below the half-step void refinement realm won't be able to withstand it. It's no wonder that Zonglong could stay alive from Old Bear's attack. With this technique, who among the peak Divine Transformation realm experts would be a match for him? The 3 of them felt bitter. Initially, they planned to eliminate Ning Fan and then work together to kill Zonglong and seize the ancestral blood. Now, it seemed that not only Ning Fan and the others were strong, but even Zonglong was also a ruthless person. It was really a mistake for the 3 of them to get involved in this mess. They were afraid that they would not get any benefits in the end and would get themselves into trouble instead. However, the 3 of them did not have the time to regret. They had already offended Ning Fan. Now, the only thing they could do was to use all their strength to kill Ning Fan to avoid offending Zonglong further. This tombstone. There's no doubt about it. It's the ancestral blood secret technique of the Black Dragon clan that has been lost for generations. Even though it looks like it's real, its destructive power is enough to severely injure a half-step void refinement realm expert. Liu Bei, don't lose. She activated the star positioning plate to defend herself, but her eyes were filled with worry. The same worry also appeared in Stone Warrior's eyes. As a puppet of the upper world, he had participated in the war between realms. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the ancestral blood secret technique was. If the ancestral blood technique is used by a heavenly demon old ancestor, it would be enough to destroy a planet, even if it's used by a peak divine transformation realm expert like Zhang Long. Those below the half-step void refinement realm would not be able to withstand it. I have to control this Black Dragon refined corpse and help him. Stone Warrior's eyes turned cold. He stepped on the Black Dragon and wanted to help Ning Fan resist the tombstone technique. However, the three elders of the southern prison saw through his plan. They chuckled coldly and blocked his path of retreat. Our battle hasn't ended yet. Are you trying to run away? The three elders of the southern prison were not a match for the Black Dragon refined corpse. However, they could still stop Stone Warrior from helping Ning Fan. From their point of view, as long as they can stop Stone Warrior for a while, Zhang Long would certainly be able to kill Ning Fan. Then, they would split into two and kill Stone Warrior and the Black Dragon. Delay. The three elders just need to delay for a while. Even though they would not dare to ask Zhang Long for the ancestral blood, they would certainly gain a lot of benefits. Damn it. Stone Warrior was furious, but he could not break free from the entanglement of the three elders. I really can't understand why a puppet of your grade who can control such a powerful refined corpse would listen to the command of an early spirit-severing realm ant. The three elders of the southern prison sneered. You called him an ant? Stone Warrior's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Ant? How many people had mocked Ning Fan for being an ant? What happened in the end? Before this, Stone Warrior also did not expect that Ning Fan, who had a nascent soul realm cultivation base, would be able to capture him, a dignified spirit-severing realm cultivator. Before this, Stone Warrior also did not expect that Ning Fan could roam the external endless sea and enter the secret realm alone without attaining the spirit-severing realm. Before this, Stone Warrior also did not expect that Ning Fan would be able to dominate the Luoyun continent once he attains the spirit-severing realm. Now, he could even make a name for himself in the entire Star Sea. This kind of person only got to where he was today by killing. He had stepped over the corpses of countless geniuses and fought against countless old monsters. If this kind of person is an ant, then who else in this world is not an ant? You will regret calling him an ant. Stone Warrior looked at the three elders with disdain, as if he was looking at three dead people. The Star Sea will be turned upside down because of him alone. Stone Warrior did not say anything else because a gust of violently purple golden wind had already risen from his body. If the 5 burial dragon technique borrowed the power of life and death to seal a demon's soul, then, this purple wind mist would use a higher level of samsara power, which was even more powerful than life and death. Samsara, a wave of indifferent aura force formed in Ning Fan's eyes. A gust of golden purple wind and sand swept across the dragon city. Looking at the 5 ancient tombs that were hovering in the sky, Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his hand. All the spiritual chi in the ocean within 100,000 li asterisk was gathered into his palm. Soul extraction. It's actually the soul extraction technique. This kid not only knows the incarnation technique but also the soul extraction technique. Zhang Long's face was filled with shock. However, he gritted his teeth and changed his hand's seal, causing the 5 giant tombs to fall at the same time. Naturally, he could see that the golden purple wind and sand were powerful. However, he could also see that Ning Fan's Tao was not in this technique. No matter how powerful a technique that was not integrated with Ning Fan's Tao heart was, it was just a facade. It was enough to instantly kill a late spirit-severing realm expert, but it would be difficult to kill a peak spirit-severing realm expert. It would be even more difficult to break his 5 burial dragon technique. The force of the 5 tombs falling at the same time shattered the void within 1,000 li star. However, Ren Wumu's aura was like the sky. Ning Fan did not even lift his head. He closed his eyes and swallowed the earth's soul. His magic power increased all the way to the late spirit-severing realm. In front of his eyes, he recalled the ordinary life in Wu country, the humiliating days in the all-pleasure sect, the blood sea cultivation in the demon's sinister forest and the patience and compromise he had when he traveled around various countries. In the end, all the memories stopped at the snowstorm in 7 Apricot City and the eternal smile of Xianxia. The golden-purple wind and sand in the surroundings began to change. Ningfan stood under the plum tree that was condensed by devil qi. On the plum tree, the dark red blood plum blossoms that were condensed by the rain intent bloomed quietly. At this moment, he opened his eyes and raised his head. His gaze was as deep as the void as he looked at Zonglong. This gaze was as deep as the vast starry sky. It wanted to suck Zonglong's mind into his gaze. What kind of gaze is that? Zonglong's expression changed drastically. At this moment, all the golden-purple wind and sand turned into black snowflakes. Each snowflake was different and had its own trajectory. Each snowflake was pure black, formed from the power of the void. The wind and snow swept across 100,000 Li star. However, it carried a trace of loneliness and desolation. In the loneliness and desolation, there was a trace of deep attachment. The loneliness was the loneliness of the journey. The desolation was the exhaustion of the blood sea. The attachment was the unforgettable face in the snowstorm of 7 Apricot City. Xianxia, I miss you. At this moment, Ningfan waved his sleeve. At this moment, a strange black wind and snow swept across the Dragon City. No one could stop it. At this moment, the 5 imposing eyes were frozen and shattered in the wind and snow. At this moment, Zonglong's eyes were filled with shock. His magic technique was broken. He took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. He coughed out black blood. Half of the blood had been frozen into ice. What magic technique is this? He did not understand. Zonglong was destined not to understand the profoundness of this technique. It was because he had never seen the face of samsara. He had never seen the Tao of the strongest expert in this world, immortal Emperor Zido. The 3 elders of the southern prison were afraid. In this wind and snow, the 3 of them had the feeling that they would be devoured by the wind and snow. Insignificant and lowly, even if you are a true immortal, you will still have to bow down to my samsara. The immortal emperor's understanding of samsara was to let everything return to dust and dust return to dust. He would forget everything in the past and let everything turn into dust. However, Ningfan could not forget everything. He had too much reluctance, too many attachments. If reincarnation wanted to take away his true love, he would seal reincarnation in ice for all eternity. Wind and snow finger. Frozen samsara. Ningfan pointed his finger. An unimaginable chill rushed into Zonglong's body and soul, leaving him without a master. As he pointed his finger, Zonglong was terrified to find out that his blood, demon power, sea of consciousness and demon soul were frozen. Every inch of his flesh and blood was frozen in the wind and snow. He was terrified to find out that Ningfan was walking towards him step by step. However, he could not escape or move because he was already a piece of ice. He was even more terrified to find out that the 100,000 Li * 500 m per Li, a buried dragon city had been frozen by Ningfan's finger. With a flap of his demon wings, Ningfan appeared in front of Zonglong. Everything happened in the blink of an eye and he struck with his palm. Zonglong's frozen body turned into jet black ice shards under this palm strike and he died. The wind and snow finger broke the ancestral blood technique and killed the city lord of buried dragon city. The wind and snow finger almost used up all of Ningfan's strength. At this moment, it was difficult for him to even move. After Venerable Dragon Burial was killed, the remaining sea beasts of the Dragon City were all terrified. None of them had expected that Venerable Dragon Burial, who could dominate the Southern Star Sea and fight against a half-step void refinement realm expert, would die in Ningfan's hands just like that. Zonglong's storage pouch fell into Ningfan's hands. Within it, there was a dark golden jade bottle which contained 1.5 drops of black dragon ancestral blood that had yet to be devoured. The 3 elders of the southern prison were already frightened to death. However, as Zonglong died and Ningfan's magic power was exhausted, the 3 of them began to covet the ancestral blood. The 2 and 3 elders tried their best to stop the black dragon. As for the eldest, he flapped his wings and rushed towards Ningfan recklessly. Brat, you're strong to be able to kill Zonglong. However, you have already exhausted all of your demon power. It's as easy as flipping my palm to kill you now. Give me the ancestral blood. Asterisk boom asterisk the palm strike landed on Ning Fan's body, but it only dispersed the layers of black shadows. The black shadows condensed again. Ning Fan stared at the eldest with eyes full of killing intent. You want the ancestral blood? His gaze made the eldest of the southern prison's soul tremble. Although he knew that Ning Fan had lost all of his combat strength, he still could not suppress his fear towards Ning Fan. Give me the ancestral blood. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your techniques are, you will definitely die under the pursuit of my southern prison country. I will die? Ridiculous. Why should I give you the ancestral blood? Who do you think you are? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with madness. It's not enough. It's still not enough. I want to kill until no one dares to chase after me anymore. Ning Fan crushed the jade bottle and consumed a drop of golden black dragon ancestral blood. At the next moment, black flames spread out from Ning Fan's body. At this moment, his aura force was comparable to a half-step void refinement realm expert. Blood ignition. He actually ignited the ancestral blood of the black dragon that he had painstakingly obtained. He wanted to use the power of this ancestral blood to sweep across the entire Star Sea. Not good. The eldest of the southern prison was shocked. He's a madman who is willing to ignite his ancestral blood. Anyone who receives the gift of ancestral blood would refine it into the power of their bloodline to improve their innate potential. However, this person did the opposite and ignited the extremely precious ancestral blood. He's a madman. I can't afford to offend him. I must run. After igniting the ancestral blood, the current Ning Fan was enveloped by the aura force of the dragon ancestor. He was invincible in the Star Sea. Second brother, third brother, run now. Trying to run? It's too late. Ning Fan's entire body was covered in black flames. As he took a step forward, black flames appeared out of nowhere and engulfed the leader of the southern prison. In an instant, his physical body turned into ashes. The 2 old men and the 3 old men did not even have the time to grieve when they saw their eldest brother die. At this moment, Ning Fan had ignited his ancestral blood, giving them a feeling of powerlessness that they could not defeat. He had to escape. In a flash, the 2 of them flew towards the south. Ning Fan sneered. He did not even look at the 2 of them. His eyes fell on the void space at the side and he shouted coldly. You, get out here. A furious roar shook the void. A figure that was hiding in a panic fell out from within and immediately begged for mercy. I am the Grand Elder of the Ghost Head race from the Army Destroyer Star Sea, Gui Chen. I beg for your mercy. This person was already trembling endlessly. Buried Dragon died, Southern Prison Boss died, this person ignited his ancestral blood. Before his ancestral blood disappeared, this person killed peak deity transformation experts like crushing ants. Ning Fan did not even look at him. He directly waved his hand and planted a demon seal in Gui Chen's sea of consciousness. However, Gui Chen did not dare to resist. He could only obey and let Ning Fan plant the demon seal on him. He could not resist. If he resisted, he would be killed. Who asked him to hide in this place and get ready to take advantage of the situation when both parties are fighting to the death? The sea beasts in this place will live if they follow me to battle. If they don't, they will die. Ning Fan's cold voice reverberated across the buried dragon city mercilessly. 3 days later, on the Star Island, the old bear was holding the information in his hand. His jaw dropped in shock. That kid buried dragon is dead? It was Liu Bei who led the others to destroy it? Liu Bei, Liu Bei. The old bear crushed the jade slip. Ning Fan's image was imprinted on it. Damn it. This malefic star is Liu Bei. This malefic star has only been here for a few days and he has already destroyed the entire buried dragon city. Why is he so awesome? To be continued. The old bear was afraid of Ning Fan's refined corpse, his ancestral blood and Wei Xian who was a void fragmentation realm expert. However, it was the first time he was afraid of Ning Fan's strength. At least, the old bear knew that it was possible for him to defeat the buried dragon king, but it would be extremely difficult for him to kill it. Ning Fan could do what he could not. It seemed like he had underestimated this person in the past. The demon bear man Shan pondered in silence. Eventually, his honest face showed a determined expression and he passed the order. Pass my order. Cancel the plan to attack the 4 sacred demons. What? Cancel the plan? Kuan-mo and the others intended to attack our star island. Why don't we counterattack first and defeat them one by one? Are we waiting for the four forces to gather and besiege the star island? One of the desolate generals was confused. They won't be besieging the star island. Just wait and see. Will they attack the star island in order to protect themselves? They won't dare to do so even if they lend them their courage. I wonder, how many of the four sacred demons will be left in the end? In the buried dragon city of the southern star sea, 300,000 sea beasts were subdued. 2 late divine transformation realm experts and 1 mid-divine transformation realm expert were subdued. The rest were all killed. Ning Fan waved his sleeves and condensed their demon blood and demon cores into blood crystals and swallowed them all. When Xianxia and the other surrendered generals saw the ruins of the dragon city, they all sighed with emotion. Luckily, they surrendered fast enough to protect their clansmen. Besides, they also understood that after a short rest, the demon army of the dragon city would be under Ning Fan's command. They would be his strength to sweep across the entire star sea. Stone Warrior was busy collecting demon souls while she obediently returned the star positioning plate to Ning Fan. The scenes of slaughter made her originally weak heart more determined. However, she still did not dare to face the sea of blood and Ning Fan did not force her. Liu Bei used to be like this in the past, going through the sea of blood again and again. Xiran sighed. The small grievances she suffered in the past were nothing compared to the hardships Ning Fan had gone through. Recalling the times when she cried and was scolded by Ning Fan, she could not help but feel that her past self was a little funny. It's time for me to be more mature. Ning Fan's demon power had been exhausted, but he had already ignited his ancestral blood. As long as the blood flames were not extinguished, he would have inexhaustible demon power. Currently, his demon power had reached the half-step void refinement realm. After burning his ancestral blood, he had to exterminate all his enemies before his demon blood ran dry. Ning Fan did not reorganize himself at all. He just plundered all the spiritual herbs in the dragon burial city and carried Xiran in his arms. Flapping his purple wings, he soared into the sky. Behind him, 300,000 sea beasts and 19 soul formation cultivators followed closely. The dragon burial city's sea region, which spanned thousands of miles, had long been lit up by the flames of war. Countless small forces rushed over and watched, trying to find out what was happening in Dragon Burial City. However, few people dared to stay here when they saw the huge monster army and the terrifying semi-god realm cultivators. It was especially so for Ning Fan, who was charging at the front of the 3 armies. His demon form had purple wings which made him look exceptionally demonic. Black flames were burning around his body in a strange manner. Those who were not involved did not know that Ning Fan had ignited his blood. After flapping his wings, he had already flown 100,000 li * 500 m per li away. At this moment, Ning Fan, who had ignited his blood, possessed the strength of a half-step void refinement realm expert and the speed of a void refinement realm expert. Ning Fan took the lead and left the Dragon Burial Sea area, heading straight to the border of the southern prison country. With their terrifying formation, no one in the Dragon Burial Sea area would dare to provoke them. However, as soon as they entered the country, they were immediately attacked by countless sea beasts. Some of these sea beasts came for Ning Fan's evil cold goo while some came for the ancestral blood. The 2 elders of the southern prison fled back to the country and immediately sent out a request for help to countless sea regions. They claimed that Ning Fan had destroyed the dragon city and obtained a drop of half-ancestral blood from the Dragon Burial Sea area. Naturally, the 2 of them concealed the fact that Ning Fan had ignited his blood. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to help the southern prison country fight against a madman who ignited his ancestral blood for the sake of ancestral blood that no longer existed? The evil cold goo could allow a cultivator's spirit sense to break through to the peak divine transformation realm. For the sake of the evil cold goo, there would at most be peak divine transformation realm forces chasing after Ning Fan. However, for the ancestral blood, all half-step void refinement realm experts would come to this place. Countless old monsters who lived in seclusion rushed to the southern prison day and night. Some of them were even old monsters from other galaxies. Ning Fan showed no mercy to these people. He killed all of them. Urgent reports spread like snowflakes. The southern prison had already turned into a sea of blood. The Flying Fish clan and the other 6 small clans had gathered 31 divine transformation realm experts and an army of 1 million demons. The strongest among them was even a peak divine transformation realm expert. However, they were all turned into ashes by Ning Fan in just 9 steps. The Red Bone Country and the other 5 great demon countries had gathered 42 wild beasts and an army of 1.5 million demons. However, they were all wiped out by Ning Fan with a single sword strike. As for the reinforcements of the Eastern Sea Star Dragon and the Western Sea Whale Devil, there were 17 wild generals and an army of 700,000 demons. Ning Fan brutally transformed them into a gigantic demon form that was nearly 5,000 zhang * 33 M per zhang, tall, and devoured all the demon beasts alive. Army Destroyer Star Ocean, 7 killing Star Ocean. Ning Fan had already carried out a bloody massacre for 6 days. None of the enemies who stood in his way were spared. The cold chi on his body mixed with the ancestral blood flame. On top of his head, there was a cloud of blood baleful chi that was condensed from the blood of more than 300 wild beasts. Behind him, countless sea beasts in the Dragon Burial City were trembling in fear. Along the way, they did not need to do anything at all. As Ning Fan burned his ancestral blood even more crazily, he was almost at the Void Refinement realm at this moment. His name is Liu Bei. He comes from Luo Yun. He is a devil lord who bathes the entire Star Ocean in blood. We must run. We must not provoke him. He ate millions of sea beasts alive. He is a lunatic and a devil. All kinds of rumors spread across the Star Ocean. In the end, those forces that did not have peak divine transformation realm experts did not dare to provoke Ning Fan anymore. All of them retreated from the southern prison country. Even if Ning Fan really has ancestral blood in his body, no one would dare to snatch it from him. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood had proven that this man was not to be provoked. He is a lunatic. He is a devil lord who takes pleasure in killing. Only Shiran, who was curled up in Ning Fan's arms, knew that Ning Fan did not feel any joy at the moment. Killing is never a joyful thing. However, there are too many times when you have no other choice. However, if your heart becomes soft and your sword becomes timid, you will not be able to protect anything. However, if you take half a step back, the person behind you will be hurt. He is actually a gentle person. Shiran felt safe and at ease when she smelled Ning Fan's manly scent. She knew that this man would not let her suffer any harm. The southern prison province was currently in a state of chaos. In the main hall, the 2 old men and 3 old men of the southern prison were like ants on a hot pan. Naturally, they had heard about Ning Fan killing people by burning his blood. All of the forces that were not weaker than the southern prison country or the Dragon Burial City were easily annihilated by Ning Fan. That man was approaching them step by step. However, the reinforcements that the 2 of them had invited had yet to arrive. Damn it. Why haven't the Army Vanquisher Star Lord and the 7 Murders Star Lord arrived yet? Didn't they agree to help us kill Liu Bei? The hands of the 2 old men were trembling. Today was the 7th day since the Dragon City was destroyed. Today, Ning Fan was already very close to the province. They probably want us to perish together with Liu Bei. Both of them are the Star Lords of their respective star seas. Why would they care about the life and death of the demon clans from foreign seas like us? To put it nicely, they are here to help us. But to put it bluntly, they are here for the ancestral blood. The 2 of them exchanged glances and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In the worst-case scenario, the 2 of them could only abandon the huge foundation of the southern prison country and flee for their lives. The Star Sea was a vast place. If they hide, would that Liu Bei be able to find them no matter how powerful he is? Anyway, the chaos in the southern prison had already caused countless sea beasts to flee in fear. Now, the name of Liu Bei's devil had reached a terrifying level in this Star Sea. The 2 words Devil Venerable had been given to Liu Bei. Reporting to the king. Even the 400,000 demon army of the Zijin country was annihilated. The king of the Zijin country, who was at the half-step Void Refinement realm. Rumor has it that he was eaten alive by Liu Bei. King, please give us an order on how to fight against the Devil Venerable Liu Bei. A desolate general entered the palace in shock and reported. This information made the 2 old men even more terrified. What? The king of the Zijin country is dead? Doesn't that mean that Liu Bei has already attacked the area within 100,000 li * 500 m per li of the province? This is bad. We must run away immediately. How could the two of them still have the leisure to pack up their valuables? They immediately rushed out of the imperial palace and turned into rays of light, fleeing towards the west. However, just as they left the palace, a purple demon shadow appeared in the sky above the sea palace while holding Xiran in his arms. 100,000 li * 500 m per li was just a distance that he could cover in an instant. Liu Bei. How did you get here so quickly? This is bad. Quickly activate the defensive grand formation of the province. It was already too late to run away. At this moment, the two of them were in despair. They could only hope that they could delay Ning Fan's footsteps with the grand formation while they waited for the two star lords of the alien sea to come to their rescue. Even though they were as timid as mice, they were still peak divine transformation realm experts. Even though they were self-harming, they still managed to activate the formation light of the province of the southern prison country in just a few seconds. This formation light was a peak divine transformation realm formation. Moreover, the two elders of the southern prison had poured their magic power and sense power into the formation without holding back. At the moment when the formation light rose, countless sea beasts outside the province cried and knelt on the ground, begging the two elders to activate the formation light and let them into the formation to take refuge. However, the two elders of the southern prison were already having a hard time protecting themselves. How could they activate the formation light and let them in? The army of the Dragon Burial Ground had already expanded to 2 million people and there were 43 divine transformation realm experts among them. Among the 43 people, there were even 3 peak divine transformation realm experts. Most of them were surrendered generals. Under the demon restriction, they did not dare to disobey Ning Fan's orders. Gui Chen and the other 2 peak divine transformation realm experts were attacking the formation light with all their might. The 3 of them were the lords of a region in the Star Sea. However, they were just Ning Fan's slaves now. The 2 elders of the southern prison felt their scalps go numb. Even when the southern prison country was at its strongest, it did not have such a powerful army of sea beasts. Such a powerful force was actually obtained through slaughtering and plundering. We can't leave the city. We can't leave the city even if we die. Once we leave the city, we will die without a burial place if we are attacked by these divine transformation realm experts. The 2 of them began to damage themselves desperately just to increase the defensive power of the grand formation. Inwardly, they could only pray for the 2 star lords of the alien sea to appear as soon as possible. However, their expectations soon turned into despair. It was because they saw Ning Fan standing on the formation light in the sky above the province. His eyes were filled with impatience. All of you, step back. Yes. Gui Chen and the other 2 peak divine transformation realm experts immediately retreated in fear. They did not dare to refute him. However, just as they left the territory of the province, a strong aura force was already forming on Ning Fan's body. Blood ignition. After igniting a drop of half-ancestral blood, I almost have Void Refinement Realm strength now. Void Refinement Realm. So this is the Void Refinement Realm? However, after coming into contact with the power of this realm, I finally know how far away I am from Moksha Sovereign. Moksha Sovereign. In Ning Fan's mind, he recalled the terrifying scene of Moksha Sovereign destroying Ning City all by himself. That finger, the 1,000-mile bone finger, was enough to crush everything. I'll give the 2 of you one last chance. In 3 breaths of time, get out of the southern dungeon and become my slaves. If you do that, you won't die. Ning Fan's words were as cold as ice. His words made the 2 elders of the southern prison struggle, but they were not willing to be slaves. They were lucky enough to escape. Liu Bei. Don't be arrogant. When Pujuan and 7 Kill Starlord arrive, you'll definitely die. 3 breaths have passed. Ning Fan no longer said anything. The yin-yang flame burned at the tip of his fingers. All of a sudden, all 5 of his fingers were ablaze. That day, Moksha Sovereign used the white bone flame to condense the fire finger. Today, I will use the 9 types of heavenly frost and earthly fire to condense the fire palm. Die. With a single palm strike, the Black Lotus Corpse fire transformed into a huge flaming palm print that stretched for hundreds of miles. this palm print easily shattered the formation light of the southern prison. The palm print landed on the southern prison province. At this moment, the province, which was 100,000 li * 500 m per li, collapsed, the ground cracked and the rivers flowed in reverse. The province of a country was razed to the ground just like that. The two elders of the southern prison who were at the center of the attack were filled with regret the moment the palm print appeared. The profoundness of this palm print was definitely not a divine transformation realm magic technique. It was at least a mortal void realm magic technique. Ah! Their screams were drowned by the palm print. In just an instant, the two of them together with the southern prison were forever erased from the history of the greedy wolf star ocean. Destroying the southern prison with a palm. Gue Chen's eyes were filled with fear. Even the strongest expert in the sea region where he lived, the Pijuan Star Lord, might not be able to deliver such a powerful palm strike. One should know that the two Star Lords were true void refinement realm experts. After destroying the southern prison with a single palm strike, Ning Fan did not even look at the ruins of the southern prison. He just raised his head and stared coldly at a certain direction. Then, he stepped on the void space. As he stepped on the ground, cracks spread along the footprints, shaking the sea currents. One of the two figures wore a bitter smile while the other one wore a cold expression. Both of them looked slightly disheveled. They were actually sent flying out of the void space by Ning Fan's foot. Pijuan Star Lord, 7 Slaughter Star Lord. The two of you have been spying on this place for a long time. Do you want to become my enemy? Humph. One of the burly men who carried a sword on his back coldly harumphed. However, his eyes were filled with fear and he did not dare to attack Ning Fan. As for the other person who wore a scholar's crown, he let out a dry cough with a bitter smile, as if he was reminding the burly man with the sword. Then, he cupped his fists at Ning Fan and said, testing him with words. Revered Devil Liu Bei, you really live up to your reputation. I'm afraid that palm strike was imitated from some void fragmentation realm old monster, right? So what if it is? Hee hee. The ancestral blood of the true spirit, the half-step void refinement realm refined corpse of the black dragon of the royal family, the puppet of the northern heaven and a void fragmentation realm background. Your identity is a little mysterious. Whether I'm mysterious or not has nothing to do with you. If you want to become my enemy, feel free to attack me. However, I can't guarantee that the two of you won't die. Hee hee. You must be joking, Your Excellency. The young man with the scholar's crown seemed friendly, but he was actually trying to probe Ning Fan's identity with his words. Moreover, he was secretly forming hand seals in his long sleeves, using some kind of secret technique to sense a trace of void fragmentation realm chi from Ning Fan's body. It's the void fragmentation realm chi that was left recently. This young man really has a void fragmentation realm background. The burly man with the scholar's crown transmitted his voice to the burly man with the sword. What? If that's the case, are we going to kill him? Kill him? For what? 2 drops of ancestral blood have been ignited and burned by him. What's the benefit of killing him? It's not wise to offend a void fragmentation realm expert for no reason. Besides, I have a feeling that if this young man fights to the death, he will have more powerful means. The young man's eyes were solemn. Even with his void refinement realm cultivation base, he could feel a sense of danger from Ning Fan. Of course, he did not know that Ning Fan still had a rogue devil on him. Even if Ning Fan could not completely control the rogue devil now, he would still dare to perish together with the void fragmentation realm expert if he fights to the death. This young man is very dangerous. Have you ever seen an early spirit severing realm expert who could massacre a star sea? This person can be befriended but not offended. The young man with a scholarly hat reminded the burly man. Then, he took out a jade slip and imprinted some kind of spirit sense on it. Then, he threw it to Ning Fan and cupped his fists. I've offended you by spying on you just now. My name is Pajun. This person is Chi Sha. Even though his words are fierce, he doesn't have any hostility towards you. This jade slip is the compensation that I've carved for spying on you. I'm sure that it contains the secret information about the greedy wolf star lord. It will be helpful to you in your journey to the Heaven Palace. Farewell. The two of them left without staying any longer. After Ning Fan made sure that there was nothing unusual in the jade slip, he scanned it with his spirit sense. his expression changed. The greedy wolf Star Lord entered the Heaven Palace 5,000 years ago. The destruction of the southern prison had already shocked countless sea beasts. However, the most shocking thing was the appearance of the two Star Lords from the alien sea. Two Void Refinement Realm experts. They were true Void Refinement Realm experts. However, when facing Ning Fan, he actually showed weakness and befriended him. As a member of the Ghost Head clan in the army destroying sea area, Guichen understood the ruthlessness of that Star Lord Pajun the most. Although he was dressed in a scholarly hat and looked refined, he had eaten tens of millions of sea beasts in order to break through to the Void Refinement realm. Despite being such a ruthless person, he showed weakness to Ning Fan and befriended him. All of this made Guichen feel incredulous. My new master, Ning Fan, is actually such a ruthless person who hides his strength well. How can he make the Void Refinement Realm Star Lord be afraid of him? Ning Fan kept the jade slip and looked at the two Star Lords who were leaving with a thoughtful look. That 7-killing Star Lord has shown off his abilities. There's no need to worry about him. However, that Pajun is a formidable figure. Just now, he used some kind of secret technique that actually made the rogue devil in my body sense. He must have realized that I have a rogue devil in my body. That's why he retreated in fear. Otherwise, he might have killed me. Kuan Mo. I wonder what kind of expression you will have when you find out that I'm going to kill you. Will you be afraid? One after another, forces died in the southern dungeon. The sea beast kingdom that used to be famous for its abundance of sea spirit fruits was reduced to nothingness within a day. The only things that could bear witness to this period of history were the white bones and the horrifying palm print that shattered the Nanlao prefecture. The two great Star Lords appeared in the southern prison, but in the end, they did not stop Ning Fan's massacre in the Star Ocean. Tacit approval. The two great Star Lords had tacitly approved all of Ning Fan's actions. Within Kuanli Palace, a bald man was restless. It was Kuan Mo gone, all gone. Big brother Star Dragon and second brother Whale Demon didn't come to help at all. Third brother Yuan Feng also led the Sea Ape army to retreat. Moreover, the forces of the Li Kuan Palace had fallen apart because they were too afraid of Ning Fan's impending arrival. The current Kuan Mo no longer trusted anyone. Anyone could behead him to please Ning Fan. The situation had been reversed. He had given the order to kill Ning Fan twice. Now that the throne had changed, it was Ning Fan's turn to hunt him down. No, I haven't lost yet. As long as I consume the remaining two types of goo, even if I am a true Void Refinement Realm expert, I will definitely be able to. There must be something. A wisp of purple smoke slowly drifted into the Li Kuan Palace without anyone noticing. Perhaps someone had seen the smoke but did not dare to stop it. Ning Fan appeared in the Li Kuan Palace with Shiran in his arms. We meet again, Kuan Mo. However, it seems that you are not the one chasing after me now. Instead, I am the one chasing after you, Liu Bei. How could you enter Li Kuan Palace so easily? I still have 1,000,000 demon soldiers. I will never let you. Kuan Mo's expression seemed to be panicking, but halfway through his words, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He crushed a red and crystalline goo worm and immediately flapped his Kuan Peng wings to escape 90,000 kilometers away. Blood crystal goo. One of the 3 strongest goo of demon Kuan. Be careful, once you're poisoned, Shiran hurriedly reminded. However, before she could finish her words, a trace of blood had already flickered in the air at a strange speed and approached Ning Fan. Don't be afraid. There is still one more day before my ancestral blood completely burns out. Withdraw. Ning Fan did not even lift his eyelids in the face of this bloodline. He bent his finger and pointed it at the red line at lightning speed. A trace of void energy formed a black line on his fingertip, binding the bloodline. Immediately, the bloodline trembled in pain and turned back into a red translucent goo insect. The small goo insect's expression was one of fear. The evil cold goo is enough for my immortal will to break through to the peak of the soul formation stage. Now that I have obtained this blood crystal goo and Kuan Mo's third goo worm, I wonder if my divine sense can break through to half-step void refinement realm. Humph. Do you want to run? Ning Fan hugged Shiran tightly. With a sway of his body, he had already reappeared 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. After traveling for 9 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, he suddenly halted his footsteps. Even though he moved later, he was able to catch up to Kuan-mo first. He sent out a palm strike. Just as Kuan-mo's pitch-black traveling light arrived at that place, Ning Fan's palm struck his body. Kuan-mo staggered and almost fell. He retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing himself. However, his expression changed greatly. How can your speed be so fast? Once the blood crystal goo succeeds, you won't be able to escape. Could it be that the blood crystal goo failed? You took the blood crystal goo. This was impossible. Even Void Refinement Realm experts. Before Kuan-mo could finish his words, he launched another sneak attack. He bent his finger and shot out a ray of pale yellow light. Then, he tried to escape again. This pale yellow light was Kuan-mo's third goo, damage brightness goo. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with impatience. He did not want to be entangled with Kuan-mo anymore. He sent out a palm strike and a palm imprint made of black flames appeared in the air and struck Kuan-mo's chest. Under this palm strike, Kuan-mo coughed out several mouthfuls of black blood and fell limply to the ground. His immortal veins were already destroyed and he kept coughing out blood. As for that poisonous insect which was glowing with pale yellow light, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and easily caught it in his hand. Void Refinement Realm. I see. You ignited your ancestral blood and your cultivation base rose to the Void Refinement Realm within a short period of time. Haha. So you're just borrowing the power of others to wash the sea of stars with blood. Liu Bei, you're just SOSO. Kuan-mo's words were enough to poke the pride of many people. However, Ning Fan was not moved at all. In his world, there was only victory and defeat. The methods used were not important. Besides, this ancestral blood was also obtained by him after he killed Venerable Dragon Burial and consumed it. How could it not be considered as his own strength? Xiran was unconvinced. She hated people like Kuan-mo the most who always regarded others' hard work as fortune. Xiran had witnessed the chaos of the Sea of Stars from the beginning to the end. She believed that any other old monster who had the same fortune as Ning Fan would not be able to do better than him. At least, Kuan-mo could not kill Venerable Dragon Burial and obtain the ancestral blood. At least, even if Kuan-mo obtained 2 drops of ancestral blood, he would not be willing to ignite his blood. At the very least, even if Kuan-mo ignited his blood, he would not be able to imitate a void fragmentation realm technique and destroy the southern prison with a single palm strike. Even if Kuan-mo did all of the above, he would certainly not be able to intimidate the 2 Star Lords. Perhaps he would only end up being killed. It was just like how Old Bear failed to break through the Ghost Xiong Pass after it had existed for so many years. Who else could forcefully break through the pass like Ning Fan? Xiran was very unconvinced. She wanted to reason with Kuan-mo and convince him that Ning Fan could only reach this stage with his own hard work. Liu Bei, let go of me. I want to quarrel with him. Xiran gently broke free from his embrace. At this moment, Kuan-mo suddenly got up from the ground and flicked his finger. A dark blue line flashed and approached Xiran's chest. He still had the 4th goo, he was going to die but he was not convinced. He wanted to take revenge on Ning Fan. He wanted to destroy Xiran and Ning Fan's woman. This goo is called the Waning Spring Goo. Those who are afflicted with it will not live longer than a spring. What? Kuan-mo's eyes widened. All of his complacency turned into unwillingness. Unwillingness, just as the goo was about to reach Xiran, Ning Fan was already prepared for it. He flicked his sleeve and kept it in his palm, then, he looked at Kuan-mo with a mocking expression. Your sneak attack is really clumsy, damn it. Liu Bei, kill me with your sword if you have the guts. If I kill you, won't I be afflicted with the 5th goo as well? Ning Fan revealed a mocking expression. The purple star in his left eye flashed and he had already seen through the poison inside Kuan-mo's body. There was another goo hidden inside Kuan-mo's body which was connected to his life. This goo was called the life goo. Once Kuan-mo dies, he would kill all his enemies within 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. The moment Kuan-mo fled, he already knew that he could not escape from Ning Fan. Therefore, he kept using the 2nd goo and the 3rd goo to sneak attack Ning Fan. In the end, as if he was struggling on his deathbed, he used the 4th goo. Everything he did was to make Ning Fan careless. He wanted to provoke Ning Fan to get close to him and kill him, thereby activating the power of the 5th goo. Mo had already attached his demon soul to the life goo. Once his physical body dies, the life goo would be activated and he would be able to escape with his demon soul. As for Ning Fan, he would certainly die. His plan was not bad. In Mo's opinion, anyone who destroys the Star Sea would inevitably become arrogant and complacent. At this moment, it was the easiest for one to be careless and scheme. However, Mo did not expect that Ning Fan was a quick-witted person. He was always the one who schemed against others. Since when did he ever get schemed against by others? Another palm strike broke all of Mo's muscles and bones. Then, Ning Fan carried Xiran and moved 10,000 li * 500 m per li, away with a single step. You can die now. Boom *, the palm imprint fell and 100,000 li * 500 m per li, was flattened. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Mo's face was filled with unwillingness. Under the terrifying palm imprint, he could not even escape from his demon soul. He let out a miserable shriek and died in the ruins. At the same place, a pitch-black goo thread immediately spread across 10,000 li * 500 m per li, tearing everything apart. Of course, it was the doing of the life goo. Xiran was dumbfounded. So scary. He actually has the 4th and 5th goo. I didn't even know about it. Recalling how she wanted to reason with Mo when he was already paralyzed, Xiran immediately blushed. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. If Xiran could see through Mo's scheme even though she was inexperienced, then Mo's life would be in vain. Next time, remember to never trust your enemies. Then, should I trust you or not? Xiran's face turned red. As soon as she asked this question, she did not know why her cheeks turned red. Throughout the journey of killing, every single time was filled with fear and trepidation. The little girl's feelings for Ning Fan were no longer ordinary even though she did not know what kind of feeling she had for him was. However, at this moment, she was a little reluctant to leave Ning Fan's embrace. However, it seemed like she no longer had a reason to hide in his embrace. During the battle in the southern prison, Ning Fan's devil prestige had frightened all the forces in the Star Ocean. Now that Mo is dead, perhaps no one would dare to offend him anymore. There should not be any danger anymore. Thus, Ning Fan naturally did not need to protect Xiran every day. You already trust me. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. If it's him, he would certainly not be so kind as to take the initiative to awaken his enemy's medicine soul. After thinking about it carefully, Ning Fan could not help but sigh at the mysteriousness of karma. If he did not save Xiran, she would not have the chance to awaken his medicine soul and she would not have told him the secret of the star-tempering purple Xianxia. When there is a cause, there is bound to be an effect. The two words karma were actually included in the cycle of samsara. Samsara. This kind of power is really terrifying. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could only use the power of samsara to comprehend and display the wind-snow technique. Any further comprehension was not something he could achieve with his current strength. If he could completely master the power of samsara, he would be able to make all the immortals in the entire star region lose their memories and be buried in samsara, just like ringing the samsara bell. Perhaps, only by becoming an existence like Purple Dipper can I subdue heaven and earth and live a peaceful life, Ning Fan muttered to himself. Xiran was destined not to understand his words. The life goo and goo worms gradually calmed down. Ning Fan carried Xiran and ascended 10,000 li * 500 m per li. With a wave of his hand, he kept the life goo and Mo's storage pouch. In less than a month, Ning Fan had killed 10 million pill beasts, 90,000 nascent soul beasts and 500 wild beasts. The Sea of Stars was already deeply afraid of Ning Fan's terrifying strength. At this moment, even if there was a huge temptation to make the beasts chase after Ning Fan, no one would be blind anymore. Moreover, there were even some forces that tried to please Ning Fan and respected him as the new greedy wolf Star Lord alongside the other two Star Lords. Ning Fan was not aware of these things. Even if he knew, he did not care about empty titles. Instead, he cared more about actual benefits. With the 5 types of goo, it was not difficult for his spirit sense to break through to the half-step void refinement realm, 100,000 gold core realm Dao fruits, 900 nascent soul realm Dao fruits, 7 divine transformation realm Dao fruits and the massive amount of demon power that he had accumulated after devouring countless amounts of demon blood. Ning Fan did not refine this amount of demon power. If he does, he did not know how much his cultivation base would improve. Perhaps, it would be enough for him to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. 1,000,000 tufts of 1,000 years old spiritual herbs, 70,000 tufts of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs and 1,200 tufts of 50,000 years old and above spiritual herbs, with so many pills, as long as he improves his pill refinement mastery, he could do a lot of things. The army of the demon army would arrive soon. At that time, Ning Fan would completely subdue the Li Kuan Palace. This was the force that Kuan Mo had been managing for many years. Even if the tree falls, the monkeys will scatter. It was still a big piece of meat. If Ning Fan does not take it, many forces would be more than happy to take it from him. Naturally, the remaining 3 sacred demons would certainly not dare to attack the Star Island anymore. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn as he held a token that was as translucent as jade in his hand. The Gu King's token. This token was Kuan Mo's fortune. It allowed him to climb step by step from a small winged demon to where he was today. This token could easily neutralize Gu poison. Other than that, it seemed to be able to easily cure other poisons as well. Does this mean that if I refine this token into my body, I will be immune to all poisons? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. This was definitely an unexpected gain. Are we going back now? Why don't we stay for a few more days? She Ran pleaded with Ning Fan with a soft voice. She was really reluctant to part with Ning Fan on this journey. I'm afraid we still have to stay for a few more days. After I completely subdue the Li Kuan Palace, I still need to deal with these forces that have surrendered. They are star spirits. We can't bring them out of this world. How should we deal with them? It will be troublesome. It would be great if we can bring them away. This is a huge force. Ning Fan suddenly paused halfway through his words as if he had seen something unbelievable. Without saying anything else, he carried Shi Ran and flew away with all his might. In just half a breath's time, a strong tearing force came from the place where he had just escaped. The vast sky of 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li was shattered. An endless void storm swept across the place. The level of this void storm was probably enough to tear a void fragmentation realm old monster into pieces. It was definitely not on the same level as the void storm that Wei Xian had destroyed in the past. In the middle of that storm, a beast corpse that was 100,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, in size flew out of the void. As the beast corpse fell from the sky, a lady whose entire body was stained with blood fell from the sky. Her face was completely pale. She had already lost consciousness. What level is this ferocious beast? Ning Fan took a deep breath. Even though this ferocious beast was already dead, its powerful qi was enough to make void fragmentation realm old monsters shudder, let alone Ning Fan. This is a realm beast. Someone actually killed a realm beast. Is it that woman? She Ran pursed her lips and revealed a look of disbelief. Should we save her? Looking at the beautiful lady who had fallen into the sea along with the realm beast, Shi Ran's heart was moved. Of course, she had learned her lesson. It was still up to Ning Fan to decide whether to save her or not. You want me to save her? Ning Fan wore a strange expression. Even though he did not know how strong a realm beast was, he was afraid that even ordinary immortals would not be a match for it. A woman who could kill a realm beast must be a true immortal realm expert. Was he supposed to save an expert whose friend or foe was unknown? Once this woman wakes up, would she immediately kill him? Ning Fan would not do such a foolish thing to save someone. Moreover, she was a powerful enemy. If he were to kill her, it would be a waste. Besides, he might even get into great trouble. Capturing this woman and plucking her to keep her as a human cauldron seemed like a good idea. However, he would not even dare to pluck a woman of this level even if she was lying down and offered herself to him. If he plucked a woman of this level, his body would immediately explode. He could neither kill nor keep her alive. This kind of useless woman would only bring him trouble. Let's go. Ning Fan glanced around and shook his head. He did not want to get into trouble. The most rational thing to do was to leave immediately to avoid getting himself into trouble. However, just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly turned serious. There was a red jade ring on the tip of the beautiful lady's finger. It was exactly the same as his Yuanyao jade. Yuanyao jade. Isn't this jade something that only the 4 ladies of the Lost World Palace have? Why does she have it? Could she be Bei Xiaoman's elder sister? Ning Fan hesitated. If it's a stranger, he could just leave. However, it's Bei Xiaoman. Besides, he had quite a good impression of the 3rd lady of the Lost World Palace, Bailey. That lady had helped him a lot in passing the 3 mortal severance steps. In the future, I'm destined to ascend to the Northern Heaven, and I will certainly have dealings with the Lost World Palace. If I save this lady, it might be of great help to me after I ascend. Just save her. Why are you hesitating? This lady has one of the 7 spirit bodies. It will be very beneficial for you to improve your yin-yang transformation's last 7 heavens cultivation technique. A faint voice came from the yin-yang locket. It was Luo Yu. Her words were teasing and not serious. However, after teasing him, she immediately became serious. Her tone was cold and her usual lazy and unruly manner was completely different. I know this lady. Even though we had some unpleasantness in the past, if it wasn't for her help, I would have been killed by someone in the Lost World Palace. Consider it as the first favor you've done for me. Save her. All right. Ning Fan no longer hesitated. He returned to the void storm an array of traveling light. He patted his storage pouch and took out the Eastern Ocean Bell. With the Eastern Ocean Bell on top of his head, he caught the beautiful lady who had fallen and fainted. Hugging a young lady on your left and a beautiful lady on your right. You're really lucky with women. Seeing that Ning Fan had saved the beautiful lady, Luo Yu heaved a sigh of relief and began to tease him again. Lucky with women, huh? Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ning Fan had always believed that there were some women in this world that he should never touch. This beautiful lady must be one of them. However, for the sake of Bei Xiaoman, Bailey, and Luo Yu, he really could not stand by and watch her die. The first 2 of them were just acquaintances, while the last one was the person who had saved Ning Fan several times when he was in trouble. Ning Fan had to give her face. Even if he gets into trouble after saving this lady, he would certainly not die with Luo Yu around. Trouble might be a fortuitous encounter. To be continued. In the Likuan Palace, Ning Fan gave the order and immediately went into seclusion. From today onwards, Qing Xian will be in charge of Dragon Burial City, Guichen will be in charge of Likuan Palace, Chao Kong will be in charge of Gui Xiong Pass, and Zhong Mu will be in charge of Nanlao Kingdom. Follow my orders and erect a statue of me in your respective passes. Worship me day and night. Disperse. This order made the surrendered generals look at each other in dismay. Everyone had been planted with demonic seals, and their lives were no longer in their control. They had thought that after being used, it would be difficult for them to escape death. However, from the looks of it now, not only would their masters not die, they would even be appointed as the leaders of the various great powers. The Honorable Lord actually didn't kill us. We are really, really lucky, but why did the High Lord specifically instruct us to build a temple to worship him? Even if we want to erect a statue, we should erect a statue of the Honorable Lord. Why do we have to erect a statue of this unfamiliar young man? Why do we care about all this? My lord has taken over the South Sea and is already invincible. We just need to follow his orders. Don't offend him. Of course, none of them knew that Luo Yu was the one who suggested the erection of the temple statue. The star spirits could not be brought out of the Star Palace's territory. If Ning Fan takes away the star of the Celestial Emperor, no one knew what would happen to the Star Palace. In short, this group of forces could not be taken away, and it was even more impossible for them to be used as fighters in the outside world. Therefore, Luo Yu's suggestion was to let the people of the Star Palace worship Ning Fan's statue. That way, even if they could not control the Star Palace in the end, there would still be a golden statue of Ning Fan that the sea beasts would worship as long as the palace was not destroyed. As for Ning Fan, he could use his natal golden man to collect the Joss Flame power. There were 3 types of immortals: celestial immortal, demonic immortal, and demonic immortal. The 3 clans each had their own cultivation system, and the cultivation of Shinto required devouring the power of incense, refining it into magical energy, or tempering the body. Apart from this, incense also had many other wonderful uses. Incense could be used to refine pills or as a trump card to kill enemies. Outside the secret chamber, Ning Fan waved his palm and took out a golden man. Its appearance was exactly the same as the real Ning Fan. In the future, all the people who erected Ning Fan's golden statue and worshipped him would turn their faith into the power of incense and gather on the golden statue. I still feel that it's a waste not to bring this batch of star spirits out of the Star Palace. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked this Star Palace to be condensed by the Heavenly Emperor? If you obtain the Star of the Heavenly Emperor, you might be able to condense your own Star Palace. However, that Star Palace is destined to be unable to connect with this place, and it is also unable to support the survival of the star spirits here, Luo Yu replied lazily. Ever since she had saved the beautiful woman, this woman seemed to have become very interested and was no longer sleeping. There are many sea beasts here. With you around, even if you leave, no one in the southern Star Sea would dare to touch you. There were probably more than 100 million sea beasts in the southern Star Sea, and most of them were pellet beast experts. With 100 million gold core and above worshipping you, your speed of collecting incense is even faster than ordinary life immortals. Is that so? Forget it. Although this group of forces is strong, they had to submit to my devil prowess. I can leave them outside, but I don't feel at ease bringing them along with me. Fortunately, I have collected more than 300 desolate beasts' demon souls. With the puppet raising technique, I can upgrade my divine transformation realm puppets. Once I completely refine the goo poison and demon blood, my strength will rise to another level. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He kept the golden statue and the origin jade. Hei Tong, the stone warrior and the refined corpses were also kept into his storage pouch. It was time to return to the Star Island. However, before I leave, I still have some troublesome matters to deal with. After putting away his expression, Ning Fan pushed open the stone door of the secret chamber and took a step inside. Immediately, the sound of water flowing could be heard from within the secret chamber. He saw she ran rolling up her sleeves. She was wiping the body of an unconscious beautiful woman with her bare arms. After all, she was the princess of the Profound Medicine clan. Xianxia's Tao of medicine and pill refinement mastery were extremely brilliant. With the help of the medicine, the bleeding of the woman's heavy injuries had stopped a little. At this moment, Xianxia was wiping the body of the beautiful woman. The woman's clothes were half undone and she was unconscious on the bed. After wiping the blood stains off her body, she looked like an exquisitely carved white jade beauty. Her plump breasts were fair and supple. As Xianxia wiped them with the towel, they even trembled slightly. She had smooth skin and a flat abdomen. Under the cover of her skirt, a dense forest could be vaguely seen under her abdomen. Her legs were slender and long, making one's imagination run wild. However, as soon as Ning Fan entered, Xianxia immediately cried out in surprise. She stopped wiping the woman and lifted the thin blanket at the side to cover the beautiful woman's body. Liu Bei. Can't you have some self-awareness? You are a man. A man. You know that I am wiping this sister's body but you still barged in. Do you know that if you see her naked body, she will be like me? She won't be able to get married. Oh? You won't be able to get married? I thought you would want to marry me. Who? Who wants to marry you? I don't. I don't. Besides, even my father didn't agree to it. Xianxia's tone was a little messy. Is that so? In other words, if your father agrees to marry me, you will be very willing to marry me? I. Xianxia couldn't utter a single word of objection. However, she did not dare to nod her head. She was such a well-behaved girl. When she gets married, she must follow the orders of her parents and relatives. Seeing Xianxia's embarrassment, Ning Fan stopped teasing her and shifted his gaze to the beautiful woman. Even if they were separated by a thin blanket, Ning Fan's fully demon eyes were extremely powerful. Whether you are wearing clothes or not, whether you are covered with a blanket or not, Ning Fan could see through everything with just a single glance. The woman fell into the South Sea with a realm beast. The demon core of that realm beast was kept by Ning Fan. The demon blood was kept by Ning Fan. As for the corpse, he hid it in the Yuanya world. The scales, bones, and horns of this 100,000 Zhang *3 33 per zhang, tall gigantic beast were the best materials for refining weapons. According to Luo Yu and Xiran, the realm beast was a unique demon beast in the void of the four heavens. It lurked in the void and rarely attacked experts at the 7th level of the cultivation realm. Instead, it loved to attack immortals and devour their blood to refine its body. Since it could devour immortals alive, there was no doubt that the realm beast was strong. The reason why immortals did not dare to descend to the lower worlds was not only because of the realm law but also because of the realm beast. Being able to kill a realm beast, this beautiful woman was undoubtedly a peerless expert. She was not weak even among the true immortals. Even though she was an expert, the realm beast's attack was not weak. Her injuries were definitely not ordinary. However, Xiran managed to stabilize her injuries in just a day. It was enough to show how powerful her Tao of healing was. However, even though her injuries were stabilized, there were 2 seals in her body that completely sealed her cultivation base. One of them seemed to be set up by her. Most likely, it was to seal her cultivation base to the void fragmentation realm to avoid the realm beast's attack. However, she was still attacked by the realm beast even after her cultivation base was sealed. If she was not plotted against by someone, she would be extremely unlucky. The other seal was planted by the realm beast's magic technique. This seal directly restricted her cultivation base to the nascent soul realm, forcefully suppressing her cultivation base by 3 great cultivation realms. It was enough to show how terrifying the realm beast's seal was. What was more troublesome was that the realm beast's seal also hid a trace of extremely secretive poison. This poison should not belong to the realm beast. Instead, it was specially refined and planted on the realm beast's body by a cultivator. This trace of poison made Ning Fan speculate that the possibility of someone plotting against her after she was attacked by the realm beast was higher. However, the person who plotted against her must be a peerless true immortal. Ning Fan was not willing to provoke such a person for the time being. He was also not in the mood to find out why the beautiful woman was plotted against. He only promised Luo Yu that he would save her. As for other matters, he did not want to ask about them. Of course, he still wanted to help her to the end. Hence, he still had to help her get rid of the poison. Why aren't you going out yet? I still need to continue wiping this elder sister's body. Xiran wrung the towel and urged him. If I go out, she will die. There is still a trace of remnant poison in her body which is hidden very deeply. Ning Fan walked to the front of the bed and lifted the thin blanket as if he had made up his mind. Immediately, the flawless snow-white body of the beautiful woman reappeared in front of him. Pervert. I've already diagnosed her. She is not poisoned. You're lying. You just want to peep at her. Xiran immediately covered her eyes. Her small face had already turned red. She had forgotten that the one who should cover her eyes was Ning Fan, not her. Can you see how many seals she has been afflicted with? Ning Fan placed his palm on the beautiful woman's lower abdomen. The cold and tender feeling made his mind flutter. However, his mind immediately turned solemn. 1. Is it the seal of the realm beast? It's 2. She even sealed one on herself. Ordinary people can't see that seal. The purple star in Ning Fan's left eye shone brightly. The Fu Li could see through all illusions. Naturally, he could see through the double seals on the beautiful woman's body. It was not strange that Xiran could not see it. The magic power flowed from his palm into the beautiful woman's lower abdomen. This process lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, dense and mysterious patterns suddenly appeared on the fair and flawless body of the beautiful woman. On her forehead, a silver formation pattern appeared. It was the seal that the beautiful woman had set up herself. On her delicate body and under her half-exposed clothes, there were terrifying blood-red formation patterns everywhere. As the formation patterns appeared, they gave off a foul stench. These formation patterns were planted by the realm beast. There are actually 2 layers of seals. Moreover, the rotten stench in the realm beast's seal is the immortal decaying poison. Xiran was so shocked that she could not close her small mouth. As it turned out, Ning Fan was right to lift the blanket and stare at the beautiful woman. This beautiful woman was really poisoned. However, Xiran could not imagine why such a terrifying immortal decaying poison would appear on the beautiful woman's body. A single drop of the immortal decaying poison is even more precious than the Tao fruit of the last immortal. It can kill ordinary immortals. If it wasn't for this woman's extremely powerful cultivation base, she would have died the moment she was poisoned. The person who could raise a realm beast and use the immortal decaying poison to harm others must have a powerful background. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He could vaguely feel that he had gotten himself into another trouble the moment he saved this woman. However, if he had to start all over again, he would still choose to save this woman because it was related to Luo Yu's request. How is it? Can you cure her of the poison? In the yin-yang locket, Luo Yu's tone was a little nervous. Don't worry. Ning Fan did not say much. He sat on the bed and carried the beautiful woman up, placing her on his knees. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a token that was sparkling and translucent like jade. The Poison King's token. This token had a miraculous effect in detoxifying poison. However, Ning Fan was not confident that it could completely cure the beautiful woman. With a point of his finger, the Gu King token turned into a small jade that was around an inch long. He parted the beautiful woman's lips and placed the jade on the tip of her tongue. When his finger touched the smooth and cold tip of her tongue, Ning Fan's mind was shaken again. Even though he managed to calm himself down after a short while, he was still a little surprised this time. This woman's cultivation method was undoubtedly the profound sex-righteous Tao. However, her physique seemed to be filled with a strange charm. Even though Ning Fan had cultivated his yin-yang transformation to the second level, he could barely resist her charm. Is this the seven-spirit body that Luo Yu mentioned? What exactly is the seven-spirit body? As soon as the Gu King token was placed in her mouth, the beautiful woman's complexion immediately turned better. The blood-red poisonous thread near her neck began to spread downwards. However, when it reached the top of her breasts, it stopped flowing. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. The Gu King token was not weak. However, it was still not enough to eliminate all the poison just by placing it in the beautiful woman's mouth. Unfortunately, the beautiful woman was currently unconscious and could not control the power of the token to eliminate the poison in her body. What should I do? It seems like the poison has only been pushed below her chest. It hasn't been completely eliminated yet. Seeing that a peerless beauty was about to be killed by the corrosive poison, Ran could not help but pity the beautiful woman a little. Force the token to her entire body. Ning Fan placed his finger on the beautiful woman's lips and channeled his magic power into it. The token turned into an ice-cold light thread and spread throughout the beautiful woman's body. His fingertip moved down from the beautiful woman's lips and slid across her soft neck, collarbone and the softness of her chest. The ice-cold light thread filled her entire body. The painful expression on the beautiful woman's face immediately melted. Under the pursuit of the light thread, the poison slowly disintegrated. Ning Fan's fingertip had almost touched the entire upper body of the beautiful woman. Ning Fan's breathing began to become messy. The charm of this woman's physique was too terrifying. It almost made him lose his mind. Once he loses his mind and has intercourse with this woman, there would only be one ending for him. His body would explode and he would die. As the poison disintegrated, the blood threads on the beautiful woman's body began to gather towards her lower abdomen. Gritting his teeth, Ning Fan placed both of his hands on the beautiful woman's ankles and pressed them towards her calves. Ning Fan lifted her palace dress and his hands went into her dress. Then, he inwardly swore that he had offended her. His fingertip penetrated the beautiful woman's tender body and forcefully injected his finger force into it. Under the pressure of his last finger, all the poison was concentrated on the beautiful woman's lower abdomen, forming a palm-sized seal formation mark. The seal was still there but the poison had completely disappeared. However, as Ning Fan's last finger moved, something even more troublesome happened. When the poison on the beautiful woman's body was completely disintegrated, Ning Fan's finger force touched her entire body. Eventually, when his finger touched her soft lips, she let out a moan and woke up with a blurry look in her eyes. However, as the beautiful woman woke up, a strong seductive force assaulted Ning Fan and she ran. The purple mist rolled and pulled Ning Fan and she ran into the phoenix tent. Ah! Ran cried out in surprise. When she was engulfed by the purple mist, her eyes immediately became blurry. She already had a good impression of Ning Fan. At this moment, she felt numb and itchy all over her body. It was as if only by embracing Ning Fan's embrace could she feel more comfortable. As for the beautiful woman, her eyes became blurry and her consciousness was already in a mess. Even though her cultivation base was sealed, her seductive force was at the standard of a shedding void realm true immortal. The beautiful woman whose clothes were half undone had sweat on her temples and her phoenix hairpin was messy. When she saw Ning Fan, she found it hard to control her emotions and thought that it was just a wet dream. Ever since my husband died in battle and Man Heir was born, it has been 1,000 years since I had a wet dream. A wet dream. Why is this dream so real? I can actually see his face clearly. I'm really a shameless woman. I actually dreamed of a divine transformation realm young man. If it's just a dream. If it's just a dream, the beautiful woman's willpower began to weaken. If it was an ordinary wet dream, she could use her magic power to destroy it. However, the dream this time was so real. She tried to unravel the dream but she could not break free from it. I can't break free, huh? Is this going to be my first time letting loose in a dream? The beautiful woman felt that there was a strange power in Ning Fan's body that was calling out to her. Her lower body was already wet. She untied her robes and eventually, she completely lost her willpower and fell into Ning Fan's embrace. If it's just a dream, even I am qualified to love someone. The beautiful lady moved her lips closer to Ning Fan's face and cupped his face in her hands. My name is Xianxia. Lang Jun, what's your name? Liu Bei. Ning Fan tried his best to restrain himself. This purple mist was too powerful, it made his yin-yang locket show signs of losing control. However, when the beautiful woman's tender lips approached him, he could no longer restrain himself. It just so happened that at this moment, Ran, who was in a trance, pressed her not-so-plump chest against Ning Fan's back and rubbed it against his back. Her slender arms wrapped around Ning Fan's neck and her smooth tongue blew a delicate fragrance into Ning Fan's ears. Liu Bei, I feel terrible. What should I do? Roar. Ning Fan could no longer endure it. This purple mist was too domineering. If he does not have intercourse with it, not to mention the two ladies, even he himself would die. It was fine for him to dual cultivate with Ran, but he must never pluck this beautiful woman. Just a drop of her primordial yin was enough to make his body explode. Silly brother, there's still the rear court, the rear court. Luoyu teased. The beautiful woman's life was no longer in danger, so Luoyu was relieved. However, when she saw that the beautiful woman was about to be occupied by Ning Fan, she felt that it was very interesting and cunning. She is a famous flower. Moreover, she is a famous flower whose owner is already dead. Silly brother, after you occupy her body, almost no one in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds will dare to provoke you. But Luoyu's smile became even more cunning. She really wanted to see how awkward it would be for Ning Fan to face both Bei Xiaoman and the beautiful woman at the same time. Silly brother, I'm afraid you are going to defy the heavens this time. This Yuan Yao is Bei Xiaoman's mother. It was impossible for Luoyu to tell Ning Fan about this. She liked to watch complicated soap operas. She was very bored. First update, to be continued. Inside the secret room, it was filled with endless moans and moans for the entire night. Ning Fan sat in front of the bed. His head still hurt a little. Looking at the two women who were entangled with each other on the bed, his expression was complicated. This time, he still retained half of his rationality. He did not let Ran, who had lost her virginity, suffer too much. Instead, he let this little girl reach her climax several times. The bloodstains on the bed were the price Ran had to pay for her pleasure. This little girl will never be able to get married this time. As for that beautiful woman, Ning Fan did not do anything to her. Instead, he just let her penetrate the bottom of the bed. Looking at the woman's swollen buttocks with traces of blood, Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. I'm afraid I've gotten myself into a huge trouble. This woman was not a virgin, but since he had taken her bottom, her chastity was also lost in his hands. Lost World Palace. If this woman is Bailey and Bei Xiaoman's elder sister, she must be either the eldest or the second eldest. I wonder if this woman is already married. Judging from the fact that she is no longer a virgin, could it be that she is a fickle woman? Ning Fan had misunderstood Yuan Yao. How is she an unchaste woman? If she gave birth to 4 daughters and is still a virgin, that would be strange. Alright, at this moment, Ning Fan still did not realize how ridiculous and serious the incident that happened tonight was. However, inside the yin yang locket, Luo Yu was already choking on her laughter. Silly little brother, you've gotten yourself into trouble. Do you know who she is? Who is she? Do you want to know? If you want to know, then use the mind-reading technique on me. Luo Yu was smiling like a pear blossom in the rain. She just had to keep him in suspense. The difference between their cultivation bases was too big. Ning Fan could not use the mind-reading technique on her at all. Coincidentally, Xiran woke up at this moment. She rubbed her drowsy head. Her eyes were still filled with painful and joyful tears. She yawned lazily and got up from the bed. However, she immediately felt a tearing pain in her lower body. After the pain, the little girl was dumbfounded. Why am I naked? Why is my butt so painful and bleeding? What did I do? What did I do with Liu Bei yesterday? I can't remember. It's so confusing. I only remember that I was poisoned by the purple mist. I was so bold. I hugged Liu Bei and kissed him here and there and, I can't get married. She pulled the thin blanket to cover her swollen red breasts and looked at Ning Fan angrily. Every word of hers was filled with resentment. I won't marry off. Who asked you to bite me yourself? Look, there are bite marks all over my hands and neck. Don't say anything, don't say anything. You took advantage of me, and now you're accusing me. Xiran's little face flushed red. She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Even though she didn't want to admit defeat, she still vaguely remembered that not only were these teeth marks left by her, but also many other places on Ning Fan's body. In the end, he seemed to have eaten something hot with his mouth. If father knew, he would definitely scold me to death. She was worried about something that wasn't worth worrying about. Silly girl, Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. Stupidity was innate. No medicine could cure it. Holding Xiran's palm, he channeled in strands of magic power and harmonized Xiran's blood and qi. In an instant, he was shocked. Be it magic power, demon power, or devil qi, the speed of their circulation had doubled compared to before. Her cultivation base did not improve, but her immortal veins had become wider and tougher. My cultivation method has improved. Ning Fan's expression changed. His eyes were filled with astonishment when he looked at his dantian. He couldn't help but be shocked. After just one night of pleasure, his yin-yang transformation had advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the 2nd level. Just one more step and he would be able to enter the 3rd level. Then, he would be able to open the profounding world and release Luo Yu. You noticed? Your yin-yang transformation is about to reach the minor accomplishment realm. The effect of this beauty's rear isn't bad, right? Luo Yu said with envy. Minor accomplishment realm, there were 10 levels of yin-yang transformation. The first 3 levels were only considered minor accomplishment realm. The grade of this cultivation method was too high. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to improve it. In the past, Ning Fan spent a lot of effort to break through the 1st and 2nd level of the cultivation method. Today, just because he had sex with that beautiful woman in her rear, his cultivation method was about to break through the 3rd level. What is this woman's cultivation base exactly? She actually has such a strong primordial yin qi. Besides, I have a feeling that the improvement of the cultivation method this time isn't just the grade but also the essence of the cultivation method. Of course. Didn't I tell you? She has the 7 spirits body. This time, your intimate contact with her allowed this fire steel to complete the 1st spirit. Luo Yu muttered to herself. In short, she was very happy. However, when Ning Fan saw the improvement of his cultivation method, he obviously should be happy but he could not. He had violated the rear of such a powerful woman. How could he have a good ending? This beautiful woman was not Xiran. She was not someone who could be dismissed with just a few words. Just as he was deep in thought, a cold gaze landed on Ning Fan's back. It was like a sharp sword that pierced him, making him feel cold all over. At the same time, an embarrassed, angry and miserable voice resounded coldly in the secret chamber. Give me an explanation within 3 sentences. Otherwise, die. Boom ** at this moment, a terrifying killing intent spread across 100,000 li *, 500 m per li, of the Kuan Palace. Within 100,000 miles, all the sea beasts that were immersed in this murderous aura were terrified. Gui Chen and the other divine transformation realm experts were still cleaning up the aftermath of Ning Fan's massacre in the Sea of Stars. At this moment, when they sensed the terrifying killing intent in the hall, all of them suddenly stood up and looked at the direction of the secret chamber in the Kuan Palace. Revered Lord's killing intent is so strong. This is definitely not something a divine transformation realm expert should possess. It is also not something a void refinement realm star lord should possess. Revered Lord is indeed extraordinary. He actually has such a terrifying killing intent. Gui Chen and the other divine transformation realm experts became even more respectful to Ning Fan. A few of them who were scheming against Ning Fan also gave up on the idea of betraying him. In front of this killing intent, even a void fragmentation realm old monster was insignificant and lowly. Xiran still did not feel anything. She just covered her chest and looked at the beautiful woman pitifully. She thought to herself. No wonder this elder sister is so angry. After all, she was humiliated by Liu Bei and can't get married anymore. Only Ning Fan knew that this beautiful woman was not joking at all. She needed an explanation. An explanation that would allow her to spare Ning Fan's life. 3 sentences. She only gave Ning Fan 3 sentences. When I woke up, I found out that my rear was violated. What is going on? Xianxia wanted to cry but she had no tears. She originally thought that everything was just a wet dream. However, she did not expect that she would lose her virginity when she fell in love for the first time in her wet dream. If it wasn't for the memories of this wet dream and knowing how active she was in her wet dream, Xianxia would definitely want to slap Ning Fan to death. 3 sentences. Give me a reasonable explanation. She was crying but she stubbornly held back her tears. You were being chased by a realm beast and I saved you. The first sentence. The anger in Xiao's eyes subsided slightly. She did remember that she had spent a lot of effort to break that strange maze formation and kill a realm beast. After that, she seemed to have fallen into the void storm with severe injuries. At that time, she did seem to have been saved by someone. So it was Ning Fan who saved me. This person saved me and I am grateful to him. However, this is not a reason for him to take the opportunity to violate me. You were poisoned by the decaying immortal poison. I helped you detoxify it. The second sentence. Xiao's cold expression changed. The decaying immortal poison. It can't be wrong. Ning Fan is not lying. When Xiao circulated her magic power, she immediately felt that there was still a trace of residual poison in her body. It was indeed the decaying immortal poison. This kind of poison does not belong to the realm beast. If that is the case, it is strange that I was attacked by the realm beast when I sneaked into the lower realm. Why would there be the decaying immortal poison when the realm beast attacked me? Could it be that this realm beast was used by someone to ambush me? Xiao's heart softened a little. When I was trapped in the void storm, it was Ning Fan who saved me. When I was poisoned by the decaying immortal poison, it was Ning Fan who saved me. He had saved me twice. Even if he took my virginity, it could only be considered as canceling out the grudges between us. The third sentence is that you used the purple mist to bewitch me and seduce me to have sex with you. Ning Fan told her the truth. However, this truth made Xiao feel like dying. You. Don't talk nonsense. Big brother Liu Bei is not lying. It was you. It's all your fault. If you didn't use the purple mist to bewitch me, I wouldn't have done such things with big brother Liu Bei. Without hesitation, Xiran pulled up the thin blanket and covered her chest. She stood under the bed and stood on Ning Fan's side. Even if it's true, I just thought that it was a dream. Xiao's killing intent was completely extinguished. She closed her eyes in pain. I have been cautious all my life. I never thought that I would do such an inhumane thing after giving birth to 4 daughters. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't. The spring dream was gone but the reality was too hurtful. That's right. I used the purple mist to bewitch this young man and woman. Not only did I lose my virginity, I even implicated Xiran and made her lose her virginity. Xiao's purple lust spiritual body made her very clear about how powerful her bewitching technique was. Ning Fan was bewitched by her bewitching technique and humiliated her. She could not blame him for acting rashly. He just saved her twice out of kindness, I am the sinner. What reason do I have to blame Ning Fan? Clear tears fell from Yuan Yao's eyes. Her expression was bitter and it made Xiran's heart soften. Alright. I won't blame you anymore, but I blame myself. It's too absurd. Yuan Yao was indeed a heroine. Even though her heart was filled with pain, she quickly calmed down. She looked at Ning Fan. Her voice was very pleasing to the ears. It also contained a mature and noble temperament. I am very satisfied with your explanation. Don't worry. As long as you keep your mouth shut and don't tell anyone about what happened last night, I will not harm you. You are Liu Bei, right? You have saved me twice. I should at least give you some benefits as a reward. Only then did Yuan Yao notice that her clothes were tattered and her storage pouch was nowhere to be found. It seemed like it was blasted into the void by the realm beast. Immediately, she revealed a look of shame. With her status, she actually could not repay a divine transformation realm junior for saving her life. If word got out, she, Yuan Yao, would no longer have a foothold in the northern heaven. I'm sorry. I lost my storage pouch. I will teach you a secret technique. As long as you cultivate diligently for 1,000 years, I guarantee that you will be invincible below the void fragmentation realm. Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with stubbornness. She waved her hand and a blank jade slip on the table far away flew into her hand. She imprinted something on it with her spirit sense and threw it to Ning Fan. What she did last night was too shameful. Today, in order to repay Ning Fan for saving her life, she could not lose her manners and make a fool out of herself again. After receiving the jade slip, Ning Fan scanned it with his spirit sense. It was actually the complete version of the puppet ascension technique. Not only did it introduce the secret technique for the advancement of puppets, it also included various insights on refining puppets and formations for joint attacks of puppets. Now, we don't owe each other anything. Yuan Yao covered her plump chest with one hand. The purple grapes were faintly discernible. She forced herself to get off the bed. The pain from the tearing of her buttocks immediately made her lose her balance and fall forward. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. Only now did she notice that her current magic power was actually sealed by the realm beast and she was only left with the mid-nascent soul realm. Her injuries were just stabilized. As her mind was in a mess, they actually showed signs of relapsing again. I'm sorry for being rude. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. He patted his storage pouch and took out a robe of his. Then, he put it on her and supported her. This woman had a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. She behaved in a decent manner. Even though she had lost her virginity to a junior, she did not act like an ordinary woman who would shout and kill as soon as they met. Moreover, she did not kill him to silence him. Even though she might not necessarily be able to kill Ning Fan at this moment. When Ning Fan held her wrist, Yuan Yao's body trembled as if she was numb. With her status, there was actually a day where she would fall. With her status, there was actually a day where she would fall into the arms of a strange young man. Thank you. Her expression was no longer as painful as before. Instead, it was filled with complicated emotions. As for Ning Fan, he tried to activate the yin-yang locket and used the mind-reading technique to pry into her thoughts. However, it was to no avail and he could only give up. This woman's true cultivation base is just too high. I don't know who you are or what your identity is. What happened last night was ridiculous. I won't tell anyone about it. You don't have to be embarrassed. Any other woman would have done the same thing in that situation. It doesn't mean that you have a bad character. I don't know why you came to the Star Palace. However, with your current nascent soul realm cultivation base and your injuries, you will immediately be besieged by sea beasts as soon as you walk out of the Likuan Palace. If you don't mind, you can temporarily travel with me until your cultivation base is strong enough to protect yourself. Yuan Yao was a little silent. She gently broke free from Ning Fan's grasp and barely managed to stand still. Looking at Ning Fan's sincere eyes, her expression became even more complicated. She knew that what Ning Fan said was reasonable. Currently, her cultivation base was low and her injuries were serious. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's protection, she was afraid that she would die in the mouth of a wild beast. She had never thought that a dignified true immortal realm-shedding void realm expert like her would need Ning Fan's protection one day. Thank you. Before my injuries are fully healed and some seals are broken, I will shamelessly stay by your side. I am Bei Yao. Bei Yao? Ning Fan gently nodded. This woman's surname is indeed Bei. It seems like she is indeed one of Bei Xiaoman's elder sisters. My name is Liu Bei. Liu Bei, huh? Yuan Yao's expression became even more complicated. In the spring dream, she had already asked for Ning Fan's name once. It's really a sin, second watch, to be continued. Because of the absurd night, Ning Fan had no choice but to stay in the Likuan Palace for a few more days. While giving Ran and Yuan Yao time to recover, he took the opportunity to use the 300 wild beast demon souls to upgrade the grade of his puppets. The evil cold goo had already been refined by the demon blood, allowing his spirit sense to break through to the peak divine transformation realm. As for the other 4 goo, he had yet to refine them. The demon blood in his body was also accumulating and he did not have the time to refine them. Once he refines them, he would certainly need to go into seclusion for a long time. Now that he was in a hurry to return to the Star Island, he naturally would not refine them for the time being. He had already obtained the secret technique of puppet raising from Stone Warrior. This time, the secret technique that Yuan Yao gave him was the most complete inheritance of puppet techniques in the Lost World Palace. Naturally, it was not something that Stone Warrior could compare to. Just like what Yuan Yao had said, this puppet ascension technique was very powerful. As long as Ning Fan travels across the 9 worlds and painstakingly cultivates for 1,000 years using countless spiritual materials to refine his puppets, he would be invincible below the void fragmentation realm with the help of his puppet army. Unfortunately, 1,000 years is too long. Forget it. Let's upgrade the grade of the puppets for now. Ning Fan would not take out forbidden items like Stone Warrior and Yuan Yao Jade to avoid unnecessary trouble. There were only 10 black puppets that needed to be upgraded. 5 of them were at the early stage, 4 were at the mid stage and 1 was at the late stage. 4 of them were damaged. However, puppets had an advantage. As long as you have enough materials, you could easily repair them no matter how badly they were injured. In just half a day, he had repaired 4 puppets. Among the 300 demon souls, there were 207 early divine transformation realm, 55 mid divine transformation realm, 41 late divine transformation realm, 15 peak divine transformation realm and 9 half-step void refinement realm demon souls. Early divine transformation realm demon souls were not very useful. Only mid divine transformation realm demon souls could upgrade an early divine transformation realm puppet. After consuming 50 mid-divine transformation realm demon souls, all 5 early divine transformation realm puppets were upgraded to mid-divine transformation realm. After consuming 40 late divine transformation realm demon souls, 4 mid-divine transformation realm puppets were upgraded to late divine transformation realm. 10 peak divine transformation realm demon souls were upgraded to peak divine transformation realm. However, 9 half-step void refinement realm demon souls were not enough to upgrade the black puppet's cultivation base. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all the remaining demon souls into the peak grade black lotus. In the end, the black puppet's cultivation base was forcefully raised to the half-step void refinement realm. In terms of aura force alone, it was even slightly stronger than the black dragon and was on par with the Dong Su realm. 5 mid-divine transformation realm puppets, 4 late divine transformation realm puppets and 1 half-step to upgrade. As such, in terms of half-step void refinement realm experts, Ning Fan already had Hei Long and Hei Teng. This round of killing was indeed not in vain. Moreover, the puppet ascension art that Yuan Yao had given him recorded some kind of puppet joint attack art, the ghost soldier possession art. This technique used the sacrifice of a puppet to increase a puppet's strength. The puppet that was sacrificed would suffer irreparable damage. If he sacrifices the other 9 spiritual puppets, Ning Fan was confident that he could raise Hei Ting's strength to the early void refinement realm within a short period of time. This was a trump card that could allow him to dominate the universe, even if he were to return to the Endless Sea in the future and become enemies with the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Sea. Ning Fan would still be able to ensure that he was invincible. Of course, there were only 7 half-step void refinement realm experts in the internal Endless Sea on the surface. Ning Fan had no idea if there were any void refinement realm experts in the dark. The Endless Sea was a domain of its own. It was not restricted by the realm law of the Rain Palace. Ning Fan would not believe that the endless sea did not have a force that could make the Rain Palace fearful. At the very least, 7 half-step void refinement realm venerated beings were not enough to make the Rain Palace feel fearful. I can never underestimate my enemies. Even if I am strong enough to conquer the entire inner sea, I still have to be cautious. After keeping all of his spiritual puppets, Ning Fan began to stabilize the improvement of his spirit sense brought by the evil cold goo. Peak Divine Transformation Realm Spirit Sense. To ordinary people, the improvement of their spirit sense might mean an improvement in their senses, pill refinement and weapon refinement techniques. However, to Ning Fan, it meant a direct increase in his strength. In other words, after using the Sense Soul Incarnation technique, Ning Fan's body turned illusory and he could fight against a peak Divine Transformation Realm expert head-on with his incarnation. While he was stabilizing the level of his spirit sense, Ning Fan suddenly discovered another good thing. There was an extra trace of Fu Li ancestral blood in his body. In the beginning, he only had 4 drops of ancestral blood. Now, after he condensed 4 drops of ancestral blood, there was an extra purplish-black translucent blood trace beside the 4th drop of blood. He took a deep breath, feeling a little puzzled. When he snatched a drop of half-step ancestral blood in the Dragon Burial City, he did not devour it. Instead, he ignited it and went on a killing spree. Although it seemed crazy, it was actually a way to avoid danger after careful consideration. The ancestral blood of the Black Dragon was indeed precious. However, he already had the Fu Li ancestral blood. It was useless for him to devour it. In theory, after devouring the ancestral blood of the Black Dragon, it could increase his demon power and strengthen his bloodline. However, this strengthening did not include increasing the amount of ancestral blood. At most, it could improve the quality of his bloodline. Since he did not have any female cultivators of the dragon race by his side, the ancestral blood of the Black Dragon was naturally useless. If he keeps the ancestral blood, he might be besieged by 2 Star Lords at the same time. If he ignites the ancestral blood, it would be the end of his troubles. This item was too precious. That was why it was a crime to possess it. However, after he ignited the ancestral blood, the amount of Fu Li blood in his body increased. Is there any principle behind this that I can't figure out? Or could it be that the Fu Li blood is the remnant bloodline of other true spirits after they ignited it? Ning Fan put this matter aside. This trace of ancestral blood could be said to be of great significance. As long as he nurtures this blood trace well, it would be the time for him to condense the 5th drop of ancestral blood in the future when this blood trace grows strong and healthy. If he has the chance to obtain the ancestral blood of other true spirits in the future, he would be more than willing to ignite his bloodline again to see if he can condense another trace of ancestral blood. This time, Ning Fan could indeed be said to have a great harvest. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gui Chen and the others were left in the Star Sea forever to worship Ning Fan's statue and provide him with an endless supply of incense. Feng Han and the others temporarily stayed in the Likuan Palace to recuperate. They also decided not to enter the Sky Hall. Once they received Feng Zheng's order, they would return to the second realm. The sea breeze was a little bleak. In the end, Ning Fan broke through the surface of the ocean and left. She ran and Yuanyao rode on the golden flame chariot and turned into a ray of golden light. The black dragon that was pulling the chariot was reduced to an ordinary size by Ning Fan as he did not want to shock the world anymore. Although the black dragon's size had changed, the chariot's speed hadn't decreased. It had been 2 months since they left Star Island. Wei Xian said that he would help Ning Fan stop the other geniuses for 6 months. However, even Yuan Yao had come to the Star Palace from the Northern Heaven. Ning Fan could not guarantee that there would not be other experts who would come to the Star Palace in advance. He awakened his medicine soul and used the star-tempering purple Ganoderma to reconstruct his sea of consciousness. Enter the Heavenly Hall, punish Concubine Z, rescue Lu Wu, and obtain the Star of the Celestial Emperor. Then, he left. The tense and murderous atmosphere of the past 2 months did not make Ning Fan show any signs of fatigue. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes all along. You actually have a golden flame chariot. This is the chariot of the ancient heavenly court. Why do you have it? After a few days of rest, Yuan Yao's mood was slightly better. She was enjoying the sea breeze while adjusting the phoenix hairpin from time to time. I was just lucky. Oh yeah, there's something I want to ask you. On the day I saved you, there was only the corpse of a realm beast that came to the Star Palace at the same time as you. Ning Fan said indifferently. There was only one? Impossible. Before I fell unconscious, I forcefully activated the Purple Desire Divine technique. It should be enough to eliminate 2 realm beasts. Why is there only one corpse? Yuan Yao's phoenix eyes turned cold for a moment. Her coldness was not directed at Ning Fan. Instead, it was because she had guessed something. Could it be that the other realm beast is still alive? Then, where is it now? Yuan Yao thought of a possibility. Could it be that it escaped after getting injured? Shiran was fiddling with something on an exquisite jade slip and answered casually. She did not tell Ning Fan what kind of jade slip she was inscribing and forbade him from looking at it. It seemed to be a little secret. No. This beast probably hasn't left. I am 70% sure that it has already infiltrated the Star Palace and is waiting for an opportunity to attack you. As for the remaining 30%, it isn't because I'm guessing that it has left. Instead, it has a 30% chance of dying under my magic technique. It's just that there's no corpse left. If that's the case, it would be great. Ning Fan's tone was firm but his eyes were filled with worry. He was worried that the surviving realm beast was still in the Star Palace, waiting to attack Yuan Yao. Oh? Why are you so sure that the other realm beast will stay in the Star Palace and not run away? Is there any basis for this guess? Yuan Yao suddenly became interested in Ning Fan. The latter was obviously a little fellow whose bone age was less than 400 years old. However, the way he spoke and acted was like an old man. Are you testing me? Ning Fan gave Yuan Yao a strange look. You can say that. Based on what? Realm beasts usually only attack immortal cultivators. You have already suppressed your cultivation base to the void fragmentation realm but it still attacked you. This doesn't make sense. It's impossible for the immortal rotting poison to be carried by the realm beast. Someone must have plotted against you and purposely raised the realm beast. If there's someone instructing it, it won't leave until it reaches its goal. The third world of the Star Palace can only withstand void refinement realm cultivators at most. If that realm beast is still in the Star Palace, it would at most be at the void refinement realm. Otherwise, the third world would have long collapsed because of it. Therefore, I'm guessing that this beast is either dead or severely injured and is staying in the Star Palace, trying to find you and hunt you down. Ning Fan's words made Shiran confused. However, Yuan Yao nodded her head in agreement. That's what I thought too. You seem to have a good mind and strength. However, your cultivation method is a little rotten. Yuan Yao sighed softly and looked at Ning Fan, feeling pity. The yin-yang devil art collects yin to nourish yang. However, it's not a cultivation method of the righteous path. It's also difficult to cultivate it to the peak of the immortal Tao. In the past, I also had a friend, let's call her a friend for now. She also desired this kind of cultivation method. Not only did she secretly learn this cultivation method, but she also searched everywhere for the Emperor treasure, the yin-yang locket, which was left behind by immortal Emperor Chaotic Ancient. Yuan Yao sighed softly. In the yin-yang locket, Luo Yu's shoulders seemed to tremble slightly. The past was over. Even if it was the grudge between them in the past, it was still nostalgic. Yin-yang devil art? Shiran tilted her head, feeling puzzled. Isn't Ning Fan a member of the Fuli demon race? Why did he become a cultivator of a devil art? Without explaining, Yuan Yao continued to persuade him with a regretful tone. This cultivation method isn't suitable for you. Plucking women is too harmful to the harmony of heaven. Moreover, it will eventually become entangled in the love between a man and a woman. You won't be able to cultivate to the supreme oblivion realm. In the end, you won't be able to break through to the peak of the immortal Tao. If you're willing, after I break the seal, I can help you abolish this cultivation method and choose another powerful fiend god cultivation method for you. Moreover, I have a friend who is an immortal from the Lost World Palace in the Northern Heaven world. He can grant you a place to ascend to the Northern Heaven and help you avoid the heavenly tribulation in the future. Yuan Yao said it out of goodwill. She did not want to see a good jade like Ning Fan being ruined by a rubbish cultivation method. However, if Yuan Yao had known that the yin-yang transformation wasn't a trash cultivation technique, but a terrifying divine technique that could be cultivated by the three clans simultaneously. She definitely wouldn't have said such superfluous words. A spot for ascension? Ning Fan stared at Yuan Yao. It seemed to be the third time that he was valued by the people of the Lost World Palace. Bei Xiaoman had taken a liking to Ning Fan, but she purposely refused to recruit him out of spite. Bailey wanted to recruit him, but she did not have the chance to do so. Yuan Yao, on the other hand, directly promised Ning Fan a bright future. However, it might not necessarily be because she felt pity for Ning Fan's aptitude and talent. Perhaps, there were some complicated feelings in her heart. I will not give up on this merit law. Ning Fan resolutely said. What? Do you know how powerful the cultivation method I am going to give you is? With your potential, if you cultivate this divine vein, you will be able to reach the void fragmentation realm in just 1,000 years. 10,000 years to break through to the life immortal realm. He was able to break through the 3 realms of perfected immortality in 30,000 years. In 100,000 years, you might even have the chance to become the immortal emperor. Are you willing to give up such a powerful technique just for a yin-yang transformation? Yuan Yao gently bit her lip. She had never been so nice to any man before. Today, she promised Ning Fan such a powerful cultivation method, but he actually rejected it. Is this brat an idiot? However, Yuan Yao did not know why she would be angry when Ning Fan rejected her cultivation method. Perhaps, she secretly hoped that Ning Fan would have a bright future and narrow the gap between them. Perhaps, she also desired something deep in her heart. However, the reality was too difficult and the gap between their identities was too huge. She did not even dare to think about it. Do you think that the cultivation method I am going to give me is not good enough? No. Ning Fan took a deep breath. His eyes became gentle. Memories flashed across his mind. All of them were connected to the yin-yang transformation. This cultivation method used to be my hope for revenge. But now, it has a greater significance. I promised a woman that I will give her freedom by cultivating this cultivation method. I promised my master that I will revive my master's wife by cultivating this cultivation method. Most importantly, this cultivation technique was given to me by Jihe. My Tao is contained within it. I will not abandon it, just like how I can't abandon the 7 Apricot City, my master, Jihe, and those women that I love. I don't know what it means to be emotionless. But if it comes to that, I don't think I will choose to be emotionless. Ning Fan's words were loud and clear. He was neither humble nor arrogant, his body was thin and weak but his back was as majestic as a mountain, his expression was calm but his eyes were as firm as a boulder, his cultivation base was at the divine transformation realm, but at this moment, there was Tao in his body. I have my own Tao. Ning Fan's words reverberated in Yuan Yao's ears for a long time, causing her beautiful eyes to be filled with admiration. With her current cultivation base, it was impossible for her to take a fancy to any of Ning Fan's merits. However, at this moment, Ning Fan's Tao heart was so firm that it made her, avoid abandoning realm true immortal, feel ashamed of her inferiority. It would be great if you were born 1,000,000 years earlier. Yuan Yao looked at the sky and smiled self-mockingly. Elder sister Bei Yao, what are you talking about? Shi Ran's gossipy heart was ignited. Nothing. According to your deduction, if that realm beast doesn't die, it will ambush me in the Star Palace. In that case, I won't have any strength to resist and I will only implicate you. Before entering the Heaven Palace, I will part ways with you. You underestimate me too much. Even though I'm a little selfish, I won't ignore the women who have slept with me before. Ning Fan teased her. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. Yuan Yao's gentle expression turned cold. No matter what, she did not like Ning Fan mentioning the past again. All right. I won't talk about it anymore. However, you don't have to worry. Before you have the strength to protect yourself, I won't abandon you. Ning Fan shook his head and thought to himself, this Bei Yao is the serious type. Every action of hers is well planned and meticulous. She cares about her reputation and integrity. Well, it's no wonder. If Bei Yao is Bei Xiaoman's elder sister and the mistress of the Lost World Palace, having her reputation destroyed should be a serious crime, right? Ning Fan could tell this kind of joke to other women but not to Yuan Yao. Forget it. This Beiyao is a shedding void realm true immortal realm. I don't even understand the classification of true immortals, but she is already a high and mighty being. She and I only had one night of love. I don't think we will have a second chance to share the same bed. With her identity, she will naturally have other pursuers. Why would she take a fancy to me? I only want to ensure that she doesn't have to worry about her trip to the Star Palace. After she recovers her cultivation base, she will have ways to protect herself. Naturally, she won't take a fancy to me anymore. As for me, I just want to have a clear conscience. Ning Fan was not a fool. He knew that there was a huge gap between him and Yuan Yao. After all, there was a trace of stubbornness in his bones. If others do not take a fancy to him, he would not throw himself at them. Ning Fan remained silent. However, he did not have the intention to abandon Yuan Yao. Seeing that Ning Fan suddenly stopped joking, Yuan Yao was at a loss of what to do. In her heart, she suddenly felt a little touched but also a little disappointed. She was touched because she had never needed anyone's protection with her identity. Today, however, Ning Fan agreed to protect her without hesitation in the face of the possible existence of the realm beast. It was her first time experiencing the feeling of being protected. She was disappointed because her words seemed to have poked at Ning Fan's pride. I'm not looking down on you. It's just that. Just what? It's just that we. Forget it. You will understand in the future. Reality is cruel. Most of the time, people don't even have the right to choose their own fate. Yuan Yao looked at the distant sky as if she was recalling the past. How many years has it been since I last looked at the sky like a child? Do you still remember how many stars we lost together in the past? Yuan Yao was thinking if Ning Fan would understand that there is a kind of relationship in this world called fate but not fate. In a desolate abyss in the Seven Slaughter Sea, a rotting gigantic beast's injuries were slightly stabilized after devouring countless sea beasts. With a shake of his body, he turned into a cloaked man. His appearance was concealed, only revealing a pair of dark green eyes. He looked like an evil spirit. That lowly servant girl is seriously injured. I have sealed her cultivation to the nascent soul realm. If she falls into the sea of stars, she will definitely be eaten by the fierce beasts. However, I still need to find her corpse before I can report to my lord. If she didn't die, humph. The cloaked burly man took a step forward and the sea region within a radius of 50,000 li turned into dust. His early void refinement realm cultivation base spread out. If she doesn't die, I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. The palace master of the Lost World Palace, Yuan Yao. The burly man sneered evilly. Third update, to be continued. To cultivators, 2 months was just a period of meditation. Outside the Star Island, the female corpse would stand on the star reef every day and look at the sea of stars from afar. She did not know what kind of dangers Ning Fan was going through at the moment and how many massacres he had caused. However, she did not stick to Ning Fan like before. She could faintly feel that all of Ning Fan's killings were just for her sake. Light, the tide of the sea of stars made the female corpse calm down for the first time. She was just a dead person. She no longer had any memories or feelings. However, she still could not abandon Ning Fan in this life. Wu Yan also spent her days leisurely. During these 2 months, her injuries had already fully recovered. In just 2 short months, it was her first time worrying about someone's safety. The female corpse did not know where Ning Fan was or what he was doing, but Wu Yan knew. On that day, Ning Fan sent a message to them via his flying sword and told them to have a good rest. On that day, Ning Fan's tone was as calm as before, as if he was just going out to the sea to search for medicine and not to kill anyone. However, shocking news soon spread across the southern Star Island. A demonic might that made people's expressions change caused no demonic beast to dare to cause trouble on the southern Star Island anymore. Yan. Sensing Wu Yan and Yu Lingkong's arrival, the female corpse turned her head slightly and asked hesitantly. Where is Light? Do you want to know where he is? Wu Yan was wearing a green feather robe. She stood there like a lonely imperial concubine in a cold palace and stroked the female corpse's hair lovingly. Wu Yan already knew that this female corpse who had been dead for many years was too important to Ning Fan. Wu Yan also had a good impression of the female corpse. She liked this pure and untainted lady and felt pity for her fate of becoming a corpse devil. I also don't know where Liu Bei is now. However, I know that everything he did was probably for you. He crushed the ghost might pass, froze the dragon burial city, crushed the southern prison kingdom with his palm, and overturned the Kuan Devil Sea. He should be back soon. I know everything he has done for you. The demons know, but you don't know. Wu Yan felt a little sad. The reason why Ning Fan went out to the sea was to search for soul sand and refine purple zoysia to repair the female corpse's sea of consciousness. The reason why Ning Fan killed them was because he wanted to shoulder the dangers of the Star Island alone and not let the three ladies who were resting on the island be disturbed. Wu Yan understood. She knew that this somewhat stubborn and cold young man actually had a gentler side to him. However, the dead woman would never understand that. The dead woman only nodded at Wu Yan's words. She could only understand the last sentence. Oh, she did not know what kind of danger Ning Fan had encountered. She only knew that Ning Fan seemed to be coming back soon. The female corpse would never understand that when she instinctively feared Ning Fan and avoided his embrace, it was actually a form of harm. That stinking brat is really a little scary. Even if I had recovered my strength, I would not dare to act recklessly in such a dangerous place like the Star Sea. This Star Sea is almost as dangerous as the Endless Sea. This little cucumber is really reckless. I haven't seen him for 2 months, and I miss him a lot. Yu Lingkong's expression was filled with admiration. She was a bold and unrestrained woman, so she naturally liked men who did things boldly. Ning Fan's crazy actions naturally made her, the female tyrant of the Internal Sea, feel inferior. Come to think of it, there were only 7 half-step void refinement realm experts in the Internal Endless Sea. However, Ning Fan had single-handedly killed 9 half-step void refinement realm experts when he was burning his blood in the Star Sea. Moreover, he had killed more than 300 divine transformation realm experts. If this battle achievement spreads to the Internal Endless Sea, Ning Fan's reputation would probably surpass any of the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Endless Sea. Even Yu Lingkong herself did not notice that when she talked about Ning Fan's battle achievements, she who had always killed people like Scything Flax felt a little reverence. That's right. He always acts recklessly. There was one time in the Luoyun sect when Big Sister Yu was not around. Liu Bei killed someone in a fit of rage to avenge Little Sister Wan. He stood on the cloud platform and swept his gaze across the world. He fought against the demons of the 9 divisions alone, but none of them dared to accept his challenge. At that time, he was really awe-inspiring. This was not the first time he acted recklessly. Wu Yan nodded lightly. She deeply agreed with Yu Lingkong's words. It was fine if Ning Fan was not enraged, but once he was enraged, he would go crazy. His madness struck fear into his enemies, but it made the woman behind him feel safe and warm. Bang! Just as the 3 ladies were thinking about Ning Fan, the hollow space in the sky above the Star Island was on the verge of collapsing again. Dark and pitch-black void cracks appeared in 7 to 8 parts of the sky at the same time. Traces of void wind blew out from them. Luckily, the cracks were not too big, which prevented them from forming a void storm. During the 2 months that Ning Fan had been away, it was not the first time that such a scene of the hollow space shattering had appeared. Wu Yan and Yu Lingkong were both intelligent and had extraordinary experiences. They could tell that the shattering of the hollow space was not a natural phenomenon. It was man-made. There's no mistake. Someone is attacking the Star Palace from the outside of the hollow space. They are trying to break the barrier of the Star Palace and enter this place. The Star Palace belongs to the 3rd world. Besides, the 3 worlds of the Land of Slumber are all within the territory of the Rain World. The Rain World is not the territory of the demon race. Therefore, even my Spirit King Palace and the true Spirit Realm demon race have to use the secret technique of the World Passage in order to descend to this world. However, this group of people forced their way into the Star Palace from the outside world. In other words, they are highly likely to be a force of the divine race. The 2 ladies speculated. However, a moment later, their beautiful eyes turned cold. Usually, even if the hollow space was shattered, it would recover very quickly. It was just like when those forces wanted to enter the Star Palace but were restrained by some kind of formation, preventing them from entering this place. Today, however, 8 parts of the hollow space were shattered at the same time. However, only 7 of them had recovered, the 8th part of the hollow space did not recover. From that part of the hollow space, there seemed to be endless streams of light. Then, nearly 100 figures in purple robes shot out continuously, all of them were at the nascent soul realm and above. There were 12 of them at the divine transformation realm and above. The leader of the group of dragons was a young man in purple robes. His chi was cold and his eyes were filled with evil purple chi. His bone age was less than 700 years old, but his cultivation base was at the mid-divine transformation realm. This person was not enough to make Yu Ling Kong and the others feel fearful. The problem was that there were 2 old men in hemp robes standing behind this young man. One of the 2 old men was blind in his left eye while the other was blind in his right eye. However, both of them were at the half-step void refinement realm. Despite being so strong, they were standing respectfully behind the young man in purple robes as if they were his servants. It was enough to show how extraordinary this young man's identity was. Is this the Star Palace? Even though I don't know why there is an immortal formation level maze formation in the hollow space, and I also don't know who has destroyed half of its power. In short, the Purple Robe Palace of the Northern Heavens Purple Soul Star region is the first force to enter the Star Sea. Congratulations to young master for being the first to enter the Star Palace. Those demons came to the territory of our divine race and tried to seize the star of the Heavenly Emperor. What a joke. It's extremely difficult for them to descend from another world. It's impossible for them to have too many experts. I'm afraid they can't even send half-step void refinement realm experts. With us, the Kunwo elders, we will certainly help young master seize the Emperor Star. If young master obtains the Emperor Star, you will certainly break through to the late divine transformation realm. A late divine transformation realm expert who is 700 years old is rare even in the entire Purple Soul Star region. Moreover, this Emperor Star will be very useful in the trip to the ancient heavenly court. If young master obtains this star and becomes the master of the ancient heavenly court, the White Devil sect will be nothing. Well said. If the 2 of you help me, Zichuan, to seize the Emperor Star, when we return to the Purple Soul Star, you will each get 2 purple life pills that you have been yearning for a long time. Purple life pills. We will certainly not disappoint you and help young master seize the pill. The 2 Kunwo elders cupped their fists and saluted. Their eyes were filled with passion. If they could obtain the purple life pills of the Purple Soul Star, there would be hope for them to break through to the void refinement realm in this lifetime. The 2 old men's eyes fell upon the star island below. Immediately, their faces were filled with joy. There was a star island in front of them and there was a star door on the island. They were really lucky. Not only were they the first to enter the Star Palace, but they also found the star door directly. Once they entered it, they would certainly reach the Heavenly Palace. When their eyes swept across the edge of the Star Island and saw Wu Yan and the other 2 women coming from the Kunwo elders, they immediately revealed lustful expressions and licked their lips. 2 of them are at the late divine transformation realm and 1 of them is at the mid-divine transformation realm. Among these 3 women, 1 has a first-class figure, 1 is a refined corpse and the last one is a little girl. Really, there are all kinds of women here. Hee. They are all excellent human cauldrons. The cultivation of the 2 Kunwo elders was not considered high in the Purple Soul Star region. However, they were notorious for their love of harming female cultivators. Their actions were lawless. As long as they were interested in a woman and the force of that woman was not a threat to them, no one would not dare to snatch her away. However, with the Purple Dress Palace as their backing, no powerful force dared to kill them. Many beautiful women had died because of them. Today, the 2 of them had turned their attention to Wu Yan and the other 2 women. Young master, the star door is on the island. It seems to have been entered by the demon race. It will take a few more days before it opens again. Before entering the Heavenly Palace, the 2 of us want to have some fun on this island. The fun was naturally for Wu Yan and the other 2 women. Zichuan frowned. Considering that he still needed the help of the 2 Kunwo elders to enter the Heavenly Palace and fight for the star of the Heavenly Emperor, he did not stop them. He only said coldly, "Be quiet. Go and come back quickly." All right. There are 3 great beauties below. After we capture them, young master can choose one of them first. The remaining 2 will be shared by the 2 of us. The 2 Kunwo elders laughed evilly. No need. I'm not interested in women at all. Zichuan closed his eyes coldly. As for the two Kunwu elders, they had already lost their patience and rushed downwards. The appearance of the experts of the Purple Dress Palace happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yu Lingkong and Wu Yan felt the lustful eyes of the two Kunwu elders in the sky. Their faces turned cold. Especially Yu Lingkong. She was really angry. If she regained her original strength, even if the opponents were two half-step Void Refinement Realm experts, she would certainly rush forward and risk her life as long as they dared to violate her. However, at this moment, Yu Lingkong's cultivation base had been greatly damaged. Even with the power of her Moon Sense secret technique, she could at most block the attack from one of them. The other half-step Void Refinement Realm expert could easily eliminate Wu Yan and the female corpse. Hurry up and go. Yu Lingkong no longer had her usual carefree manner. At this moment, her eyes were cold and imposing like a monarch who had been sitting on a high position for a long time. Without hesitation, she held the female corpse and Wu Yan's hands. Then, she bit the tip of her tongue and went straight to the North Star Island. The South Star Island only had the three of them while the North Star Island had the help of the demon bear. Yu Lingkong did not know how Ning Fan made the old bear cower. However, she believed that as long as they escaped to the Northern Island and meet up with the demon bear and the others, they would be able to scare the enemies away even if there were two half-step Void Refinement Realm experts. I just didn't expect that I, the dignified lord of the Divine Space Island, would actually be soft-hearted and save people one day. The people she saved were the female corpse and Wu Yan who belonged to Ning Fan. A ray of moonlight turned into a trace of moonlight smoke and flashed across several 10,000 li * 500 m per li. The Star Island was not large. It only had a circumference of several 100,000 li * 500 m per li. To Yu Lingkong, she only needed to fly 10 times to reach the old bear's lair. Her speed caused the two Kunwu elders to be startled and slightly fearful. This Yu Lingkong's speed was not any slower than the two of them. However, after confirming that Yu Lingkong was just a late Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, the two of them immediately let down their guard and their lust was ignited again. Interesting. Interesting. This little girl can run quite fast. However, don't even think about escaping from our palms. Soul escape technique. The two old men turned into soul smoke and chased after the three ladies. The speed of their soul smoke was slightly faster than Yu Lingkong's. In just a few moments, they had already caught up to Yu Lingkong. Hee. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? After letting out a cold laugh, the two old men's soul light flashed strangely and they actually appeared in front of Yu Lingkong. Each of them sent out a palm strike without showing any mercy. They were determined to severely injure Yu Lingkong with a single strike and make the three ladies submit to them. You're courting death. Yu Lingkong deeply believed that she had never been so humiliated in her entire life. Even when she had a fierce battle with Ning Fan's cucumber, she was willing to participate in it. However, these two pretentious things in front of her wanted to humiliate her. What right do they have? She was truly enraged. The two moon-colored stars on her glabella shone intensely. Her complexion turned pale rapidly. Zhongyu. Yu Lingkong uttered these two words with difficulty. As the moon shone brightly, the atmosphere within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, immediately turned pitch black. Moreover, traces of moonlight poured down on the two old men's bodies like a thin veil. The moment the moonlight shined, the expressions of the Kunwu elders changed greatly. In just an instant, a third of their seas of consciousness were melted by the moonlight. They hastily retreated out of the range of moonlight's attack. The two of them spat out blood and were seriously injured. Moon burial technique. This is the inheritance of the ancient heavenly quartz immortal concubine Zhongyu. You actually know how to use it. No answer. At this moment, Yu Lingkong had forcefully activated this secret technique. She had suffered quite a bit of damage to herself. However, the damage she had done to the Kunwu two elders was even greater. At the instant the two of them retreated, Yu Lingkong seized the opportunity to flee and once again widened the distance between them. The Kunwu elders were so angry that they wanted to kill someone. A third of their sea of consciousness had been irretrievably melted away. Both of their divine senses were greatly damaged. Damn it! Damn it! Originally, we only wanted to take you in as a human cauldron, but since you don't know how to appreciate favors, after we capture you this time, the two of us will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. The two Kunwo elders no longer underestimated their enemy. They flew with all their might. This time, they only needed 3 shifts to catch up to Yu Lingkong. Looking at Yu Lingkong, who had forcefully activated the secret technique and whose combat strength had been greatly damaged, the 2 old men felt very pleased. Then, they slammed their palms down. Yu Lingkong clenched her teeth. It was difficult for her to dodge these 2 palms. Let's fight them to the death. Wu Yan was already furious. Kill them. The female corpse's eyes were also cold. However, before the 2 women could make their moves, a simple and honest voice filled with disdain came from afar. Although the voice was still far away, the owner of the voice had already appeared in front of the 2 palms. With a wave of his bare paw, the 2 soul light palms were smashed into pieces. This old man is the master of Star Island, Man Shan. The 3 of them are the wives of my friend. Who dares to touch them? The Kunwo elders were shocked. This demon bear that suddenly appeared was definitely not weaker than either of them. First update, to be continued. After shattering the 2 elders' palm imprints, Man Shan immediately revealed his true form. He turned into a 3000 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, tall silver-backed giant bear. After shattering the 2 elders' palm imprints, Man Shan did not show any signs of weakness on the surface. In fact, he was secretly not at ease. The 2 blind old men in front of him must not be underestimated. Half-step void refinement realm. The 2 elders took a deep breath. Zichuan and the other purple-robed cultivators rushed towards them with cold expressions. Man Shan was very strong. After the greedy wolf Star Ocean lost its Star Lord, he became the strongest expert there. As Man Shan revealed his demon form, 2 more ugly women came to him and joined him. They protected Yu Lingkong and the other women from harm. After that, the sea beasts from all directions surrounded them. Zichuan roughly scanned the area. There were at least 400,000 sea beasts on the Star Island. Other than Man Shan and his group, there were also 7 wild beasts. Young master, what should we do? The 2 elders were already regretting their decision. From their point of view, the 3 women were under the protection of the old bear. If they fight the sea beasts on the Star Island, even if the people of the Purple Robe Palace could win, they would also suffer a great loss. If they knew this would happen, they would just wait at the Star Gate and not provoke this woman. However, they had already caused trouble and the 2 elders were also severely injured. If they were to retreat just like this, they would definitely not be willing to do so. You should deal with the trouble you caused yourself. Zichuan frowned and said coldly. However, this sentence was like a tacit agreement. It immediately made the 2 elders' faces turn ferocious. Both of them took a step forward and each of them turned into a 1500 zhang * 3, 33 Emperor Zhang, tall giant with purple scales. Their vigorous aura force spread out. Since they wanted to cause trouble, they might as well go all out and slaughter the entire Star Island. Even though the opponent was a half-step void refinement realm bear demon, there was only one of them. After killing him, the rest of them were nothing to be afraid of. Retreat. Man Shan's eyes turned gloomy. He knew that today's battle was unavoidable. Originally, he did not want to get involved in this matter and let the 3 women be captured. However, he was determined to save them. Among them, 60% of the reason was because of his void fragmentation realm background. 30% of it was because of his ocean overturning devil might. The last reason was because the old bear quite liked his personality. He didn't like to talk much and didn't like to be ostentatious, but once he made a move, it would be a huge operation that would turn the world upside down. Liu Bei sits in the south, and I sit in the north. We occupy Star Island together, and we've been neighbors on Star Island for a few months. If you want to touch his woman, you'll have to ask my fist first. Man Shan released his aura. Under this aura, the wind and clouds moved and the mountains and rivers shook. Countless sea beasts revealed looks of reverence. It had been many years since they had seen the old bear so fierce. If it weren't for the sake of swallowing the star-tempering purple Xianxia and getting rid of the body of Star Soul, the old bear wouldn't have stayed silent in the Sea of Stars for so many years. He would have already defeated one of the 4 sacred demons and become the king of the sea. Liu Bei? Zichuan frowned. Where did this person come from? He actually had 3 divine transformation females as his wives and concubines. Moreover, they even had Man Shan, who was a half-step void refinement realm expert. As for the Kunwu elders, they didn't have as many thoughts as Zichuan did. The 2 of them transformed into giants and struck out with their palms. Strands of soul power swirled around their fingertips before condensing into a huge purple palm print. Purple light flowed in reverse, and there was a terrifying aura that sucked in soul power. As the palm print slammed out, pieces of the void collapsed one after another, and the star island shook violently. Great profound soul imprint. 2 soul palms approached him. All of a sudden, Man Shan let out a thunderous roar. His aura suddenly rose and silver light shone around his body. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 palm prints. Mountain swallowing technique. After Man Shan displayed this technique, the 2 ugly women revealed a satisfied look. This is the mountain swallowing technique that my husband created. He uses starlight to refine his internal organs. Almost all attacks below the void refinement realm can be swallowed in a single gulp. No matter how many people you have, as long as you can't launch a void refinement realm attack, you won't be able to hurt my husband. Is that so? The Kunwu elders sneered. The power of this palm print was not something that could be swallowed easily. Man Shan swallowed the 2 palm prints in a single gulp. However, he did not take even half a step back. His aura was as steady as a mountain. In Man Shan's eyes, the body refinement realm of the 2 Kunwu elders was far inferior to his. The power of these 2 palm prints could be said to be as light as scratching an itch. However, after the palm prints entered his abdomen, his expression immediately changed. His internal organs were strong enough to withstand all attacks below the void refinement realm. However, the power of these palm prints was too strange. It did not attack his physical body at all. Instead, it directly attacked his soul. Puff, the demon's soul was heavily injured, and the barbarian mountain giant body was forced back 100 miles. It crushed mountains and rivers before it could stabilize itself. Its eyes were filled with anger. What a despicable palm print. It specializes in attacking the soul. Humph, it's far from enough to defeat me with this palm print. Star healing technique. Lao Xiong roared furiously, and the starlight from the heavenly cycle starry sea immediately entered his huge body like a tide. The wounds to his soul were instantly healed. This scene caused the complexions of the 2 Kunwu elders to change. Even Zichuan's eyes flashed. Starlight body tempering technique? No, it shouldn't be. This bear must have obtained some kind of opportunity that allowed it to use a trace of starlight to heal its injuries. However, this isn't the real starlight tempering technique. It's just an imitation. It's also because the Kunwu Elder's great profound soul seal wasn't cultivated to perfection. Otherwise, this bear demon wouldn't be able to recover so easily. Man Shan was furious. He was so ferocious in the past that he could fight the 4 sacred demons alone and escape unscathed. But now, he was injured by the sneak attack of the Kunwu 2 elders. This was a great loss of face. However, Man Shan had no choice but to admit that the great profound palm imprint of the 2 Kunwu elders was indeed extremely profound. It seemed to be a little too arrogant for him to fight the 2 of them alone. Bitches, F***ck help me kill them. Alright. The 2 ugly women were standard traditional women. In front of outsiders, they would never make any decision without their husband's order. Of course, when they returned home, the 2 of them would become the leaders of the family. Then, the 2 of them revealed their peak divine transformation realm cultivation base and each of them transformed into 2000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large bears. The moment they revealed their true forms, they immediately surrounded one of the 2 Kunwu elders. A mere peak divine transformation realm cultivator, the eyes of the 2 Kunwu elders were filled with disdain. However, at the next moment, all of their disdain turned into disbelief. The 2 ugly women were just peak divine transformation realm cultivators. It wasn't difficult for the 2 Kunwu elders to kill them. However, when they attacked together, their attacks were not any weaker than a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. Being caught off guard, the giant armor of one of the elders was directly cracked by the bare palms of the 2 women. The tremendous force even sent him flying 100 li * 500 m per zhang away. Man Shan took the opportunity to roar. He had never been afraid of anyone in a one-on-one battle. You. Die for me. Asterisk boom asterisk. Even though he was already prepared, the other elder was still sent flying 10,000 zhang asterisk, 500 m per zhang, away by Man Shan's punch. The two elders had never expected that the two ugly women who were merely peak divine transformation realm cultivators could be so strong. Due to their carelessness, the two of them fought against their enemies respectively. Gradually, their attacks were at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated by the bear demons. Trash. Zichuan's eyes turned gloomy. These two Kunwu elders were really good for nothings. If it wasn't for the fact that he still needed to rely on their strength in the future, he really wished that the two of them could die under the bear demon's palms. No matter how unfilial the people of my purple robe palace are, we aren't people that animals like you can bully and humiliate. Sword crystals, appear. Zichuan patted his storage pouch and took out 3 purple crystals. Without any hesitation, he crushed the 3 crystals with his palm. In an instant, 3 rays of sword chi that emitted shocking purple chi surrounded Zichuan's body. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 3 rays of incomparably sharp sword light that moved 1,000 li asterisk, 500 m per zhang, away, slashing towards the 3 bears of Man Shan. On the battlefield, everyone's eyes were focused on Man Shan, Kunwu elders, and the others. No one noticed Zichuan's attack at all. This person was at the mid-divine transformation realm. Although his talent was not bad, his cultivation level was not worth mentioning. However, Man Shan and the others had neglected one point. Zichuan was the young master of an aristocratic family. He had a trump card that ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators could not hope to have. Sword crystals. They were condensed from the sword intent of an early void refinement realm sword cultivator. Each of the crystals contained the full power of a sword cultivator. 3 pieces of sword crystals meant 3 rays of void refinement realm sword chi. When the 3 rays of sword chi collided, an unimaginable whistling sword wind was immediately formed. Then, 1 was shattered into 10, 10 was shattered into 100, millions of sword shadows. Some were real, some were fake, some were fake, some were fake, some were real, and all of them sealed off the 3 bears' escape routes. Void refinement realm sword chi. Yu Lingkong and Wu Yan's beautiful faces turned pale. Sword crystals were condensed from sword intent. They carried the full power of a sword cultivator expert's attack. It couldn't be any better as a trump card for the younger generation to protect themselves. However, it consumed a lot of effort to create them. Therefore, every sword crystal that contained sword chi above the void refinement realm was a priceless item. This was because an ordinary sword crystal was enough to give a vein-opening realm junior the power to kill a peak divine transformation realm cultivator. That Zichuan had actually crushed 3 of such precious items with a single palm strike. It was enough to show how highly valued he was in his clan and sect. The scariest thing was that Zichuan's sneak attack caught Man Shan and the others off guard. They were entangled with Kunwu Mountain and were attacked from both sides at the same time. It was highly likely that they would die under the sword light. The 2 ladies understood that the reason why Man Shan protected them was because in his eyes, they were Ning Fan's women. The 2 ladies were unwilling to admit this identity in front of him. However, after going through so much together, they more or less agreed to it. If Man Shan dies under the sword light, how could the 2 ladies survive? If they fall into the hands of the perverted disciples of the Purple Robes Palace, it would be better for them to die. Yu Lingkong helplessly realized that she could not bear to be humiliated by such a perverted disciple like Ning Fan. So what if it's the void refinement realm sword light? I'm going to fight you to the death. Burning blood. Ning Fan was not the only one who was willing to burn his blood. Any demon with courage would dare to burn their blood and fight with their lives. There was a palm imprint in front of him. However, Man Shan did not even look at it and took the attack head-on. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the void refinement realm sword light. The great soul palm imprint heavily injured Man Shan's demon soul. The void refinement realm sword light made the internal defense that he was proud of begin to crumble. However, he forcefully suppressed his injuries with the starlight around his body after he ignited his blood. Then, he took a huge step forward and opened his mouth to suck in the sword light that was attacking the 2 ugly women. This sword light was too powerful. Even if he was the one who was ambushed by the sword light, he would only be severely injured. However, if the two peak divine transformation realm women were hit by it, they would certainly die. I have been cultivating my demon cultivation all my life. I didn't give you any benefits. But I can't let you die. Roar. The old bear swallowed the 3 void refinement realm sword lights and let them pierce his body. However, he was fearless. Husband. The 2 ugly women desperately blocked the attack of the old bear. Their eyes were filled with tears as they looked at the old bear. Don't cry. Remember to ask Liu Bei to avenge me. Even if I die, I will self-detonate and drag one of them down with me. At this moment, the old bear was surprised to find out that he had broken through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm that he originally couldn't break through. Good news. He didn't expect that the crisis of life and death would actually allow him to break through the bottleneck. In that case, as long as he goes into seclusion for 80 to 100 years, he would be able to break through to the void refinement realm easily. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to attain the void refinement realm anymore. Asking Liu Bei to avenge me? I won't accept it. Man Shan's body was surrounded by bloody light. That was the sign that his blood had been ignited to the extreme and he was about to self-detonate. Kunwu was scared. Even Zichuan's expression changed greatly. Idiot. If this bear runs away, he won't die easily. If he doesn't do anything about it, he won't die either. Why did he save them? Why did he risk his life to protect his 2 ugly wives? Idiot. Before Zichuan's voice faded away, a golden ray of light tore through the sky and flew towards them. That gold immortal did not stop. A trace of purple smoke drifted out and landed in front of Man Shan, standing on the head of his giant bear. His eyes looked at the 2 elders of Kunwu and Zichuan. His eyes were like ice that would never melt for 10,000 years. Ning Fan is here. Void refinement realm escaping light. Who has come here? Zichuan's expression changed greatly. As for Ning Fan, he did not have the mood to explain to him. Man Shan isn't an idiot. He has his own Tao. However, if it's to protect his obsession, it doesn't matter even if his Tao is destroyed and his body dies. A surge of baleful qi that soared into the sky turned into clouds of baleful qi, dyeing the clouds within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, red. Liu Bei, avenge me, shut up. I don't like owing a man a favor. Ning Fan moved and slapped on the top of the old bear's head. The 3 traces of sword qi that were wreaking havoc in the old bear's body were pulled out by his palm and shot towards Zichuan and the others. The sword qi was forcefully swallowed by the old bear and its momentum was broken. Now, it was possible to pull it out. If the old bear's physical body was slightly weaker, Ning Fan would not be able to pull out the sword qi that entered his body. The 3 traces of sword qi attacked Zichuan and Kunwu elders respectively. They turned into rays of sword light that filled the sky and drowned all the experts of the Purple Robes Palace. Extracting the sword qi. This young man can extract the void refinement realm sword qi. Could he be Liu Bei? Zichuan's expression darkened. Ning Fan's appearance made him unprecedentedly nervous. It was not because of Ning Fan's cultivation base but because of the baleful qi that dyed the world red from his body. How many divine transformation realm experts had this young man killed to have such terrifying baleful qi that could condense evil clouds? This young man is just an early divine transformation realm cultivator. However, why would the dignified Zichuan's soul tremble in front of him? Break! Ning Fan pointed his finger and the sword light shattered. Being drowned by the sword light, the armors of the 2 old giants of Kunwu were broken. They retreated from their Dharma images with severe injuries. Their cultivation base had almost dropped to the half-step void refinement realm. The group of 12 divine transformation realm experts and 100 nascent soul realm experts of the Purple Robes Palace began to wail in agony under the sword light. At the critical moment, Zichuan took out 3 more pieces of sword crystals and crushed them to cancel out the reflected sword light. Even so, the nascent soul realm experts of the Purple Robes Palace were all killed by Ning Fan. Even among the 12 divine transformation realm experts that Zichuan brought with him, 3 of them died and 4 of them were injured. Man Shan was not dead yet. If Ning Fan was half a step late and his body was destroyed by the sword qi, he would certainly choose to self-detonate and perish together with his enemies. At this moment, he was lucky enough to keep his life. Even though he was severely injured, he managed to break through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm because of it. It could be said that he had gained a lot. However, Ningfan's chest was still filled with anger. In his world, he would always be alone. His cauldrons were just passers-by while his brothers were just a sad past. However, today, Man Shan's fearless aura and his determination to ask Liu Bei to avenge him made Ningfan's cold blood unable to calm down. Today, no matter who you are, don't even think about walking out of the Star Sea alive. Puff the two old men of Kunwa coughed out blood heavily. They were so angry that they laughed instead. Interesting. An early divine transformation realm cultivator came out of nowhere and used some unknown method to absorb the sword chi and resist the sword light just because he thought that he was amazing. He even dared to say that he wants us to die in the Star Sea. Is there any joke more ridiculous than this in this world? However, at the next moment, the two old men of Kunwa were shocked when they met Ningfan's gaze. At this moment, the baleful chi in the sky and the blood mist that covers 10,000 li * 500 m per li, turned into a gigantic blood eye that was condensed from baleful chi. When they met Ningfan's gaze, the two old men of Kunwa felt as if they were being looked down at by that bloody eye from the heavens. It was a cold gaze that looked down on the common people. That kind of coldness was ingrained in his bones. It was the persistence of killing millions of people for the sake of his obsession. Baleful chi condenses into clouds. Baleful clouds condense into eyes. This young man is a natural genius in the Tao of killing. If the slaughter palace of the four heavens finds out about this, they will certainly recruit him as their disciple regardless of the cost. Why did they offend such a ruthless person? Rumor has it that the slaughter palace would only accept one disciple every 1,000 years. Each disciple would be a fiendish star that no one would dare to offend in the four heavens. However, no matter how monstrous Ningfan's potential was and how strong his baleful chi was, the two old men of Kunwa did not believe that he had the strength to kill them in the Star Sea. However, if they find out what Ningfan had done in the Star Sea during this period of time, they would definitely be scared away. If the two old men of Kunwa knew that Ningfan, who was just below the blood ignition realm, could eat half-step void refinement realm beings like pigs and dogs, they would rather die than provoke him. Unfortunately, they were destined not to have the chance to find out. You are Liu Bei, right? Hee. Your potential is not bad. However, even if your cultivation base is twice as high, you are still not a match for us. I would like to see what kind of methods you have to kill the experts of my purple robe palace in the Star Sea. The two old men of Kunwa sneered. They did not believe it. They still did not believe that Ningfan had the strength to kill them. However, even if they did not believe it, why would Ningfan need to explain it to them? I don't need to do it myself to kill all of you. All the slaves in the Star Sea, follow my order. Hurry up and head to the Star Island to kill the evil creatures of the Purple Robe Palace. Those who disobey shall have their entire clans annihilated. Ningfan's voice instantly spread to 30,000 li * 500 m per li. With the help of the evil clouds, his voice traveled even further. 300,000 li * 500 m per li. 3 million li * 500 m per li. Evil sound. This young man not only turned his evil into clouds, condensed his evil into his eyes, but also shattered his evil into sound. Zichuan's eyes were filled with shock. However, this shock turned into great astonishment in less than 10 breaths later. With the Star Island as the center, sea beasts were constantly flying out of the sea that could be seen with the naked eye. Their faces were filled with fear. There were 3 great forces that were closest to the Star Island. Each of them had brought 100,000 sea beasts with them. A total of 10 divine transformation realm experts were dispatched to reinforce the Star Island. The clan leaders of the 3 clans were divine transformation realm wilderness generals. However, facing Ningfan, they did not even dare to raise their heads. Instead, they lowered their heads and cupped their fists in fear. The Flying Locust clan, the Poison Ant clan and the Mirage Devouring clan have come to the Star Island late. Please forgive us, Star Lord. After 100 breaths, another 4 great forces hurriedly flew to the Star Island. Perhaps because they were too far away from each other, the 4 forces only sent out 4 great experts. However, each of them was at the peak divine transformation realm. The city lords of Morong City, Fallen Phoenix City, Chaotic Snow City and Hateful Heaven City have come late. Please forgive us, Star Lord. After 1,000 breaths, 3 half-step void refinement realm old men flew over from different directions. They looked at Ning Fan with complicated expressions. Eventually, they cupped their fists and bowed. The country lords of Daoyan country, profound sword country and heavenly worship country have come late. Please forgive us, Star Lord. The forces of the demon race that were further away could not come to the Star Island. However, they kept sending messages through the air using their flying swords. Each of them was a special kind of sound-transmitting flying sword that could only be activated at great cost. This kind of sound-transmitting flying sword could even transmit sound from hundreds of millions of li * 500 m per li away in an instant. However, the number of words it could transmit was pitifully small. The sound-transmitting flying swords exploded one after another, turning into frightened voices. However, all of them were voices of flattery and obedience. The Guyan country has sealed off the sea region. The traitors must die when they arrive. Please forgive us, Star Lord. The Wolf King City has sent out their demon army. They will arrive at the Star Island in half a month. Please forgive us, Star Lord. The Northern Sea Star Dragon is ready to go after the traitors at any time. Please forgive us, Star Lord. The enemies of Ning Fan in the past were subdued one by one. In the past 2 months, Ning Fan had almost annihilated half of the wild beasts in the greedy Wolf Star Ocean. No one dared to disobey him. None of them knew if Ning Fan would have another trump card that would cause him to burn his blood again. Who could stop him? Star Lord. They addressed Ning Fan as the Star Lord because in this greedy Wolf Star Ocean, other than Ning Fan, even the Old Bear and the Star Dragon did not have the devil might to intimidate the entire Star Ocean. In the distance, where the sea and the sky met, the sea was densely packed with sea beasts that were rushing to reinforce them. At this moment, the 2 elders of Kunwa were afraid. This person was Liu Bei. With just a command from him, all the sea beasts within the sea would die for him. We must retreat. We can't stay in this greedy Wolf Star Ocean any longer. They had no choice but to be fearful. What they were facing was not just Ning Fan alone but the power of the entire sea region. He was Liu Bei. He was the Star Lord of this greedy Wolf Star Ocean. Retreat. Zichuan's eyes flashed with determination. He knew very well that if he doesn't retreat now, it would be impossible for him to do so anymore. However, before he could take out an escape treasure, Ning Fan directly took a step forward. His great momentum turned into a sword and sent Zichuan flying down from the sky. Trying to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Second update, to be continued. Ning Fan's domineering step caused Zichuan, who was caught off guard, to fall from the sky. Zichuan barely steadied himself, revealing a cold expression. How dare you hurt me? So what if I hurt you? Kill. There was no room for mercy. Just the forces sent to reinforce the Star Island were more than enough to annihilate the Purple Dress Palace. The 2 elders of Kunwa were surrounded by the 3 half-step void refinement realm experts. Within the blink of an eye, they were forced to retreat continuously. It was only a matter of time before they were killed. The other experts of the Purple Dress Palace were already surrounded by the sea of astral sea fiends, who mercilessly beat them up. Polite? There was no need to be polite with them. In the hearts of countless members of the Sea Clan, Ning Fan had already become the Star Lord of the greedy Wolf Star Ocean. It was not only because of Ning Fan's devil might but also because Ning Fan could make the Star Lords of the other 2 seas fearful of him. After the greedy Wolf Star Lord had left for thousands of years, he could stabilize the situation of the 3 seas and prevent the greedy Wolf Star Sea from being bullied by the other seas. No beast in the Star Ocean dared to disobey the orders of the Star Lord, not to mention winning with numbers and ganging up on these so-called upper realm heavenly prides. Even if they were outnumbered and risked their lives for Ning Fan like the Old Bear, there would still be many hot-blooded sea beasts that would follow Ning Fan's lead. With the strength of a single person, he overturned the Sea of Stars and wreaked havoc in the world. This person was qualified to be the master of the voracious wolf tribe. Wherever the Star Lord's sword pointed, the demons only needed to do one thing. Kill. 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 Old Bear was stunned. He had heard of hundreds responding to a single call. He had also heard a little about throwing a whip to break a river. However, such a scene where all the experts from the Sea of Stars showed up only happened during the War of the 3 Seas. Ever since Ravenous Wolf disappeared and the three seas lost their balance, such battles had become rare. The Ravenous Wolf Star Ocean was split up and divided among the major forces. Excited? Lao Xiong was extremely excited. It had been many years since he had experienced such a group fight. He wanted to follow behind Ning Fan and give Zichuan a good beating. However, it was a pity that he could only dream about it. His two ugly wives would not let him risk his life when he was seriously injured. "My husband, you cannot die. If you die, the two of us will not live alone." The two ugly wives were quite sincere. "Scram. I don't want to die. I haven't lived long enough. Who would want to die if they could? Are you crazy?" Lao Xiong couldn't fight, so he was very annoyed. Wu Yan's and Yu Lingkong's beautiful faces turned pale. As the golden flame chariot descended, she ran and Yuan Yao came down from it. Now, the two of them were even more shocked. After a round of slaughter, Ning Fan actually became the lord of a group of beasts in the end. If this was in the human race, it would be unimaginable, but in the demon race, it was a normal thing. Why couldn't the strong be called kings? From the moment Ning Fan forced the two star lords to retreat, his devil might had risen to an unprecedented level. Even a half-step void refinement realm expert would not dare to disregard his orders. This little cucumber is too domineering. If I didn't injure myself, and if I didn't lose my cultivation, I would also want to have a fight with him. Yu Lingkong recovered her boorish personality. "Brother Liu Bei, you're amazing." Shi Ran cheered from the side. "Why did you call him brother? Also, your body." Wu Yan blushed. She could tell at a glance that Shi Ran was no longer a virgin. 2 months ago, this little girl was still thinking about how to teach Ning Fan a lesson. 2 months later, she had already given herself to Ning Fan along with her body? Aye. It's all Sister Bei Yao's fault. It's all her fault for bewitching Liu Bei. Shi Ran pointed at Yuan Yao and betrayed her. "Bei Yao. This lady has a very noble aura. Is she a heaven's pride of the divine race?" Wu Yan let out a faint sigh. She sighed because Ning Fan's ability to take in a harem was just too amazing. After going out for 2 months, he managed to get rid of Shi Ran and even took in one more person. "Shi Ran, don't talk nonsense." Yuan Yao hurriedly covered Shi Ran's mouth with an embarrassed expression. She decided to bury what happened that day in her heart and never tell anyone about it. Yuan Yao's gaze swept across Ning Fan. She could not help but feel astonished. It was no wonder that she had never been attacked by any sea beasts ever since she was saved by Ning Fan. It turned out that the entire sea of stars had been subdued by Ning Fan, who was just an early divine transformation realm young man. It would be great if he was born in the northern heaven. With his aptitude and temperament, I'm afraid he would be able to be ranked in the top 3 of the northern heaven. No, perhaps he would be the first. If he's given enough time, even if he only cultivates the yin-yang transformation, perhaps he could also reach my level. Perhaps he could. Yuan Yao's phoenix-like eyes softened and a hint of expectation flashed across them. However, this expectation immediately turned into a self-mocking smile. "What's wrong with me? That matter was just a ridiculous act. After the trip to the Star Palace, I probably won't meet him again. What am I looking forward to?" "How silly." Yuan Yao's gaze moved around the ladies and sighed softly. Ning Fan would not be lonely. He had countless beauties. Why would he care about Bei Yao, who was merely a one-night stand? However, isn't this young man a little too bold? He even dared to kill the people of the Purple Robes Palace. Perhaps after I return to the Lost World Palace, I'll help him settle some troubles in the Northern Heaven. That would be better. Yuan Yao muttered to herself. Since the ladies still had the mood to let their imaginations run wild, it meant that there was no room for them to worry about the current situation. Basically, all the experts of the Purple Robes Palace were killed. The 2 Kunwu elders also turned into 2 incomplete primordial spirits in just a moment. They were captured by the 3 half-step void refinement realm experts and were prepared to offer them to Ning Fan later. Zichuan's expression turned gloomy. In just 10 breaths' time, all the forces on his side were annihilated. In other words, even though he was the first one to enter the Star Palace, all of them were defeated in the end. Let alone competing for the star of the Heavenly Emperor with the other Heaven's Pride experts, it would be difficult for him to survive. Break! Zichuan crushed another sword crystal and shot out an early Void Refinement Realm sword light. It was his 7th early Void Refinement Realm sword crystal. He brought a total of 10 sword crystals with him during this trip. 9 of them were early Void Refinement Realm and 1 of them was mid-Void Refinement Realm. Under the attack of the sword light from the sword crystal, the Divine Transformation Realm experts at the side sucked in a cold breath and their faces were filled with fear. No wonder Old Bear was injured. No wonder Liu Bei Star Lord could stop Zichuan as soon as he arrived. Zichuan's cultivation base is not high but his methods are quite ruthless. The 3 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts felt a chill down their spines when they saw Old Bear's miserable injuries. They could withstand this early Void Refinement Realm sword light. However, if they do, they would most likely become the next Old Bear. This sword light is a little tricky. Should we go and help the Star Lord? The 3 of them looked at each other and asked. However, their question was interrupted by Old Bear. No need. Have you all forgotten how strong this brat is? Have you all forgotten who was the one who destroyed the Star Sea alone? Have you all forgotten that the heaven-defying methods of this brat are not any weaker than the sword crystals? Looking at the incoming sword light, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He imitated Old Bear's posture and opened his mouth to swallow it. Mountain devouring technique. With a sudden inhale, he absorbed the starlight into his abdomen and allowed the sword light to explode inside his body. His action made Old Bear and the others' expressions change. Damn. This Liu Bei imitated my demonic technique. However, my internal organs have been tempered for thousands of years to be able to swallow magic techniques and magic treasures. It's obvious that he has never tempered his internal organs before. How dare he swallow the sword light? Indeed, Ning Fan's internal organs could not withstand the sword light. However, at the moment when the sword light entered his body, he immediately shattered his body to disperse the sword force. At the moment when his black shadow condensed again, his fingertip tapped 17 times on the sword light at lightning speed. Eventually, he broke the momentum of the sword chi and kept the sword light back into his sleeve. After that, it condensed back into a piece of purple crystal and he stared at Zichuan coldly. You aren't a sword cultivator. This kind of sword chi is just a waste in your hands. Indeed, if Zichuan was proficient in the Tao of Sword, the power of this sword chi in his hands would definitely not be limited to this. Ning Fan also did not dare to risk his Divine Transformation Realm cultivation to subdue this sword chi. The reason why Ning Fan was able to draw out Old Bear's sword chi and subdue it was not only because he had the sword consciousness and his incarnation. The biggest reason was that Zichuan's Tao of Sword was too weak, he was not a sword cultivator. He could use this sword crystal to deal with ordinary people. However, when facing experts in the Tao of Sword, the sword chi would be full of loopholes. As long as he finds the loopholes, it would not be difficult to seize the sword chi. Incarnation. You actually seized my sword chi with your incarnation. If Zichuan could still conceal the fact that Ning Fan had drawn out Old Bear's sword chi earlier, he could no longer remain calm after seeing Ning Fan subduing the Void Refinement Realm sword chi. Zichuan did not have a Void Fragmentation Realm divine ability like Incarnation, however, Divine Transformation Realm experts who had incarnations were rare in the 9 worlds. Zichuan had met 1 or 2 people in the 4 heavens. However, those people definitely could not subdue the Void Refinement Realm sword chi with their Divine Transformation Realm cultivation base and incarnation techniques. Not only did Ning Fan have incarnations, but he also certainly had some kind of divine ability that was extremely effective against sword chi. Zichuan did not think about the sword sense and there was no need for him to think about it either. What he needed to know was not how strong Ning Fan was. At this moment, he only wanted to protect himself. With his mid-Divine Transformation Realm cultivation base, he could even fight against a late Divine Transformation Realm expert. However, with the strength of a late Divine Transformation Realm expert, he would not be able to escape from the encirclement of the Sea of Beasts and Humans. I still have 3 traces of sword chi. The mid-Void Refinement Realm sword chi must be used to save my life. Alright. I will use 2 traces of early Divine Transformation Realm sword chi to eliminate Liu Bei. No matter how powerful this person's incarnation is, he is just an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator after all. If he can even withstand 2 Void Refinement Realm attacks, I, Zichuan, will never be a match for him in my entire life. I don't believe that I will lose to him. Zichuan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He broke 2 pieces of sword crystals in a row. This time, he tried to pull the sword light into a sword thread by relying on his not-so-profound cultivation base in the Tao of Sword. In the end, even though it looked like he had done it correctly, the 2 dazzling sword lights became much thinner and their power became much purer. It's another 2 traces of Void Refinement Realm Sword Chi. Besides, this young man seems to have reached the threshold of transforming the sword into a thread. This young man is not simple. Should we help the Star Lord? The 3 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts sounded a little timid. They did not even dare to fight against 2 traces of Void Refinement Realm Sword Chi. Help my ass. What if the 2 Star Lords, 7 kills and army-breaking star, were to receive this Sword Chi instead? Of course it would be easy. Especially the Star Lord of 7 kills who cultivates the sword wholeheartedly. Do you think the Star Lord would put this kind of weak sword chi in his eyes? The 3 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts said disdainfully. That's right. Don't look down on Liu Bei. He used his own strength to scare away 2 Star Lords. Have you guys forgotten? The old bear might seem simple and honest, but he was actually very meticulous. A truly intelligent person would not show his intelligence on his face. A truly ruthless person would not nag and release his domineering aura everywhere. Just like Ning Fan, who was a man of few words and a little submissive. If he does not get angry, others would think that he was a sick cat. The old bear's words made the 3 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts fall into deep thought. Their eyes became even more focused as they watched the battle between Ning Fan and Zichuan. In the past, they had only heard about how strong Ning Fan was. However, it was their first time seeing Ning Fan in action. What kind of method will the Star Lord use to block the 2 traces of Void Refinement Realm Sword Chi? The eyes of the 3 of them were filled with anticipation. If they could learn even the slightest bit of benefit from Ning Fan's method, it would already be extremely good. Your sword is too weak. Transforming the sword into a thread isn't like that. Ning Fan's words were cold. Without any hesitation, he crushed the sword crystal. The combined attack of the 2 sword chis couldn't be achieved by relying on the incarnation. He couldn't bear to part with the precious sword crystal. As soon as the sword crystal shattered, the sword light appeared in Ning Fan's hand. Threads of sword silk were peeled off by Ning Fan and entangled in the clouds secretly. It gave people goosebumps just by looking at it. They had no idea how to deal with such a large amount of sword silk. The true sword transformation into silk. Zichuan's gaze dimmed. His pride had been defeated by Ning Fan time and time again. He could no longer be as arrogant as he was in the beginning. His bone age was 700 years, and he had cultivated to the middle stage of soul formation, so he thought that his talent was invincible. However, Ning Fan, who was standing in front of them, had a bone age of less than 400 years. Yet, he was proficient in many techniques such as incarnation, sword turning into threads and so on. Moreover, he could command the entire Star Sea and no one dared to disobey him. In front of Ning Fan, how could I be considered as a heaven's pride? But you definitely won't be able to take it. In Zichuan's palm, he secretly gripped the last sword crystal tightly. The sword chi attack of the mid-void refinement realm, Ning Fan was indifferent towards Zichuan's provocation. His vision was gradually shrouded by the sword light. His body was as straight as a sword as he pointed out 2 fingers. The first finger could shatter mountains. The second finger could shatter the heavens. Under these 2 fingers, Zichuan's face was filled with disbelief. Yuan Yao was even more shocked. Sword finger technique. Among the many sword techniques of the sword ancestor, only this sword finger technique was lost. I didn't expect it to fall into his hands. Sword finger. 5 fingers can kill immortals and 10 fingers can nirvana. The higher the realm of this technique, the more powerful it is. He actually has such a powerful technique. If he learns the 3rd finger, he can even destroy a void refinement realm expert with his current cultivation base. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's current cultivation base was far from enough to cultivate the 3rd finger. However, it was enough to break Zichuan's sword chi, Star Island, rivers, and mountains, collapse, the black sun of the heavens, collapse, layers of collapsing force gathered at the tip of Ning Fan's finger. With the help of the Void Refinement Realm Sword Light, the power of the sword silk was unprecedentedly terrifying. This finger technique was displayed with the help of the sword crystal. No one below the void refinement realm could withstand it. Compared to Zichuan's clumsy method of controlling the sword crystal, Ning Fan's technique was like heaven and earth. It was impossible to obtain true strength by relying on external objects. Break! Just as Ning Fan uttered the word, Zichuan's 2 traces of sword chi collapsed. The sword light also collapsed at the right time and reformed into a sword crystal. As for Ning Fan's countless sword silk, it was like a tangled mess, making it impossible for Zichuan to evade. I'm not as good as him. I'm actually not as good as him. Zichuan gritted his teeth. He took out a purple jade pendant that was exquisitely carved from jade and crushed it. At the moment he crushed the jade pendant, purple wind suddenly rose in front of him, turning into 17 layers of purple chi barriers to protect him. However, under Ning Fan's sword silk, all of the 17 layers of barriers collapsed without exception. The remaining sword silk shook Zichuan's body and shattered his sword light. In the midst of the collapsing sword light, Zichuan's entire body was bathed in blood. His spiritual equipment and protective armor were shattered and he was beyond recognition. Ning Fan, on the other hand, caught the 2 pieces of sword crystal calmly. He had used up one and obtained the other 2. Liu Bei, I'll remember you. You're a strong expert. Zichuan took a deep breath and crushed the last mid-void refinement realm sword crystal in his sleeve. Zichuan's eyes suddenly flashed with madness when he sent out his sword chi with his palm. His finger seals changed abruptly, igniting his physical body and primordial spirit. Liu Bei, I'm looking forward to the battle above the 4 heavens with you. Life-burning technique, explode. His physical body exploded and his primordial spirit was incinerated into ashes. Zichuan detonated everything he had and channeled all the power of his self-destruction into that ray of sword light. Originally, his sword technique was far from enough to completely activate the destructive power of this sword light. However, when he risked his life and sacrificed his blood to the sword, it was different. This ray of sword light which was infused with blood chi was definitely not any weaker than the sure kill attack of a true mid-void refinement realm sword cultivator. Under this ray of sword light, the star island was split into 2 without any warning. Even the sea of stars below was split in half by the sword light. This is bad. Now, we really have to help Liu Bei. Even the other 2 star lords would find it hard to withstand this ray of sword chi. No need. This sword light can be subdued. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. Zichuan seemed to have self-detonated and poured his blood chi into the sword. However, there were other settings. Zichuan's settings were that once the sword light is blocked by Ning Fan, he would disperse his blood chi, allowing Ning Fan to completely subdue this ray of sword chi. This last attack did not seem to be a fight to the death but a gift of sword chi, even though I witnessed Zichuan's death with my own eyes. Judging from the words he said before he died and the gift of sword chi, he might not be dead yet. I'm afraid he escaped using some kind of ability that I can't understand. However, this last attack of his had dispersed all of his hostility. All that was left was an equal battle intent. This is a challenge. If he is really not dead, this will be the challenge letter that he issued to me. Wait for me to ascend to the 4 heavens and fight him. Ning Fan frowned. He did not like to cut the grass without removing the roots. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to block this ray of sword chi. Star positioning plate, appear. He pointed a finger at his glabella and took out a starlight formation plate. All of a sudden, a dense star map spread under his feet and 30,000 star lamps rose. Ignite. He channeled all of his magic power into the star positioning plate, making only 5,000 star lamps light up. 5,000 star lamps were enough to withstand the attack of a half-step void refinement realm expert. However, it was still not enough. Soul extraction. Ning Fan clawed at the sea of stars with his 5 fingers and displayed the soul extraction technique. The demons who knew that he knew the soul extraction technique were not surprised. However, Xianxia did not know about it. That was why she was surprised once again. This divine transformation realm expert whom she had underestimated a little had actually mastered the soul extraction technique. This person's innate potential was rarely matched by anyone in the young generation. As he displayed the soul extraction technique, Ning Fan's magic power increased to the late divine transformation realm, making 9,999 star lamps light up. He gritted his teeth and suddenly changed his hand seal. 10,000 star lamps lit up. At this moment, the star formation of the star positioning plate was enough to defend against a true early void refinement realm attack. Not enough. It's still not enough. In order to block this mid-void refinement realm sword light, he must light up 30,000 star lamps. Since he could not use his magic power to light up the star lamps, he would use the power of the broken treasures to light them up. After washing the sea of stars with blood, Ning Fan took out the demon treasures one by one and crushed them. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, from the lowest grade pill treasures to the highest grade spiritual treasures, all of them were crushed. As the star lamps were lit up one after another, the power of the star map rose steadily. When he had crushed 1,000,000 demon treasures, 30,000 star lamps were lit up. The silver flames from the 30,000 star lamps turned into countless layers of silver light walls. When the mid-void refinement realm sword chi hit the star walls, it caused them to crumble and the star formation to become unstable. However, the power of the sword chi would weaken a little every time it broke a star wall. When the last star wall collapsed, the power of the sword chi was almost depleted. Ning Fan was also in a state of overdrafting his magic power. Looking at the sword chi which had lost 90% of its power, Ning Fan formed his 5 fingers into a claw and grabbed the sword light. Break! After the sword light shattered, it condensed into a sword crystal. At this moment, the entire star island fell into dead silence. Each of the sea beasts wore an expression of disbelief. The Star Lord blocked the mid-void refinement realm sword chi. What kind of magic treasure is this? Its defensive power is heaven-defying. Yuan Yao was the only one who heaved a sigh of relief. She was not only glad that Ning Fan blocked the sword light but also glad that Zichuan did not die. Zichuan is an abandoned person of that clan. Liu Bei, no matter how many geniuses you have killed in the Star Palace, I have ways to cover it up for you. However, Zichuan is the only one who cannot be hidden. However, you don't have to worry. Even if you really kill Zichuan, the Lost World Palace is still around. Yuan Yao smiled bitterly. This is all I can do for you. For the time being, consider it as me repaying you for protecting me. Outside the Star Palace, in the void, many forces occupied their own areas, trying to get out of the maze formation. Some of them also tried to tear the void apart but all of them failed in the end. F***CK. Who is so wicked to set up a maze formation outside the Star Palace? Shameless. Someone cursed non-stop. Wei Xian was the one who got shot. F***CK. Why are the people of the Purple Robe Palace so lucky to be at the place where the maze formation was broken? They tore the void apart and entered the Star Palace. Sigh. The people of the Purple Robe Palace are really lucky. Eh? Look. What's that purple light? A trace of purple primordial spirit appeared in the maze formation out of nowhere. At the place where it appeared, there was a purple grass doll hiding in the void. As the purple smoke appeared, the grass doll immediately trembled and self-combusted. As for the purple divine thread, it gradually grew stronger in the purple flames. Eventually, it turned into a young man in purple robes. It was none other than Zichuan. As Ning Fan expected, he really did not die. Isn't that the Purple Dress Palace's young master Zichuan? Didn't he enter the Constellation Palace? Why did he come out? And he's even injured so badly. Purple grass art, it's definitely the purple grass art. Rumor has it that the strongest secret technique of the Purple Robe Palace is the creation of purple-robed grass dolls. As long as a trace of primordial spirit is attached to the grass dolls, they will be able to take the place of death. I can't believe that there are still people who can create purple-robed grass dolls in this era. Could it be that the people from the Purple Dress Palace were annihilated after entering the Star Palace for only 2 hours? No way. It seems that Zichuan was the only one who came out. The prodigies of the 4 heavens were all astonished. Some were fearful of the mysterious Star Palace, some were on their guard, and there were even some who took the opportunity to mock Zichuan. The white demon sex Lin Su was one of the people who was happy to mock Zichuan. This person was already at the late stage of the soul formation stage. Seeing that Zichuan was in trouble, he immediately prepared to kill him. Moments later, when she saw Zichuan's crazed eyes, Lin Su stopped in her tracks and her gaze changed. The Zichuan of today seemed to be different from the past. He was no longer arrogant and aloof. Instead, he had the ambition to advance bravely. He. A mere mid-divine transformation realm cultivator dares to come to the Star Palace to seek fortuitous encounters? How is it? It seems that all the people you brought with you are dead. It turns out that the first person to enter the Star Palace is not that amazing after all. Lin Su mocked. Humph. If your white demon sect were to enter the Starry Sea and encounter that person, the only thing awaiting you would be death. In fact, you might not even have my purple grass technique to save your life from that person's hands. That person is the strongest prodigy of this generation that I have ever seen. You, Lin Su, reached the late divine transformation realm in 1200 years. Your aptitude is only average in the white demon sect. However, in front of that person, you can't even withstand a single blow. Humph. You talk big. I, Lin Su, really want to know who is the one who annihilated your purple dress palace. His name is Liu Bei. However, you don't want to meet him. He is very strong. Very strong. This strength is not referring to his cultivation but his Tao. His Tao has a kind of crazy mentality. If I were to make an analogy, it would be like this person dares to fight against an immortal emperor even though he is only a mortal. I have this kind of feeling from him. Immortal? Fight against an immortal emperor? Zichuan, could it be that your mind is not clear after you died once? Is an immortal emperor someone that a mortal can fight against? Humph. Lin Su. I won't talk to you anymore. In the future, we will fight again in the sect competition between the Purple Dress Palace and the White Demon Sect. However, you might not be able to live until that moment. The White Demon Sect can't suppress the Purple Dress Palace forever. If your White Demon Sect continues to act willfully, there will be a day when someone will investigate and take revenge for what happened to the Black Devil Sect. That day might be the day that the White Demon Sect is destroyed. You have to remember this. Zichuan let out a cold harumph and teleported away. He no longer had any greed towards the star of the Heavenly Emperor. He had been relying too much on external objects. Before the next official battle with Ning Fan, he wanted to get rid of all external objects and improve his own strength. He wanted to strive for perfection. Liu Bei, I won't lose to you the next time. After Zichuan left, Lin Su's eyes flashed with cold light and said to the two half-step void refinement realm experts beside her with dissatisfaction. Senior brothers, why didn't you seize the opportunity to kill this person? Zichuan can't be killed. The two people who were addressed as senior brothers were not the same age as Lin Su. Both of them had white hair and white beards. Their bone ages were over 4,000 years old. Why can't I kill him? Give me a reason. There is a rumor that Zichuan is an abandoned person of that clan. Even if he is an abandoned person, given the domineering nature of that clan, they won't allow anyone to harm him. What? He actually. Humph. No wonder this young man's aptitude is slightly better than mine. He is just a trash who relies on his bloodline. Lin Su said disdainfully. Then, she revealed a cold smile. The person who made Zichuan speechless seems to be an expert called Liu Bei. Liu Bei. This person is just bullying the weak Zichuan. If he encounters me, even if he is a Heaven's Pride expert, he will still be trampled under my feet. The third chapter was released at 4:12 a.m. Tired, 16,000 words today, to be continued. The intruders from the Purple Robe Palace were all killed. After getting Ning Fan's permission, the group of beasts in the Star Sea retreated. Even though the old bear's injuries were severe, his life was not in danger with the 6th revolution pill that Ning Fan gave him. It was just a matter of time for him to recover. Once he recovers, he could even try to break through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm. Liu Bei. I've risked my life to help you. You can't leave me out if you get any benefits. The old bear's smile was very cunning and not honest at all. Ning Fan did not answer him, but he did not deny it either. On the Star Island, millions of sea beasts knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ning Fan with respectful expressions. She ran, and the other women would never forget that scene for the rest of their lives. After that battle, Ning Fan managed to block the mid-void refinement realm sword light. In other words, even if he faced the attacks of 2 Star Lords, he might not be able to win, but he would not lose either. He could probably use the star positioning plate to block their attacks. Almost no one doubted Ning Fan becoming the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf Sea anymore. He had speed and defense. Even if his cultivation base was not high, he was already innately invincible. Disperse. As Ning Fan gave his order, countless shadows of beasts left the Star Island. The southern island became quiet again. It had been 3 days since Ning Fan returned to the island. He adjusted his breathing and magic power to return to his peak state. It was still the same cave dwelling. The walls of the cave were inlaid with moonlight stones. The gentle light reflected from them made Ning Fan feel absent-minded. He silently walked out of the cave dwelling and looked at the starry sky. Then, he gently closed his eyes. It has been 30 years since I left you country. 30 years to the east and 30 years to the west. Is Jiha doing well? 30 years in a mortal's life is half of a lifetime. 30 years in a cultivator's life is just considered as a long seclusion and a massacre. Along the way, my hands were stained with blood and sins. However, I have no regrets and I have a clear conscience. I would rather kill the common people than let them kill me. This is the cruel reality of the cultivation world. In the past, in Yu country, a 10th level vein opening realm cultivator is considered a genius, a harmonious spirit realm cultivator is considered a heavenly prodigy, and a gold core realm cultivator is considered an old ancestor. However, I am now the Lord of the Star Sea. I control the lives of billions of pill beasts. No one can stop me in a low-grade cultivation country. In a mid-grade cultivation country, I can destroy it with a single palm. In high-grade cultivation countries, ordinary divine transformation realm old ancestors would have to take a detour when they see me. Even in the Rain Palace, I can still be a revered elder of the palace. However, it's still not enough. I went through a lot of trouble to refine the star fixing plate. I had to break 1,000,000 Dharma treasures to activate the star defense array. However, that Zichuan could casually make a move and have 10 pieces of sword crystals in his hands. Compared to those higher domain prodigies, I still lack the support of a powerful background. But they can't compare to me. I have my own Dao. Although my body is weak, my Dao can even be crushed by a single glance from immortal Emperor Xianxia. A lonely and desolate aura rose around Ning Fan's body. In the solitude, there was an unyielding faith. The great Dao was a cage, and cultivators were trapped beasts. Some were trapped to death, and some were still fighting. Ning Fan opened his eyes and said indifferently without turning his head. Aren't you going to have a good rest? You've broken a bit of the seal and recovered to the late nascent soul stage? Thanks to your care, I should be able to recover to the peak of the nascent soul stage in 3 days. 10 days later, I should be able to recover to the soul formation stage. Once I reach the divine transformation realm, I should be able to protect myself with my methods. After entering the Heaven Palace, I will leave immediately to prevent the realm beasts that might exist from attacking you. Yuan Yao stepped on the fallen leaves and stopped beside Ning Fan. Her eyes were as clear as water. Recovering to the divine transformation realm in 10 days? I can help you break some of the seals and help you recover to the divine transformation realm in 1 night. However, due to the limitation of my cultivation realm, I can only help you recover to the early divine transformation realm at most. You still have to rely on yourself for the rest. Do you really want me to leave earlier? Yuan Yao gently bit her lips. In fact, she had lied to Ning Fan. She only needed 3 days to break some of the seals and recover to the early divine transformation realm. The reason why she decided to leave after attaining the divine transformation realm was because she did not want to owe Ning Fan too many favors. She purposely delayed the time needed to recover to the divine transformation realm because she did not know why she was reluctant to part with Ning Fan. Perhaps she had never been cared for and protected by anyone before and she missed the time when Ning Fan shielded her from the wind and rain. Perhaps she was unable to truly forget the absurdity of that night. She did not know. The only thing she knew was that she was determined to leave after 10 days. However, Ning Fan said that he could help her recover to the divine transformation realm in 1 night. Was he trying to chase her away? All right. After tonight, I will leave. You. What are you doing? How dare you? Yuan Yao could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. However, just as this feeling rose, her soft hand was held by Ning Fan. She could not help but feel a little annoyed. She was annoyed by Ning Fan's frivolous behavior. How could she let a man touch her skin with her identity? However, there seemed to be a hint of hesitation in her heart. Ning Fan did not hold her hand tightly. She could withdraw her hand, but she did not. What am I doing? What I cultivate is the yin-yang transformation. The way to help you break the seals is obviously through dual cultivation. As if he was doing it on purpose, Ning Fan's expression became frivolous and he sealed Yuan Yao's lips with his lips. How dare you? Yuan Yao had the arrogance of being above thousands of people. This arrogance could tolerate an accidental absurdity, but it would not tolerate a second blasphemy. That kiss made Yuan Yao's mind restless. She forcefully pulled her wrist away and bit Ning Fan's lips. After breaking free from Ning Fan's blasphemy, Yuan Yao hurriedly retreated and leaned against the stone wall. Her breasts were heaving up and down and her face was flushed red with anger. Do you think you can possess me after doing it with me once? You are shameless. It's impossible for me to dual cultivate with you. I was just joking. To help you break the seals, there is no need for dual cultivation. I just need the help of this Gu King token. I didn't expect you to hate me so much. That bite was really ruthless. Ning Fan's teasing expression disappeared. His teeth were biting on a piece of translucent jade. This item was what Ning Fan inserted into Yuan Yao's body to suppress the rotten immortal poison. This item was very useful to further remove the seals of the realm beast. Thus, Ning Fan took it out with a kiss. However, there were traces of blood on the small token. It was the blood that Yuan Yao bit. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were taking the token. I thought. Yuan Yao's mind was in a mess. At this moment, she was flustered like a child who had done something wrong. You thought I wanted to rape you before your cultivation base recovered? Am I actually this kind of person in your eyes? Ning Fan made a self-deprecating smile. He produced a purplish golden mist on the Gu King token and handed it to Yuan Yao's palm. This token contains a magic technique of mine which has a miraculous effect on breaking seals. I could have broken the seals of the realm beast in one go. However, I was worried that your injuries would not be able to withstand your previous magic power. That's why I didn't do it. It's not that I can't do it. As long as your injuries are healed, I can help you break the 2 layers of seals within a day and let you become a true immortal of the shedding void realm again. However, you don't have to worry. Even though I'm not a gentleman, I'm not a villain either. I'm neither kind nor evil. However, I have never gone back on my words. Even if it's a void fragmentation realm or a true immortal that's hunting you down, I will never break my promise even if I have to die a horrible death. You don't have to worry. Ning Fan's expression became a little cold. He turned around and returned to his cave residence, leaving Yuan Yao alone. Under the moonlight, under the starlight and in the night breeze, Yuan Yao suddenly felt a little wronged. She did not like Ning Fan looking at her with a cold gaze. I didn't do it on purpose. You were too reckless and didn't even tell me. After saying that, Yuan Yao suddenly became silent. Naturally, Ning Fan did not tell Yuan Yao in advance that he was going to kiss her and suck out the Gu King token. If he did, would Yuan Yao let Ning Fan kiss her? Perhaps, with her arrogant personality, she would rather not break the seal than lose this kiss. At this moment, she could no longer tell what was right and what was wrong. She could not even tell if Ning Fan's kiss was just to take the token or if he had already fallen in love with her. Liu Bei, we can't. This is wrong. After calming herself down, Yuan Yao finally regained her composure and put away all of her frailty. Originally, she would not show any expression of frailty. However, her mental state would inevitably be affected when she fell from the shedding void realm to the nascent soul realm. If her cultivation base recovers, she would no longer show any signs of frailty. Yuan Yao gently placed the Gu King token in her palm into her mouth. Immediately, her face turned red. There was still Ning Fan's saliva mixed with blood on the token. Taking the token and swallowing it was no different from another indirect kiss. If the 4 heavens were to find out that the dignified palace lord of the Lost World Palace actually did not follow the rules of a woman and had skin contact with an unfamiliar man, she would certainly die. the action of biting Ning Fan was just her instinct to protect herself, Liu Bei. Even though this is an absurd fate, if it's just a trip to the Star Palace, Yuan Yao, will guarantee your safety, I promise. Ning Fan stood in front of the temporary pill recipe in his cave dwelling for the entire night. He had gained a lot from this trip. Goo worms could improve his spirit sense, demon blood could improve his cultivation base, and Dao fruits were also great nourishment. There were a lot of good things, but Ning Fan did not have much time. Zichuan's appearance was a reminder to him. Since the Purple Robe Palace could enter the Star Palace, the other forces would probably enter soon. There are 3 more days before the Star Door opens. Within 3 days, I want to awaken my medicine soul and rebuild Xianxia of consciousness with the power of the purple Ganoderma. Early in the morning, birds chirped. Xiran got up and entered the pill room as usual. When she saw Ning Fan, she was immediately surprised. Brother Liu Bei, aren't you asleep? It's fine. Sleep is not essential to cultivators. Oh, then what happened to your mouth? The little girl's curiosity was aroused. I bit it myself. Oh, the little girl nodded her head, but her eyes were filled with interest. She might be naive, but she was not stupid. This wound was clearly a bite mark, and it was caused by the reverse bite. Could Liu Bei bite himself to cause such a wound? My essence chi has recovered today. It's time to awaken my medicine soul. Today? But I haven't prepared any pain-relieving pills for you. It's going to be very painful. Xiran was slightly worried. It's all right. Ning Fan was not concerned. Then, all right. I'll set up the medicine formation first. You help me at the side. Here, take this and this. Xiran was no longer a silly little girl when it came to matters related to pill refinement. She had the temperament of a pill refinement grandmaster even though she was small. Xiran took out spiritual herbs one after another and set up the formation core of the pill recipe. In just 1 hour, she had set up a mysterious formation that was enshrouded in dense medicinal mist. This formation was neither for attack nor defense nor to trap enemies. Its only use was to condense medicine chi and medicine mist. The moment the formation was formed, the pill room was filled with the fragrance of medicine. It was a low-grade divine transformation grand formation, medicine gathering formation. Xiran was not proficient in the Tao of formations. This medicine gathering formation was one of the few formations that she had mastered. As a peak 5th revolution pill refinement master, Xiran naturally had to master the method to awaken her medicine soul. After all, if she accepts a disciple in the future, she would need to awaken her disciple's medicine soul and guide her to the 5th revolution. Xiran's eyes were filled with pride. Big brother Liu Bei. Humph. No. Disciple Liu Bei, you can enter the formation now. I will help you awaken your medicine soul. Her every move was methodical, but Xiran's words were immature and lacked power. Not only did it not sound like a conversation between a master and his disciple, it sounded more like a lover's flirting. All right, little master Xiran. I'll leave the rest to you. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He took out the soul-refining sand and consumed all of it. Then, he entered the center of the medicinal mist formation and sat down cross-legged. Please. Don't worry. You already have a medicine soul. It won't be difficult to awaken it. If you ask me so seriously, I will feel embarrassed. Xiran's face turned red, and she put in more effort to control the formation. The medicine soul was actually the unique ability of a 5th revolution pill master. If he could not comprehend the divine intent, he would not be able to concoct a 5th revolution pill. If he could not condense a medicine soul, he would not be able to improve his pill refinement mastery to the 5th revolution. Ancient Chaos's memories had given Ning Fan the inheritance of pill refinement. However, that inheritance stopped at the 5th revolution. If he wanted to go further in alchemy in the future, he would have to rely on himself. Awakening his medicine soul was the first step. After that, if he wanted to improve his pill refinement technique, he would have to continuously accumulate experience and hone his pill refinement technique through a large amount of pill refinement. Only by cultivating both the yin-yang transformation and pill refinement technique at the same time could he achieve the fastest cultivation speed. Neither of them could be neglected. Brother Liu Bei, use the hand seals I gave you to gather your soul power and absorb the medicine qi. Quick! Ningfan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His fingers moved rapidly. Traces of green light seemed to be extracted from his soul. Under the illumination, Ningfan looked like a man made of green light. At the moment when the green light appeared, all the medicine qi in the formation began to entangle with it. After being tempered by the soul-refining sand, it eventually merged with the green light, causing the green color within the green light to become denser. The soul-refining sand was like sandpaper. When it rubbed against his soul, it was naturally extremely painful. However, Ningfan had already endured this kind of pain countless times. He did not care about it at all. He just stared at the green light with joy in his eyes. That green light was Ningfan's medicine soul. The so-called medicine soul was the soul light that was condensed from medicine qi. It was the ability to distinguish and sense spiritual herbs, the 5th revolution green, the 6th revolution black and the 7th revolution purple. Different pill refinement techniques would result in different colors of the soul light. The green color meant that Ningfan's pill refinement technique was at the 5th revolution. When the green color deepened, the quality of his medicine soul would improve and his pill refinement technique would also improve. When the green light became denser to a certain extent, Ningfan suddenly opened his eyes. Green qi rose from his body like clouds. That green qi was a kind of insight that could directly reach one's soul. It was the unique aura of a pill refinement grandmaster. At this moment, Ningfan finally understood why Xianxia's temperament was completely different whenever she talked about spiritual herbs. In fact, that unique temperament was brought about by her medicine soul. Brother Liu Bei, I did it. Xianxia's face lit up with joy. She was just that pure and innocent. She would be nice to whoever treats her well. I did it. Ningfan suddenly stood up and opened his mouth to suck in the medicinal mist of the grand formation, nourishing his medicine soul that had just been awakened. So this is a medicine soul? Ningfan tried to activate his medicine soul. Faint green qi shone around his body and his state of mind immediately became as calm as still water. Not only could the medicine soul improve a pill refinement master's senses, but it could also achieve the effect of calming one's mind after activating it. Just because a pill refinement grandmaster had a medicine soul, they could not be disturbed by external things and concentrate on pill refinement. He patted his storage pouch and took out some spiritual herbs. He realized that after awakening his medicine soul, his ability to identify spiritual herbs had increased by several times. There was a tuft of 5,000 years old thunder yellow essence in his palm. Before awakening his medicine soul, Ningfan could only judge that this spiritual herb was 5,000 years old. Now, however, he could accurately judge that this spiritual herb was around 5,400 years old. Black flames rose from his fingertips. Along with the awakening of his medicine soul, his control over flames had also improved. Humph. The feeling of awakening your medicine soul isn't bad, right? It's all my credit. Xianxia raised her small face as if she was begging for a reward. It's indeed a great credit. Let me think about how I should reward you. Ningfan pretended to be deep in thought. I don't want a lot of rewards. Just give me back my 1 billion immortal jade. Before the little girl could finish feeling proud of herself, she suddenly felt a hot breath blowing into her ear. Before she could react, her small, fair face was kissed by Ningfan. This is the reward. Ningfan smiled. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. As for Xianxia, she covered her small face as if she was petrified. A moment later, she looked at the direction where Ningfan had left and gradually regained her senses. Her small, fair face turned red and she clenched her fists as if she wanted to beat someone up. Stinky Liu Bei. You bully me. You took advantage of me. You bullied me. I don't want to be with you anymore. Xianxia stomped her feet in embarrassment. He's too shameless. A kiss is worth 1 billion immortal jade. Does he, Liu Bei, think that he's so handsome? At most, it's worth 50 million immortal jade, humph. I've decided. Stinky Liu Bei still owes me 950 million immortal jade. If Ning Fan knew that a kiss of his was worth 50 million immortal jade in Ran's eyes, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. It was the same kiss, but the result was different when it landed on different women. Ning Fan did not consider these thoughts at all. He did not have much time to awaken his medicine soul. He must ask for the star-tempering purple Xianxia from the old bear within 3 days to repair the female corpse's sea of consciousness. The improvement of the quality of my medicine soul doesn't necessarily mean that my pill refinement technique will improve. However, every pill refinement grandmaster certainly has a strong medicine soul. There's no doubt about it. Now that I've awakened my medicine soul, my pill refinement technique has improved tremendously. However, there's still a long way to go before I reach the mid-grade 5th revolution pill refinement technique. Ning Fan moved a few times and arrived at the northern part of the island from the south. He stopped at an ancient tree that towered into the sky and walked towards the rift valley at the end of the ancient tree. That place was the old bear's lair. Naturally, there were many demon beasts guarding there. However, when they saw that it was Ning Fan, not only did no one stop him, but many demon beasts even stood at the roadside and saluted him. "Greetings, Star Lord. King Man has ordered that if you come, you can directly enter King Man's valley without any prior notice." How are Man Shan's injuries? Thanks to Lord's 6th revolution pill, His Majesty's injuries have been completely stabilized. He only needs to rest and recuperate. It is only a matter of time before he fully recovers. That's good. Ning Fan nodded his head. Now that Man Shan's condition has stabilized, he felt slightly relieved. Along the way into the Barbarian King Valley, the patrolling demonic beasts started to discuss among themselves. Star-Lord didn't come here for the star-tempering purple Xianxia, right? It should be. The Barbarian King promised that if the Star-Lord asks for it, he can take half of it. However, the Grand Elder doesn't seem to agree. After all, this star-tempering purple Xianxia is the life-saving item of the Grand Elder. If it is given to an outsider, considering the Great Elder's injury, sigh. This matter is really troublesome. The Great Elder is not an ordinary person. Rumor has it that he even dared to contradict the greedy wolf Star-Lord. That's why he was left with such an injury. If it wasn't for the Great Elder's severe injuries, he would have succeeded the position of Star-Lord after the greedy wolf Star-Lord left that year. With the Great Elder's temper, he wouldn't have fought with the Star-Lord, would he? In a pitch-black cave in the Barbarian King Valley, Old Bear rubbed his palms and smiled apologetically at a coffin. "My father-in-law, can't we discuss this matter? Just give half of the star-tempering purple Xianxia to that Liu Bei. Is that all right?" "Humph. Barbarian Mountain. Do you think I don't want to give the purple Xianxia to that outsider because I don't want to give up my life? My injury is nothing. However, the biggest wish of us star spirits is to break away from our star bodies and form our demon bodies. I don't have any hope of that. A single star-tempering purple Xianxia isn't enough for you, Jean Air and Een Air. How can I give it to an outsider? ****. Don't mention this matter again." Old Bear revealed a troubled expression. On one side was Liu Bei while on the other side was his father-in-law. He was in a difficult position. At this critical moment, a message-transmitting flying sword exploded in the secret chamber. "Reporting to my king. The Star-Lord is already waiting in the main hall." Old Bear smiled bitterly. He could guess that Ning Fan had probably come for the star-tempering purple Xianxia. He did not dare to refuse to give it to him, but his father-in-law would not agree to it. "Can we discuss this matter again?" "Get lost. You coward. Forget it. This old man will personally go and see what kind of person this Star-Lord Liu who instills fear in the Sea of Stars is. It has been thousands of years since he left this coffin." A ray of starlight flashed out of the coffin and turned into a skinny and small old man. This old man looked as if he would fall to the ground with every step he took. However, the sharpness in his eyes showed that he was a strong and stubborn man. Especially his aura force. Because of his injuries, it fluctuated up and down. At its lowest, it was not even comparable to the vein-opening realm. At its highest, it was comparable to the void refinement realm. "Lead the way." The old man stomped his foot and the northern island shook violently. This stomp was more than enough to crush a peak divine transformation realm cultivator to death. To be continued. The northern part of the island was shaking. In the main hall, Ningfan was inwardly shocked. The person who stepped on the island has such great strength. Unless he is a void refinement realm expert, no one else would have such a technique. However, the person who stepped on the island was obviously exhausted. He seemed to be injured. Could it be that there is a severely injured void refinement realm expert hiding on this star island? Ningfan muttered to himself. Star Lord, you really have a good eye. To be honest, the person who stepped on the island was probably my father. He is the great elder of Man King Valley and also the former lord of the Star Island, Man Xiong. Just like his name, my father doesn't have a good temper. Moreover, because of the star tempering purple Xianxia, he seems to have some prejudice against you. The reason why he stepped on the island was probably because he heard about your arrival and wanted to challenge you. I hope you won't be offended. The two ugly women immediately explained. Ningfan nodded his head. It turned out that the injured void refinement realm expert was Man Shan's father-in-law. If he did not know Man Shan, he would not feel guilty even if he destroyed the entire Star Island. However, he still owed Man Shan a huge favor today. Killing his father-in-law was really a beastly act. Humph. So what if I'm offended? I won't be frightened by a child. Just as the ugly women finished their words, a cold harumph resounded. Along with this cold harumph, a ray of starlight flashed and two people appeared. These two people were Man Shan and another skinny little old man. What was funny was that the skinny little old man was carrying Man Shan as he flew all the way here. Even though he was skinny and small, his aura force was experienced and strong. It made all the demon beasts in the main hall feel suffocated. However, when this aura force reached Ningfan, it strangely split into two and dispersed. An early divine transformation realm cultivator actually managed to withstand my aura force? The old man casually threw Man Shan on the ground. Immediately, the two ugly women helped Man Shan up in distress. This fellow is still severely injured. As for the old man himself, he looked at Ningfan in surprise. Junior Liu Bei greets Senior Man Xiong. Ningfan put down his teacup and stood up calmly. He then cupped his fists at Man Xiong. His greeting surprised Man Xiong again. Originally, he did not believe it when he heard that an early divine transformation realm cultivator could turn the entire sea of stars upside down. Now that he saw Ningfan with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. I can't be wrong. Ningfan was definitely just an early divine transformation realm expert. However, there was a silent demonic aura coming from his body. That aura force was like a demon with ancestral blood who stood at the peak of the demon world, looking down on the common people like ants. As a member of the demon race, no one could threaten him unless their bloodline surpassed his. Ancestral blood. Man Xiong's eyes narrowed as he thought of this possibility. Experts who possess ancestral blood are not to be trifled with. If Ningfan possesses ancestral blood and comes to ask for the star-tempering purple Xianxia, Man Xiong would really have to give him some face. What surprised Man Xiong the most was Ningfan's politeness. Isn't there a rumor in the outside world that Ningfan kills people like scything flax, is extremely arrogant and has no regard for anyone? Why was he so polite to an old man like him, afraid of his cultivation? No. Even if he wasn't, he was only at the early stage of the void refinement stage, which was weaker than the Star Lords. However, Ningfan still dared to attack two Star Lords and forced them out of the hollow space. This Ningfan was not afraid of void refinement realm experts at all. The reason why he was so polite to him was probably because he was Man Shan's elder. When he thought of this, Man Xiong's impression of Ningfan immediately changed by 180 degrees. He could tell that Ningfan was only arrogant towards his enemies. He was very easygoing towards his own people. This young man is not as simple as what the outside world says. Man Xiong lived by the principle of if someone shows me a foot of respect, I will show them 10 feet of respect. Since Ningfan was polite to him, he also felt embarrassed to keep a straight face. Of course, it was a matter of principle. Man Xiong's cold expression faded a little and he cupped his fists to return Ningfan's greeting. You're a great figure. However, I can't give you the star-tempering purple Xianxia. You should leave. He went straight to the point. Man Xiong did not like to beat around the bush. His words blocked Ning Fan's way of talking. Father. The two ugly women were a little nervous. They had seen with their own eyes that Ning Fan had a magic treasure which could withstand the attack of a mid-void refinement realm expert on the Star Island. If they anger Ning Fan, no one on the Star Island would be able to stop him. Shut up. Man Shan, send our guest away. Man Xiong was also someone who was used to seeing grand occasions. Even if Ning Fan had ancestral blood, he would not be able to suppress him. Ning Fan stood up and looked at Man Shan in silence. He could not forget the heroic words that Man Shan said in order to protect Ning Fan's woman. Therefore, in order to return this favor, Ning Fan would never kill anyone on the northern island no matter how unreasonable the old man was. Brother Liu Bei, you should go back first. I will try to persuade my father-in-law. Man Shan said awkwardly. It's all right. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with disappointment. He cupped his fists at Man Xiong. He was not afraid of killing people. However, for the sake of Old Bear, he had to suppress his killing intent. He did not like to beg others. However, for the sake of Weiliang, he had no other choice. Even if he was captured by the old devil and might die, he did not ask for anything. He just threw the yin-yang locket at the old devil's head. Ning Fan's fingernails pierced into his palm and he closed his eyes. This was the first time he begged someone. Senior Man Xiong, my wife, Weiliang, has died and turned into a corpse. Her sea of consciousness was completely shattered. I don't want to revive her. I just want her sea of consciousness to recover a little bit of her intelligence. I need the star-tempering purple Xianxia. I need this item to guide starlight into her body and repair her sea of consciousness. As the price, I am willing to give you 3/6 revolution pills in exchange for half of the purple Xianxia. 3/6 revolution pills. Man Xiong's expression changed and his expression changed. 6th revolution pills were precious items to void refinement realm old monsters. In this sea of stars where pill refinement masters were rare, there was not even a single 5th revolution pill refinement master. 6th revolution pills were even more of a legend. Previously, when the old bear said that Ning Fan had a void fragmentation realm background, Man Xiong did not believe it. When the old bear said that Ning Fan would give him 6th revolution pills, Man Xiong did not believe it. However, at this moment, when Ning Fan said that he had 6th revolution pills with sincerity, Man Xiong was already 70% convinced. What surprised Man Xiong the most was that someone like Ning Fan would actually ask for help. Man Xiong could tell that Ning Fan had the ability to cleanse the entire Star Island with blood. Snatching the star-tempering purple Xianxia would be as easy as flipping his palm. However, he did not do so. It meant that he cared about the old bear. Man Xiong could also tell that Ning Fan was the kind of person who would never ask for help. However, it was his first time asking someone for help for the sake of a woman. Ning Fan's actions at this moment poked into Man Xiong's memory. Many years ago, he, Man Xiong, had also begged someone for help for his injured wife. However, in the end, he was not lucky enough to save his wife even though he begged someone for help. Only those who had experienced that kind of regret would understand how heavy it was. 3/6 revolution pills and one condition of mine. I can give you half of the star-tempering purple Xianxia. What condition? To be honest, I have my own concerns about not giving you the purple Xianxia. I need to consume the purple Xianxia to suppress my injuries. If the purple Xianxia is not enough, I might die. However, this is not the main point. The main point is that my 2 daughters and a foolish son-in-law need this item to condense their demon bodies and break away from their star spiritual bodies. However, they don't know the correct way to consume the purple Xianxia. If you can help them refine the power of the Xianxia, I will give you half of the purple Xianxia. No. As long as the 3 of them successfully transform into demons, I will give you the remaining purple Xianxia. Break away from their star spiritual bodies? Ning Fan's eyes lit up and he said with a clear voice. To be honest, Senior, I did come here to ask for the Xianxia. However, I have some friendship with Man Shan. Of course, I can't ask for it for free. The 3/6 revolution pills that I gave you in exchange are for the 3 of them. Oh? Is there really such a coincidence? If the 3 pills you brought can really help the 3 of them to truly transform into demons, I will give you the entire purple Xianxia. Man Xiong said happily. Father. If you give me all of the Xianxia, your injuries. The second ugly woman immediately refuted. My injuries are not worth mentioning. Man Xiong waved his hand. He was already tired of living. The reason why he suppressed his injuries and did not die was just because he was worried about these good-for-nothing juniors. Seniors' injuries are indeed not worth mentioning. If I'm not mistaken, I have a way to completely suppress your injuries. Ning Fan's words shocked everyone present. Even Man Xiong was dumbfounded. If his injuries could be suppressed and the three juniors could truly transform into demons, what was the harm in giving the star-tempering purple Xianxia to Ning Fan? Would it be a happy ending for everyone today? To be continued. For thousands of years, Man Shan and his wife had almost reached the stage of demon transformation with the help of the power of the star-tempering purple Xianxia, even though they did not consume it correctly. In addition to the miraculous effect of the sixth revolution pill Ning Fan gave them, they began to enter seclusion almost at the moment they consumed the pill to shed their stars and become demons. The effect of the appearance-tempering pill was to refine one's dharma and demon form, which was highly sought after by void refinement realm cultivators. However, to a star spirit, evolving into a demon was no different from cultivating a demon form based on the body of a star spirit. Therefore, the appearance-tempering pill naturally had miraculous effects. Seeing that the three juniors really had a chance to become demons, Man Xiong could not help but cup his fists to express his gratitude even though he was cold and unsociable. Thank you for your kindness, little friend. There's no need to thank me. We're just taking what we need. After consuming this pill, seniors' injuries can be suppressed for 1,000 years. However, after that, senior will definitely die. Ning Fan remained silent. Man Xiong's injuries were too severe. Moreover, it had been delayed for thousands of years. He was already a half-dead man. Ning Fan could not heal his injuries. The only thing he could do was to use another sixth revolution pill, the death-sealing pill, to seal Man Xiong's injuries. This pill was not used to treat injuries but to seal them. It would not only seal his injuries but also the growth of his cultivation base. Once Man Xiong consumes this pill, he could live like an ordinary person for 1,000 years and recover his early void refinement realm cultivation base. After 1,000 years, Man Xiong would die not because of his injuries but because of his lifespan. Void refinement realm cultivators had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Man Xiong was already 9,000 years old. After 1,000 years, his lifespan would come to an end and it would be difficult to change his fate. This pill sealed his injuries and also sealed any possibility of his cultivation base growth, making it impossible for him to break through to the void fragmentation realm. However, Man Xiong just smiled and did not care about this drawback. Little friend, you must be joking. Even if I don't accept this pill, it's impossible for me to break through to the void fragmentation realm from the early void refinement realm within 1,000 years with my innate potential. After consuming this pill, it's enough for me to be uninjured for 1,000 years and protect my three juniors. In the eyes of our demon race, the inheritance of our clan is far more important than our personal life. Man Xiong took the death-sealing pill without hesitation. In just 1 hour, his injuries were sealed and his aura returned to the early void refinement realm. My star island owes you a great debt of gratitude. Apart from the star-tempering purple Xianxia, you can ask for anything you need. I heard that little friend wants to go to the heavenly palace. The three idiots and I still need some time to go into closed-door cultivation. After we come out, if there's a chance, we will definitely help little friend enter the heavenly palace and search for opportunities. No need, I only want the star-tempering purple Xianxia. Looking at the barbarian king valley which was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, Ning Fan's eyes dimmed. With his help, there was hope for Man Shan and his wife to become demons, and Man Xiong's injuries would be healed for 1,000 years. Star Island's foothold in the ravenous Wolf Star Ocean could be said to be completely stable. Of course, they were celebrating. However, this joy did not belong to Ning Fan. In the depths of the barbarian king valley, Ning Fan took away the star-tempering purple Xianxia and stood outside the barbarian mountain pass for a long time with a complicated expression on his face. Eventually, he cupped his fists towards Man Xiong and left. I can help others fulfill their wishes, but no one can help me make Weiliang smile again. Even though he had obtained the entire purple Xianxia, Ning Fan's brows were still furrowed. If he were to consume it himself, there was even a chance for his fleshly body to advance to the third level of Jade Life Realm. However, he would not consume it himself. He wanted to feed it to the female corpse so that her sea of consciousness could be reconstructed. Feeding her the medicinal herb would help her regain the memories of her previous life, just like how she fed him the butterfly dew in her previous life. However, Ning Fan was not sure to what extent the star-tempering purple Xianxia could help the female corpse recover. Her sea of consciousness was too badly damaged. It was badly damaged. Even if she has the star-tempering purple Xianxia, can it really repair her sea of consciousness? If she fails to repair her sea of consciousness in the end, what's the point of everything I've done? Weiliang, Ning Fan stopped walking. After teleporting a few times, he had already returned to his cave residence on the southern island. It was already noon. All the women had woken up and were chatting about something in the cave residence. What they were talking about was related to Ning Fan's trip to the northern island. As soon as they saw Ning Fan return, all of them rose to their feet. She had already learned from Shiran that Ning Fan had gone to the barbarian King Valley on the northern island to seize the star-tempering purple Xianxia. It would be too unkind of him not to invite her to participate in such a battle. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was a little worried. She was worried that Ning Fan would fight with Man Shan and the others. Shiran's cheeks puffed up. She was still angry about the 950 million immortal jade that Ning Fan owed her. Yuan Yao, on the other hand, avoided Ning Fan's eyes. She still felt guilty and embarrassed. She did not dare to look at Ning Fan's eyes. How is it? Did you get the purple Xianxia? Yu Lingkong was the first to ask. I got it. Ning Fan just stared at the female corpse who was standing alone in the corner and felt his heart ache. I'm going to treat her injuries. I'll have to trouble you to protect her. With a light step, he floated to the side of the female corpse. With a flash, both of them disappeared. The four women were stunned. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with guilt, self-blame, fragility, and wavering. All of them could not hide from their observation. He actually knows how to show such an expression. Even if he had to kill millions or tens of millions of people, Ning Fan would not hesitate nor blame himself. However, when he saw the stiff expression on the female corpse's face, he could not help but feel distressed. The sea breeze blew. Ning Fan held the female corpse in his arms. He did not go into seclusion on the Star Island. Instead, he went against the sea breeze and soared all the way into the vast starry sky that was 4,800,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang, in the sky where the stars were the brightest. In the sea breeze, Ning Fan halted his steps and hugged the female corpse very tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. If I fail to restore your sea of consciousness, I will find other ways to help you recover your memories. Light? The female corpse's face was filled with confusion. She could not understand why Ning Fan would have such a fragile expression. She also could not understand why Ning Fan would bring her to the starry sky that was 4,800,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang. She instinctively wanted to push Ning Fan away. She did not like being hugged by a man. However, Ning Fan at this moment gave her an extremely familiar feeling. In a daze, it was as if the person who was hugging her was not a man but a butterfly. Her shattered sea of consciousness trembled. The female corpse seemed to have seen the heart-wrenching side of her again. In order to save her, that butterfly used its tiny wings to fly towards Xianxia. I can't bear the light. The door wasn't opened by me. She did not know why. She wanted to cry but she could not. A corpse devil had no tears so it would not cry. A corpse devil had no heart so it would not feel pain. Don't be afraid. Your past life is just like dust. Everything will pass. In this life. I'm here. With me, no one can hurt you anymore, not even immortal emperors. Ning Fan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He must not be nervous, unwavering, and weak. Previously, he was worried that this purple Xianxia would not be able to cure the female corpse. Now, however, he no longer worried. If a purple Xianxia can't cure you, I will find 100 of them, 1,000 of them or even 10,000 of them. If you can't recover your memories within a year, I will wait for you for 100 years, 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. I will wait for the moment when you remember me. Ning Fan was no longer confused. He let go of the female corpse's embrace. At this moment, his body was filled with an indomitable aura. He patted his storage pouch and took out an earthy yellow Ganoderma. This Ganoderma was exactly the same as the Grand Xian Ganoderma in terms of smell and appearance. If it was Ning Fan in the past, he would also think that it was a Grand Xian Ganoderma. However, after awakening his medicine soul, Ning Fan's ability to distinguish spiritual herbs was very precise. He could already smell that the smell of this Ganoderma was similar to that of the Grand Xian Ganoderma. However, it actually had some camouflage components. Everything in the world that has a spirit would know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. This star-tempering purple Xianxia possessed extraordinary intelligence. Thus, it naturally knew how to disguise itself and deceive the world. How can humans endure such a medicine? Ning Fan muttered to himself indifferently. He activated his medicine soul and green light shone around his body. The green light condensed into a green jade on his palm and he scraped it against the Grand Xian Ganoderma. When the green jade that was condensed by his medicine soul scraped against it, the Ganoderma trembled slightly and turned into a purple Ganoderma that was 1 foot long. There were 3 steps needed to consume the star-tempering purple Xianxia. The first step was to turn his medicine soul into jade and break its camouflage. The second step was to use fire to forge the Ganoderma and calcine it 9 times. The third step was to use the medicine slave to break the poison of the Ganoderma so that the purple Ganoderma could unleash its greatest effect. The first step was completed. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan ignited a 3 feet black flame on his fingertip and calcined the Ganoderma. During the 9 calcines, the control of the flame must be very precise. If the temperature is slightly higher, the Ganoderma would turn into ashes. If the temperature was too high, the calcination would be incomplete. With his medicine soul, Ning Fan's hearing and eyes were sharp at this moment. His control of the flame was unprecedentedly precise. In just 1 hour, he had successfully calcined the Ganoderma 9 times. The fragrance of the Ganoderma diffused into the air. Just the fragrance alone was enough to make Ning Fan's magic power surge as if it was about to improve. Next, it's the third step. Ning Fan looked at the female corpse who had a blank expression. His eyes flashed with determination. He breathed out a mouthful of essence qi and sucked the gigantic Ganoderma into his stomach. Refine. As he uttered the word, the Ganoderma was refined in his body, turning into drops of purple Ganoderma blood which condensed into purple medicinal crystals. Ning Fan was very careful. He was afraid that he would waste the medicinal power of the Ganoderma if he absorbed any of the medicinal crystals, causing the female corpse to lose the possibility of regaining her memories. As the medicinal crystals were refined, traces of poison which were as black as ink were forced into the crystals and absorbed into Ning Fan's body. A natural medicine is bound to produce a poison. The stronger the medicinal power of the Ganoderma, the heavier its poison would be. As soon as the poison entered his body, Ning Fan's lips immediately turned purplish black. His face also began to emit black qi. Ning Fan let the poison wreak havoc in his body and his internal organs hurt. He clenched his teeth without saying a word and forced the purple medicinal crystals out of his body and fed them into the female corpse's mouth. I don't care about pain, I don't care about cultivation either, I just want you to smile again. The 13th medicinal crystal. Ning Fan fed the last medicinal crystal into the female corpse's mouth. Immediately, he felt as if his chest had suffered a heavy blow. He retreated 100 steps and spurted out a mouthful of black blood. Medicinal poison was not something that mortals could resist. Even ordinary medicine slaves could not force out the medicinal poison of the star-tempering purple Ganoderma, let alone endure it. However, Ning Fan did not care. Light. You are injured, I don't understand. The female corpse obediently swallowed the medicinal crystal and stared at Ning Fan with empty eyes. She did not understand why Ning Fan would cough out blood. You don't need to understand, Ning Fan smiled in relief. He had already seen the power of the purple Ganoderma being refined in her body after she consumed the medicinal crystal. In the 4,800,000 Zhang *3 33 Emperor Zhang, tall sky of the star palace, endless starlight was gathering inside the female corpse's body. Traces of starlight lingered around her body. The internal injuries of the female corpse were healing under the starlight. Her shattered sea of consciousness began to show signs of recovering. In this way, everything I've done is not in vain. However, the scene that unfolded next greatly exceeded Ning Fan's expectations. After he consumed the star-tempering purple Ganoderma and fed the medicinal crystal to the female corpse, the silver starlight surrounded the female corpse and her injuries were healing. As for Ning Fan himself, starlight also rose around his body. It was as light as a veil. However, the starlight was black in color. Black starlight? What is this? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with shock. After being enveloped by the starlight for a moment, he closed his eyes tightly as if he had entered a dream. Black star. It's actually black star. Silly brother, you actually had such a great opportunity. It's really amazing. Luo Yu's excited voice came from the yin-yang locket. Unfortunately, Ning Fan could not hear her excited voice because he was in a dream. Outside the cave, Yuan Yao raised her head and looked at the sky. She looked at the flowing starlight in the sky. She guessed that Ning Fan had already successfully fed the purple Ganoderma to the female corpse and guided the starlight to treat her injuries. A single leaf can condense a star of fiend gods and devils. A single mouthful of the Ganoderma's meat can guide the star power to temper her body and improve her body refinement realm. You're actually willing to let her consume such a precious purple Ganoderma. You're really good to her even if she might not understand how much you've sacrificed for her. Yuan Yao sighed with emotion. A moment later, her face was filled with astonishment. It was because black nebulae appeared in the sky, reflecting the starlight that was as dark as the night sky. Black starlight. Demon immortals can use starlight to heal their injuries. However, there are different grades of starlight. Ordinary demon immortals who can comprehend silver starlight can heal their injuries and detoxify them. Silver starlight is just the lowest grade of starlight. Black starlight is the supreme color among the 9 grades of starlight. Yuan Yao's face was filled with astonishment. Only those whose cultivation realm had reached a certain level could understand the difference between black starlight and ordinary starlight. Both of them could use starlight to heal their injuries, but the effect was as different as the clouds and mud. The starlight body tempering technique was an immortal grade healing technique. The number of healing stars and the grade of the starlight would directly affect the effectiveness of this technique. Rumor has it that the Heaven Emperor's starlight technique has reached the realm of 1 million stars. When he opens his palm, 1 million black stars will appear and the starlight will never be extinguished. Even if he is besieged by the immortal emperors of the heavens, suffering millions of injuries and bleeding like a river, he can still recover in an instant. If you can comprehend this technique and attain the immortal emperor realm, you might even become the next Heaven Emperor. What am I saying? Yuan Yao shook her head in a self-mocking manner. Ning Fan had just guided the black starlight, but she was so excited that she lost her composure. Guiding the starlight to heal her injuries did not mean that she could comprehend the starlight technique. Comprehending the starlight technique did not mean that she could cultivate 1 million stars or become an immortal emperor. Ning Fan's luck was not bad as he had guided the black stars to him. However, there was still a huge gap between him and her. Difficult. It was unknown whether the word difficult she said was referring to the difficulty of comprehending the starlight technique or the fact that she was with Ning Fan. Within the black starlight, Ning Fan stood still for 3 days. During these 3 days, he felt like he had a dream. He was immersed in the dream and could not break free. In the dream, he was wearing white robes and was playing chess with a middle-aged man who was wearing black dragon robes. He took the white pieces while the other party took the black pieces. Little butterfly, it's your turn, the man in black dragon robes stroked his beard. His left eye had been gouged out and black blood flowed all over the ground. However, his expression was calm. If there is white, there will be black. If there is life, there will be death. If there is sunlight, there will be shadows. If there is a gentleman, there will be a villain. In my opinion, the star technique is a game of chess. The black and silver stars, the strongest and the weakest, are all in this game. Don't you think it's interesting? I didn't expect that the trace of remnant will of the starlight that I left after dying for 150 million years would meet with your next life. Just now, you treated Weiliang very well. I saw it all. Who are you? Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the man in dragon robes. It doesn't matter who I am. This is just a broken dream. You just need to break this game of chess. You still have half a day to think about how to make your next move. The Tao of chess was the ability of mental calculation and deduction. Ning Fan's wisdom was not weak and he even had the ancient chaos inheritance. However, he could not gain the upper hand in front of the black-robed man. The dream lasted for 3 days. Every day, the man would play 7 games with him. No more and no less. No matter what Ning Fan asked, the man would not answer. On the first day, Ning Fan and the man were tied in the first 6 games. Each of them won 3 games but lost in the 7th game. On the second day, Ning Fan was determined to win and won 3 games in a row. However, he was defeated by the man in the last 4 games. Ning Fan frowned. This was the 3rd day. He did not know why he fell into this dream, but he could feel that the black-robed man had no evil intentions towards him. Who is this man? Why did I enter the dream and play with him for 3 days after being enveloped by the black starlight? What is this black starlight? This man said that the Tao of chess is the Tao of astrology. What does this mean? Ning Fan's brows relaxed. He put down the chess piece and stood up to leave. I am not playing anymore. Oh? Interesting. He actually gave up on winning. However, this is not enough to see through the mystery of this game. Little butterfly, are you trying to escape? I did not see you running away when you faced Xianxia. Who the hell are you? I am the one who taught you the Tao of astrology. Tao of astrology? Ning Fan was startled. He naturally knew that the Tao of astrology was an extremely profound healing technique. However, why should I learn it? My Tao of astrology is the Black Star technique. It has the effect of regrowing bones and resurrecting the dead. Are you really not going to learn this technique? The middle-aged man stroked his beard and said indifferently. If you want to learn it, then sit down. If you don't want to learn it, then you can leave. However, I'm afraid that your Weiliang will never be able to come back to life. Ning Fan looked at the middle-aged man deeply. This man appeared on purpose. This dream was strange and this man seemed to know him like the back of his hand. Is he an inner demon or an illusion? Is he a fictional character in the dream or a remnant will that really exists? He tried to break the dream to leave, but he still could not. It seems that if I do not satisfy this middle-aged man, I will not be able to leave this dream. I want to see how you are going to teach me the star art. Ning Fan sat on the stone stool again, but this time, he pushed the chessboard and held a black piece. You are worth teaching, the black-robed middle-aged man nodded, but he was not in a hurry to make his move. Chess is astrology, and the chessboard is life. It's hard to distinguish between black and white, and it's hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. However, there's one thing you shouldn't be obsessed with: black and white. Black and white are meaningless. With a flick of his sleeve, the chessboard was filled with specks of starlight, as bright as the Milky Way. This chessboard and chess pieces were formed from starlight. The silver starlight was the white chess pieces, and the black starlight was the black chess pieces. But with a thought from the middle-aged man, the black and white starlight were reversed. On the first day, you didn't put victory or defeat in your eyes. I gave it my all, but it ended in defeat. On the second day, you wholeheartedly sought victory. You won 3 rounds in a row, but your state of mind was disturbed. You lost 4 rounds and ended up losing as well. However, you should know that life is like a game of chess. The key to victory is not who wins the most. Instead, it's who wins the final round. Even if he won 6 games in a row, once he was defeated in the final battle, the throne would still be in his hands. This was the chess of life. As for the chess of astrology, you can take that black chess piece and study it carefully. Broaden your horizons. There are more stars in the sky than just those that shine brightly. The star door has been opened. It's time for me to leave. I haven't played a game today, and I can't bear the itch. It's a pity. ***boom** remnant dream collapsed. On the third day, there wasn't a single game and it ended. Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The starlight that surrounded his body had turned into a black starlight chess piece and fell on his palm. He patted his storage pouch and took out the jade box that contained the key to the Star Palace. The key was nowhere to be found. The key has disappeared, and the black starlight condensed into a chess piece. This black chess piece is the key to obtaining the Star of the Heavenly Emperor. The Star of the Heavenly Emperor is the ability to control the black starlight. Starlight technique. Ning Fan exerted his palm force, and the black chess piece immediately disappeared into his palm. He then looked at the female corpse that was surrounded by starlight. In the past 3 days, the decay on her body had completely disappeared. She looked like a living person. However, there was still no sign of life. All of this was because she didn't have a soul. Under the starlight, the palace dress of the female corpse fluttered in the wind. Her tightly shut eyes seemed to be hiding a pool of autumn water. Her pale face also had a hint of redness. She stood in the wind. Her body seemed to be dancing in the wind. She had yet to open her eyes, but she already had a kind of pitiful aura. Her mid-divine transformation realm aura force was raised to the late divine transformation realm. The star-tempering purple Xianxia was only enough to raise her cultivation level to the late divine transformation realm. However, as her sea of consciousness recovered, her aura force still showed signs of increasing. Her sea of consciousness is recovering. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He knew that the female corpse had probably reached the last and most crucial stage, the recovery of her sea of consciousness. If her sea of consciousness could be restored, she would be able to recover her past memories even if she was a corpse devil. At this moment, the female corpse must not be disturbed. Bang below him, at the center of the Star Island, the tightly shut gap of the star door began to tremble and open. A huge storm swept across the sky. However, when it reached the front of the female corpse, it was blocked by Ning Fan's sleeve. No. No one is allowed to disturb the recovery of Weiliang's sea of consciousness. Roar far away, 2 groups of falcon star beasts were fighting over the corpse of a gigantic sea beast. As the battle got closer, countless falcon star beasts unconsciously flew towards the female corpse. Those who come within 30,000 li * 500 m per li, of my territory, shall die. Ning Fan did not kill them. He just uttered a sentence indifferently, but his killing intent was terrifying. Under such a cold threat, the group of innocent star beasts immediately showed a terrified expression and left in a hurry. The female corpse's sea of consciousness was still recovering. However, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there were 7 to 8 broken holes in the void above the Star Island as usual. Previously, 7 of the 8 holes had healed while the last one had yet to fully heal. That was why they entered the Purple Robe Palace. This time, out of the 8 holes, 5 of them had healed while the other 3 had yet to fully heal. 3 forces had entered the Star Palace. Hee hee. My Snow Sword sect has finally entered this place. Other than the Purple Robe Palace, we should be the second to enter the palace, right? Second? That might not be the case. My Shadow Valley's speed is not any slower than your Snow Sword sect. Humph. What's the point of arguing about this? The one who will obtain the Star of the Heavenly Emperor will certainly be my Imperial Wind School. Hundreds of nascent Soul Realm cultivators and 19 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators from the 3 great forces had entered this place. These 3 sects were not as powerful as the Purple Robe Palace, but they were not weak either. Before the experts of the 3 sects had the time to show off, they saw a man and a woman standing strangely in the sky. The woman's appearance was peerless. Starlight covered her body. She was actually using the starlight to heal her injuries. The man's eyes were gloomy. As soon as he saw the experts of the 3 sects had arrived, he immediately patted his storage pouch and held a blood sword that was filled with blood chi. He looked like a devil god. Without any hesitation, he used his palm to extract the soul and infused his magic power into the sword light. Get lost. The sword light covered the sky. Under the sword light, all the nascent soul realm cultivators of the 3 sects died tragically. The 19 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators were shocked when they saw the blood-red sword light soaring into the sky before they could stand still. They then rushed out of the Star Palace without any hesitation. Even though the 11 early nascent soul realm cultivators ran away quickly, their physical bodies were destroyed and only their primordial spirits were left. Even though the 6 mid-nascent soul realm cultivators were prepared, they were still severely injured by the sword light and coughed out blood non-stop. The 3 late nascent soul realm cultivators had an astounding cultivation base. However, they were all severely injured by the sword light. Their faces were filled with fear after they managed to escape from the Star Palace. Half-step void treasure blood sword. This man is only an early spirit severing realm cultivator, but he possesses the magic power of a late spirit severing realm cultivator just by extracting the soul. Even a peak spirit severing realm cultivator would be injured if he wields a half-step void treasure with his late spirit severing realm magical power. We are really lucky to be able to escape with our lives. This man is guarding the Stargate. Could he be the one who killed the experts of the Purple Robe Palace, Liu Bei? The experts of the 3 sects were terrified. The danger of the Star Palace was far beyond their imagination. The Star of Heaven Emperor was not something they could compete for. Damn it. Let's retreat. The void closed and the path disappeared. The experts of the 3 sects were extremely afraid of Ning Fan. Extreme joy begets sorrow. It came too quickly. Ning Fan kept the blood sword. His aura was imposing. With his current strength, it was no longer as difficult for him to use the blood sword. As long as he was here, he would not allow anyone to disturb the female corpse's recovery of her sea of consciousness. Time passed bit by bit. Ning Fan stood guard at the side. His cold eyes would only become gentler when he saw the female corpse. Waiting, Ning Fan was waiting for the female corpse to wake up. The female corpse had also waited for 150 million years for Ning Fan to transform into a butterfly and become a human. I have no regrets. I have no regrets for stealing the immortal medicine and abandoning the engagement for you. I have no regrets for sleeping in the green coffin and keeping my face bare for you. I have no regrets for turning into a corpse devil and taking pity on you in my next life. It was as if thousands of doors had been opened. In the end, it turned into a ray of dazzling sunlight and shone into the female corpse's eyes. It's a little dazzling. I should be sleeping in the darkness. The female corpse's tone was indifferent, as if nothing in the world could make her happy. Her eyes were looking at the stars in the sky with disdain. Her eyes were as cold as autumn water. However, when her eyes fell on a man in front of her, she could no longer remain calm. Without a doubt, the man in front of her had changed his appearance and changed his appearance. Without a doubt, the man in front of her had reincarnated and his thoughts were shattered. However, she could still recognize the man in front of her with just a glance. His clear black and white eyes carried a trace of stubbornness and sadness. You are Xiao Fan. That kind of feeling was indescribable. After sleeping for 150 million years, she had awakened her memories and saw the only person she wanted to see. There were tears in her eyes, but she was reluctant to let them fall. There was a smile at the corner of her mouth, but she was sobbing. Xiao Fan is the name of my butterfly, he is my butterfly. It's me. It's been many years since we last met. How are you? Ning Fan's face was still stained with blood from killing someone, but he tried his best to smile calmly. That's right. It's been many years since we last met, Xiao Fan, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. But, I'm so sleepy, the female corpse frowned. Her sea of consciousness was in extreme pain and she fell into Ning Fan's arms. The star-tempering purple Xianxia had restored part of her sea of consciousness. However, she did not know how long it would take for her to fully recover her memories. She needed to rest. She needed a long period of time to recover her memories. I want to sleep. Don't leave me before I wake up. The female corpse's eyes that had just regained a trace of clarity began to become empty. It was a form of self-protection. Before she regained her memories, she still needed to seal her broken memories to give her sea of consciousness a chance to recover. As her eyes became empty, the female corpse returned to her usual blank look. Light? Only a female corpse with low spiritual intelligence would address Ning Fan as such. She was asking why Ning Fan was hugging her. She was asking what happened just now and why there were bloodstains on Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan's expression was complicated. He was afraid that he would have to listen to this form of address for a very long time. Silly girl. Go back. Don't worry. I will definitely cure you completely. I will. Hmm? The female corpse tilted her head in confusion. However, she did not resist Ning Fan's embrace as much as before. Moreover, there was a hint of expectation and dependence, light. Wake. Up, and sleep? The female corpse gave an ambiguous invitation. Silly girl. Corpse devils don't need to sleep. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like even if the female corpse could not recover her memories for the time being, her spiritual intelligence had improved by quite a lot after consuming the purple Xianxia. Not simple. She even knows how to seduce me. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in a hurry to enter the Heaven Palace, I would probably be willing to sleep with her. The last time was when I was in Ning City. It was because I had no choice but to live. Thank you for protecting me so many times. Jihe, Weiliang, huh? The female corpse blinked her eyes, indicating that she did not understand. To be continued. Half a day later, Ning Fan sent a message transmitting flying sword to Guixiong Pass, Dragon Burial City, Southern Prison Country and Likuan Palace. After leaving a jade slip for Old Bear, he stepped into the Star Gate. The jade slip contained his experience in using the void power. Moreover, Ning Fan had left a trace of the void power that he had comprehended in the jade slip. With this item, it should be able to help Old Bear attain the void refinement realm. I have only met Manshan a few times. If we are fated to meet again, perhaps we can sit down and have a drink. Let's call each other brothers. These two words were Ning Fan's apologetic words. I wonder how Ninggu and Enran are doing. 30 years have passed. Perhaps they are already married. Perhaps they even have children. Ning Fan had left many longevity pills for them. If they consume them, it would not be difficult for them to live up to 200 years old even if they don't cultivate. Perhaps, it would be better to let Ninggu and Enran be an immortal couple in the mortal world. Inside the Star Gate, the path to the Heaven Palace was a silver river that flowed against the current. The silver river flowed extremely fast. Ning Fan simply took out the 7-apricot voyage ship that he had not used for a long time and rowed it towards the Heaven Palace. The star of the Heavenly Emperor, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with contemplation. His original intention of obtaining the Emperor's star was to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. Now, as long as he completely refined the terrifying amount of demon blood in his body, he would be able to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. If he obtains the Emperor's star, his cultivation base would improve tremendously. However, it was no longer Ning Fan's final goal. He held a black chess piece in his hand. It was formed by a trace of black starlight. It was the star technique of the Heavenly Emperor. Without a doubt, that black-robed middle-aged man was the Heavenly Emperor. Ning Fan pondered for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. The person who was playing chess with him in the dream was probably the remnant will of the Heavenly Emperor, the former master of the Star Palace. From Luo Yu and Yuan Yao, Ning Fan learned how powerful the black star technique of the Heavenly Emperor was. With the help of millions of starlight, he could survive the siege of a few immortal emperors. If he can master that technique, it would not be difficult for him to heal Ninggu's injuries and extend his lifespan. It would also not be difficult for him to reconstruct Mu Weiliang and Ning Honghong's souls in the demon sinister forest. Moreover, it might even be possible for the female corpse's sea to recover faster. Moreover, it would not be difficult for him to obtain the star of the celestial star. However, before obtaining the Emperor's star, he needed to understand the profoundness of this black star chess piece. Of course, he couldn't be careless. In the Sky Palace, there was also Imperial Concubine Z and that unknown realm beast. There was also the voracious Wolf Star Lord. Liu Bei, are you really going to take action against Concubine Z? Wu Yan asked Ning Fan, who was standing opposite her on the bow of the ship. If I show mercy to her, you will definitely be imprisoned by her words. I will capture her and use her as a cauldron. As for whether to kill her or not, it is up to you. It's better not to kill him. Wu Yan hesitated. It was not because she was worried about Concubine Z. Instead, she was worried that Ning Fan's crime would be too severe if he killed someone. Although they would both offend the Spirit King Palace, if they were exposed, the crime of capturing the demon concubine would definitely be lighter than murder. Perhaps, as long as he doesn't kill concubine Z, even if this matter is exposed, Wu Yan could still protect Ning Fan in the name of the clan. Big sister Wu Yan said she wouldn't kill him, so big brother Liu Bei definitely won't. However, big brother Liu Bei, you must not be careless. That concubine Z's name is Nailin Z. No matter what, she is a member of the Spirit King clan and possesses the bloodline of the true Spirit Purple Cuckoo. She might be a little domineering, but her strength isn't weak. Furthermore, she is deeply favored by the Spirit King. This time, she is representing the Spirit King Palace. Perhaps, she is carrying a secret treasure bestowed by the Spirit King. In short, don't underestimate the enemy. She seemed to have forgotten that just 2 months ago, she was still the loyal demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. Unfortunately, she, the demon concubine, had already been accepted into Ning Fan's harem. Unknowingly, she had become the opposite of concubine Z. Don't worry, I won't underestimate anyone. Speaking of which, the Spirit King Palace must have an important mission in the Star Palace, right? Just for the Star of the Celestial Emperor? I feel that your actions of collecting medicinal ashes are more suspicious. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon Xiran and Wu Yan's faces. Both of them immediately revealed a troubled expression. You can't tell me? Ning Fan teased. No. However, the gazes of the two ladies landed on Yu Lingkong and Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao, in particular, looked at them for a longer time. Their meaning was obvious. The two of them were outsiders, especially Yuan Yao. She seemed to be an expert of the god race. The demon race and the god race were old enemies in the realm war. It was already not easy for them to sit together and have a chat. The secret of the demon race would never be told to the people of the god race. You guys can talk to each other through telepathy. I won't listen to it. Yuan Yao's eyes were also filled with a strange expression. She had never thought that she, the dignified palace lord of the Lost World Palace, would lower her status and address a group of juniors as sisters. Moreover, most of her younger sisters were members of the foreign races. Yuan Yao's cultivation base had already recovered to the early divine transformation realm. Along with that, her temperament of a superior being had also recovered. Considering the possibility of encountering old monster Northern Heavens in the Heaven Palace, she even covered her face with a veil. Xiran and Wu Yan hesitated. In the end, they did not send any telepathy to avoid awkwardness. In fact, our mission this time isn't to obtain the star of the Celestial Emperor. Instead, it's to obtain the sovereign medicine of this star palace. Sovereign medicine. The demon commander of this place is Lu Wu. He used to be in charge of guarding the Celestial Emperor's medicinal garden. However, he has been in hibernation for such a long time. Even if his demon body didn't decay, the sovereign medicine would have turned into ashes. I'm afraid that you guys will fail this time. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find the sovereign medicine. At most, you'll find some ashes. However, the dignified palace lord of the Spirit King Palace actually needs the sovereign medicine. Could it be that she's injured? Yu Lingkong, who had obtained the inheritance of immortal concubine Zong Yu, obviously knew a lot about the ancient heavenly court. With her intelligence, she could immediately deduce that the Spirit King was injured. I'm afraid their mission is to collect the ashes of the sovereign medicine. I didn't expect the Spirit King to be injured to such an extent. Yuan Yao frowned. That's right. Our mission is to collect the ashes of the sovereign medicine. Sigh, Sister Bei Yao is so amazing. None of us demon concubines of the Spirit King Palace understand why the Spirit King asked us to collect the ashes of the sovereign medicine in secret. Indeed, Yuan Yao's cultivation base was the highest among all the women present. It was so high that one's hair stood on end. She understood that the Spirit King was collecting the ashes of the sovereign medicine for the sake of spirit. She also understood that the Spirit King must have no other choice but to send people to the lower world to search for the ashes of the sovereign medicine. If the Spirit King could not obtain the ashes of the sovereign medicine, the Spirit King might even die from his injuries. Once the Spirit King dies, if there is no next Spirit King to replace him, the great tree of the Spirit King Palace would fall. At the very least, Xiran, Wu Yan, Lu Wan and the others would be implicated. This was a very serious matter. Liu Bei, I have a suggestion. After you enter the Heaven Palace this time, help Wu Yan and Xiran. Search for some of the ashes of the sovereign medicine and help them complete their mission, eh? Ran was surprised. Yuan Yao of the god race would help the spirit king of the demon race? With your identity, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to say such words. Ning Fan stared at Yuan Yao deeply. He did not know the exact identity of this woman, but she was most likely a big shot of the Northern Heaven divine race. As the sworn enemy of the demon race, she certainly would not speak up for the spirit king. Could it be that this seemingly cold woman is worried about Ran and Wu Yan? If you don't want to listen to me, then forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. You don't have to make fun of me on purpose. Yuan Yao gently bit her lips and turned around to walk into the cabin of the ship. Indeed. If the ashes of the sovereign medicine are really important and the spirit king is severely injured. Little cucumber, if you help the spirit king, it's the same as helping your younger sister Ran, younger sister Wu Yan and younger sister Wan Er. You should at least listen to them. Yu Lingkong reminded him. I didn't say that I won't listen to them, Ning Fan found it interesting. Why does it feel like a palace fight is going to happen when just a few women are gathered together? In the past, most of the women he took in were human cauldrons. Since he planted a mental seal on them, they were naturally obedient. But now, each of the women on the ship was either a proud princess or a strong woman. None of them were obedient. As for the benefits, with these women around, Ning Fan did not even need to use his brain and there would be people who would give him solutions. As for the disadvantages, once there are more of these women, a fight might break out. Ning Fan could only smile and dismiss such thoughts. After the trip to the Star Palace, the women on the ship would probably return to their respective homes and go their separate ways. While the women were arguing, Ning Fan almost did not interrupt them. This time, he felt like he was not involved in the matter. If Yu Lingkong and Yuan Yao weren't here, he would probably also suggest helping Wu Yan to complete the task and collect the ashes of the sovereign medicine. However, with Yu Lingkong and Yuan Yao around, Ning Fan still managed to solve the problem without saying a word, giving him a different kind of enlightenment. That enlightenment was the reflection of the Heaven Sovereign's words. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have found something. He took out the black chess piece and stared at it attentively. By staying out of the matter, the scenery I see will be different. I don't know how to cultivate the star technique, nor do I know how to cultivate the black star technique. However, if I look at this starry sky from another angle, can I see those black stars that are hidden in the darkness? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the black chess piece in his palm trembled slightly. Ning Fan knew that he had found the key to cultivating the star technique. The black stars were hidden in the darkness instead of shining brightly in the night sky. In order to comprehend the black star technique, he must fish out the black stars from the darkness. Once he obtains the star of the Heaven Sovereign, he would probably be able to comprehend the black star body refinement technique of the Heaven Sovereign with the help of this small chess piece. At the end of the Milky Way was another star door. After passing through the star door, they would arrive at the Heaven Palace. Although they were only tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li away, they could still vaguely hear the sounds of magic techniques colliding with each other. Moreover, there were even 3 figures that fled from the Heaven Palace in a panic. As soon as they saw the 7 apricot voyage ship, they immediately rushed towards it. Behind them was a silver illusory wolf with late divine transformation realm cultivation base. The 3 of them scanned the voyage ship with their spirit sense from afar. As soon as they recognized Ning Fan, they were immediately overjoyed. General Bei, save us! We are members of the 2nd Division, the Lightning Clan. Ah! Their cries for help could be heard from 20,000 li * 500 m per li away. As soon as their voices fell, one of them immediately let out a miserable cry. It was the silver wolf that was flying at an extremely fast speed. It caught up to one of them and swallowed one of them alive. The 2 lucky ones did not have the time to grieve for their comrades. Their faces were filled with madness and they fled even more desperately. However, their eyes were already filled with despair. The cry for help just now was just them trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. As divine transformation realm experts of the Lightning Clan, they knew that Ning Fan was at the early divine transformation realm. They also knew that he had killed a late divine transformation realm expert like Wang Xiao. However, now that they thought about it carefully, they did not think that Ning Fan had the strength to kill the silver wolf. Perhaps he could rely on his refined corpse. However, the silver wolf's speed was extremely fast. It's over. The two of us might die. The two of them looked at the silver wolf that was smiling ferociously behind them with despair. However, at the next moment, their eyes were filled with astonishment. In front of the silver wolf, a white-robed figure appeared. With just a single step, he crossed the distance of 20,000 li * 500 m per li. Then, he threw out a punch. The strength of this punch was even slightly stronger than that of an ordinary third-level Jade Life Realm expert. Boom. Under this attack, the silver wolf spurted out a mouthful of silver blood and was sent flying 10,000 zhang * 500 m per li, away with a solemn expression. Junior, you're not weak. However, I will only give you 3 breaths. If you don't get lost within 3 breaths, you will definitely regret offending me in the future. Greedy wolf? Ning Fan's expression softened. It doesn't seem worth it to offend the greedy wolf Star Lord for the sake of 2 unfamiliar members of the Lightning Clan. However, his hesitation had boosted the aura of the silver wolf. Its eyes flashed with ferocious light and it directly breathed out a silver poisonous mist. So what if you're greedy wolf? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He was just wary of greedy wolf, but he was not afraid of it. He patted his storage pouch and used his palm to extract the soul. Then, he held the blood sword in his hand and swung it down. After an ear-piercing sword chime, countless sword chi flooded the hollow space. The silver river was cut off by the sword. That ray of blood sword light made the silver wolf's eyes widen in shock. The 2 divine transformation realm experts of the Lightning Clan were in disbelief. Half-step void treasure. It's this sword again. Ah. The silver wolf let out a miserable shriek. Under the blood sword light, its illusory figure collapsed. It was killed by a single sword attack. However, before it died, it glared at Ning Fan ferociously and remembered his appearance. Behind Ning Fan, the 2 divine transformation realm experts of the Lightning Clan who were severely injured were completely dumbfounded. Liu Bei of the Luoyun clan killed a late divine transformation realm expert with a single sword attack. This sword attack was more than a few times stronger than the one used in the Cloud Platform Grand Competition. This sword attack did not have the side effects of the Grand Competition. The current Ning Fan gave them a feeling that if they were to face Wang Xiao again, he would only need a single sword attack to kill him. In just a few years, he has actually become so strong. Moreover, why is there such a dense baleful chi on his body? How many divine transformation realm experts did he kill? Ning Fan kept his blood sword. He was not happy about killing greed. Instead, he was worried because what he killed was not his true body but just a split soul. Thousands of years ago, Greed Star Lord sneaked into the Heaven Palace. Today, just a split soul of his already had a late divine transformation realm cultivation base. Ning Fan did not know what kind of fortuitous encounter this Greed Star Lord had. Now, he was probably at least a mid-void refinement realm expert. However, even if he had a second chance, Ning Fan would still kill Greed Star Lord again since the split soul of Greed Star Lord wanted to kill him. That was his personality. With a flick of his sleeve, he carried the 2 heavily injured lightning generals back to the 7 Apricot Voyage ship. As soon as they were out of danger, they immediately bowed to Ning Fan. Lei Mu and Lei Tu, the demon generals of the 2nd Troop, thank you for saving our lives, General Bei. If you need me, I will not hesitate to die 10,000 times. Ning Fan glanced at the 2 of them and tossed them 2 jade slips. You don't have to thank me. However, I want to know all the information about the Heaven Palace and the reason why the 2 of you are being chased by the Star Beasts. The 2 of you will each imprint a copy of the information and the jade slips. If the 2 jade slips are different, don't blame me for being merciless and searching your souls and memories. Dewey don't dare. As the demon generals of the 2nd Lightning Tribe, both of them had divine transformation realm cultivation bases and they were arrogant. However, in front of Ning Fan, they did not even dare to raise their heads or breathe loudly. Liu Bei of the Luoyun tribe. He was a ruthless man who had shaken the 9 tribes. Today, the baleful chi on this ruthless man was more than 10 times denser than before. They did not dare to disobey Ning Fan's order. Ning Fan would not save them for nothing. The reason why he saved them was just to get some information about the Heaven Palace from them. If it wasn't because they were both from the 9 tribes of the Liu clan, he would have probably searched their souls and memories. Currently, the two of them were already frightened. They naturally did not dare to hide the information about the Heaven Palace from Ning Fan. It also saved them the trouble of searching their souls. After handing the jade slips to Ning Fan, they hesitated for a while before gritting their teeth and cupping their fists at him. The Heaven Palace today is too terrifying. It's not a place where late divine transformation realm cultivators and those below can enter. We are already severely injured and we don't dare to enter the Heaven Palace again. We beg General Bei to allow us to leave the third world and return to the second world first, sure. Ning Fan's eyes remained unmoved. What does it have to do with him whether these two people leave or not? The two lightning generals sighed emotionally. Originally, the two of them wanted to enter the third realm and awaken the demon commander so that they could contribute. However, he did not expect that the third realm would undergo such a huge change and be filled with danger. The two generals each escaped with a jade array disc. This array disc was an item that every demon general of the 9 divisions had obtained to leave the third realm. Activating the formation plate, the two of them turned into 2 rays of formation light and gradually disappeared without a trace. They should have returned to the second world. As for Ning Fan, he pressed the 2 jade slips on his glabella. After searching through them, he found out that the information in the 2 jade slips was basically the same. It was obvious that the two of them did not lie. However, the content of the information made Ning Fan's expression turn solemn. Such an unforeseen event has actually occurred in the Sky Hall. What's going on? There's something wrong with that astral beast from earlier. Yuan Yao, Yu Ling Kong, and Wu Yan all noticed that there was something wrong with the ravenous wolf. Take a look at the jade slip yourselves. The ladies received the jade slip from Ning Fan's hand. After they took a look at it, their expressions changed. Lu Wu is dead? A new demon commander's egg appeared in the Sky Palace? Wu Yan was the first to exclaim in shock. Wu Yan could not help but feel surprised. After all, she had never expected that demon commander Lu Wu who was sleeping in the third realm would actually die. According to the information in the jade slip, there were a total of 3 people including the one who died in the mouth of ravenous wolf's split soul. The 3 of them went through a lot of hardships and finally entered the Sky Palace through the star door of the army destroyer Star Ocean. However, not long after they entered the palace, they were discovered by countless demon beasts and were hunted by them. Fortunately, the 3 of them were rescued by the 9 divisions of demon commanders and were temporarily safe. The 3 of them found out that the 9 divisions of demon commanders had been teleported to the Sky Palace from the beginning and discovered a shocking secret: demon commander Lu Wu was already dead. At the place where the demon commander died, a ferocious beast of the Howling Moon Wolf clan devoured the demon commander's corpse and produced a demon egg. Then, it occupied one of the giant doors that led to the depths of the Sky Palace. The 3 of them were ordered by the 9 divisions of demon commanders to investigate the demon egg. However, they were accidentally discovered by a group of demon beasts. They fled all the way to the ruins of a medicinal garden before they managed to shake off their pursuers. However, they did not stay in the medicinal garden for long as they were discovered by the late divine transformation realm ravenous wolf split soul again. In their panic, the 3 of them coincidentally met Ning Fan who was about to enter the Sky Palace. What happened after that was Ning Fan saving them. The news of Lu Wu's death made Wu Yan, Shi Ran and the other female demons sigh. As for Yuan Yao, she was worried about something else. With Lu Wu's death, I wonder if the Star Palace key has fallen into the hands of that mysterious wolf demon. Star spirits could only exist in the power of the stars. Ning Fan was not the only one who recognized the star spirits. He might not be the only one who guessed that the Star Palace was the star of the Celestial Sovereign. The entire Star Palace was the power of the Celestial Sovereign. In order to obtain this power, one must find the center of the Star Palace and activate the star power with the key. In Yuan Yao's opinion, the key must be in the hands of Lu Wu. Since Lu Wu was dead and his corpse was eaten, the key naturally fell into the hands of the mysterious wolf demon. I must obtain the Emperor Star. I must snatch the key from the hands of that wolf demon. Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with seriousness. The key, huh? Ning Fan felt like laughing. Of course, he would not tell Yuan Yao that the key to obtain the Emperor Star had already been given to him by Lu Daochen. In one of his dreams, the key disappeared and led to another dream which condensed into a star-powered chess piece. The key was not in the hands of the wolf demon but in his own hands. Looking at Yuan Yao's serious expression, Ning Fan thought that if he told her about the chess piece, would this woman risk her life to get the star of the celestial sovereign? With your identity, why did you come to fight for the Emperor Star? As far as I know, even though this Emperor Star is the inheritance of the celestial sovereign, it has gone through too many years of mountain shattering. There is not much power left in it. At most, it can only help a divine transformation realm expert advance by one level. With your strength, you don't seem to need such a useless item, do you? Useless? You said that the power of the star of the celestial sovereign is useless? It seems like you haven't even figured out the use of the star of the celestial sovereign, yet you came to the Sky Palace to fight for it. Yuan Yao laughed out of anger. However, when she thought about it carefully, it was understandable that Ning Fan did not know the true power of the star of the celestial sovereign. If you don't mind, can you tell me about the true use of the Emperor Star? Of course, if you think that I'm an outsider and don't deserve to know any secrets, you don't have to tell me. After all, in my eyes, the Emperor Star is just a tool for me to advance by one level. That's all. Ning Fan smiled playfully. His smile was harmless, but it made Yuan Yao avert her eyes subconsciously. She bit her lips and said hesitantly. It's not like I can't tell you. After all, it's unlikely for you to get the Emperor Star. In the eyes of ordinary divine transformation realm experts like you, this item only has one use, and that is to improve your cultivation base. However, in the eyes of some true immortal realm experts, it has a second and third use. The second use is to comprehend the Black Star technique of the Celestial Sovereign. However, the power of this Celestial Sovereign star has been severely depleted. Unless one has great luck, the probability of comprehending the Black Star technique with this small Emperor Star is less than 1 in a million. Thus, no true immortal realm experts would go to war for a mere broken star of the Celestial Sovereign star. However, this is the reason why I came to fight for this star. I need the power of the Black Star. I don't need too much. Just a trace of it is enough. With this power, it should be able to help my younger sister suppress the killing intent of the Gui Vein and slay the Scarlet Dragon. Then, she will no longer have to worry about that shameful matter. When Yuan Yao mentioned Bei Xiaoman, she unnaturally changed the way she addressed her. She did not call her daughter but called her younger sister. For some unknown reason, she did not want Ning Fan to know that she was already a mother. Perhaps, she was afraid that Ning Fan would look down on her after knowing about it. So, it's because of your younger sister? Ning Fan nodded his head. Based on his speculation, Yuan Yao was Bei Xiaoman's elder sister. If that's the case, the reason why Yuan Yao came to seize the star of the Celestial Emperor was just to help Bei Xiaoman, the unruly lady, stop her menstruation, slay the Scarlet Dragon. The Scarlet Dragon is the menstrual blood. Other than Bei Xiaoman, most female cultivators would get rid of their Scarlet Dragon. Otherwise, they would have to go into secluded cultivation once a month and the pain would last for 6 to 7 days. If it wasn't because of her menstrual problem, Bei Xiaoman's innate potential would have long reached the late divine transformation realm. Would she be so weak that she would be bullied by Ning Fan? If I obtain the star of the Celestial Emperor, I will split a trace of the Black Star power to help you treat your younger sister's injuries. You? Yuan Yao was a little surprised. Ning Fan would actually help her? Even though I don't think you can kill the Void Refinement Realm Demon Wolf and seize the key to the Star Palace, I still have to thank you for your kindness. Yuan Yao's heart was filled with warmth. With her identity, there were naturally countless people who would express their goodwill to her for various benefits. However, those goodwill were rarely sincere. Her cultivation base was too strong and her status was too high. It was lonely being at the top. She rarely had friends and there were even fewer people she could trust. Besides, she had never relied on anyone and always took charge of everything on her own. However, now that her cultivation base was sealed and her injuries were too severe, she could not recover her cultivation base. Thus, she needed Ning Fan's protection no matter where she went. This kind of feeling was really nostalgic. What's the third use of the Emperor Star? Ning Fan asked again. The third use is to open the secret places of some of the ancient heavenly quartz seals. Of course, the Emperor Star is already damaged. With this small amount of star power, it won't be able to do anything. Thus, there won't be any true immortals who are too strong who will pay the price and ascend to the lower worlds to fight for this star. If the power of this Emperor star was as good as before, it would definitely not be just a group of divine transformation realm cultivators who would fight for it. However, it was also because the Emperor star was damaged that he had the possibility to obtain it. I see, Ning Fan did not say anything else and sorted out his thoughts. With the key in his hands, if there is no need for him to compete with greed, he could directly sneak into the Heaven Palace and take another path to obtain the Emperor star in secret. However, before that, he could do Wu Yan and the other women a favor. According to the information provided by General Lei and Mu, they seem to have mentioned the remains of a medicinal garden. There might be the ashes of the Emperor medicines that you need there. With these, you and Shiran will certainly satisfy the Spirit King when you return to the Spirit King Palace. You will be rewarded handsomely. Are we going to the remains of that medicinal garden? Those few lightning generals are being targeted by the wild beasts there. Will they be in danger? Wu Yan was a little worried. She was afraid that Ning Fan would fall into unnecessary danger because of her mission. I'm not afraid. If it's just greed's separated soul, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. There was another piece of information that he did not tell the women. The jade slips that the two Star Lords gave Ning Fan mentioned one thing. In the past, the disappearance of Star Lord Greed was to enter the Heaven Palace. His purpose was to find Demon Marshal Lu Wu's corpse, devour and refine it so that he could break free from his star spirit body. Both Pajun and Qisha did not think that Greed could succeed. However, the truth proved that Greed succeeded. Only Ning Fan knew that the wolf demon who devoured Lu Wu's corpse in the Heaven Palace and caused countless killings was none other than Greed. Currently, Greed had produced a demon egg and was sleeping in it, trying to break free from his star spirit body. Thus, there was nothing to fear. If it's just Greed's separated soul, a late divine transformation realm soul, Ning Fan would kill all of them. The ship soared straight to the peak of the galaxy and flew into the star door. As soon as they landed on the ground, before Ning Fan could put away the ship, countless demonic beasts that were at least at the gold core realm in all directions noticed the intruders. They let out strange roars and surrounded them. There were at least several thousand of them. Die! Ning Fan swept across with his sword sense. All of the gold core realm demonic beasts were minced into pieces by Amon Yen. After putting away the ship, Ning Fan looked towards the north. There, ancient trees towered into the sky. There seemed to be some remains hidden in the deepest part of the forest. Is it there? Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and displayed his teleportation ability. He carried the women and flew towards the ruins. First update, to be continued. It was an ancient forest that was filled with dense fog. Every ancient tree was 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall. The forest was filled with a desolate and ancient qi. This ancient tree was known as the Iron Tree. It was known for its toughness. Even a divine transformation realm cultivator might not be able to break this tree with their full strength. Ning Fan retracted his traveling light and let the ladies down. He stopped under a towering tree and stared at the two marks on it. He casually struck out a sword qi and carved the third mark on the tree. They had been flying towards the ruins of the herb garden for a few days. Within these few days, they had almost traveled 100 million li * 500 m per li away. Instead, they had passed by this tree 3 times. This is the third time we have passed by this tree. There must be an illusion formation in this ancient forest. Moreover, the level of the illusion formation is a little high. The purple star in his left eye flashed. His Fuli eye, which was able to see through illusions, could not see through the veins of this illusion formation. Ning Fan's expression became slightly solemn. If they could not see through this illusion formation, they could only rely on their luck to wander aimlessly in the forest. The probability of them reaching the ruins was a little low. He did not know what kind of luck the two lightning generals had had to enter the ruins while they were fleeing for their lives. Roar * at the side of the forest, an early nascent soul realm wild beast roared furiously. Behind it were tens of nascent soul realm beasts. Ning Fan was already used to the attacks of these demonic beasts. He clenched his 5 fingers and the sunlight condensed into a golden spear. Then, he slammed his palm on the huge spear. In an instant, the bodies of these wild beasts and nascent soul realm beasts were penetrated by the parting sun spear and killed. The ladies were already numb to Ning Fan's ability to instantly kill early divine transformation realm cultivators. Instead, they were more interested in this illusion formation in the forest. If I'm not mistaken, the illusion formation in this forest should be the illusory wood ancient formation. Unless one's formation mastery reaches the life immortal realm, any cultivator who enters this formation will get lost and can only rely on their luck. Yuan Yao's phoenix eyes were filled with worry. Even though she recognized this formation, she was not proficient in the Tao of formations. Thus, she could not break it. If she had a storage pouch with her, she could use some magic treasures to break the illusion formation. However, she had lost her storage pouch. That may not be the case. Little Cucumber has two younger sisters, Wu Yan and Xiran, right? They might have a way. Since the Spirit King Palace had sent someone here, they must have brought something to break the illusory formation. Upon hearing this, Wu Yan and Xiran shook their heads helplessly. The Spirit King should have given us some treasures that can break the illusory formation, but they are all in the hands of the purple concubine. The two of us don't have any treasures that can break the immortal formation. Otherwise, we would have taken them out long ago instead of hiding them. If that's the case, we can only go around in circles in this formation. If we go around in circles 2 more times, we will definitely make all of you want to die. Yu Lingkong spread out her hands and similarly had a helpless expression on her face. Ning Fan did not say much. Instead, he tried to use the power of the heart formation to probe the formation light. Although he could not completely see through the illusory formation, he could slightly see the fog in the formation. Just as he was about to further activate the power of the immortal formation, the female corpse who had always been quiet beside him suddenly pulled his sleeve and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Light. I know the way. It was just a simple sentence, but it made all the women look at the female corpse in a new light. You know the way? Stone. Head, the female corpse held Ning Fan's hand and began to lead the way with light steps. She remembered that she had been to this place a long, long time ago. She was not supposed to remember it. However, the purple Zoisha had repaired part of her sea of consciousness, allowing her to recover some of her memories. Could it be? Ning Fan's heart tightened. Could this medicinal garden be the one that Weiliang often stayed in my previous life? If that's the case, it is not strange that the female corpse knows the way. Weiliang is indeed getting better. She is recovering her memories. Step by step, they passed through the forest and the trees. None of the fog and the illusory formation could stop the female corpse's footsteps. Her pace was not fast. Sometimes, she would even stop from time to time as if she was pondering. After just one day, she led the group of people through the dense fog and arrived at the center of the forest. There was a dilapidated remains of a palace here. It did not belong to the architectural style of the Star Palace. It seemed like it had been moved here by someone. Among the dilapidated walls and ruins, there was a decayed medicinal garden. Inside the medicinal garden, there was extremely fertile spiritual soil. It was the precious soil that used to plant sovereign medicines. On this spiritual soil, there were still many traces of the existence of sovereign medicines. However, all of them had turned into thick piles of ashes. It's the ashes of sovereign medicines. Sister Wu Yan, our mission will be considered completed once we find these herb ashes. Not only that, with such a large amount of herb ashes, even the Spirit King will remember it as a great contribution. Even our clan will receive many benefits. Xiran's small face was filled with joy. Wu Yan did not say much. She just looked at Ning Fan with gratitude. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, Wu Yan and Xiran would not be able to find these ashes. They might even have died on the Star Island. Thank you, what are you thanking me for? If you really want to thank me, how about? Ning Fan revealed a teasing smile. Immediately, Wu Yan's face turned red like a peach. And no. I haven't thought about it yet. I just want to say that if you really want to thank me, help me take care of Luo Yun and Wan Er in the future. You seem to have misunderstood me? Why, you obviously mean that. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to collect the ashes. After being teased by Ning Fan, Wu Yan's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at Ning Fan and patted her storage pouch. She took out a magical treasure flower basket and began to collect the ashes. She was blatantly teased by Ning Fan. Ning Fan shook his head with a faint smile. He did not have the intention to force himself on this woman. He just wanted to let nature take its course. He withdrew his expression and his eyes fell on a green stone at the center of the herb garden. Beside the green stone, the female corpse moved slightly. She did not care that the green stone was covered with ashes. She gently stroked the green stone and her eyes were filled with emotion and nostalgia. In the past, the female corpse would never be able to make such an expression. Butterfly. Butterfly, even though she had temporarily sealed her broken sea of consciousness, she still remembered that there was once a young lady who fell in love with a butterfly in this place. Weiliang, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with pity. However, at the next moment, it turned into a cold ray of light. A ray of faint purple formation light rose in the herb garden without any warning. Within the formation light, countless purple threads tightly entangled the female corpse. Some of the purple threads even moved towards Ning Fan himself. Who is it? It's attacking me and Weiliang. Without hesitation, she ran. Wu Yan, Yuan Yao and Yu Lingkong took out their magic treasures and got into battle mode. As for Ning Fan, his fingertips were surrounded by golden purple sand, which melted the purple threads. With a sway of his body, he immediately appeared beside the female corpse and helped her neutralize all the formation power. Then, he pulled her into his arms. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Abruptly, he stomped on the ground. Show yourself. A voice that sounded like the rumbling of 10,000 thunders resounded. Under this voice, 10 beautiful figures were forced out of the void space. The leader of the group was a woman dressed in purple robes with a tassel tied around her waist. Her lips were red like cinnabar and her black hair was tied up in a bun. Her appearance was gentle but her eyes carried a hint of coldness. However, there was also a hint of surprise in her eyes. Liu Bei, huh? I didn't expect that an ant who relies on refined corpses would have such a huge improvement in his strength. However, it's a pity that I've already set up a forbidden puppet formation here. This time, you can forget about getting any puppets or refined corpses to help you. Your strength is no longer a threat to me. Today, you will pay for the crime of contradicting me. This group of women was none other than the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace who was led by Nailan Zi. She ran. Wu Yan. Hand over the medicinal ashes that you've collected. Kill this Liu Bei. Nailan Zi ordered in a cold voice. I refuse. She ran and Wu Yan refused without any hesitation. Humph. If that's the case, I won't show any mercy anymore. After I've dealt with Liu Bei, I'll bring the two of you back to the palace and await Lord Spirit King's punishment. Kill. The corners of Nailan Zi's lips curved into a cold smile. She waved her hand and the 9 concubines behind her immediately launched their attacks. However, before they could launch their attacks, Nailan Zi's face was filled with disbelief. A pair of fooly wings suddenly grew out from Ning Fan's back. With a flap of the purple wings, he appeared in front of concubine Zi in the blink of an eye. He held the female corpse with one of his hands and pointed his other finger at the 10 concubines. 10 shadows were pointed at the 10 demon concubines. Nailan Zi, your tone is a little too arrogant. Do you really think that you can take my life with just a peak divine transformation realm cultivation? Blood-red baleful chi dyed the sky red. Under this baleful chi, Nailan Zi felt that she was as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean, not even worth mentioning. This is... What level of killing intent is this? On that day, the 3 divine guards of the 7 Apricot City had also exclaimed in surprise. However, that killing intent was borrowed by Ning Fan through trickery. It belonged to Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Today, this sky-piercing baleful chi was the result of Ning Fan's slaughter along the way. It belonged to him. He was no longer the same as before, so what if you're Nailan Zi? Second update, to be continued. Ning Fan flicked his 10 fingers continuously and the shadows of his fingers flew everywhere. Everything happened too fast. It was so fast that Nailan Zi could not understand why Ning Fan was giving her such a terrifying pressure at this moment. The 10 rays of light from his fingers were like 10 rays of moonlight, but it made Nailanzi's delicate body feel cold. This is an enchanting technique. She instantly recognized that it was an enchanting technique and immediately activated her general armor to protect herself. Among the 9 demon concubines, 3 of them were mid-spirit severing realm and 6 of them were early spirit severing realm. Before the 6 early spirit severing realm demon concubines could react, the power of the finger had already penetrated their bodies. Their delicate bodies immediately became hot and they lost all of their magic power. The 3 mid-spirit severing realm demon concubines could only summon their general armor to defend themselves and immediately retreated with Nailanzi. The 4 of them barely managed to escape the attack range of the plucking finger. However, they were still affected by the finger shadows. Their faces turned red and their chi became slightly chaotic. Nailanzi's expression that she had never shown before appeared in her eyes. Impossible. What kind of enchanting technique is this? It's actually so powerful. He captured 6 early spirit severing realm female cultivators with just a finger. In the past, Nailanzi had ordered Xiran to kill Ning Fan. However, Xiran was afraid of his enchanting technique and refused to fight him. At that time, Nailanzi felt disdain towards Ning Fan. She felt that it was beneath her to cultivate the unorthodox enchanting technique. She also did not believe that Ning Fan had any enchanting technique that could make a late spirit severing realm Xiran afraid. However, this time, she had no choice but to believe that there was really an enchanting technique in this world that could allow a male cultivator to possess strength that was invincible against female cultivators of the same level. Plucking finger. He has actually cultivated this finger to the level of moonlight finger shadow. Yuan Yao's phoenix-like eyes were filled with surprise. Moments later, her face turned red and she spat in Ning Fan's direction. This Liu Bei really doesn't learn well. He actually managed to cultivate an enchanting technique like the yin-yang transformation to such a level. I'm afraid that the other people who cultivate the incomplete version of the yin-yang transformation above the 4 heavens might not have such an enchanting technique like him. Moreover, ordinary perverts with evil intentions would mostly emit evil qi when they use the plucking finger. Ning Fan, on the other hand, displayed this finger technique without any sense of morality or guilt. It was obviously a bewitching technique, but he displayed it in a way that made him look like an immortal that was fluttering in the wind. If one had to find a phrase to describe Ning Fan's elegance, it would be dancing with the clear shadow. This stinking thief, Wu Yan also scolded softly. Her beautiful eyes seemed to have recalled the past where she was molested by Ning Fan's finger force in the scripture tower. Smelly cucumber. Yu Lingkong also recalled the pain she felt when she was pierced by Ning Fan's cucumber that day. It's true. Sister, you didn't lie to me. If Brother Liu Bei wants to humiliate me, he doesn't need an aphrodisiac. Xiran nodded her head. She still remembered the day when she was saved by Ning Fan and misunderstood that Ning Fan had drugged her with an aphrodisiac. She recalled the first time she met Ning Fan. She was so frightened by his gaze that her delicate body went numb. Only the female corpse in Ning Fan's bosom didn't look at the plucking finger. She lifted her jade-like hands and stroked the side of Ning Fan's face. Butterfly, in her eyes, Ning Fan's elegant and calm finger shadows were just like the dancing butterflies in the past. At first, because of the appearance of Nailanzi and the others, the ladies were still vigilant. However, after Ning Fan showed off his bewitching technique, no one was worried that he would be defeated or injured. No woman of the same level as him was a match for him. It's not that he looked down on women. It's just that I'm your nemesis. You can't do anything about it. Ning Fan's indifferent gaze swept across Nailanzi. His eyes were cold. This was the first time he used the plucking finger with his full strength after he ascended to the divine transformation realm. Its destructive power was already vastly different from the past. To female cultivators, this finger was even more terrifying than a half-step void refinement realm magic technique. Nailanzi, you are destined to become my human cauldron. How dare you? Nailanzi's charming face was filled with killing intent. She was like a Rakshasa whose face was covered with rouge. She had painstakingly climbed to her current position and became the Spirit King's favorite concubine. She had gone through all kinds of hardships to finally break free from the fate of being a sex slave and not be manipulated by any man. Today, however, Ning Fan wanted to capture her and make her become his human cauldron. He wanted to make her return to those unbearable times. She swore that she would never submit to him. Kill him. As soon as concubine Z gave the order, 4 beautiful figures surrounded Ning Fan. All of their fingers were like butterflies flying through flowers, performing demonic techniques. At the moment they performed the hand seals, concubine Z flicked the tip of her tongue and offered a dark purple blood line. Spirit prison technique. 4 soft and cold voices resounded. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of dark blue spirit lines appeared under Ning Fan's feet out of nowhere. In just an instant, the spirit lines gathered and formed a dark blue light prison, sealing Ning Fan within it. On top of the light prison, purple lightning crackled. Even a half-step void refinement realm cultivator would not dare to touch the purple lightning in the light prison with his physical body. Otherwise, he would certainly be struck into ashes by the purple lightning. Liu Bei, both you and the refined corpse have been sealed in this spirit prison. Above this spirit prison, there is the purple lightning blood bestowed by the Spirit King. Even if there is only a trace of it, it is still not something you can break out of. Moreover, I have set up a forbidden puppet formation here. You can't use that half-step void refinement realm dragon corpse of yours at all. On your side, you only have Wu Yan, Shiran and the other 2 traitors left. It's not worth mentioning. Nalan Z withdrew her hand seals and revealed a cold smile. With the spirit prison set up by the 4 divine transformation realm cultivators and the purple lightning bestowed by the Spirit King, Ning Fan would not be able to escape from the light prison. On her side, there were only 3 mid-divine transformation realm cultivators left. However, she was a peak divine transformation realm cultivator. As for Ning Fan's side, Wu Yan and Shiran were both late divine transformation realm experts. However, Shiran was negligible. With Yu Lingkong, who was a late divine transformation realm girl, Nalan Z felt a slight sense of danger. However, Yuan Yao, who was at the early divine transformation realm, didn't seem to be a threat. Capture all of them. Nalan Z sneered without end, and she seemed to have Wu Yan's group of 4 in her grasp. However, if Nalan Z knew that just Yu Lingkong alone was enough to fight against a half-step void refinement realm cultivator and that Yuan Yao was even a true immortal, she would certainly not dare to be careless. Most importantly, she had underestimated Ning Fan. Spiritual prison, purple lightning. Not a bad technique to trap enemies, but it doesn't seem to be enough to stop me. Waves of golden purple wind blew around Ning Fan. Under the purple mist, the spiritual prison purple lightning which was powerful enough to imprison a half-step void refinement realm being slowly eroded, aged, and vanished in the passage of time. Zishu, wind smoke, let everything return to dust to dust. Compared to the time when he killed Wang Xiao, the power of this finger attack was much, much stronger. That purple gold smoke gave Nalan Z the misconception that she was invincible. You actually broke the spiritual prison. You broke Lord Spirit King's purple lightning blood. You don't have to be surprised. I can still do more. Break. Ning Fan took a step forward. Purple gold cracks spread from his feet at lightning speed. As the purple gold cracks spread, the forbidden puppet technique that Nalan Z secretly laid down was crushed and eroded. With Ning Fan's cultivation base and the wind smoke technique, it was far from enough to break the immortal formation of this ancient forest. However, it was not difficult for him to break a peak divine transformation realm forbidden puppet formation. As soon as the formation was broken, the frown on the female corpse's face immediately eased and her complexion returned to normal. The surrounding formation power that was suppressing the corpse refinement puppets vanished without a trace. At the same time, Ning Fan's left eye flashed with the light of a blood moon. He activated the ability of his second demon star, Blood Moon Illusion Technique. This technique could only be used at night. At the moment, the ancient forest was dark. When Nalan Z and the other 3 women's eyes met Ning Fan's blood moon gaze, their bodies trembled. Their minds seemed to have sunk into an illusion of the blood moon, unable to extricate themselves. Illusion Technique. Illusion techniques bewitched a cultivator's mind. The more chaotic their mind was, the harder it would be for them to break free from the illusion technique. Ning Fan purposely broke the spiritual prison when the 4 women were feeling the most arrogant. He even deliberately destroyed the formation in front of them in order to confuse their minds. In addition to the effect of the plucking finger, He took the opportunity to activate the Blood Moon Demon Star and cast layers of illusion techniques on the four women's minds. With all kinds of schemes, this illusion technique that could only confuse early Divine Transformation Realm cultivators completely made the three mid-Divine Transformation Realm demon concubines fall into it. Only concubine Z was slightly decisive. She immediately bit the tip of her tongue and woke up at the moment she lost control of her mind and fell into the illusion technique. However, at the moment when her eyes regained their clarity, Ning Fan had already appeared in front of her. He held Nalan Zi's neck with one of his hands. He only needed to exert some force from his palm to take her life. The endlessine plucking finger went through Nalan Zi's pink neck and entered her delicate body. The traces of bewitching power gradually made Nalan Z gasp for breath and her eyes became blurry. However, those blurry eyes no longer had the domineering look that he had when he slapped Wu Yan in the past. There was only unwillingness left. "I'm the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. You can't. You can't." Before she could finish her words, Ning Fan purposely pinched her breasts. It was supposed to be extremely painful. However, under the stimulation of the plucking finger, she actually felt a sense of pleasure and humiliation that she had never felt before. "Kill. Kill me. Even if I die, I won't let any man, touch me." Purple Cuckoo Blood Tears Technique. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down from Nalan Z's eyes. At this moment, she was struck by the plucking finger and could not use any of her demon power. At this moment, she used the innate ability of the Purple Cuckoo race at the cost of blinding her own eyes. A drop of purple blood floated out from Nalan Z's glabella and turned into a mysterious sealing blood mark, engraving itself on the left side of Ning Fan's face. At the same time, Nalan Z was mumbling something. Under the heavens, anyone who isn't a member of the Spirit Clan will be forever branded with this mark. They will die after 100 years. She was blinded, but she revealed a joyful smile. She could not see the purple cuckoo blood mark that she had planted on Ning Fan's body, but she could feel that the mark was successfully branded on his face. 100 years. After 100 years, the mark would definitely activate and Ning Fan would definitely die. Then, she could commit suicide without any worries. "Liu Bei." Wu Yan and she cried out in shock. The members of the Purple Cuckoo race did not have any special abilities. However, this blood mark that they would definitely die after 100 years was the nightmare of any cultivator at the same level as them. Once they are struck by this mark, they would almost certainly die after 100 years if they could not break the seal. Unless their cultivation base reaches a realm higher than the person who planted the mark within 100 years, they would be able to forcefully break the mark. However, just as the two ladies exclaimed, they realized that the blood mark on the left side of Ning Fan's face had disappeared with a sizzling sound. The blood mark was ineffective. Impossible. Why is the blood mark ineffective? Nalan Z, who was about to commit suicide by shattering her demon soul, revealed an incomprehensible expression on her bloodstained face. Anyone who isn't a member of the Spirit Clan would die under this technique. Why didn't Ning Fan die? Could it be that you are a demon from the main race? If that's the case, my younger sister. Ah. Nalan Z seemed to have thought of something. Her expression suddenly turned joyful and she no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. However, Ning Fan did not even bother to look at her joyful expression. He immediately used his plucking technique to make Nalan Z fall into a coma, preventing her from doing anything else that would shock him. It was a daunting experience, but not a mishap. The purple cuckoo blood mark, huh? Even though I'm not afraid of the curse of certain death after 100 years, it's still troublesome to be struck by this mark. You should just sleep for now. You will regret it in the future. With a flick of his fingers, he struck the other demon concubines 10 times on each of their bodies and kept their storage pouches. Then, he shook his cauldron ring and kept the 10 demon concubines into different spaces with red mist. He thought to himself, this Nalan Z is really a ruthless woman. She is actually willing to destroy her own eyes and self-destruct her demon soul to fight me. In the past, I only thought that this woman is a domineering and incompetent woman. I have underestimated her. Even though I don't like this woman's character, her act of not surrendering even in the face of death is much better than many cowardly men. Unfortunately, Ning Fan would not let her go just because of this. She was a threat to Wu Yan. She ran and won her. Little cucumber, you have 10 more divine transformation realm cauldrons now. Are you happy? Yu Lingkong said sarcastically. What do you think? Ning Fan did not express his opinion. His gaze eventually fell on Wu Yan. Nailanzi has already been captured by me. You should have no worries when you return to the Spirit King Palace this time. In addition to your contribution in retrieving the ashes of the Emperor Medicine, I'm afraid the day you and Ran become immortals is not far away. I've done what I promised you. Thank you. Wu Yan gently lowered her head and bowed gracefully. She looked enchanting. She would remember Ning Fan's help. Let's collect the ashes. The faster the better. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. Ning Fan frowned slightly. In this heaven palace, the biggest enemy is not Nailanzi, Crown Prince Chushan, the White Devil sect, or even the greedy Wolf Star Lord. I hope that realm beast is already dead. If he's still alive, that beast will be the most terrifying enemy in this trip. In the 7 killing Star Ocean, a burly man wearing a cloak was stepping on countless corpses of sea beasts. His dark green eyes stared coldly at the 2 experts in front of him. One of the 2 people in front of the cloaked burly man was dressed like a scholar while the other was a swordsman. If there are still living sea beasts in this place, they would certainly recognize the 2 of them as the rulers of the Star Ocean, Pajun and Chi Sha, the 2 Star Lords. However, the 2 dignified early void refinement realm experts wore stiff expressions when facing the cloaked burly man in front of them. They were extremely fearful. Who are you exactly? Why do you want to commit murder in the 7 killing Star Ocean? I'm looking for a woman. Have the 2 of you seen her before? The cloaked burly man sneered. Woman? There are millions of women in this world. How would I know who you're looking for? Chi Sha snorted coldly. You don't know? Then, you can get lost. The cloaked burly man took a step forward and the aura force of a mid-void refinement realm expert spread out. The 2 Star Lords actually could not stand steadily. Mid-void refinement realm. Moreover, this person seems to be severely injured and his cultivation base has fallen. If he devours a certain number of sea beasts, he might even recover to the late void refinement realm. Let's go. The 2 Star Lords looked at the cloaked burly man in horror and hurriedly ran away. Not long after the 2 of them ran away, countless void spaces within 100,000 li radius collapsed without any warning. The void storms were like thunder. If the 2 of them were any slower, they would certainly die in the void storms. His cultivation base is not high, but he runs quite fast. He's indeed the Star Lord of this Star Ocean. Forget it. I might not be able to find out whether that bitch is dead or alive even if I continue to search without any clues. However, the Great Elder once said that the bitch descended to the mortal world on her own for the Star of Heaven Emperor in this place and to treat her daughter's injuries. Humph. It's just a mere Emperor Star. It's not worth mentioning. However, if I enter the Heaven Palace and wait near the Emperor Star, as long as that bitch is still alive, she will definitely be caught. If that's the case, let's go to the Star Door of the 7 killing Star Ocean. If we devour some sea beasts along the way, it won't be difficult for us to recover to the late void refinement realm. Wu Yan and Ran kept all the ashes. Since the ashes had already turned into ashes, they naturally lost their medicinal effects. Other than being useful to spirit kings, they were useless to others. Ning Fan naturally would not take away the ashes. What he wanted was the herb garden. The spiritual soil here was enough to nurture a million-years-old emperor medicine. In Ning Fan's eyes, this spiritual soil was a priceless treasure. Light, stone, head, the female corpse pulled a corner of Ning Fan's hand and waved it with pleading eyes. She wanted to beg Ning Fan to take this blue stone away because it contained the best memories of her previous life. After her spiritual intelligence had increased slightly, she understood that she had to pay a price if she wanted to ask Ning Fan to do something for her. After hesitating and considering repeatedly, the female corpse mustered up her courage and kissed Ning Fan's face gently. Stone, head, feeling the cold kiss mark on his face, Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Silly girl. All right. I will take this stone and this herb garden with me. In the future, you can embroider colorful butterflies on this blue stone every day. How does that sound? Mm. The female corpse nodded her head repeatedly with a joyful expression like a 5 to 6 years old child. At least her spiritual intelligence has increased to that of a 5 to 6 years old child, right? So this is love? Yuanyao pondered. Perhaps to the female corpse, she could die without regrets as long as she could find a man who would love and protect her. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and a trace of world power swept across the area. The ruined herb garden immediately disappeared and was kept into his Yuanyao jade. He did not take out the Yuanyao jade directly to prevent Yuanyao from noticing it. However, Yuanyao, who had sharp eyesight, still noticed the world power. She said with a surprised tone. World power? Is this a world treasure that can create a small kiliacosm? I didn't expect you to have such a treasure with your identity as a cultivator from the lower world. However, why do I feel that this world power is a little familiar? Is it an illusion? Yuanyao looked at Ning Fan as if she was seeking confirmation. She always felt that the world power of the world treasure that Ning Fan possessed was somewhat similar to the Yuanyao jade that she made. It's just an illusion. Ning Fan revealed a harmless expression. He would not take out the Yuanyao jade in front of Yuanyao. He did not want to expose the grudge between him and Bei Xiaoman in front of her. Yuanyao would naturally not pursue the matter. After all, there were countless world treasures in the world, so it wasn't strange for there to occasionally be treasures that possessed similar world energy. Originally, I was going to give you my origin jade to help you keep this medicinal garden spiritual soil. Since you have a world treasure, there's no need for that. Yuanyao sighed softly. Is that so, your Yuanyao jade? It is better for you to leave a sweetheart. Ning Fan casually answered. Snatching Bei Xiaoman's Yuanyao jade was an accident, a spoil of war. But if he took the jade on Yuanyao's finger, it would be a token of love. The Yuanyao jade was a token of love from the 4 young ladies of the Lost World Palace. Ning Fan could tell that Yuanyao was unwilling to have anything to do with him. Therefore, he would not take her token of love. Sweetheart. I don't have a sweetheart. I didn't have one in the past, and I won't be able to have one in the future. Yuanyao's eyes looked calm, but under the veil, she was biting her lips tightly. It's not that I can't have it, but I can't. This place was silent for a while. 2 hours later, this silent atmosphere was broken by a returning moonlight. As soon as that light descended, it turned into a little girl who looked around 7 or 8 years old. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, but her eyes were filled with cold arrogance. She was none other than Yu Lingkong. Yu, you're back? How was it? Did you encounter any danger? Did you find out how many exits there are in this ancient forest? Pooh. Stinky cucumber. Who are you to call me Yu? Yu Lingkong retorted impatiently. However, after hearing Ning Fan's words of concern, her expression became a little gentler. What kind of danger can there be in this place? At most, there are some wild beasts. With my strength, I can easily beat them up in just 2 to 3 moves. As for the exits, according to my investigation, there are at least 3 other paths that can lead us out of this place other than the one we took to enter the forest. Of course, there are traces of battle in one of the 3 paths. It should be left behind by the 3 unlucky lightning generals when they were escaping. Which path should we take? Yu Lingkong passed a rough map of the ancient forest to Ning Fan with one of her hands. Her other hand was holding a dark blue pearl. It was this pearl that helped her not to be bewitched by the illusory formation. The pearl emitted a dense dark light. It had the miraculous effect of breaking illusory formations. Its name was Blue Spiritual Pearl. It was originally a treasure that the Spirit King had given to concubine Z. Now, it belonged to Ning Fan and he temporarily gave it to Yu Lingkong for her use. While Wu Yan, Shi Ran and the others were collecting the medicinal ashes, Yu Lingkong took the blue spiritual pearl that Ning Fan gave her and went to explore the path in this place. 3 paths? Which path should we take? If we want to snatch the key from that wolf demon, we should take the path of the lightning generals. Yuanyao said indifferently. Sister Bei Yao is right. Besides, the 9 demon divisions are also going to take that path. If we work together, it's highly possible for us to seize the key. Wu Yan added. Brother Liu Bei, no matter where you go, I will certainly follow you. However, you must protect me. She ran sounded a little unconfident. When the lady's words fell into Ning Fan's ears, he began to ponder. The key to the Star Palace had already turned into a chess piece made of star power and was in his hands. There was no need for Ning Fan to get into a conflict with Tan Lang over the key at all. The ladies did not know about this. Therefore, when they were considering the path, their focus was on the key. As for Ning Fan, his focus was the center of the Star Palace where Lu Wu's remnant soul was sealed. He took out the jade slip that Lu Daochen gave him and pressed it on his glabella. Then, he frowned. Judging from the map, in order to reach the place where Lu Wu's remnant soul was sealed, they had no choice but to pass through Tan Lang's domain. Fine. It seems like I only have one choice. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He patted his storage pouch and took out the golden flame chariot. He pulled the ladies onto the chariot and changed his hand seals. The black dragon pulled the crystal chariot which was burning with golden flames. In just an instant, it turned into a golden line and disappeared into the dense forest. Half a month later. In the Heaven Palace, in a misty valley where silver snowflakes were falling, 9 divine transformation realm cultivators were wearing solemn expressions. They seemed to have just escaped from being hunted down. Countless corpses of demon beasts were left on the path where they were fleeing. The 9 of them were standing in 2 different directions, glaring at each other with hostile gazes. If there are demons from the Lu clan here, they would certainly realize that these 9 people were all titled demon generals of the 9 divisions. The 9 of them had just escaped from being hunted down. However, they seemed to be fighting over something and were divided into 2 sides. The 5 people on the left side were led by Lu Jiefan. Each of them was staring at the 4 people opposite them with covetous eyes. Among the 4 people opposite them, the leaders were the Lightning General of the 2nd Division and the Wind General of the 3rd Division. Behind them, the Earth General of the Lai Tu tribe wore a distressed expression. Lu Daochen of the Luo Yun tribe had a blood-stained white beard. His left eye was tightly shut and black blood flowed down from it. He was holding a faint golden illusory fruit in his hand. Lu Daochen. The 9 of us fought our way out of the demon wolves' encirclement together, but you are the only one who obtained the blood wolf Dao fruit. Don't tell me you want to keep it all to yourself? Hand over the Dao fruit. Lu Jiefan's aura force spread out like fire. Within 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, all the silver snowflakes were ignited and melted. Humph. Lu Jiefan, aren't you being too shameless? At that time, we were being chased by a pack of wolves. If it wasn't for Yun General who sacrificed himself and destroyed his bestowment demon star, how could we escape from the encirclement so easily? He sacrificed his bestowment demon star to kill one of the 9 blood wolves and snatch the Dao fruit. Why should he give it to you? The Lightning General had the fiercest temper. What the Lightning General said is extremely true. Lu Jiefan, don't you go too far. This isn't your pure flame tribe. If you go against us for a mere Dao fruit, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect yourself either. The Wind General threatened him with a deep voice. The Earth General of the 8th tribe felt very awkward. At the critical moment when Ning Fan's prestige shocked the 9 tribes, he had decisively befriended Luo Yun without sparing any financial and material resources in an attempt to forget their past grudges. He did not dare to offend Lu Jiefan, but he was even more afraid of offending Ning Fan. Thus, he naturally had to help Lu Daochen. Now that we're in a dangerous place, we should try to maintain harmony everywhere. The Earth General said like a peacemaker. It seems like all of you are being stubborn. I won't waste my breath on you. If it's for this Dao fruit, it's worth it even if I have to reveal my true strength. This Dao fruit is at least equivalent to 3 peak divine transformation realm Dao fruits. If I have this Dao fruit, my chances of breaking through to the void refinement realm can be increased by at least 5%. Lu Jiefan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He took a step forward and a trace of qi that was concealed deeply spread out from his body. In front of him, it turned into the shadow of a purple dragon that was condensed from purple flames. Among the layers of purple flames, the shadow turned into a man in purple robes. His appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Lu Jiefan. However, his aura force was a few times stronger than Lu Jiefan's. Lu Jiefan's cultivation base was at the late divine transformation realm, while this purple-robed shadow was at the half-step void refinement realm. Half-step void refinement realm. Who are you? The Wind General and the Lightning General stared at the purple-robed shadow and their expressions changed greatly. Who am I? Of course, I'm Lu Jiefan. However, I'm another Lu Jiefan. I'm the palace master of the Demon Sealing Palace in the Endless Sea. Alright, seeing that we still need to work together, as long as the four of you hand over the Blood Wolf Dao fruit and allow me to plant a demon seal on you, I'll spare your lives. The purple-robed shadow sneered. Lu Daochen, on the other hand, pressed his chest to suppress his injuries. He carefully observed Lu Jiefan and the purple-robed shadow and suddenly said, I understand now. Lu Jiefan, the one in purple robes is your true body. The one in red robes is your clone that you refined using the corpse-melting devouring technique. You left your clone in the 9 divisions, but your true body somehow escaped from the second world and became the palace master of the Demon Sealing Palace in the outside world. Is that right? Corpse-melting devouring technique. All the demon sealing experts at the scene were astonished. The corpse-melting devouring technique was a secret technique that refined one's clone by devouring the corpses of demon beasts. However, once the secret technique fails, it would lead to the death of the cultivator's true body. Back then in the external Endless Sea, Inghe had used the corpse-melting devouring technique to devour 2 demon corpses in order to fight against Ning Fan. After he succeeded by luck, he became one with 3 bodies, which greatly improved his strength. This technique was not rare in the ancient demon race. However, because of the high risk involved, only a few people would practice it. With Lu Jiefan's identity, he actually risked his life to practice this technique, and he even succeeded. In the second world, he was a titled demon general of the Pure Fire tribe. In the outside world, he was the Demon Sealing Palace master of the 7 venerated beings of the internal Endless Sea. Lu Jiefan was waiting for his clone that he had left in the second world to break through to the half-step void refinement realm. Then, his true body and clone would merge into one and break through to the void refinement realm in one go. That's right. I practiced the corpse-melting devouring technique. Lu Daochen, I'll count to 3. If you don't hand over the Blood Wolf Dao fruit, I'm going to kill you. The purple-robed man's eyes swept across the surroundings. The aura force of a half-step void refinement realm expert gave everyone a terrifying pressure. 1. 2. Lu Daochen and the others were filled with indignation and despair. It seemed like they had no choice but to submit to Lu Jiefan, hand over the Dao fruit and plant the demon seal. Otherwise, who would be able to fight against a half-step void refinement realm expert? There's no need to count. Lu Jiefan, I agree. Lu Daochen sighed and took a step forward, preparing to hand over the Dao fruit. However, before he could finish his words, a clear voice accompanied by a golden line flew across countless layers of the sea of snow. It suddenly turned into a golden flame chariot and appeared in the sky above the maze. With me here, who dares to touch the people of the Luoyun sect? As soon as the voice was heard, 2 black shadows flashed down from the golden flame chariot. Both of them were at the half-step void refinement realm. No one, including Lu Daochen, could see what those black shadows were. Only the purple-robed man could see them clearly. However, after seeing them clearly, he felt even more incredulous. This is absolutely impossible. Boom as the purple-robed man exclaimed in surprise, the 2 black shadows, one with a claw and the other with a fist, attacked the purple-robed man mercilessly. The purple-robed man tried his best to defend himself. However, it was too disadvantageous for him to fight against the 2 of them at the same time. He was sent flying by the 2 black shadows in just a moment. The force of the collision directly caused the maze within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, to collapse. As for the purple-robed man, he crawled up from the ruins and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had actually suffered quite serious injuries. A half-step void refinement realm black dragon refined corpse and a half-step void refinement realm spiritual puppet. The purple-robed man looked in front of him in disbelief. The 2 black shadows that attacked him revealed themselves. They were none other than a dragon and a puppet. First update, to be continued. A black dragon. Even though its eyes were hollow, its aura force made black wind blow. A black puppet. Even though its eyes were blank, its aura force made the silver snow swirl in the sky. In the middle of the wind and snow, a white-robed young man lowered his head and stared at Lu Jiefan coldly. I'm here. Do you dare to repeat what you said just now? Asterisk whoosh asterisk as soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, the black dragon and the black puppet immediately turned into black lines and launched another attack. All of a sudden, the purple-robed shadow's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he patted his storage pouch and took out a copper mirror with purple flames. Then, he made a hand seal. The copper mirror shot out 2 rays of purple light, barely stopping the attacks of the puppet and the corpse. However, the purple-robed shadow did not seem to be at ease at all. What powerful refined corpses and puppets. My void treasure purple young mirror is only enough to resist their attacks. I can't even gain the upper hand. If the battle continues, I will definitely suffer a great loss. Most importantly, I must not let my late divine transformation realm clone suffer any harm. Once my true body is entangled by the puppets and refined corpses, Liu Bei will certainly take the opportunity to kill my late divine transformation realm clone. If that happens, my plan to break through to the void refinement realm will be completely ruined. An unprecedented feeling of struggle rose in the purple-robed shadow's heart. His eyes fell on Lu Daochen and the blood wolf Dao fruit. He hesitated, but soon after, he gritted his teeth. His sleeves rolled up blazing purple flames and directly carried his demon sealing realm clone. Then, 2 rays of light, 1 purple and 1 red, hurriedly escaped. The one in red was the clone of the demon sealing realm of the pure fire tribe. The one in purple was the master of the demon sealing palace, one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. Be it his true body or his clone, both of them were supreme beings. However, the purple-robed shadow did not hesitate to run away from the battle. With the help of the flames from the purple young mirror, Lu Jiefen's speed was not any slower than the golden flame chariot. It's Liu Bei. Liu Bei of the Luo Yun realm. He actually has 2 half-step void refinement realm corpse puppets. At first, I thought that the fact that Lu Jiefen has a half-step void refinement realm true body is already shocking enough. I didn't expect that even though Lu Jiefen has summoned his true body, he still doesn't dare to fight Liu Bei. Each of the titled demon generals was staring at Ning Fan. Amidst the shock, they were completely stunned and their faces were filled with reverence. If Ning Fan possessed a half-step void refinement realm dragon corpse in the past, it was already enough to intimidate the 9 divisions. Now that he had a second half-step void refinement realm spiritual puppet, it was enough to make ordinary half-step void refinement realm experts flee at the sight of him. Lu Jiefen's main body and avatar had finally escaped. Standing on the golden flame chariot, Ning Fan stared at Lu Jiefen, who had disappeared in a flash, and gently frowned. Escaped? What a pity, it was indeed a pity. Even though he had just arrived at this place, he had already heard the dispute in this place when he was still tens of thousands of li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. Thus, he had a rough understanding of Lu Jiefen's identity. Ning Fan was also quite surprised about Lu Jiefen's true body and his double identity. Who would have thought that the majestic fire general Lu Jiefen of the 9 tribes of the Lu clan was just a clone? He was actually one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal endless sea, the demon sealing temple master who had a grudge against him. The red-clothed Lu Jiefen was the cleansing flame division's titled demon general. He had a grudge with the Luo Yun tribe that Yang Ling was from. The purple-robed Lu Jiefen was the temple master of the demon sealing temple. Back when they were in the endless sea, he already had a lot of grudges against him. If he could eliminate Lu Jiefen's true body and avatar in this place, he would be able to eliminate 2 powerful enemies. It would be an extremely worthwhile thing. However, this idea was a little too greedy. After all, Lu Jiefen's true body was a half-step void refinement realm expert. He was one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal endless sea and a cunning old monster who had been fighting life and death battles for countless years. Once he realized that Ning Fan was strong and that he could not gain the upper hand, Lu Jiefen would immediately flee without caring about his reputation. As such, Ning Fan had lost the slightest possibility of killing Lu Jiefen. Unfortunately, I am just an early divine transformation realm expert now. The combination of the 3 powers of the divine, demon and devil powers is comparable to the mid-divine transformation realm experts. After extracting my soul, my magic power is as strong as a late divine transformation realm expert. With the body of a corpse devil and the body technique at the 2nd level of the Jade Life realm, I can fight a late divine transformation realm expert without losing just by relying on the strength of my physical body. If I add my peak divine transformation realm spirit sense to my Black Tempest soul-splitting technique and wind snow technique, I can even kill peak experts like the buried Dragon City Lord. However, compared to a half-step void refinement realm expert, there is still a huge gap. When I ignited my ancestral blood that day, I could kill half-step void refinement realm experts like ants. With just a command, I could summon an army from the Star Sea and beat up a half-step void refinement realm expert from the Purple Robes Palace. However, I don't have these advantages today. Moreover, this Lu Jiefan ran away too decisively. The speed of his purple mirror is comparable to a void refinement realm expert. It is not any weaker than the golden flame chariot. I have 2 spiritual puppets and sword crystals. 2 early void refinement realm sword crystals and 1 mid-void refinement realm sword crystal. If Lu Jiefan doesn't run away, I might still have a chance to kill him. Unfortunately, he ran away. Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned serious. This Lu Jiefan should not be underestimated. It was not only because of his strength but also because of his temperament. He was bold enough to try the secret technique of merging corpses and devouring others and creating a clone. His true body went to the internal endless sea to become a venerated demon while his true body was playing a grand game of chess. He had schemed to take over the entire secret realm of the broken world. In other words, if Ning Fan didn't appear and disrupt Lu Jiefan's plans time and time again, the final owner of the Star of the Heavenly Emperor would probably be Lu Jiefan. This old man really runs away fast. Shi Ran's eyes sparkled with little stars. She felt that Ning Fan was too domineering. He scared away a half-step void refinement realm expert as soon as he showed up. Little cucumber, not bad. Even when this venerated demon kid meets me in the past, he didn't run away so decisively. It seems like you scared him. Yu Lingkong praised. She was no stranger to the demon ceiling palace master. So what if he ran away? Liu Bei, don't mind him. This Lu Jiefan isn't a simple person. If he fights to the death, there might be other changes. If you get injured or lose one of your refined corpses, it won't be worth it. Fortunately, he is already extremely afraid of you. He will only avoid us in the Star Palace. I don't think he will cause too much trouble for us. Wu Yan smiled and comforted her. Yuan Yao nodded her head gently at Wu Yan's words. Ning Fan nodded at the ladies and said no more. He pointed at the golden flame chariot and descended to the ground. To Ning Fan, it was a pity that Lu Jiefan ran away. However, to the 8 titled demon generals at the scene, Ning Fan's appearance alone was enough to scare away the arrogant Lu Jiefan. We, the titled demon generals, greet General Bei. Be it the wind, lightning, and earth tribes that were on good terms with the Luo Yun tribe or the tribes that were at odds with the Luo Yun tribe, all the titled demon generals cupped their fists and bowed to Ning Fan who was walking towards them. In the history of the 9 divisions of the Lu clan, only demon generals would greet the titled demon generals. Since when did the titled demon generals ever greet the titled demon generals? Ning Fan was the first demon general that even the titled demon generals respected. You 4 titled demon generals, come over here. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the 4 titled demon generals on the left. These 4 people had previously sided with Lu Jiefan and bullied the Luo Yun tribe. Now, Lu Jiefan decisively ran away but the 4 of them could not escape. How dare you? I'm a titled demon general of the New River tribe after all. How dare you ask me to get lost? One of them was a burly man in blue armor. His cultivation base was at the mid-divine transformation realm. Even though he was afraid of Ning Fan, he had lived like a prince for countless years. Thus, he was naturally unwilling to be ordered around by Ning Fan like a slave. However, just as he was about to protest, Ning Fan had already clawed at the direction of the titled demon generals. All of a sudden, a gigantic spear that shone with dazzling golden light turned into thousands of rays of sunlight and surrounded the titled demon generals. Power of Title, Water-Tooth Technique. In a panic, the titled demon generals forcefully activated the blue demon star in their left eye and used the power of the title. Titled demon generals possessed a special power that was bestowed by the sleeping demon marshal. It was the reason why they were superior to ordinary demon generals. A blue ray of light shot out from their left eye and turned into the shadow of a gigantic blue leopard. It went head-on against the parting sun spear. Its destructive power was comparable to the attack of a late divine transformation realm expert, this gigantic blue leopard was the power of the titled demon generals of the New River. Its attack power was far beyond that of a demon general of the same level. However, as soon as the gigantic blue leopard touched the parting sun spear, it immediately let out a sizzling sound. Its body trembled violently. At the next moment, it was burned into steam by the light of the parting sun. The titled demon generals of the New River revealed a look of disbelief. He could not imagine that his power of the title was actually broken by Ning Fan in just a single move. However, he could no longer think. At the next moment, he was pierced by the spear's shadows and let out a miserable shriek. Ah! After letting out a miserable shriek, his demon body instantly turned into ashes. Before his demon soul could escape, Ning Fan caught it with his hand and fed it to the black puppet. His eyes coldly swept across the remaining 3 demon generals of the enemy tribes and said in a deep voice, "The demon generals of the 3 tribes, get over here." With just a single glance, his baleful chi immediately soared into the sky and dyed the sky red. Liu Bei of the Luo Yun tribe instantly killed the demon generals. The demon generals of the 4th, 6th and 9th demon tribes were utterly shocked. When Ning Fan asked them to get over here, they did not dare to disobey. If they do not obey, the next ones to be killed instantly would be them. When they approached Ning Fan, he planted a demon seal on them without any hesitation. The 3 of them did not dare to resist. When Lu Daochen saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Ning Fan has become stronger. He has become much stronger. When I first met this young man in the past, he had yet to attain the divine transformation realm. Now, he can kill demon generals like ants. This old man was right about him. This man can certainly free demon Marshal Lu Wu. The wind generals and the lightning generals watched the demon generals of the New River die miserably on the ground. They felt lucky that they chose to befriend Luo Yun. Otherwise, this Ning Fan who scared Lu Jiefan away and instantly killed the demon generals of the New River would become the enemy of their 2 tribes. The Earth General Bai Wuzuan was feeling extremely fortunate at the moment. The biggest mistake he had made in his life was to reward Ning Fan with a reward and hunt him down. The best thing he did in his life was to decisively apologize to Ning Fan and curry favor with Luo Yun as soon as he saw how powerful Ning Fan was. Luckily, I stood firm and stood on Luo Yun's side despite the risk of offending Lu Jiefan. Otherwise, the Earth General swallowed his saliva. If Ning Fan kills him, he would probably end up like the demon generals of the New River tribe. He would not be able to withstand a single attack from Ning Fan. He's a malignant star. We must never provoke him. The Earth General firmly believed him. After planting the mental seal on the 3 demon generals, Ning Fan turned to Lu Daochen and asked with a concerned tone. "General Yun seems to be badly injured. I wonder what is the origin of this blood wolf Dao fruit and what kind of accident has happened to the Heaven Palace. I would like to hear the details. Even if you don't ask about this, I would still tell you about it. After all, it will greatly benefit you in rescuing Lu Wu." Lu Daochen smiled in relief and passed the blood wolf Dao fruit to Ning Fan. Then, his eyes turned solemn. "Take this Dao fruit and try your best to improve your cultivation base. A huge accident has happened to the Heaven Palace." Second update, to be continued. 1 billion li * 500 m per li, to the north of the valley was the only way to reach the central area of the Heaven Palace. There were 100,000 unreachable star mountains there. They could not be flown over. There was only a narrow snow valley between the mountains. At the end of the snow valley, there was a 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, large demon egg which had been sleeping for thousands of years. Inside the demon egg, Greed was sleeping and cultivating. Occasionally, he would leave the egg to devour some spiritual herbs and immediately return to sleep. He was trying to break free from his star spirit body and it was a crucial moment. He used his star power to seal the ice door at the end of the snow valley, not allowing anyone to pass through and enter the depths of the Star Palace. After devouring Lu Wu's corpse, Greed obtained the control of the star power in the snow valley. Not only could he use the star power to seal the snow path, but he could also use it to create demon wolves to burn their souls. For thousands of years, Greed had used the star power to create millions of demon wolf souls. The weakest of them were all pill beasts. Among the wolves, there were 18 late divine transformation realm star wolves. Of course, Ning Fan had already killed one of them. Above the 18-star wolves, there were 9 blood wolves. There were 6 peak divine transformation realm star wolves and 3 half-step void refinement realm star wolves. In order to pass through the snow valley and enter the depths of the heaven palace, one must kill greed and break the seal on the ice door. That was the reason why Lu Daochen and the others could not enter the depths of the heaven palace. Greed was sleeping. As long as they know the time when he was sleeping and enter the snow valley, they would have a chance to kill him while he was sleeping. Then, they could unlock the ice door and pass through the snow valley. This was the information that Lu Daochen had collected after risking his life for several months. He did not know that it was Greed who was sleeping. He only knew that it was a ferocious wolf king. In the snow and wind in the valley, Lu Daochen told Ning Fan everything he knew. Black blood kept flowing out of his left eye and his expression was filled with lingering fear. The 9 of us tried to kill the wolf king while he was sleeping. However, we failed in the end. Instead, we were chased by the wolves. Among them, there were 10 star wolves and 9 blood wolves who were especially powerful. Left with no choice, I exhausted all of my titled power and luckily killed a severely injured blood wolf to scare the rest of the wolves. I seized the opportunity to escape and obtained this blood wolf Dao fruit. Humph. It's just that I didn't expect that Lu Jiefan would covet this Dao fruit after I risked my life to obtain it. If it wasn't for your arrival, I'm afraid this old man would have been plotted against by Lu Jiefan, planted with a demon seal, and turned into his slave. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lu Daochen cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He deeply understood that if it wasn't for Ning Fan's domineering appearance, he would not have a good ending once he falls into Lu Jiefan's hands. You don't have to thank me. Ning Fan waved his hand and muttered to himself. If Lu Daochen's information was accurate, then he wouldn't be able to enter the central area of the Heavenly Hall without killing Tan Lang. If he wanted to save Lu Wu's remnant soul and obtain the Emperor Star's legacy, he had to kill Greed and cross the valley. He might as well make enemies with Ravenous Wolf and take the opportunity to kill Ravenous Wolf. After devouring Lu Wu's corpse, Tan Lang's cultivation base skyrocketed and he broke through to the mid-void refinement realm. Killing a mid-spatial tempering stage ferocious beast might seem insane, but in reality, if the beast was in a state of deep slumber, it would not be difficult to kill it. 18 star wolves and 9 blood wolves might seem powerful, but Ning Fan's team was not weak either. Once the wolves are eliminated, Ravenous Wolf who was in a state of deep slumber would be nothing but a turtle in a jar. If that's the case, let's set off immediately. We will kill the wolves, eliminate Ravenous Wolf and break through the valley. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He was worried about being chased by the realm beasts. Thus, it would naturally be better for him to move as fast as possible. I'm afraid that's not possible. We failed to assassinate the Wolf King this time and we have already missed the time when he is in deep slumber. In the next 7 days, the Wolf King might be awake. It's too dangerous to assassinate him now. Let's take action 7 days later. During these 7 days, you can slightly adjust your demon power and raise your condition to its peak in preparation for the great battle 7 days later. My cultivation method can't withstand too much blood qi. It's not suitable for me to consume this blood wolf Dao fruit. Take this Dao fruit with you. Lu Daochen's expression was solemn as he stuffed the blood wolf Dao fruit into Ning Fan's hands. He killed the blood wolves just to protect himself and obtained the Dao fruit by chance. Even though this Dao fruit was precious, it was not worth mentioning compared to saving Lu Wu. He did not care about losing his titled power. This Dao fruit was expensive, but he did not care about it either. The reason why he came here was to repay Lu Wu's kindness and free his remnant soul. Ning Fan had helped him fulfill his wish and even saved his life once. A mere blood wolf Dao fruit was really not enough to repay his kindness. Blood wolf Dao fruit. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. No wonder this Dao fruit provoked Lu Jiefan to attack him. The demon power fluctuation from this Dao fruit was comparable to that of 3 peak divine transformation realm Dao fruits. Ning Fan needed strength and Dao fruits. He would not reject it pretentiously. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a 6th revolution healing pill and gave it to Lu Daochen. I'll accept this Dao fruit. You can take this pill now. A pill in exchange for a Dao fruit, even though a 6th revolution pill was precious, Ning Fan was never stingy towards his own people. Besides, this blood wolf Dao fruit was very meaningful to Ning Fan. During the massacre in the Sea of Stars, he had devoured countless amounts of demon blood and accumulated a large amount of demon power that he had yet to refine. He still had 7 divine transformation realm Dao fruits with him. With so many Dao fruits and demon blood, Ning Fan could try to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm with his demon power. However, he did not do so. One of the reasons was that refining demon blood would certainly require a large amount of time. Today, however, everything was different with this blood wolf Dao fruit. The demon power contained in this Dao fruit was different from ordinary Dao fruits. If Ning Fan consumes the blood wolf Dao fruit and uses it as the center to refine all of his demon blood, he would certainly be able to shorten the time needed to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. 7 days later would be the best time for Tan Lang to launch his attack. In these 7 days, with this blood wolf Dao fruit, his demon blood and Dao fruit, Ning Fan was confident that his demon power could break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. When the other 7 demon lords saw Lu Daochen giving the Dao fruit to Ning Fan, they were envious. However, none of them dared to compete with Ning Fan for the Dao fruit. Inwardly, however, they were cursing and envious of Ning Fan's good luck. This Liu Bei casually gave Lu Daochen a pill, but he got a blood wolf Dao fruit in return. Liu Bei has really struck the jackpot. Those were the thoughts of the 7 demon lords. It was not Lu Daochen's opinion. Lu Daochen's pill refinement technique was only at the mid-5th revolution. However, when he took the pill from the 6th revolution pill bottle and smelled the fragrance of the pill, his expression changed drastically even before he swallowed the pill. Could this be? Lu Daochen could not help but be shocked. If he was not mistaken, the pill bottle contained a low-grade 6th revolution pill, the Undying Pill. If a Void Refinement Realm cultivator gets injured, consuming one pill could greatly alleviate the injuries. If a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator gets injured, consuming one pill could almost cure all of his injuries. This pill is too precious. I can't accept it. Lu Daochen said with a serious expression. He was not a polite person. However, the pill that Ning Fan gave him was too precious. To a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, this Undying Pill was equivalent to saving their life when they were gravely injured. The 7 demon lords were stunned. All of them were filled with curiosity. They were guessing what kind of pill Ning Fan gave Lu Daochen that even Lu Daochen, who was known as a teacher, was moved. Could it be that Liu Bei gave Lu Daochen a high-grade 5th revolution pill? It can't be. We don't even have a high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement master in the 9 divisions of the Lu clan. Where did he get such a pill? The 7 of them were guessing, but none of them guessed that the pill would be a 6th revolution pill. As for Ning Fan, he was certainly not stupid enough to flaunt his wealth and explain the pill to these unrelated people. He just nodded his head indifferently, signaling Lu Daochen to consume the pill. There's no need to say more. Just consume it. Pills are concocted for people to consume. You're one heir's master. It's reasonable for me to give you this pill. Lu Daochen held the pill and sighed. His mind was filled with mixed feelings. In the end, he consumed the pill and the black blood in his left eye stopped flowing. Liu Bei, this old man will remember this kindness. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He did not even look at the other demon lords who were looking at him with fiery eyes. Among the 6th revolution pills that Wei Xian gave him, there were only 3 undying pills left. To Ning Fan, 3 undying pills were equivalent to 3 lives. He was willing to give them to Lu Daochen, but he would never give them to an outsider. There are 7 more days before the Wolf King falls asleep. I'll leave for now and meet you here 7 days later. Ning Fan asked the ladies to stay in the Golden Flame Chariot while He Teng and the Dragon Corpse stayed behind to protect them. As for himself, he chose an ice valley that was rarely visited by humans and used his finger as a sword to open up a temporary abode in the valley. He wanted to advance to the mid-divine transformation realm within these 7 days with the help of the blood wolf Dao fruit. Of course, during his seclusion, he would need to pluck the 10 divine transformation realm cauldrons that he had just obtained. It was not a pleasant process. He did not want the ladies to see his cruel side. With the protection of He Teng and the Dragon Corpse, the ladies were naturally not in danger. The only thing he needed to worry about was the possible existence of the realm beast. I feel a little uneasy. However, in order to wait for Tan Lang to fall asleep, I have no choice but to wait for these 7 days. Inside the abode, Ning Fan touched his glabella and took out the star positioning plate. He held it up high. Immediately, the area within 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the ice cave was covered by the star map. Inside the ice cave, cold wind blew. Ning Fan closed his eyes. His expression was slightly struggling. I'm going to pluck women again. This time, it's the 10 demon concubines of the Spirit King Palace. At the next moment, the struggling expression on his face disappeared. He opened his eyes, which were as cold as ice. However, since we are enemies, why can't I use your primordial Yin to pave my path of devil cultivation? Appear. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring. 10 unconscious demon concubines with flushed faces were thrown onto the ice and snow mercilessly. With a wave of his palm, the 10 delicate ladies who were wearing thin robes were deeply affected by the bewitching technique and could not extricate themselves. Occasionally, there would be a few demon concubines with blurred eyes staring at Ning Fan. All of them had an expression of hatred and love. What they hated was being captured as human cauldrons. What they loved was the loneliness of being in the depths of the palace and being affected by the bewitching technique. At this moment, all they wanted was to have a good night with their lover. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. He did not care whether these human cauldrons loved him or hated him. Someone has to be the villain. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He took off his clothes and acted coldly. Xianxia, have you ever thought that such a day would come? Liu Bei. Sister, of the main family. Xianxia closed her eyes in humiliation, but strangely, she did not resist. He is a member of the main family. He is the only one who can save my sister. It's all my fault. I offended him this time and even wanted to kill him. As long as I can save my sister, even if I have to give up my chastity and satisfy him. It's fine, Liu Bei. Xianxia had to admit that Ning Fan's technique was indeed superb. Every tease and caress was a great temptation to her. She could clearly feel the endless pleasure of her body. However, her heart was recalling a sad past. That worry was reflected in Ning Fan's mind through the mind-reading technique and the yin-yang locket. That was Xianxia's most painful memory. When I was 12 years old, my sister and I witnessed the extermination of the Purple Cuckoo clan with our own eyes. I saw my mother being taken as a sex slave and humiliated to death. I, Xianxia, will never forget that day. I swore to become stronger, to become more arrogant than anyone else and to take revenge. I have a younger sister. Her name is Xianxia. On the 2nd month after I joined the Spirit King Palace, she was eaten alive by the Spirit King. Liu Bei is the main family. He can save Ling Er. Only he can. I shouldn't have made him my enemy. I shouldn't. I'm willing to pay everything to atone for my sins. I just hope that he can save Ling Er. My younger sister, Ning Fan frowned deeply. He did not expect that Xianxia would have such a sad past. However, since both of them were enemies, it was impossible for him to be merciful. He shouldn't be merciful. 9 women were plucked and only Xianxia's cultivation base remained. In the end, Ning Fan did not do it. He was very concerned about Xianxia's thoughts. Xianxia's deep concern for her younger sister made him look sideways, reminding him of himself in the past. After a night of sex, the cave was a mess. Out of the 10 demon concubines, 9 of them were on the verge of death after being plucked. They were only left with Gold Core Realm cultivation base. Ning Fan planted a demon seal in their dreams and kept them in his cauldron ring, handing them over to Bing Ling and Yu Ling. If these 9 concubines were obediently trained, they would probably be incorporated into the female guards of the Ning family in the future. Only Xianxia was still at the peak spirit severing realm even though she had lost her primordial Yin. As for Ning Fan, he had also lost his interest in plucking her. The Spirit King is a woman. The main race can break the curse of the spirit slave and save my younger sister. Is Liu Bei the main race? If he is, I am willing to do anything for him. I just hope that he can save my younger sister. I have a younger sister. Her name is Xianxia. Her thoughts repeatedly appeared in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness through the yin-yang locket. At first, he just subconsciously wanted to pry into Nailanzi's thoughts and find out the secrets of the Spirit King Palace. However, he never thought that he would get such a great piece of information. The Spirit King is a woman? Moreover, Nailanzi has repeatedly thought that I am the main race. Only the main race is not affected by the purple cuckoo's curse. Moreover, the main race can use the power of their bloodline to control the Spirit King. What is the main race? Nailanzi said that I am a member of the main race. Could it be that I can use the Fuli bloodline to control the Spirit King? Isn't this too absurd? Ningfan sat against the ice wall and took out his clothes to cover Nailanzi's body. Perhaps he was waiting for Nailanzi to wake up so that he could get more secrets from her. Perhaps his mind was stirred by Nailanzi's past. In the end, Ningfan stopped his attack after breaking her curse. He did not pluck a trace of her cultivation base. If I keep this woman alive, she might be of great use in the future. If I can figure out the secret of the main race, I might be able to enter the spirit-seizing palace in one go and become a supreme figure in the demon spirit land. Moreover, this woman seemed to have decided to sacrifice everything for me after she recognized me as a member of the main race. If that's the case, this woman will unexpectedly become a good fighter. Once she is cultivated, her purple cuckoo blood tear seal will be a terrifying killing method. Of course, the premise is that there is still a possibility for her eyes to recover after being damaged. Perhaps 90% of the reason why he spared Nailanzi's life was because she was still useful to him. As for the remaining 10%, it was Nailanzi's past that made him recall his own past. No wonder she's so domineering, arrogant, and unreasonable. It turns out that she's been through such an unforeseen event. Ningfan gently reached out his hand and stroked Nailanzi's unconscious face. Her eyes that were blinded due to the purple cuckoo seal were now covered with dried blood tears. Are you willing to obey all of my requests for the sake of your sister? You are a good sister, but I am not a good brother. You're ruthless to your enemies and you'd rather die than submit. In this aspect, you and I are very similar. His gaze swept over Nailanzi's delicate body. She wasn't too voluptuous, just average. With her figure, she seemed a little barren. Her ribs could be vaguely seen. However, she was a frail woman. Perhaps she had suffered a lot of hardships just like Ningfan. When Ningfan was caressing her, her eyelashes gently trembled and she slowly woke up. Her eyes were already blind. She could not see Ningfan but she could feel the heat from his palms. There was no lust. There was only a kind of sympathy for each other in the same boat. It made Nailanzi feel a sense of warmth. From the moment she acknowledged Ningfan as her master, Nailanzi had decided to please Ningfan at all costs. However, what puzzled her was that she had already lost her primordial yin. Why was her cultivation base not plucked? Why didn't Ningfan pluck her? Why, a trace of the remaining power of the yin plucking finger spread out from her body. Gradually, she could no longer endure it and let out a soft moan. Ningfan's eyes darkened. He had already sensed that Nailanzi had woken up. He simply lifted his clothes and pressed himself on Nailanzi's body once again. Ningfan wanted to see if this woman would really obey him and to what extent could she endure his bullying. Nailanzi's face was filled with humiliation but she gritted her teeth and endured it. In the cold air, there was only the intertwining of each other's body temperature and the burning sensation from the repeated penetration. Why don't you resist? Seeing that Nailanzi did not resist, Ningfan stopped with a frown. This woman seemed to really obey him. I'm willing to be master's slave. I'm willing to fulfill all of master's requests. I'm willing to offer my body and mind to master. Nailanzi said with a trembling voice. Is it because you want me to save your younger sister? Is her name Nailanling? How did you know? Ah. Nailanzi's thoughts were exposed. She was so agitated that she twisted her waist. Immediately, she cried out in pain and slowly fell to the ground. What's the main race? Ningfan asked with a frown. If you promise to save my younger sister, I will tell you. Nailanzi's chest heaved up and down but her expression gradually calmed down. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can pluck you clean and then search your soul and memories. Ningfan said coldly and secretly activated the yin-yang locket. Immediately, all the information that Nailanzi knew about the main race entered Ning Fan's mind. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into an evil smile and said coldly, "The main race is the master of the first-generation Spirit King of the Spirit King Palace. It has the full power to control everything in the palace, including the appointment and dismissal of the past Spirit Kings, life and death." "Is that so?" His words made Nailanzi's mouth wide open in shock. She immediately realized that she might have been peeked at by some kind of mind-reading secret technique. "Why, you can read minds?" Nailanzi was a little panicked. She was prepared to use this bargaining chip to make a deal with Ning Fan. Now, she had lost it. "That's right. Now that you have fallen into my hands, I don't need to search your soul and memories, and I can make you spit out all your secrets. To me, the only value you have left is to pluck you. Am I no longer of value to you?" Ziwan's heart thumped. As a scheming woman, she deeply understood what kind of fate a chess piece would face when it loses its value. Next, she would be plucked to death by Ning Fan. She did not have the ability to let Ning Fan save Nailanling. "No. I still have value. I beg you to save my younger sister. I still have value to you," Nailanzi said stubbornly. "What value?" Ning Fan pinched Nailanzi's chin. His face was cold but his heart was trembling. "Nailanzi is begging me. This woman should have the same personality as me. She won't beg anyone. For her younger sister, she is begging me. Just like how I begged Man Xiong to give me the star-tempering purple Xianxia in the past. I can be your woman. I can give my body and heart to you." Nailanzi was almost in despair. She did not know if she could move Ning Fan after paying such a huge price. "Is there any possibility for you to regain your sight? I really want to have another helper. I value your purple cuckoo seal very much. I can't regain my sight. The sealing technique of the Purple Cuckoo clan is terrifying. It even made some true spirit clans join forces to annihilate the Purple Cuckoo clan out of fear. All of this is because the Purple Cuckoo seal is too powerful. The price of this seal is irreversible blindness. Even my spirit sense won't be able to see anything. I won't be able to use the sealing technique for the second time in my life." Nailanzi was in despair. She was willing to sacrifice her body for Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan looked down on her body. Ning Fan was interested in her strength. However, in order to kill Ning Fan, she had already used the Purple Cuckoo seal that could only be used once in her lifetime. "Do I no longer have any value to him? Will he kill me? He won't save Ling Er anymore, will he? No. I can't give up. Ling Er is crying and waiting for me to save her." Nailanzi's worries appeared in Ning Fan's mind. She stubbornly bit her lips. She hated being violated by men. She had a shadow in her heart. However, for her younger sister's sake, she must prove to Ning Fan that she still had some value to him. "I will definitely make you satisfied." "I definitely will." She gently twisted her waist like a water snake, letting the burning sensation enter and leave Ning Fan's body continuously, trying to make Ning Fan feel comfortable. She was already exhausted, but she forced herself to stand up with one hand. She used the other hand to hold Ning Fan, who was on top of her, and offered her tongue. "Even if you don't want to save Ling Er, please don't kill me." "I can't die yet." Ning Fan felt annoyed. Being served like this by a beautiful woman who used to be his enemy should be a great pleasure both physically and mentally. However, Ning Fan couldn't feel the slightest bit of happiness. Looking at Nailanzi's expression that was desperately trying to protect her younger sister, Ning Fan couldn't feel any happiness. He got up in annoyance and left Nailanzi behind. He put on his clothes and walked out of the cave, trying to calm himself down. But as soon as he left, Nailanzi immediately turned into a panicked deer. "Are you not satisfied with me? Don't go. Don't go. I can still work harder." Being blind, she couldn't see anything. Her originally proud eyes were now dim and out of focus. She frantically crawled on the snowy ground, searching around, trying to find Ning Fan. "Don't kill me. I can't die yet." Thinking of her younger sister's cry before she was eaten, Nailanzi's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. "Sister, why don't you care about me? Why don't you save me?" Her younger sister's voice and appearance were imprinted in her mind. Nailensy couldn't calm down. The virgin blood from her lower body was printed on the snowy ground, leaving a sad but beautiful red trail. She finally lost all her strength and fell naked on the snowy ground. A pair of thin but strong arms carried her up. I have never killed cauldrons, if you are obedient. Ningfan frowned and went down, holding Nailensy on his knees. He was not a soft-hearted person, but looking at Nailensy, it was like looking at himself. He was lucky, he met Jiha, he met the old devil, but Nailensy only met a world of ice and snow, cold and indifferent. You won't kill me? Nailensy seemed to have heard something funny. A demon that slaughtered millions without blinking, would he let her go? You can think of it as I am very satisfied with your skills, so be my sex slave. If you agree, maybe in the future, I will go to the Spirit King Palace to have a look. Maybe I will save your younger sister along the way. Really? Nailensy revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. But thinking of Ningfan's request, she hesitated. Sex slaves not only need to offer their bodies to their masters. Sex slaves may even be used as tools by their masters, taken out for other men to play with. She didn't know how overbearing Ningfan was, he simply wouldn't let other men touch his woman. But thinking of her mother by a group of men, Nailensy hesitated. Perhaps she will suffer the same fate as her mother, but if she can save her younger sister, I, Nailensy, am willing to be your sex slave. Liu Bei. Nailensy was already blind, so she could only use her hands to feel. Her cold jade-like hands groped, opened her red lips, and sucked. Oh. Nailensy asked vaguely. Master, is it comfortable? Ningfan casually answered, his mind was not on this matter at all. He saw the sorrow and fear in Nailensy's eyes, but he still agreed to be Ningfan's sex slave. For his younger sister, he can give up everything for his younger sister. The sex slave matter is just a joke. You are my cauldron, no one will do anything to you. Ningfan said this, but Nailensy only smiled sadly and didn't believe him. Inside the Yinyang locket, a lazy woman was sipping tea while watching the show outside. Good little brother, your love is not shallow. Even the true spirit Ziwan, a member of the palace attendant clan, can be taken as a cauldron. Big sister is very envious. Envious of what? Envious of her sucking something of mine. Do you want to suck it too? Bah, you even dare to joke with big sister. Elder sister just wants to tell you that other than the purple cuckoo race's sealing technique being praised, their cuckoo tongue technique is the best tonic for dual cultivators. You should take the opportunity to cultivate the yin-yang transformation, don't waste it. Once you break through to the 3rd level, big sister will be able to see the light of day again. Luo Yu's breathing seemed to be a little hurried, as if she had closed the window. She couldn't seem to calm down while watching Ningfan and the beautiful woman. Cuckoo tongue technique. Ningfan's breathing gradually became heavier. After a long time, Ningfan tidied up his clothes and helped Nailensy up. Master, are you satisfied? Nailensy asked nervously. Yes, you can stay by my side in the future. Ningfan said that he was satisfied, but he was actually referring to the yin-yang transformation, the peak of the 9th level of the 2nd level, which was a step closer to the 3rd level. But Nailensy heaved a sigh of relief. This is good, this is good. As long as you are satisfied, master, please plant the demon seal. All right, after planting the demon seal, I will temporarily keep you away. Although your cultivation is high, both your eyes are blind and your combat strength is greatly reduced. Rest for now. I will instruct Bing Ling and Yu Ling to let you rest. And Nailensy was no longer arrogant as she nestled in Ningfan's arms. She knew that this man would become her everything, even if it wasn't because of love. Master, please help me. As the price, I can give you everything. To be continued. It was another round of lovemaking. However, this time, Ningfan did not treat Nailensy cruelly. After keeping her into his cauldron ring and instructing Bing Ling and Yu Ling to give her special treatment, Ningfan sat cross-legged in the ice cave. There were still 10 pools of blood on the ground. One of them was very long on the ice and snow. Nailensy. If I were you and witnessed my mother being humiliated and my younger sister being eaten, I would probably also go crazy and act domineeringly. It's not evil for me to humiliate your purity. It's not good for me to spare your life. It has nothing to do with good or evil. I've always been doing things based on my Tao heart. That's all, I also have people that I need to protect. Therefore, I need to pluck women to improve my strength. Ning Fan sat on the ground with his clothes on. His black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes gradually became calm. As long as his Tao heart was not destroyed, even if the world was overturned and millions of people were to face him, he would still go forward. After plucking 9 women and having sex with Nalan Zihuan several times, his demon power had reached 27,560 units, he was only halfway to the mid-divine transformation realm. It's still not enough. Ning Fan remained silent. He patted his storage pouch and took out 7 divine transformation realm Tao fruits with fiery eyes. He had killed countless Tao fruits in the Star Sea. Among them, the Gold Core realm and Nascent Soul realm Tao fruits were equivalent to eating them for free with his current cultivation base. However, the divine transformation realm Tao fruits were great nourishment. Without hesitation, he consumed the 7 Tao fruits. With the help of his yin-yang devil veins, his demon power had increased to 34,620 units in just one day. Just a little bit more. Blood Wolf Tao fruit, appear. Holding a blood-red Tao fruit in his hand, Ning Fan's fiery eyes became even more intense. This one Tao fruit was equivalent to 3 peak stage soul formation Tao fruits. More importantly, the Blood Wolf Tao fruit was a bloodthirsty item. Once consumed, it would certainly stimulate the demon blood in his body and refine all the accumulated demon blood in his body. After swallowing the Blood Wolf Tao fruit, Ning Fan's body felt like it was burning. A strong demon power exploded inside his body, causing his demon blood to boil. Refine. The Blood Wolf Tao fruit increased his demon power to 38,160 units. Not only that, the Blood Wolf Tao fruit ignited the demon blood in his body. The tens of millions of demon blood that he had devoured along the way turned into surging magic power at this moment. The demonic runes on his back seemed to be burning, and demonic energy surged. As his demonic power increased, his body-tempering realm was also boosted by his demonic blood and increased slightly. The 3rd day. The 4th day. The 5th day, the 6th day. On the 7th day, Ning Fan's demon power rose to 67,500 units. The ferocious demonic energy kept attacking the bottleneck. Ning Fan's intent realm had reached the grand accomplishment realm. It was more than enough for him to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. All he needed to do was to wait for the right conditions. Vein opening, harmonious spirit, gold core, and nascent soul focused on cultivation techniques. After reaching the soul formation level, he focused on cultivating his intent state. Divine intent, demonic intent, and beast intent, each of them was related to the advancement of a cultivator. Still a little lacking. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. Even though his demon power had long surpassed the mid-divine transformation realm, he still could not break through that barrier. With a vicious gaze, Xianxia retrieved 4 poison-neutralizing goo worms from his storage bag and swallowed them in one go. In an instant, the insect sense was refined in his sea of consciousness, and the power of his divine sense increased rapidly. Because of this attack, the bottleneck in the unseen world cracked even more. Break, for me! Ning Fan shouted loudly. A vigorous aura force spread out from his body. Black devil flames swept across the area. His black spirit sense spread across 50,000 li *, 500 m per li. Within 50,000 li * 500 m per li, the icebergs crumbled and the snow melted into water, turning into black ice crystals. In the chaotic ice ruins, a purple shadow soared into the sky and let out a demonic cry from afar. Spirit sense, half-step void refinement realm, his demon power, mid-divine transformation realm. When the conditions were right, his demon power finally stabilized at 71,440 units. At this moment, Ning Fan was no longer an early divine transformation realm cultivator but a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. The direct benefit of the increase in his cultivation realm was that the power of his magic techniques would at least increase by a few times. Some of them could even double the power. Mid-divine transformation realm. This is the realm that Li Ban has been dreaming of. However, he is dead and I have reached it. At this stage, I have already surpassed Li Ban and the others. Slowly withdrawing his aura force, Ning Fan stood in the wind and snow and closed his eyes to calm his excited state of mind. I still need to stabilize my cultivation realm. I need to go into seclusion to stabilize my cultivation realm. To stabilize my cultivation realm, I need to slaughter. 7 days have passed. It's time to attack the Snow Valley. It's time to take the Imperial Star and leave. This time, he might not be able to meet many women for a long time. However, Ningfan did not have the time to rest. With a single step, he passed through the wind and snow and returned to the Maze Valley. Then, he appeared in front of the Golden Flame Chariot. His aura force became more steady and reserved. His speed became more meticulous and careful. His appearance did not alarm anyone except for Yuan Yao, whose cultivation realm was extremely high. Liu Bei. You're back. Yuan Yao murmured softly. All of a sudden, the gazes of the women fell on Ningfan. He no longer concealed his qi. Immediately, the 8 demon sealers who sensed Ningfan's qi rushed out from their respective seclusion grounds. When they saw Ningfan's qi, their expressions changed drastically. Mid-Divine Transformation Realm. You actually broke through to the Mid-Divine Transformation Realm by chance after 7 days of seclusion. The Earth General was the first to speak. He was also a Mid-Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. He deeply knew how difficult it was for an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator to break through to the Mid-Divine Transformation Realm. Moreover, the Earth General only had 60,000 units of demon power. In front of Ningfan, he actually felt that his demon power was not as dense as Ningfan's. To an ordinary Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, every level of the Divine Transformation Realm was a watershed. To an abnormal Ningfan, the combat power of an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator was heaven-defying. A mid-Divine Transformation Realm cultivator would probably be even stronger. This isn't a coincidence. The Demon Sealer of the 4th Division was shocked. The Demon Sealer of the 4th Division was proficient in killing. Others might not be able to see how Ningfan's cultivation realm skyrocketed in 7 days, but he could see that the killing qi around Ningfan's body had become heavier. This young man must have killed countless people and absorbed the blood of countless gold core realm demons to accumulate it in his body. Then, he used a special method to forcefully refine that terrifying amount of gold core realm demon blood in these 7 days. That special method should be the Blood Wolf Dao fruit. This isn't a coincidence. Anyone who can kill millions or even tens of millions of gold core realm demons and consume the Blood Wolf Dao fruit would be able to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm within 7 days. However, is there really someone among the divine transformation realm who can kill tens of millions of gold core realm demons? Lu Daochun's eyes were filled with emotions. He had witnessed Ningfan's growth along the way. In the past, a genius named Liu Bei appeared in the northern desert city. When General Lu Xing reported this matter to Lu Daochun only paid a little attention to him. It was only when Ningfan awakened his royal bloodline that he began to value Ningfan. At that time, Ningfan's demon power cultivation realm was undoubtedly at the early nascent soul realm. Along the way, he kept breaking through to the mid-divine transformation realm. 20 years. A mediocre cultivator might gain nothing after cultivating for 20 years, but a genius can become a heaven's pride after fighting bloody battles for 20 years. Without a doubt, every step of Liu Bei's cultivation realm was tempered in the blood sea. This young man has a firm and resolute character. What will he be like after 20 years or 200 years? Perhaps, I can only look up to him when that time comes. Each of the demon sealers was amazed, but most of them felt ashamed. They were ashamed that they had cultivated for thousands of years, but they were actually caught up by a young man whose bone age was less than 400 years old. With General Bei's cultivation realm and 2 corpse puppets, I'm afraid you won't lose even if you fight 8 blood wolves alone. Lei Jiang joked heartily. Lei Jiang, you must be joking. Ningfan gave a meaningful smile, but he did not deny it. 8 blood wolves. 5 of them were at the peak divine transformation realm and 3 of them were at the half-step void refinement realm. Why couldn't they win against him? Seeing that Ningfan did not deny it, Lei Jiang was inwardly shocked. Could it be that Ningfan really had the confidence to kill the blood wolves alone after his strength had skyrocketed this time? Wait. Liu Bei. You have just broken through to the next realm. You should stabilize your cultivation realm. It's not a good time for you to fight. Wu Yan said with concern. Her words made the other women nod their heads. It's all right. I just need to fight a few battles to solidify my illusory demon power. Plucking, Tao fruits and pills were all external things after all. Without the tempering of bloody battles, one's demon power would be superficial and their combat power would be low. This was a common problem for many devil cultivators who practiced dual cultivation. However, Ning Fan was not one of them. Let's go to the Snow Valley. Wait. Just as everyone was about to set off, countless rays of traveling light whistled across the sky from afar. The person in the lead was actually Lu Jiefan. He had actually returned. Lu Jiefan, how dare you come back? Our General Bei has achieved a breakthrough. Just as the Earth General wanted to flatter him, he suddenly shut his mouth and his eyes were filled with shock. This time, Lu Jiefan was not the only one who returned. Behind him, there were two groups of experts. One of them was Crown Prince Chu Shun. As for the other group, they looked slightly unfamiliar. They were actually humans. Putting aside Chu Shun and the others, the 10 demon generals of the upper world had died. Their overall strength was greatly reduced. However, among this group of human experts, there were actually 2 half-step void refinement realm experts. Thus, the Earth General's aura instantly weakened and he did not dare to speak anymore. Haha. Are you all going to kill the Wolf King? Just nice. I have found some helpers. How about we go together? On one side, it was the Divine Transformation Realm experts that Crown Prince Chu Shun had brought along. On the other side, it was our friends from the human race who had come to the Imperial Star. Since we met by chance and we have the same goal, I brought them here. Lu Jiefan burst into laughter as if he had forgotten about the fact that he had attacked Lu Daochen and the others. Behind him, the 2 groups of people descended one after another. Chu Shun and the others greeted the demon sealers one after another. As for the other group of people, each of them was arrogant. They stood alone at the side with their nascent soul realm experts. There were hundreds of them. The leader was a young man in green robes. His cultivation base was at the late divine transformation realm. Behind him stood 2 half-step void refinement realm old men. Lu Jiefan. As a member of the demon race, how dare you collude with the human race and bring them here? Lei Jiang said with displeasure. So what if I'm a human? When I was in the Endless Sea, I was a venerated demon in the Demon Sealer's palace. Naturally, I had to deal with the human race everywhere. It's perfectly normal for me to make some human friends. Besides, don't you have any human friends? Lu Jiefan's eyes seemed to be pointing at Ning Fan. He knew Ning Fan's identity. He was the ferocious devil Zhou Ming of the external Endless Sea. He did not expose Ning Fan's identity in front of him. This time, he did not come here to cause trouble. Instead, he really wanted to join forces with Ning Fan. He desired the Heavenly Emperor's star and he also knew how dangerous it was to snatch the key from Tan Lang's hands. Coincidentally, he found some helpers. After thinking for a while, he thickened his face and came back to join forces with Ning Fan and the others. 7 days ago, we were still enemies. Feng Jiang said with a stern voice. 7 days ago, I was indeed a little reckless. However, to cultivators like us, a little grudge is nothing in the face of great benefits. If we join forces, we will certainly be able to kill the sleeping Wolf King. If we don't join forces, none of us will be able to kill the Wolf King alone. The more people we have, the lower the possibility of casualties. You guys better think about it carefully. Lu Jiefan's words made all the demon sealers fall into deep thought. Indeed, when facing a void refinement realm enemy like Tan Lang, the more people they have, the better it would be even if he was in a deep sleep. Once the situation changes, it would be easier to deal with the situation with more people. Liu Bei, what do you think? Do you want to join forces with Lu Jiefan? Wu Yan asked with a frown. It's fine if we join forces. However, there's one thing I have to make clear first. Venerated Demon Liu, aren't you going to introduce us to the new friends you invited? Ning Fan's gaze fell on the group of human cultivators. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. I really want to know where these cultivators came from. As soon as we met, more than half of them are already looking at me with hostile eyes. Could it be that they are here to find trouble with me? If that's the case, I won't show any mercy. Ning Fan's words carried a hint of threat, causing the green-robed young man's expression to immediately turn gloomy. You? I would like to see how you are going to show no mercy to me. I'm not Zichuan who can be slaughtered by you. Junior brother. The important matter is more important. The two old men advised. Humph. Fine. For the sake of my two senior brothers, I won't be calculated with him. Are you Liu Bei? Zichuan praised you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're capable of. I'm Lin Su of the White Devil Sect. You better remember my name. White Devil Sect. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The coldness flashed across his eyes and no one noticed it. Is the sect that Lin Su belongs to the one that bullied the old devil and Wei Xian? I heard from Zichuan that even though you're just an early divine transformation realm cultivator, you might even dare to fight against an immortal emperor. I wonder if I have the honor to exchange a move with you. The two old men still wanted to persuade him, but Lin Su waved her hand and said disdainfully. Don't worry. I have a sense of propriety. I won't kill him. It's only one move. Liu Bei, do you dare to take a move from me? As soon as Lin Su's voice came out, the surroundings immediately turned silent. On Ning Fan's side, everyone including Lei Jiang and Feng Jiang looked at Lin Su as if they were looking at a fool. Are you sure that you want to have a move with me? Ning Fan smiled innocently. Yes. Do you dare? You'll know after you try. Ning Fan stopped smiling and clenched his fists. On his fingertip, a trace of black snow began to fall. Second update, to be continued. Ning Fan pointed his finger forward. Faint black snowflakes floated from his fingertip, which was exceptionally eye-catching in the silver blizzard. His mid-divine transformation realm chi slowly spread out. The moment it spread out, the silver snowflakes were dyed black with his body as the center. Mid-divine transformation realm. Impossible. When I saw him 7 days ago, he was undoubtedly still an early divine transformation realm cultivator. Liu Jiefen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. His heart was filled with waves of shock. Isn't the speed at which this young man's cultivation base increases too fast? Chu Shun's eyes turned solemn when he sensed Ning Fan's aura force. That technique that dyed the blizzard black gave him a sense of fear for no reason. He had also felt that kind of fear before. It was when Ning Fan used his wind mist finger for the first time. Today, however, the black blizzard on Ning Fan's fingertip gave Chu Shun an even more dangerous feeling. Moreover, there was an illusion that was expanding infinitely in Chu Shun's mind. Today, Ning Fan was not someone he could defeat. If he faces a mid-divine transformation realm Ning Fan, Chu Shun would have 20% chance of winning, 40% chance of a draw and 40% chance of death. He actually gave me such a strong sense of danger. He is indeed the best opponent to block my path to ascension. Chu Shun's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. He wished that he was the one who fought against Ning Fan right now. An early divine transformation realm Ning Fan did not make Chu Shun interested in fighting him. However, a mid-divine transformation realm Ning Fan already gave Chu Shun a feeling that he would lose. As for Lin Su, Chu Shun did not even bother to look at him. Late divine transformation realm. White Devil Sect. 1,200 years of bone age, none of them were worthy of Chu Shun's attention. In Chu Shun's eyes, Lin Su was not even as good at combat as Wang Xiao. Lin Su doesn't deserve the title of a heaven's pride. If he was born in the mortal world, it would be a problem for him to attain the divine transformation realm. He doesn't even have the qualifications to be my practice partner. Behind Chu Shun, among the 7 divine transformation realm experts of the demon world, the one with the highest cultivation base was a mid-divine transformation realm old man. He was just half a step away from attaining the late divine transformation realm. This person had been cultivating ice element abilities for his entire life. With the natal cold chi that he had refined for thousands of years, he was even stronger than some divine transformation realm experts who possessed the heavenly cold chi. However, at this moment, when Ning Fan pointed his finger at the snowstorm, an irresistible black force invaded his body, almost freezing the natal cold chi that he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years into black ice. What kind of ice spell is this? He is actually able to freeze all ice attribute cultivators within 5,000 miles with just his aura alone. In the past, he did not understand why Prince Chushan would regard Ning Fan, who was only an early spirit-severing realm expert, as his greatest enemy. However, at this moment, he seemed to have understood something. There was no doubt about Ning Fan's strength. After breaking through to the mid-void realm, his strength had reached another level. Even though his current cultivation base was also at the mid-divine transformation realm and he was only half a step away from breaking through to the late divine transformation realm, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand a single round of attacks from Ning Fan. He was not the only one who sensed the terror of Ning Fan's finger. Including Lin Su, the two half-step void refinement realm experts and the hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators of the White Devil sect felt their magic power being frozen and suffocated at the same time. The Black Demon sect specialized in fire, while the White Demon sect specialized in ice. Almost all the White Demon sect cultivators present were ice cultivators. After Ning Fan's finger triggered the snowstorm, the hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators on the scene shivered uncontrollably. It was the feeling of being intimidated by Ning Fan's cold power. It was as if the cold power that hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators cultivated for their entire lives was not even comparable to the black snow on Ning Fan's fingertip. Among the experts of the White Devil sect, the higher their cultivation base was, the more fearful they were towards Ning Fan. 6 early and mid-divine transformation realm experts retreated 100 steps at the same time before they could get rid of that strange cold power, the two half-step void refinement realm experts. Behind Lin Su felt a great sense of danger from Ning Fan's finger. Lin Su was the only one who looked as if nothing had happened. Her expression was still as arrogant as before. All of this was naturally because Ning Fan did not let the cold power of the snowstorm affect Lin Su. Junior brother. You must not fight against this person. You are not his match. If you fight against him, you will die. The two old men tried to persuade Lin Su at the same time. Their expressions were not calm at all. They could not describe to Lin Su the sense of danger that the snowstorm brought to them. Humph. Could it be that senior brothers think that I'll lose to a mere lower realms ant? Lin Su was displeased, extremely displeased. From the moment he said that he wanted to fight against Ning Fan, the people on the other side were looking at him as if they were looking at a fool. This kind of gaze made him very unhappy. It was as if they were certain that he, a dignified young expert of the White Devil sect, would not be able to withstand a single move from Ning Fan. But now, the senior and junior brothers of the White Devil sect were scared like dogs when they saw Ning Fan pinching a few black snowflakes. Even his two half-step void refinement realm senior brothers were against him fighting Ning Fan. What was worse was that the two senior brothers firmly believed that he would die in Ning Fan's hands. What a joke. Indeed, Zichuan had said that Liu Bei was in the early stage of soul formation, but the current Liu Bei was in the middle stage of soul formation. This surprised Lin Su slightly. But in the eyes of a late-stage expert like Lin Su, there was no difference whether her opponent was in the early stage or the middle stage. Humph. Senior brothers, there's no need to speak any further. This young master won't lose to a mere ant from the lower dimensions. You say that I can't take one move from this person? Fine. Then, this young master will show you my special skills and show you how strong one move of mine is. However, if I do that, I won't be able to show any mercy. Liu Bei might die in my hands with just one move. Lin Su waved her hand, stopping the two old men from persuading her. There was a saying that if one doesn't seek death, he wouldn't die. Seeing that Lin Su was stubborn, the two old men no longer tried to persuade her. Instead, they each took out their special treasures. All of them were half-step void treasures. One of them was holding a green-brown tortoiseshell ice shield while the other was holding a 3-colored porcelain wind snow vase. Judging from their posture, they were going to risk their lives to save Lin Su when they saw that she was in danger. Lin Su was furious. Zichuan looked down on her. Now, all of her senior brothers were looking down on her as well. Everyone said that she was no match for Liu Bei. However, Lin Su wanted to prove to the world that she could kill Ning Fan like an ant. Lin Su's finger shadows were endless. In an instant, she performed 2 hand seals. Secret technique of the Lin clan, breath nurturing art. White Devil Dao, 9 dances of the Ice Phoenix technique. After using the secret technique of the breath cultivating art, Lin Su's magic power suddenly increased by more than 10%. She circulated the cultivation technique of the White Devil sect and performed the hand seals one after another. Above the nine heavens, numerous ice phoenixes that were formed by the silver snow were 3,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, in size. Each time they danced, the size of the ice phoenixes would increase by 3,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang. After 4 dances, the ice phoenixes were already 4,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, in size. Just a single breath from them could cause extreme cold within 10,000 li * 33 m per zhang. 4 dances of the ice phoenix. I didn't expect senior brother Lin Su to be able to perform the 4th dance of the ice phoenix with the help of this secret technique. With this kind of talent, you can at least be ranked in the top 10 of the young generation of my White Devil sect. Who under the late nascent soul realm could withstand this technique? The breath-cultivating art is the bloodline secret technique of the Lin clan. It can instantly increase 10% of magic power. Such a powerful secret technique is precious even for 4 days. Following Lin Su's elegant performance, some nascent soul realm experts who didn't know the truth began to support Lin Su's victory. Even the 6 divine transformation realm experts began to have confidence in Lin Su. Only the 2 half-step void refinement realm experts wore solemn expressions. Looking at the 4 dances of the ice phoenixes, they frowned and exchanged glances with each other. Both of them could see through each other's thoughts. Junior brother Lin Su's 4 dances of the ice phoenix is comparable to a high-grade divine transformation realm magic technique. However, I'm afraid an attack of this level won't be able to withstand a single attack from Liu Bei. As Lin Su's hand seals changed, the ice phoenixes that danced for the 4 times flapped their cold wings. Countless icy winds rushed towards Ningfan. Under such coldness, everything was covered in frost. Even the demon sealers and the women of the various clans quickly distanced themselves from Ningfan. This Lin Su isn't weak. It's not that he's too weak, but Liu Bei is too monstrous. Yuan Yao sighed softly and closed her eyes. At the next moment, Ningfan did not even look at the icy winds. His 5 fingers formed a claw and clawed at the ground. In an instant, the spiritual qi within the 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the maze was immediately depleted. The ice rivers shattered and the icebergs collapsed. The ground cracked and the plants withered. It was as if all the life force was extracted by Ningfan's palm and turned into a ball of primordial light in his palm. Then, he swallowed it in one go. After swallowing another ball of light, Ningfan's qi skyrocketed, the power of 70,000 units of demon force, 30,000 units of devil qi and 5,000 units of magic power combined into one. Ningfan's magic power was only 40,000 units away from the late divine transformation realm. After the soul extraction, his qi skyrocketed. In just an instant, it reached the peak of the late divine transformation realm. As long as his qi becomes slightly stronger, he would be able to reach the peak divine transformation realm. A soul extraction technique. Lin Su's expression changed drastically. Even those who did not know Ningfan's background had the same expression. Shock and confusion. The soul extraction technique was one of the 3 void fragmentation realm divine abilities. Extracting one's soul with a single palm could greatly increase one's magic power. For those below the immortal realm, the soul extraction technique was the strongest secret technique that could increase one's magic power. The breath cultivating technique was indeed very powerful. However, it was nothing compared to the soul extraction technique. You can increase your magic power by 10% while I can increase my cultivation by a small realm. At this moment, Lin Su finally felt a little fearful of Ningfan. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat at this moment. If he admitted defeat now, where would he put his face? However, as Ningfan changed his hand seal, Lin Su immediately felt an icy coldness that was as strong as a mountain pressing down on her. The devil intent turned into the tree trunk while the rain intent decorated the bloody plum blossom. His body was enshrouded in purple light. It was his demon intent. The 3 kinds of intent realms formed a beautiful painting. In the painting, Ningfan gently lifted his finger as if he was picking up flowers and playing with snow. His movements were gentle and gentle. However, when this finger pressed down, it immediately caused the surrounding wind and snow to tremble, forcefully freezing in the air. Under a strange atmosphere, all the silver snow within a 5,000-kilometer radius turned black. A black color that no deification cultivator could resist spread through the wind and snow. In the space of a single breath, the 4 dancing ice phoenixes were sealed in ice. With a mournful wail, they collapsed. Even a late divine transformation realm expert would find it hard to withstand the ice phoenix technique. Just like that, it was shattered. Puff, Lin Su's spell was broken. She felt a sharp pain in her chest and coughed up blood. There were black ice shards in the blood. He wouldn't be mistaken about that black color, and neither would the others. That black color was the void power that only void refinement realm cultivators could master. Even a half-step void refinement realm expert would not be able to comprehend it without going through the void inquiry stage. A void fragmentation realm old monster's soul extraction technique and a void refinement realm old monster's void technique. This is impossible. Ah. Lin Su raised his head and looked at Ning Fan's finger that was pressing down from afar. For the first time, he felt terrified. What kind of magic technique is that? When that finger is pressed down, it was as if it could taint time, freeze the world and bury the reincarnation cycle. Pieces of black wind and snow blew towards him. To his horror, Lin Su found out that one of his arms was directly frozen into black ice crystals in the black snow. When the wind blew, it turned into ice shards and shattered. The black color was still spreading towards his body. Once it spreads, Lin Su would certainly die. My life jade, protect me. He was already panicking and at a loss of what to do. His remaining arm immediately crushed a piece of jade. Immediately, an aura force that was comparable to a void refinement realm attack spread out from his body, trying to disperse the wind and snow. However, before the aura force of this attack could gather, Ning Fan had already uttered a cold word. Break! With a single word, the void refinement realm attack was frozen by the wind and snow before it could gather, completely vanishing. Save me! Lin Su was scared. He was extremely scared. He finally understood how terrifying an opponent Liu Bei was. This black wind and snow was enough to kill a peak divine transformation realm expert. It could even severely injure a half-step void refinement realm expert. He regretted it. He asked for help and the 2 senior brothers who had been waiting for a long time finally took action. Ice black tortoise, quick! Wind snow pure vase, collect! The 2 of them swayed and stood in front of Lin Su, trying to block Ning Fan's black wind and snow with their respective magic treasures. However, they could intervene but Ning Fan couldn't. Almost at the same time when the 2 of them intervened, a dragon and a centipede turned into black shadows and appeared in front of them in a strange manner. Under Ning Fan's deliberate concealment, the black dragon and the black centipede almost did not reveal any of their chi. Other than those who already knew about the existence of the black dragon, the people of the White Devil sect naturally would not know that Ning Fan had a half-step void refinement realm helper. The appearance of a dragon and a centipede was too strange. A claw and a fist were thrown at the 2 old men. The 2 of them were caught off guard and were directly hit on their chests by the black dragon and the centipede, sending them flying 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang away. While they were flying, a trace of black wind and snow strangely went into their bodies. None of them cast any hand seals. Similarly, a trace of black wind and snow also went into Lin Su's body without anyone noticing. There are actually 2 half-step void refinement realm corpse puppets. Lin Su was terrified. She could feel that she was probably going to die soon. At this moment, it was impossible for Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun to just sit by and watch. In a flash, the 2 of them appeared in front of Lin Su. One of them controlled the golden flames while the other controlled the purple flames. With great difficulty, they set up 2 layers of fire walls in front of Lin Su. The wind and snow collided with the fire walls silently. However, at the next moment, their aura swept across the area. Everything within 100,000 li * 500 m per li was razed to the ground by the collision of magic techniques. Chu Shan and Lu Jiefan's expressions changed greatly. Each of them grabbed Lin Su and retreated 10,000 zhang * 500 m per li away before they could stabilize themselves. They had already gained a great understanding of the destructive power of Ning Fan's single finger of wind and snow. Among the 2 of them, none of them would be able to withstand this single finger of wind and snow. General Liu Bei, killing the sleeping Wolf King is an important matter. We agreed that we will only compete in one move. Before killing the wolf, it's better for us not to kill anyone. The tone of the 2 of them seemed to be discussing something. In order to kill the Wolf King, it would certainly be better for them to have more combat power. Both of them did not want Ning Fan and the White Devil sect to fall out with each other. I have already stopped when the time is right. Otherwise, Lin Su would already be dead. Ning Fan's tone was indifferent. He retracted his finger of wind and snow as if he was not concerned about the death of the experts of the White Devil sect. Chu Shun, Lu Jiefan and the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts of the White Devil sect. The enemy's lineup of experts was not any weaker than Ning Fan's side. If they add their trump cards into the equation, Ning Fan's side might even be slightly weaker. Ning Fan had already expected that Chu Shun and the others would save Lin Su. What he was waiting for was to save them. There was no way he would let the White Devil sect go. It seemed like he was being merciful by not killing Lin Su. In fact, when he ordered the corpse puppets to sneak attack the 2 elderly men, he had already sent 3 traces of black wind and snow into their bodies to ambush them. Those 3 traces of wind and snow were the purest form of wind and snow. They had the effect of samsara. Lin Su and the others would not be able to detect it at all. Before killing Tan Lang, Ning Fan would not activate the wind and snow. He still had to make use of the White Devil sect. After that, when he activates the wind and snow technique, the wind and snow in the bodies of Lin Su and the others would definitely kill them. No one could see through his ambush except for Yuan Yao, who had an extremely good eyesight. Liu Bei, do you have a deep grudge against the White Devil sect? Just because of a personal dispute, you want to kill them? This doesn't seem like your style. Isn't it a little too vicious? Yuan Yao was puzzled. In her impression, Ning Fan was not interested in fighting with others at all. The White Devil sect is my enemy. If it's vicious, then so be it. Ning Fan's tone was extremely indifferent. He did not explain much, but his expression showed a hint of sadness. He did not know much about the grudges of the past. However, when he thought about how the old devil's cultivation base was crippled and how the White Devil sect forced Wei Xian to go to his clan and forced him to cripple his immortal cultivation base, the old devil and Wei Xian must have been extremely humiliated in the past. It was not enough to kill Lin Su. If he killed Lin Su now, the other 2 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts would certainly leave in anger. Ning Fan would not spare any of these experts of the White Devil sect. Once Tan Lang dies, they will die together with him. Ning Fan's sad expression made Yuan Yao's eyes soften. She did not say anything else. Lin Su's breathing became ragged and she glared at Ning Fan with hatred. The same hatred also rose in the eyes of the 2 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts of the White Devil sect. Senior brother. My arm was crippled, and my 2 senior brothers were seriously injured. I can't swallow this. Of course. Once we kill the sleeping Wolf King, we'll take advantage of the chaos to kill Liu Bei. He was merely an ant from the lower realms. Even if his natural talent was heaven-defying and his combat strength extraordinary, he didn't seem to understand that showing off one's edge was easy to break when it was too hard. Offending my White Demon sect is simply courting death. Naturally, they didn't know who would be the one to die. However, after this move, no one dared to underestimate Ning Fan anymore. He who was at the mid-divine transformation realm could fight against a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. Third update, to be continued. End of chapter 321. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.